Hashtag C3366 Earth-shattering. Chu Yan's words spread throughout the 8U Xuanhuan sect through the Yang Palm envoy, causing a storm in the sky. Good boy, I finally know how to let people go. Quick, notify the Great Elder immediately and send someone to the 8U Xuanhuan sect. Chu Yan did a good job, my family lost all face, now contact other forces immediately, this time we can't let him go easily. Yes, this matter is not over. All the giants who threw away the war were all burning with anger, and their teeth were chattering with hatred. On the other side, inside the Xuanhuan pavilion, a young man with a pale face and a cold complexion slowly opened his eyes and said, Master, Chu Yan suppressed Xiao Guqing, he Tianzhao and others in Tianyuan last time, I want to fight him. Not far away, an old man who was drinking tea immediately put down his cup and looked up. It's only been a few days since you broke through to the God King realm. The Dao realm is only a great achievement, and you haven't even reached perfection, and your physique is only a great achievement. If you fight with him, you will lose. Do you believe it? This, maybe. The young man thought for a while, speechless. Then, Master, put this away first, why is this magic stick always used to threaten me? Is it interesting? The old man glanced at the young man, put the big stick in his hand to the ground, and said, This is the rule of my Xuanhuan pavilion. It is okay to go out to fight, but if you lose, you will be dealt with according to the clan rules. Go if you want. I will wait for you to come back. After saying that, the old man began to apply a special fairy medicine on the baguette in his hand. When the young man saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched violently. That kind of fairy medicine can break through the body's defenses, and a stick will leave a scar that will last a lifetime. On the other side, among the triadism, the sea of white flowers stretches as far as the eye can see, and the beautiful woman stands in the sea of snow-colored flowers, looking at the distant sky. Xuanhuan, you hit the Zoman Shinzong beast again. It's too much, Xuanhuan, how can you bully your uncle, how old is he? Two God King realm peak powerhouses stood by the sea of flowers, angrily scolding the woman in the sea of flowers. Okay. Don't talk anymore. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded, and ripples rippled in the void not far away, and a figure walked out of it. Master. You fucked her again. She is lawless. The two God King realm powerhouses looked at the figure who had just arrived, and complained all over their faces. Senior sisters, I'm a good person. The woman named Xuanhuan flew over from the sea of flowers, and when she landed, her face was full of smiles. Good, nice guy. Hearing this, the corners of the three people's eyes twitched twice, including Jiaozuan. If she was a good person, the entire Sana church would be so resentful. Ahem, let's get down to business. That Chu Yan is back, and you will go to the 8U Xuanhuan sect with the two masters, tomorrow. Thank you, master. On Xuanhuan's face, her eyes brightened and her smile became even brighter. Humph. The successor of the gods. I don't know if I can resist the beating. Chong Tianhe. I want to see if this Chu Yan is as powerful as you said. A few days later, the 8U Xuanhuan sect, the largest city, the ancient city of Taiming. Did you see it? The powerhouses of all Dao lines are here. A lot of people who are still in the ancient clans have come, and they are still in the Xuanhuan pavilion, and the peerless geniuses of the Sana sect have all come. What is this for? The battle of the world's #1 statue. Haha, it's exciting now. That Chu Yan is the #1 in the world, is he here to challenge you? Anyway, I heard that something big might happen this time. Then go and have a look. All forces and cultivators are extremely excited about the bustle of Taiming ancient city. There are even strong men from various domains who keep coming here, just to watch this grand event. After all, Chu Yan's reputation, coupled with what he did in the land of Tianyuan, attracted all major forces to gather, and there is definitely something exciting to watch. However, none of them noticed that on the busy street, a figure in a black robe wrapped his whole body, and soon arrived at the receiving dojo. The guiding dojo is located on the back of the ancient city of Taimeng, and it is a guiding place leading to the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Through it, one can enter the 8 Xuanhuan sect. At this time, the receiving dojo is naturally full of people, and there are a lot of people from the various sects going to the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong. And according to the ancestral rules of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, no one entering the sect, including the lords of the various Dao lines, is allowed to fly past. Therefore, most people walk up to the mountain gate through the guide dojo. Huh! Fellow Daoist, you are a disciple of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect. Why are you dressed like this? A voice sounded, and Chu Yan turned his head to see that the person who spoke was a black-haired young man whose cultivation had reached the peak of the earthly prestige realm, and several people around him were also of extraordinary cultivation, all of whom were at the peak of the earthly prestige realm. These people obviously have extraordinary backgrounds. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't answer, the black-haired young man smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, my name is Haifeng, you can just call me Brother Feng." When the other people heard this, they glanced at Chu Yan, but they were not very interested. Chu Yan smiled, didn't say anything, and continued to walk forward. "Fellow Daoist, wait for me." "Where are you from? Did you come to see Chu Yan?" "You haven't heard of it, but I'm Chu Yan's best friend." That Haifeng was obviously familiar. He quickly caught up with Chu Yan, and continued talking with great interest. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at Haifeng, and looked at it for a long time, becoming more and more confused. "Do I know him? Saw him there? Dealt with?" "No, it seems that there is no." To be honest, Chu Yan really doesn't know many people in Xinyu continent, and he really has no impression of this black wind. "Best friends?" Chu Yan frowned. Haifeng patted Chu Yan's shoulder, and said with a proud expression on his face, "You don't know that in the battle of the world's #1 statue, he and I saw an opportunity at the same time, and then fought for 300 rounds. At that time, Chu Yan's strength was average. We fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and it was difficult to win. However, there is one thing to say, Chu Yan is still very strong, and he has a little upper hand. But later, the enemy came and we joined forces to fight against the enemy. That battle was absolutely earth-shattering." Haifeng talked more and more vigorously, and he couldn't stop at all. If it was someone else, I am afraid that they would believe what he said so vividly. Soon, a group of people came to the end and came to the receiving dojo. There are not many people in the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, and they are even a little calm, but now, the number of outer disciples and inner disciples in the entire induction dojo is no less than 800, and it seems extremely lively. This time, because of Chu Yan's call, there were a lot of people who came to watch the fun, not to mention other sect forces. Just the disciples of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect were all crowded. Since Chu Yan entered the 8 Xuanhuang sect, except for the battle of the first statue in the sky, he has basically never appeared. But the disciples in this sect are like thunder to senior brother Chu Yan. How could they not come to see such a big matter? #C3367 doesn't work for me. Swish swish swish. One after another silhouettes flew up from below and landed in front of the receiving and guiding dojo, and the pressure of 6 terrifying god kings suddenly swept away. "The elder is here." Many disciples in the dojo looked up and all saw it. Immediately afterwards, another ray of light flew over from the distant horizon. When it flew across the sky, the void was like a tide, and thousands of miles of waves were surging, and a figure appeared. Seeing the appearance of this figure, the expressions of all the disciples present changed slightly. "See, Envoy Yanglong." All the disciples, including the several god king elders present, looked at the Yanglong envoy who had just arrived, and saluted in unison. Now, Yanglong Venerable Envoy has broken through to the supreme realm of the 9 realms, and has become a well-known supreme giant in this domain. Coupled with the status of the envoy of the 8 Xuanhuan Zongzong, the absolute prestige is as high as a mountain. Yanglong Venerable Envoy. He Feng and the young men who had just arrived were all in shock. At this time, Yang Longzuan glanced over and landed directly in the direction of Heifeng and the others. Haha, did you see that Venerable Yanglong recognized me? I followed Master and came to visit back then, and Venerable Yanglong touched my head at that time. Heifeng was so excited when he saw Yang Longzuan's eyes sweeping over, he laughed wildly. However, before he could finish his sentence, Venerable Yanglong's complexion sank instantly, and he shouted. You kid, you finally know you're back. What the hell are you doing? Going back to your own sect, you still have to conceal yourself. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone present was shocked. The hundreds of disciples present, as well as other cultivators such as He Feng, were all stunned. The world's number 1, Chu Yan, is back. Looking at the envoy of Yanglong, Chu Yan smiled lightly, then removed the black robe and the technique of concealing breath on his body, strode out, and bowed his hands. Disciple Chu Yan, see Venerable Yanglong, elders. In an instant, countless gazes fell on him, and everyone looked surprised. He Feng and those earthly respected cultivators looked stunned, their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, completely dumbfounded. This young man who listened to him all the way, is Chu Yan. He Feng standing there, when he thought of the words he blew on the way up just now, his whole face turned purple in an instant, and he wanted to slap himself to death. What a shame. This time I really lost my hair. Bragging on the Lord, what is this called? Swish swish swish. At this moment, dozens of piercing sounds sounded in the distance, and figures rushed towards him. These people are all peerless geniuses of various sects and forces, including Yu Peng, who knew Chu Yan before. Chu Yan. As soon as Yu Peng and other unrivaled geniuses landed, they looked at Chu Yan, all of them had strange expressions on their faces. Chu Yan. A violent roar suddenly exploded, like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky. Below the receiving and guiding dojo, an old man with a long knife on his back strode forward, and with every step, he trampled the void into powder. The old man exuded an incomparably rich aura of coercion, like a peerless beast. Wherever he passed by, the disciples, cultivators, and unrivaled geniuses present were all shocked. Even those with lower cultivation bases were directly pale and trembling. The boss of ascending immortal sect, the Supreme Sky Sea. A disciple recognized the old man and said in surprise. Hurry up and hand over the person. The sound of drinking exploded like thunder, shaking the sky. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a cloth robe, a peerless woman with a long hair shawl and a face like a peach apricot, and an old man with a slightly bowed figure also rushed over quickly. This is the supreme impermanence of the Tianluan sect, the supreme Qiyue of the illusory immortal sect, and the supreme violence of the Tianwang school. Not only that, more powerhouses rushed up from below and landed on the receiving dojo. The barbarians are supreme. Overlord, supreme. Sanhegio, Feng Tian supreme. The God Demon sect, the Qi God supreme. A total of 8 supreme beings from the 9 regions descended together. In an instant, endless coercion and momentum, like a sky-swallowing tide, swept across all directions. Wherever it passed, the sky and the earth paled, the void exploded, and the entire receiving dojo was trembling. What's more, these 9 realm supremes all have angry expressions on their faces, and their whole body is full of breath, and they look like they are about to strike at any time. The cultivators present, peerless geniuses, etc., were trembling all over, and their faces were pale. In front of these big guys, they are not even as good as ants. These are the top 8 continents. appearing together is obviously to coerce the 8 Xuanhuan sect. We have discussed it. Yu Peng's heart was full of shock, and his eyes turned to Chu Yan. With this glance, Yu Peng's expression froze for a moment. I saw that the aura of the 8 top continents swept away, but Chu Yan in black robe was as stable as Mount Tai, standing majestically, completely unaffected by it, and even his face did not change. Compared with them, in the face of the 8 peaks of the continent, they are as insignificant as ants. At this time, Chu Yan is like a giant god of heaven and earth, defying the sky. Seniors, there are still many ordinary disciples present in our sect, please put down the coercion first. Chu Yan chuckled and said, your methods are of no use to me. As these words came out, all the disciples and peerless geniuses gasped in unison. These are the 8 peaks of the continent. If it were them, even if they were not afraid of being scared to death, at least they would not be able to open their mouths at all. But now, not only was this Chu Yan not affected in any way, he dared to say these words. What did you say? The pupils of the Tianluan sect, and the Qiyue Supreme of the illusory immortal sect, their faces darkened in an instant, and the aura of the Supremes in their bodies rolled and moved, causing the surrounding world to roar, as if it was about to be crushed. They are different from other forces, they were captured by Chu Yan, they are all the first peerless geniuses in the sect. Dear fellows have come from afar, you are neglecting. Please go to the main hall to tell. In the void, a bell-like sound resounded, and then a vast divine light surged in, paving a straight divine road like a cloud, connecting it to the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect master hall in the distance. The person who spoke was none other than Honorable Lord Xuanhuang. Everyone, please. When the Yonglong Palm envoy heard the words of Lord Xuanhuang, a smile appeared on his face, and he bowed his hands in greeting. Snort. The brutal-eyed supreme of the Tianluan sect, and the Qiyue supreme of the illusory immortal sect, snorted coldly, and walked away with their sleeves. Go to the main hall. You kid, just toss. Venerable Yonglong breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head and gave Chu Yan an angry look, and said. Your 2 words are very happy. I don't know that our sect will take out a bunch of resources to make an apology, I said, can't you calm down? Well, good, please rest assured. Chu Yan nodded and smiled. Okay, let's go quickly. Don't worry, now that you have returned to the sect, they don't dare to do anything to you. Venerable Yonglong shook his head, and after saying this, he went to the main hall. Chu Yan did not hesitate, and followed Venerable Yonglong to the main hall. #C3368 Let Go. The latest website, when Chu Yan and Yang Longzuan also disappeared on the auspicious Cloud Road, the whole ashram erupted. Oh my god, this is the #1 statue in the world. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Senior brother Chu Yan is mighty. I am too mighty in Baiyu Xuanhuang. One day, if I can also face 8 extremely strong men without changing my face, my death will be worth it. Ha ha ha. Most of the cultivators present were disciples of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, and they originally rushed back to the sect to see the demeanor of senior brother Chu Yan. Now seeing this, Chu Yan faced the 8 continental peaks alone, and his mighty and extraordinary image immediately made everyone's blood boil. After all, Chu Yan is a disciple of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, so extraordinary, ordinary disciples like them are also very excited. On this point, Venerable Lianyang Long and Venerable Xuanhuang behind him were equally happy. After all, having a peerless genius like Chu Yan in the sect will inevitably drive the disciples of the entire sect to work harder and make the sect stronger and stronger. Therefore, this is also the reason why the major forces value peerless geniuses. Among the crowd, Yu Peng stood there, but his face was full of sadness, and even a trace of regret rose in his heart. Had he known this earlier, he might not have come. He followed Chu Yan before, and Chu Yan tried his best to want Yu Peng to follow him. At that time, he told him to give up. Later, when he heard about the Battle of Pantheon Forbidden Land and the Battle of Tianyuan Land, Yu Peng almost regretted it. Such an important historical event, on the battlefield of infinite brilliance, did not leave his figure behind. On the other side, the main hall of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. When Chu Yan walked into the hall, dozens of eyes shot from the audience. Chu Yan, who ignored these gazes, was calm and leisurely, and bowed his hands to the Lord Xuanhuan, who was above the first place, before raising his head and sweeping around. Behind the 8 continental tops, there are 3 tops, wearing talisman robes and holding bone swords, a beautiful woman in a green skirt, and a middle-aged man with double pupils. Lord Wanhai of the Xietian sect, Lord Huayu of the Shifeng sect, and Supreme Moshan of the Absolute Heaven sect. Venerable Yanlong knew that Chu Yan didn't know these big guys, so he introduced them through voice transmission with his spiritual sense. Oh. Chu Yan nodded, his eyes flickering. Absolute Heaven sect is also here. The hot-haired young man seemed to be quite concerned about his affairs. However, none of the peerless geniuses of the Shifeng sect and the Xietian sect have been arrested, so what are they doing here? Spiritual consciousness flashed in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, and he continued to look at other people in the hall. In addition to these peaks of the continent, there are also some God King realm strongmen, and most of them are people from ancient tribes who have little contact with him. In addition, there are 9 people sitting in the corner of the hall, which made Chu Yan take a second look. Judging from his robes, these 9 people should be the elite disciples of the 8 Xuanhuang sect, Xuqian Pavilion, and the Sana sect. They have all reached Dao Realm Deshang and meet the standards of a peerless genius. Among them was a white-haired young man with a cold face, and purple lightning flashed in his eyes. Another young man wearing a star robe and holding a one-legged bronze figure, and a beautiful woman wearing a half-face mask with star eyes and bright teeth made Chu Yan look at him for a moment. The cultivation of these 3 people has already reached the God King realm, especially the young man with the purple lightning eyes has reached the God King realm. He is the number 1, the second peerless genius of our Baiyu Xianhuang sect, Huanghuoshan. Of course, before you, he is the number 1 peerless genius of our sect. Venerable Yanlong kept staring at Chu Yan, and as soon as his eyes came, he opened his mouth to introduce. That one is the number 1 peerless genius of Xiutian sect, Sin Face. The girl wearing the mask is the number 1 peerless genius of Sana sect, Xian Xiaohuan, and the rest are a little bit worse. Venerable Yanlong knows that with Chu Yan's talent, these people will be his main opponents in the future, so he will introduce them. 2 first peerless geniuses, and 1 second. When Chu Yan saw these peerless geniuses, the flames of war surged in his eyes. Forget about Huanghuoshan, they belong to the same clan after all, but the reason for Sin Face and Xian Xiaohuan to come to the 8 Xuanhuang sect at this time is very obvious. Little friend Chu Yan, I have heard of your name a long time ago. I have something to ask, do you know that you are the descendant of the gods? The Supreme Huhai of the Blood Sky Ancient sect asked. When this sentence came out, everyone present immediately turned their eyes to Chu Yan. Not only Huhai Supreme, but all the cultivators and bosses present were extremely curious about this question. You know, among the top 10 gods, the difference between the first 4 and the last 6 is the difference between heaven and earth. If we talk about the real gods, it refers to the first 4 gods. As for the last 6 gods, although they are also famous, they are not just half a star. Humph. Huhai, you are also a supreme being of the 9 realms, you can ask such a question. Without waiting for Chu Yan to answer, the Lord Xuanhuang, who is above the main seat, immediately opened his mouth and shouted. The reputation of the Xiutian ancient sect is not very good, and of course Lord Xuanhuang will not give him face. Regarding this, Huhai Jizuan just smiled and didn't take it seriously, but Tianluan sect's pupil supreme slapped the table in front of him hard, and said coldly. Stop talking nonsense, let me go immediately. Lord Xuanhuan heard the words, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said angrily, "Stinky boy, don't let him go." In name, Chu Yan is his nominal disciple. Although he protects Chu Yan, he really can't protect this peerless genius. Now that all the bigwigs from the 13 Orthodoxy and hundreds of ancient clans are here, the 8 Xuanhuan sect also needs to weigh each other's weight. Furthermore, this event was called by Chu Yan, with the purpose of releasing the peerless geniuses of the sects, and Lord Xuanhuan also counted on trying to resolve the hostility of the sects towards Chu Yan as much as possible today. In this way, it will be relatively safer for Chu Yan to practice outside in the future. Therefore, Lord Xuanhuan looked quite angry on his face. Yes. Chu Yan bowed his hand and waved his hand. Xiao Guqing, He Tianzhao, Fan Wuya, Man Long and other peerless geniuses appeared in the hall together. Haha, I'm back again. Nothing wrong. He Tianzhao was the first to wake up, raised his hand to look at his own hands, his consciousness swept away, and his face immediately beamed with joy. I'm there. This is. What's going on, Chu Yan? What have I been through, how long now? A group of peerless geniuses, all of them were bewildered. When they gradually came to their senses, they looked around and immediately found the bosses of their respective sects. Guqing, are you all right? The impermanent supreme of Tianluan sect asked anxiously while probing Xiao Guqing's body with his spiritual sense. No, nothing. Xiao Guqing and the impermanent supreme of Tianluan sect breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It doesn't matter whether it's Xiao Guqing's own investigation or the result of Wu Chang Supreme's investigation, it's all the same. Just like what He Tianzhao said, there is nothing wrong with it. Latest URL. #C3369 cannot let go. Almost all the peerless geniuses and bigwigs present at the scene, like Xiao Guqing and Wu Chang Supreme, all breathed a sigh of relief after various physical examinations. Fine. None of them. The elders of the Xuanhuan sect, such as the Xuanhuan lord above the main position, Yanglong Zhangshi, etc., also heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as people are fine, everything else will be fine. My lord, this disciple has something to say. Chu Yan said. Huh? What's the matter, tell me. Lord Xuanhuan was startled, and so were the other people present. The peerless geniuses of each sect have been released, but this matter is not over yet. But why did this Chu Yan speak first before other sects questioned him? Recently, the disciples were practicing abroad, and encountered several battles, suppressing several disciples from other sects. Please send them back to the Lord. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he waved his big hand, and Taoist Liuxiu appeared in the hall in a flash. As soon as these people appeared, they were all dumbfounded, just like Xiao Guqing before them. Lu Su of Pufa sect, Duan Shiling of Nainju sect, and this is all done. Lord Xuanhuang's eyes twitched twice. The other bigwigs present were also stunned. Recently, some places have been stirred up, and I didn't know what happened. Well now, things are very clear, it was all done by Chu Yan. What a direct disciple of the Lord of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, this is to unify our 13 paths. The pupil is supreme, with a sneer all over his face. Yang Long, take the peerless geniuses of all sects to rest in Tianlian Cave. Lord Xuanhuan didn't answer the words, he turned his head and gave instructions to the envoy of Yang Long. As for the big bosses present, when they heard this, the anger on their faces dissipated a little. Tianlian Cave is one of the important places of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Within the sect, only elite disciples are eligible to enter. It has great benefits for the strong to cultivate, and has a great reputation. Everyone, please follow me. Yang Longzuan stretched out his hand to signal, waved his hand with a smile on his face, wrapped Xiao Guqing and others, and disappeared on the spot with a swish. Chu Yan, you wait for me. Humph. Our business is endless, Today's matter, tomorrow we'll definitely ask face to face. In the void, the angry voices of peerless geniuses echoed for a long time. These peerless geniuses are now out of trouble, and several of them hate Chu Yan so much, especially in front of the bosses of their respective sects, they are even more confident. Following the departure of Venerable Yang Long and a group of peerless geniuses, the hall fell into a kind of silence. Little friend Chu Yan, at such an age, he has such a cultivation level. This time a few juniors from our sect have come here, and they want to compete with you. I don't know what to do. Feng Tian, Supreme of the Sana sect, with his jade lips parted lightly, his tone was light, but with a great momentum. Good show, let's start. All the people present, their eyes lit up immediately, and they all looked over. But Lord Xuanhuan's eyes were full of light, looking at Supreme Lord Feng Tian for a long time, and said with a smile, this matter. However, before Venerable Xuanhuan finished speaking, Venerable Qiyue of Illusory Immortal Sect immediately opened his mouth and said. Little friend Chu Yan, suppressing so many people at the same time, even Xiao Guqing and He Tianjiao together, must have a very strong cultivation. That's right. Don't talk nonsense. Let's have a good discussion today, which is good for the growth of these juniors. In my opinion, Kuang Woshan, Sun Face, Qian Xiaohuan, the three of you, together with Chu Yanjiao friends, try it. Hearing the words, Tong Tian, Supreme of the Barbarian Dragon Clan, laughed extremely happily, and hurriedly continued. Fellow Daoist Qiyue is absolutely right. This battle is rare in 100 years, and it can be called a grand event. Yes. Fellow Daoist Xuanhuan, please arrange it. I'll take a good look at it and see how the younger generations of God's domain continent have grown over the past 100 years. Not bad. The number one statue in the world, it's time to see it. All the 9 realm supremes present all spoke and agreed. This time, people from all sects gathered, although no one said it clearly, but no one had any idea. Everyone, it's impossible to just pick someone up and pat their butt off. Hearing the words of the 9 realms supreme, the complexion of the Xuanhuan Lord instantly darkened. Sun Face and Qian Xiaohuan are the number 1 peerless geniuses of the Illusory Immortal Sect and the Sana sect, and Kuang Woshan is stronger than the 2 of them. If Chu Yan were to match up with the 3 of them, would the result be any better? Moreover, it is impossible for the bosses of these forces not to know about Chu Yan's previous battle in the land of Tianyuan, so I am afraid that they have been prepared before coming. Up to now, Xian Huangzun mainly didn't expect that if these big brothers wanted to teach Chu Yan a lesson, then he would be the Lord in vain. Everyone, it's okay to compete, but the battle between peerless geniuses is not only about combat strength, but also reputation, so let them decide for themselves. This sentence is cryptic, but anyone can hear it, and it has only one meaning. You guys, do you want to lose face? Kuang Woshan's expression was as usual. He ignored the gazes around him, turned around to look at Lord Xuanhuan, and said. The disciple is willing to fight. Hearing this, all the 9 domain supremes present all raised their mouths. This is your own peerless genius of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect. He has already said he is willing, so what else can you Xuanhuang say? Lord Xuanhuang didn't have any special reaction when he heard Kuang Woshan's words, he just nodded slightly, turned to Chu Yan and asked. Chu Yan, what do you mean? At the same time as these words were spoken, the sound transmission of Lord Xuanhuang's consciousness also sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness at the same time. Stinky boy, don't cause trouble, quickly reject me. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately turned his head and glanced at Kuang Woshan, knowing it clearly. When looking at Lord Xuanhuang again, there was a trace of warmth in Chu Yan's eyes. The disaster he caused this time was a bit big, but after he returned to the sect, neither the envoy of Yang Long nor the Lord Xuanhuang said a word about him, let alone punished him. Now, I am still trying to find a way to help myself escape, I can only write down this kindness. Report to the Lord, the disciple is willing. Chu Yan cupped his hands. The number one peerless genius of every faction has come to his door, how could Chu Yan refuse? Huh. You. Lord Xuanhuan's face turned dark at that time, and his face was twitching as he stared at Chu Yan. This brat, what do you want to do? Not only the Lord Xuanhuan, but also those big bosses from the 9 regions present all had expressions of astonishment on their faces. As the big bosses of the various sects, they certainly know that the Lord Xuanhuan and Quanguoshan sang together. It seems that they are really following their various sects, but they are definitely not willing to let Chu Yan played. After all, the Lord Xuanhuan has a different identity. If he refuses, then these big brothers from the 9 regions who are equal to him can do whatever they want. However, if Chu Yan refuses, these big brothers are always embarrassed to bully a junior. Therefore, no one thought that Chu Yan would agree directly. At this moment, all the bosses looked at Chu Yan with astonishment, their eyes full of astonishment. #C3370 So unfair. The latest website, the Lord Xuanhuan, who is above the main seat, can still sit there, so he scolded on the spot. Chu Yan, don't speak in vain. The combination of these 3 people is very important. I am afraid that no one can stop the younger generation in this God's domain continent. If you are seriously injured, martial arts will be ruined. These words are very serious. I hope Chu Yan can understand the danger in it. After all, the people sitting here are all the top 9 domains of the 13 orthodox lineages and the top 100 ancient clans, plus the fighting power of peerless geniuses. If you are impatient, you will not be able to hold back at all. As a result, even if the Baiyu Xuanhuangzing wanted to protect him, it would be extremely difficult. War is, why be afraid of it? Chu Yan shook his head, his face was as usual, the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, and his eyes were full of burning flames. For Chu Yan, this battle is definitely looking forward to. What's more, Baiyu Xuanhuangzing has been helping him, now he has the opportunity, and it's his turn to help the sect. This. Lord Xuanhuang was a little confused, staring at Chu Yan, not knowing what to say for a while. When he looked up and saw the flames of war beating in Chu Yan's eyes, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if he understood something instantly. Heirs of the gods. Chu Yan is the descendant of the gods. So far, the only descendant of the gods that appeared on the continent of the gods. Even ordinary peerless geniuses have their own heart for martial arts and the idea of winning or losing, not to mention that Chu Yan is the number 1 in the world, the descendant of the gods. If he flinched from the challenge, he would not be able to achieve what he is doing now. This battle is extremely dangerous. However, the more such battles, the greater the gains. This point, the peerless geniuses who raised the challenge understand, and the 9 realms present here understand. Of course Lord Xuanhuang also understands. Okay. As expected of the descendants of the gods, you really have courage. Venerable Chiyua of the illusory immortal sect had an incomparably bright smile on his face. And the other peaks of the 9 regions looked at Chu Yan with smiles, all kinds of smiles. Although they all know that this is the territory of the Baiyu Xuanhuangzing, it would be impossible to kill Chu Yan here. However, if Chu Yan is just abolished, it is not impossible. Etc. At this moment, Supreme Master Tianhai of Shengxianzong suddenly spoke. In an instant, all eyes looked over, only to see Venerable Tianhai saying with a smile on the corner of his mouth. This is so unfair. When this sentence fell to the ground, it immediately attracted the expressions of many Jiuxiao present. What is this immortal sect doing? It actually helps the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect and Chu Yan. Facing the angry gazes of the crowd, Supreme Master Tianhai had a joking smile on his face, and continued. Chu Yan is the number 1 in the world. Although he is not the number 1 in the world like Empress Shantian, he is also the number 1 in the world, and he is also the only descendant of the gods in the mainland. In my opinion, he is basically unrivaled. Based on Kuang Wuxian, Sun Face, and Qian Xiaohuan, it is impossible for him to be his opponent. Therefore, this is not fair at all. When these words fell to the ground, the entire hall instantly fell into a dead silence. But soon, all the faces of the top of the 9 territories instantly showed joy, and the expression of suddenly was all over their faces. That's right. Fellow Taoist Tianhai is right. It makes sense, Chu Yan is invincible, Xuanhuan and the others are dangerous. In my opinion, you can't compete like this, you must let little friend Chu Yan give way. Okay, if you seal half of his true energy, it should be almost done. That's right. A group of bigwigs from the 9 regions said they were extremely happy, and all of them were smiling. But the Xuanhuan lord above the main seat, his face turned black. Kuang Wuxian, Qian Xiaohuan, and Sun Face joined forces, and it is dangerous. Also seal half of Chu Yan's cultivation base. These guys who are known as the top of the mainland are really shameless. That's what to do. After this battle, the affairs between my various sects and the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect will be written off. Otherwise, then we will give an explanation to all our sects. Supreme Lord Tianhai shouted coldly, but his eyes did not look at Lord Xuanhuang, but at Chu Yan. Not bad. I agree. Just do it. Friend Tianhai, you are right. As the saying goes, everyone pushes against the wall, such a good opportunity, how could these tops of the continent miss it, and they all agreed. Before these people came, they basically thought so. It is basically impossible to deal with the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect. After all, it is one of the 13 Dao lineages, and has a profound foundation. Moreover, the most important thing is that Chu Yan, he provoked everything, and he must pay a heavy price. As long as this Chu Yan is abolished, it will also be a huge blow to the strength of the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, absolutely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing what the big guys said, Sun Face was expressionless and just stood quietly on the ground, while Qian Xiaohuan beside him looked unhappy. Lord Xuanhuang's face was as cold as ice, and just when he was about to speak, suddenly, there was a burst of wild laughter in the hall. Ha ha ha, you shameless people, want to take this opportunity to destroy Chu Yan. Are you dreaming? The person who opened the mouth turned out to be the Mosheng Supreme of the Jiuxiao sect. What a joke! What a joke! You have forced Chu Yan to be invincible out of conscience, but I'm afraid you don't know that he is really invincible now. When these words came out, all the top 9 regions present were stunned, and they looked at Supreme Mosheng with astonishment. If anyone else said this, it would be impossible for anyone to believe it, but this Mosheng Supreme is from the Absolute Heaven sect. The current Chu Yan, under the Supreme 9 realms, but no matter how many people join forces, it is impossible to be his opponent. Do you want these 3 juniors to be abolished in Chu Yan's hands? You, don't be ashamed. In an instant, the entire hall fell into dead silence. If it is said that Chu Yan is the descendant of the gods, and there are people with higher status in this god's domain continent, then there is only one person, that is the young man with hot hair, the suzerain of Jiuxiao. This master woke up from the Pantheon Forbidden Land, his strength is extremely terrifying, all the orthodox forces are suspecting that the angry young man is related to the gods. So now, when Mosheng Supreme said these words, the top of the mainland who was present couldn't believe it. Friend Mosheng Taoist, are you serious? Chu Yan, invincible under the 9 realms. Impossible. How long has this kid broken through to the God King realm? He's invincible. This matter needs to be confirmed. After all, the Empress Xiantian couldn't do it. After a while, all the bosses present spoke in unison. The news was too shocking and unbelievable to them. How long has it been since the Battle of Tianyuan Land? Chu Yan, who just broke through to the God King realm, is now invincible under the Supreme. This is simply impossible. Hashtag C3371. It's the other way around. The latest website, the words of Zhu Tianzong Moshun Supreme caused a lot of fluctuations, but the eyes of the top of the continent present were all suspicious. Even all kinds of cynicism, tone and eyes are full of disdain. Who would believe the words of Moshun Supreme? Humph. A group of arrogant guys. Anyway, I have warned you, you can do whatever you want. After Moshun Supreme finished speaking, he sat down directly and did not say another word. The Supreme Huhai of the Xuetian ancient sect stood up at this time, and said with a smile on his face. Friend Emotion Dao, since you think Chu Yan is invincible, why not let him fight the 3 juniors according to the previous plan? When the time comes, you will naturally know the result. Hearing this, the faces of the big brothers of the 8 Xuanhuan sect suddenly changed. The eyes of Lord Xuanhuan were full of red light. These guys are simply singing. After all, the purpose is not to abolish Chu Yan, and give the 8 Yuxuan Huangzong a heavy blow. As soon as he thought of this, the Lord Xuanhuan could still sit still, and he was ready to stop it immediately. It's the other way around, and even if the 9 domains of the major forces gather here, it is the territory of the 8 Yuxuan Wangxing after all. As long as they disagree, what can they do? How dare? However, before the Lord Xuanhuan opened his mouth, Chu Yan, who was below, had already cupped his hands and said, Seniors, since you have opened your mouth, then I will pretend to be half true. Hearing this, Lord Xuanhuang's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, Chu Yan, no, you. Chu Yan raised his head, looked at Lord Xuanhuang, and said with a light smile, Don't worry, my lord, I have my own measure. At this moment, Lord Xuanhuang was stunned on the spot, looking at Chu Yan with a dull expression on his face. After a long time, Lord Xuanhuang shook his head helplessly, and said, Okay, it's up to you. This is the end of the matter. Chu Yan has already agreed, if he keeps stopping it, the result will only be worse. Now he can only make preparations. Once Chu Yan loses, he will immediately rescue him. In addition, it can be regarded as a lesson for Chu Yan. This is not bad for his future martial arts growth. After all, Chu Yan is now the #1 peerless genius of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, and his growth is the growth of the sect. For this, it is worth taking some risks. Since we talked about the competition, let's set the rules. Both parties are peerless geniuses of each sect. I don't want them to have bad results in my 8 Xuanhuang sect. Therefore, the first thing is to go to the end. Second, 1 round is limited to 1,000 breaths of time, and if the time falls, stop immediately. Lord Xuanhuang spoke, his eyes swept across the audience. Can. Tianhai Jizuan and others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Basically, the goals have been achieved, so they will naturally not object. If they make further demands, they may really anger the Lord Xuanhuang. Moreover, for the battle between peerless geniuses, 1,000 breaths is enough to tell the winner, not to mention that in a 3-on-1 situation, it is more than enough to abolish Chu Yan. Alright then. Get ready to begin. Lord Xuanhuang glanced at Chu Yan again, and after seeing the other party nodded affirmatively, he waved his hand and shot a large piece of daoguang, and a huge mask with a radius of 100 feet appeared directly in the hall. And Kuang Woshan, Sun Fash and Qian Shaohuan, without any hesitation, jumped into it and began to prepare. Chu Yan raised his foot, walked in big strides, and soon came within the range of the mask, standing there alone, facing the 3 peerless geniuses. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, offended. Sun Face bowed his hands and said to Chu Yan, Chu Yan, I heard someone say that you are very powerful, so I really want to see you, and just prove him wrong. Don't worry, because of Chang Tianhe's face, I will show mercy. Qian Shaohuan blinked at Chu Yan, his face full of laughter. Chang Tianhe? Where is he? How do you know him? Hearing the words Chang Tianhe, Chu Yan was stunned at the time, and asked quickly, his eyes were full of surprise. Huh. Your reaction, you. This time, it was Qian Xiaowan's turn to be surprised. She didn't expect Chu Yan to be so excited when he heard Chang Tianhe's name. Chang Tianhe asked me to tell you that when he breaks through the God King realm, he will come to you. Hearing this, Chu Yan was startled. God King realm. This kid seems to be doing well. At this time, the Lord Xuanhuan above the main seat waved his hand again and announced loudly. Start. When the voice fell to the ground, one after another burst into the sky in an instant. I saw a large number of thunder and fire coiled around Xuanhuan like giant dragons. The dual power of fire and thunder shocked the world. Junior Chu Yan, you are ready. Xuanhuan opened his mouth, and then his figure disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above Chu Yan, and he raised his hand to shoot out a palm of fire. As soon as the power of the palm of fire appeared, it burned all the void below into nothingness, and the powerful force exploded, overwhelming the sky. Not far away, Tianhai Jizuan and other big shots saw this scene. All of them were smiling. Originally, they were worried that this Xuanhuan and Chu Yan sect would not do their best, but now it seems that the power of this first move has almost reached its peak, without any mercy. On the other side, Sun Face and Qian Xiaohuan also shot at the same time, and under the explosive momentum, their power was not inferior to Xuanhuan at all. The former took out the one-legged bronze man and waved it out, and instantly there were hundreds of powerful phantoms, holding various spiritual weapons, roaring and rushing towards Chu Yan. And Qian Xiaohuan flicked his jade finger, creating a series of spiritual formation seals around Chu Yan's body. Compared to Xuanhua Tian, these two people obviously didn't make a full shot for the first time, only half of their strength at most. Obviously, they still care more about Chu Yan sealing half of his true energy. After all, he is a peerless genius, so that one is not arrogant. Humph. Even so, Chu Yan is dead today, let him know what will happen if he offends us. Tianhai Jizuan and other big bosses all have cold eyes and murderous intent. The Sky Sword Art. Facing the attack of the three people, Chu Yan directly operated the two methods of asking. The power in his body exploded, and the Haoyan sword in his hand cut out endless waves of swords, slashing in all directions. Boom! 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 Countless air storms exploded rapidly within the entire range of the mask. The four figures shuttled in the void, and under the flickering, they couldn't see clearly at all. They could only see the fierce collision, and all kinds of air storms were constantly exploding. The ordinary disciples present and the new god kings felt the fierceness of this battle, and all of them turned pale. The combat power of these peerless geniuses is really terrifying. They, god kings, might not be opponents at all. This Chu Yan's cultivation seems to have reached the great achievement of the god king realm. Fortunately, he was allowed to seal half of his true energy before. Tianhai Jizuan and the others were all astonished. But at this time, the Xuanhuan Lord and the others, who had been tense all the time, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chu Yan should have the power to protect himself. Even if he is defeated, he will not suffer too much damage. The Taoist master is vain. At this moment, Chu Yan in the mask yelled violently, and the tall and majestic figure behind him soared into the sky. #C3372 Crazy Thunder Prison. The latest website, the overwhelming might of battle surged out like a tide, even though it was blocked by a photo mask, it still rushed out. This is the strong man of the gods. All the people present looked at the towering figure in the mask. All of them know that the conditions for displaying the Taoist phantom, and of course they know the identity of Chu Yan, so this phantom can only be the phantom of the legendary gods. The Huhai Supreme Master of the Xuetian ancient sect used a secret pupil technique, as if he wanted to directly see through the phantom deity. But in the mask, because of the appearance of Taoist Zunzan, Kuang Wuxian, Sun Face and Qian Xiaohuan were instantly suppressed. Tianmu Jinglei. Under Kuang Wuxian's shout, the void exploded, and streams of purple-gold thunder light gushed out, coiling around his body, as if he was in a thunderstorm. Sun Face swung the one-legged bronze figure, and 10 sets of military armor appeared directly, layered on top of his body. And Qian Xiaohuan flipped her hand over, continuously spewing out the power of the spirit array, turning everything around her into a spirit wall. Fire Tower. Kuang Wuxian pushed his hands flat, and a phantom pagoda appeared in the void, directly reaching the sky above Chu Yan's head. The tower rotated, and was suppressed. In an instant, a huge force, like a tidal sea pouring in, suppressed Chu Yan. Not only that, but Chu Yan could feel his body inexplicably stagnant, as if trapped in a quagmire, and the consumption of true energy in his body instantly increased several times. On Kuang Wuxian, Sun Face and Qian Xiaohuan's incarnations rushed towards Chu Yan and displayed 3 tricks at the same time. Especially Kuang Wuxian, the 8 universes Xuanhuan meridian in the body circulated for a long time, the flames soared into the sky, the power was like a scorpion, the sky and the earth were exploded, and the endless ancient prehistoric flooded out like a tide. In an instant, Chu Yan was directly suppressed and was at a disadvantage. Seeing this scene, Lord Xuanhuan's expression darkened immediately, and his fingers on the table were slightly pale, while the other big bosses of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. They were all extremely nervous. Kuang Wuxian made a move without holding back at all, even more ferocious than the 2 peerless geniuses of other sects. Such a thing is quite abnormal, but the bigwigs in the sect all know in their hearts that this matter is too involved, and they can't intervene. Seeing the situation of the battle, Tianhai Jizuan felt extremely happy in his heart, turned his head to look at Moshen Jizuan, and said, "Friend Moshen, isn't he invincible? Now, it seems that it's a little bit far away from invincibility." Originally, in the eyes of Lord Xuanhuan, there was no difference between them and Supreme Moshen, but Supreme Tianhai knew that this Supreme Moshen had never discussed anything with them from the beginning to the end. Up to now, the bigwigs present have not figured out the reason why Moshen Supreme came here. Moshen Jizuan heard the words, but he looked disdainful, and even looked pitifully. He glanced at Tianhai Jizuan and ignored him at all. These guys, who don't understand shit, are just calculating Chu Yan like this, and as long as Chu Yan sacrifices that green lotus, they will know how ridiculous they are. 8 universes, the heavens and the earth are wild. At this time, Kuang Tian was as imposing as a rainbow, and when he punched out, 8 thunderclaps erupted, as if 8 mountains were smashed out. In Chu Yan's eyes, the flames of war soared. At this time, he didn't even think about casting the green lotus, nor did he think about sacrificing the Dao Realm mountain range, but just tightly held the long sword in his hand, and slashed out fiercely. This sword, the light of the sword was faint, and seemed to have no power, but when the light of the sword collided with the 8 fists, a surprising scene happened. What? Lord Xuanhuan and the top of the mainland who were present all had their eyes shot. I saw that when this sword fell, the thunderous fist in all directions burst into countless cracks in an instant, and its power was greatly weakened. How so? Kuang Wuxian's eyes were full of astonishment. You must know that this move he used is in conjunction with the method of asking questions of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, and it is extremely powerful. It can be said that it is a rare attacking trick of the method of asking in the entire God realm. Before, he thought that this move might not be able to hit Chu Yan severely, but the opponent would at least have to use his whole cards to resist it. I see. Chu Yan's eyes flickered. In this battle, he fought 3 peerless geniuses. When the 3 opponents cast their respective methods of asking questions, his unicorn pupils swept across them, and he was able to find the opponent's attack flaws. Chu Yan, who was still guessing at first, now tried out a move, and suddenly realized in his heart. First of all, I made continuous breakthroughs, first breaking through to the God King realm, then promoted to the God King realm Dashang, and then the Dao realm mountain range was completed. Under these conditions, my unicorn pupil finally broke through and improved. In addition, the most important thing is that the Daojing mountain range has integrated all the methods of asking, which means that he has cultivated all the methods of asking to perfection. Now he has fully understood the method of asking questions. Therefore, when Kuang Wuxian used the trick that matched the method of asking questions, Chu Yan glanced at it and saw through the weakness directly. No matter if it is an ordinary martial skill or a powerful Dao skill, as long as a weakness is seen, it can be cracked. Ask the furnace. Seeing that the opportunity came, Chu Yan gave a light drink, and a large tripod burst out of the air. The broken tower that came, get lost to me. As soon as the vicious Pluto raised his head, he saw a tower above his head being suppressed, and he was furious instantly. He swung out a pair of devil claws and slapped the tower fiercely. The tower buzzed and shook, and a crack appeared in an instant. This cauldron is actually in his hands, no wonder, no wonder. The bigwigs from the 9 regions who were present recognized Wendian furnace, and all of them had expressions of astonishment. Wendian furnace is among the ancient Taoist treasures. It is a prestigious existence, not to mention there is also a king of the top 10 ancient monsters in the furnace. Crazy Thunder Prison. Kuang Wuxian, as the former number 1 peerless of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, his strength is of course extraordinary. He reacted instantly, turned his fist into a palm, and pressed down hard. With this move, thousands of thunderbolts roared in the sky, turning into a giant lightning cage, covering Chu Yan. Chu Yan's eyes froze instantly, and his face turned cold. This crazy thunder prison is extremely powerful, not only locking his own energy, but also trapping his body. The power of thunder in it is not weaker than the ordinary heaven's punishment thunder tribulation. It is best to dodge such a thunder prison, otherwise it will be a disadvantage if you resist it. This used all the tricks. The bosses of the 8 Xuanhuan sect all had strange expressions on their faces, and some directly shook their heads and sighed. Kuang Tian was born with a lightning body, and his cultivation base of Thunder Dao dominates the entire sect, and even in the God's domain continent, there are very few people who can surpass it. The prehistoric world is in utter desolation, and the power of anger is mad. Kuang Wuxian's aura continued to skyrocket, and the 8 Xuanhuan meridian in his body was running at a high speed, and a large phantom appeared behind him, and the entire phantom was wrapped in lightning, just like the ancient thunder god, powerful and powerful. Moreover, the power of the 8 universes in his body has reached its peak, and the violent and extreme power in his whole body exploded, shaking the world in all directions. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, be careful. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Sun Face not far away also began to use the method of asking questions, waving the one-legged bronze figure in his hand, and all kinds of ancient powers surged. #C3373 Lotus of Eternity. The latest website. This Sun Face is in the sect, but his heart is in the military camp, so the spirit weapon he uses is also a horse warfare weapon. Moreover, this horse fighting weapon is extremely rare even on the battlefield. One-legged bronze figures are generally used by extremely powerful and brutal generals, and no one dares to use them unless they are strong men in the world. When Sun Face was practicing in the mainland, he accidentally obtained this spiritual weapon. He really liked it. He used a lot of resources and Dao treasures to refine it to the top Dao treasure realm. It can be said that in order to refine this Dao treasure, the amount of Dao treasure he used is probably more than 3 times its own value. It is also because of this that the power of this spiritual weapon is extraordinary. On the other side, Xuanhuan looked at Kuang Wuxian and Sun Face, who seemed to be ready to attack with all their strength, and suddenly their big eyes began to blink. To be honest, she really doesn't like things like 3-on-1, so she hasn't tried her best. But now, seeing that the two of them are ready to fight, and there are so many big bosses around, if they don't try their best, they will definitely think that they are weak, and they will lose face of the sect. The next moment, she flipped her jade hand, formed a Dao seal, and evolved a large number of clones, rushing towards the surrounding void, drawing with various taps, reflecting a large number of spirit patterns, turning into a large stream of light, and rushing back to her body together with those clones in vivo. Hum. A powerful breath erupted from her body in an instant, rushing out wildly. From now on, the three peerless geniuses are going all out, headed by Xuanhuan, like three peerless spiritual swords, rising into the night, trying to pierce the sky, rushing towards Chu Yan from three different directions. So strong. The God Kings present, as well as other peerless geniuses, all gasped. Such a killing power, even the peak of the God King realm, I'm afraid it can't resist it. Not good. The bigwigs of the 8 Xuanhuan sect all looked anxious when they saw the scene. The face of the Lord Xuanhuan completely sinks down. Only Tianhai Jizuan and other people from the 9 regions of the mainland all raised the corners of their mouths and their eyes were full of smiles. But now, 1/3 of the time has passed. After the 3 peerless geniuses tried it, they must do it. Even if this Chu Yan is not weak, he will definitely suffer heavy injuries. As long as he is injured, if he continues to fight, it will be much easier to kill him. Chu Yan, I know you have a green lotus, use it. The eternal lotus, the world is endless. Mosen Supreme suddenly transmitted his spiritual consciousness and said to Chu Yan. In his opinion, it is meaningless for Chu Yan to fight these 3 peerless geniuses now. However, Chu Yan just glanced at him sideways, and did not follow what he said. Eternal Lotus. Is that its name? Chu Yan remembered Lilian's name in his heart. At this moment, the 3 peerless ultimate moves on the opposite side all fell down. Chu Yan's long hair was blown by the strong wind, the tiger roared and hunted, and the god-defying flames in his body surged wildly like a volcanic eruption. First, the dragon of thunder and fire, held continuously by Chu Yan's flames against the gods, turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The powerful ultimate move was destroyed in an instant. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure was like lightning, and he did not avoid it, but he came directly in front of the 3 of Xuanhuan, and the expressions of the 3 of them suddenly changed. Under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Chu Yan's figure turned into countless afterimages, accompanied by the sword light waving all over the sky, like a sea of sword intent, surging and puffing. Boom! 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 The thunder shook the sky, shaking in all directions. An extremely shocking scene appeared. The powerful unique moves of Xuanhuan and the 3 were all smashed into powder under this sea of swords, and disappeared on the spot. This is impossible. All the God Kings and peerless geniuses had their eyes wide open and their faces were filled with surprise. Even the Lord Xuanhuan and the Supreme Lord Tianhai had expressions of disbelief on their faces. With a single force, Chu Yan actually blocked the joint attack of 3 peerless geniuses. More importantly, Chu Yan didn't seem to use his trump card at all, just an ordinary sword move. Depend on. Mosen Supreme stood up in shock, opened his mouth, and shouted. According to his estimation, Chu Yan can only use the Eternal Lotus to save the day. Even if the Eternal Lotus is not used, I am afraid there are other tricks or something, but now, the combination of the 3 of them is so easily resolved. Among the top 10 gods of ancient times, the top 4 are half the best, and the 5th among the gods, the first master of the 9 domains, is extremely special. Could it be? Mosen Supreme was absent-minded, and his heart kept sinking. And the other 9 realms who were present also came back to their senses at this time. All of them had strange expressions on their faces, including Lord Xuanhuan, who frowned slightly. This kid, is he so strong? Wait, I have to ask, what has he been doing during this time? Thinking in his heart, a look of joy rose on the face of Lord Xuanhuan, and he let out a long sigh of relief. In the current situation, it is not a problem for Chu Yan to support 1,000 breaths of time. At this time, in the mask, among all the people in the audience, Huang Wuxian, Sun Face and Qian Xiaohuan were the most impacted, and their perception was clearer. In the instant just now, the attacks launched by the three of them seemed to have completely lost their power, disappearing like a cloud of scattered breath. Anti-God Flame. Chu Yan did not stagnate, and shot again, and I Xinyan rushed out and coiled around his body, evolving into a huge dragon head. A pair of dragon claws was pulled out from the void, grabbing straight at the three peerless geniuses, and the other dragon claw blasted towards the thunder dragon above the head. The three of Huang Wuxian saw the appearance of the Nishinyanyanlong, and the crisis in their hearts suddenly rose. His fire element cultivation base is actually not weaker than the number 1 peerless of my tyrant clan. The supreme leader of the tyrant clan, his eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he was thinking faintly. In any case, for Chu Yan, who has such a powerful fire element, he is definitely the nemesis for the Ba clan, so he must bring this news back and tell the descendants of the Ba clan that they should not be enemies of Chu Yan until they reach the supreme realm. After all, the Ba clan wins by fighting with the fire element, but now that Chu Yan's fire system is so strong, the peerless geniuses of the Ba clan have no advantage at all in fighting it. Of course, if he knew that Chu Yan had already practiced the Ba clan's method of asking questions, maybe he would understand that the Ba clan's ancient prophecy could really be realized. As time goes by, the battle in the mask continues. With one sword and one sword, Chu Wei has already broken the whole cards of the two peerless geniuses, and has turned from defense to offense, frequently attacking the three peerless geniuses. Anyone can see that the current Chu Yan has turned the tide of the battle. Afterwards, Chu Yan's offensive became stronger and stronger, and the three peerless geniuses continued to retreat. Qian Xiaohuan had already used 50% of her strength, and now she gritted her teeth and began to display 80% of her combat power, and directly sacrificed 2 ancient Taoist treasures. #C3374 Great Compassion Mantra. The latest website, Huang Wuxian and Sun Face are similar, and they also resorted to ancient Taoist treasures to fight against. Now, the three of them are completely at a disadvantage. It's time for 800 breaths. It seems that the three of them can't deal with Chu Yan's move. If this 1,000 time is up, it is impossible for them to seriously injure Chu Yan. Maybe they are the ones who are hurt. Yes, it's possible. The God King realm and peerless geniuses present, of course, could see the situation on the battlefield, and all of them were guessing in their hearts. At this moment, someone's eyes turned to Moshen Supreme, attracting more people to look over. Moshen Supreme had just finished talking before. This Chu Yan is already an invincible existence under Supreme, and now it seems that it is really possible. After all, among the peerless geniuses, including the God Kings of the mainland, it is impossible for anyone to suppress half of their cultivation and even fight against 3 top peerless geniuses. On the main seat, Lord Xuanhuan was in a good mood at this time, picked up the spiritual tea in front of him, and drank it one after another. Tianhai Jizuan and other tops in the mainland all turned blue, and even the 9 regions Jizuan pushed down the table in front of him so much that it sank. In the land of Tianyuan, Chu Yan made all major forces in the mainland lose face. Even if he is not killed, he must be taught a lesson. But now, I can't even teach a lesson. Fire Sky Thunder Eyes, Double Sky Art. At this time, the pupils of Huang Wuxian burst into golden light, turned into lightning bolts, and shot fiercely towards Chu Yan. This move of his is one of his life-saving means. It is far superior to ordinary tricks, and it is extremely sudden and powerful. However, Chu Yan's pupils flickered, as if he had been prepared for a long time, and raised his hand to chop it into pieces with a sword. You can no longer use ordinary tricks, you must use Taoism. Huang Wuxian seemed to have discovered something, and reminded loudly. Qian Xiaohuan and Sun Face knew each other instantly. flipped the seals in both hands. Chu Yan still swung the long sword, and the momentum of the sword was like a tide, but the three of Sin Face could clearly feel that the attack they made was not like before, which collapsed at the touch of a touch. Taoism, yes. Everyone present seemed to have discovered this secret. However, the complexions of Tianhai Jizuan and others were still dark. The discovery of the three of Quanguoshan was still a bit late. Now 90% of the time has passed, and there is still 100 breaths left, which is useless. Moreover, the power of Taoism is not comparable to the ultimate move. Even if the three of them join forces, they will only move back by 10 to 20%, and the battle will barely be a tie. If I had known this, I wouldn't have followed the conditions of Lord Xuanhuan. Supreme Lord Tianhai's heart was full of regrets. If it is 2,000 breaths, maybe the three of Quanguoshan can turn this situation around and turn defeat into victory. At this time, the battle within the light shield continued to emit thunderous roars. The three of Chuhua and Quanguoshan fought together, playing countless powerful Taoism, and the three of Quanguoshan seemed to be getting more and more advantageous. There's still 20 breaths left. A god king exclaimed loudly and reminded. All the bosses of the 8 Yu Xuanhuang sect breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on the face of the Xuanhuang lord became even more intense. After this battle, everything was cancelled, the Baiyu Xuanhuangzim became famous in the battle, and Chu Yan was able to save his life. It couldn't have been better. Snort. The faces of Tianhai Jizuan and others were full of displeasure. The last few breaths of time are meaningless. In this battle, both hands can be regarded as a tie at best. This time, Chu Yan was not severely injured and destroyed, and he also became famous in the battle. I am afraid that Chu Yan's reputation will be spread again on the mainland. However, Hu Hai Supreme, who had been silent from the beginning to the end, looked at the scene on the battlefield, but his eyes were shining, and he didn't know what he was thinking. 3. Thank you for staying. Chu Yan slashed down with a sword, and the power of the sword had already reached a great level. He chopped all the powerful Taoism in front of him into powder, and at the same time, the three of Quanguoshan retreated violently. After closing the sword, Chu Yan bowed his hands and said politely. The last 3 breaths, if the battle is over, it can be over. Chu Yan, the last trick, let's see if you dare to take it. But before Chu Yan's words fell to the ground, Quanguoshan's eyes were red, and he let out a terrifying roar. Endless purple energy gathered on his hands, condensing an extremely ancient seal, and shot it out loudly. What kind of breath is this? Not good. Lord Xuanhuang's originally relaxed mind suddenly became tense the moment the ancient purple seal appeared, and his whole body's dignity exploded, and he was ready to intercept it. Xuanhuang, this battle is not over yet, you can't break the rules. Hu Hai Supreme seems to have expected it a long time ago. With a sneer, he rushed to the front of Xuanhuang Venerable Lord, released a powerful aura, and blocked all the aura of Xuanhuang's respect. The time was extremely short, and in less than a breath, the ancient purple seal had already arrived in front of Chu Yan. Chu Yan's eyes were slightly stern, and the method of asking in his body was running, pouring into the sword body, and slashing out with a sword. The next moment, a strange scene appeared. The Haotian sword, which could cut everything, did not cut through the purple seal, but passed through the seal directly, causing the purple seal to slap Chu Yan hard on the chest. Under this move, what happened next was even more strange. I saw that the majestic figure summoned by Chu Yan suddenly burst into a large purple flame all over his body, and it was burning. Chu Yan could clearly feel that a mysterious force penetrated through his own sea of consciousness and soul, directly attacking the soul of God of War. What is this? Chu Yan's expression changed. This is not one of the 10 ancient forbidden curses, the Great Compassion Curse. Tong Tian Supreme of the barbarian clan seemed to see something, and suddenly shouted in surprise. What? Great Compassion Curse. On the faces of Tianhai Jizuan and the others, Tong Jin showed astonishment, and at the same time there was a touch of panic. These 10 ancient forbidden spells are extremely special. According to legend, one of the 10 great gods beheaded a powerful Taoist demon head. When he was dying, he used boundless resentment and Taoism to transform his flesh and blood into a powerful forbidden curse, which is the Great Compassion Mantra. Later, many powerhouses discovered that this Great Compassion curse was actually a powerful attack against the ancient gods. In the subsequent era, someone got this curse, and when cast, even the treasures and exercises left by the 10 ancient gods can produce incomparably terrifying power. However, it is said that this curse has been lost and has not appeared for thousands of years. Now, it will appear in the hands of Xuanhuan. The Blood Heaven ancient sect, what a great handwriting, such a thing is actually given to my sect disciples. The eyes of Lord Xuanhuan were as cold as ice swords and snow blades. Honorable Lord Xuanhuan misunderstood. We have never met the mad Taoist friend of the noble sect. He got this curse completely because of his own good fortune. Hu Hai Supreme stood there with a smile on his face. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying purple light suddenly shot out from Chu Yan in the mask, turning the entire hall into purple. This is obviously the Great Compassion Curse, which exploded with the strongest power. #C3375 Dingkuan Daoist. Latest URL, according to the ancient records, this Great Compassion Mantra performed its karma, wrathful heaven and earth resentment, and the vision shocked the world. Xuanhuan's cultivation level is not enough, obviously only a part of its power has been exerted. A supreme looked at it and said, part of the power. So what? Chu Yan is the descendant of the gods, and this curse just restrains him. Tianhai Jizuan and other big bosses all looked proud. Ever since Chu Yan exposed his identity as the successor of the gods in the land of Tianyuan, not only the ancient Blood Heaven sect, but also all the major sects in the mainland are trying to restrain him. Among them, the Great Compassion Curse found by the Xuetian ancient sect is absolutely top-notch. All the bigwigs present understood and looked at Supreme Hui with joy. This time, the Blood Sky ancient sect was of great help. However, at this moment, another incomparably terrifying immemorial coercion rushed straight to Tianxiao from Chu Yan's body in the mask. Even the light shield personally arranged by the Lord Xuanhuan, in front of this power, it instantly burst and swept all directions. Then, a strong purple color was pushed out of Chu Yan's body and disappeared into the void. But at this time, Chu Yan's figure did not change at all, and the towering figure behind him was also tall and straight. This. Tianhai Jizuan and other top of the continent were all stunned, and Xuanhuan was even dumbfounded. Great Compassion Curse failed. Hasn't it already had an effect just now? How could it suddenly lose its effect? Could it be that this Great Compassion Curse is ineffective against Chu Yan? Not. Yu Jizuan suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. It is said that among the 10 ancient gods, only one is not afraid of this Great Compassion Curse at all, and can even resist and suppress it. Yes. Yes. I've heard that too, that's. Oh my god. Chu Yan is the 5th descendant of the gods. A group of extremely strong men suddenly thought of something, all of them were shocked, and gasped at the same time. God's 5th. What that means, of course they know. Everyone, the time has come. This battle is over. Seeing that Chu Yan in the mask was not in danger, Lord Xuanhuan hurriedly announced. At this moment, the silence in the hall was instantly broken. Haha, little friend Chu Yan, you really have extraordinary combat power, I have seen it today. Congratulations, congratulations. With Chu Yan in the Bayou Xuanhuang sect, he will surely soar into the sky in the future. So amazing. A group of top performers from the mainland reacted, all of them squeezed out a smile on their faces, and bowed their hands to the Lord Xuanhuan, who was above the main seat. Lord Xuanhuan didn't care about this, he just nodded casually, turned his head to look at Kuang Wuxian, and said coldly, "Go down. Your master is waiting to see you." When Kuang Yantian heard the words, his face was startled, then he lowered his head and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, everyone present seemed to know what was going to happen, and they all shook their heads. This Kuang Wuxian is the peerless of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. After this battle, his status and identity will probably change. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, this is my jade talisman. If there is a chance in the future, I hope to fight with you again. Sun Face came up, took out the jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I will go to the first domain with Chang Tianhe, when the time comes, huh? Qian Xiaohuan spoke, his tone obviously a little displeased. Okay. Okay, no problem. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and took the jade talisman. It has to be said that the combat power of these two peerless geniuses is definitely not weak. If it were another peerless genius, the outcome of this battle would be hard to say. Fellow Taoists, this kid has caused a catastrophe. Although he has been cancelled today, the rules of my 8 Xuanhuan sect will not spare him. When I take him down, he will be punished. Lord Xuanhuan stood up and slightly cupped his hands. Let's take a step back first, and the elders of this sect will treat everyone well. After saying this, Lord Xuanhuan gave Chu Yan a wink, and went straight to the apse. Fellow Taoist Xuanhuan, please be polite. Tianhai Jizuan and a group of big shots were smiling, but their hearts were full of twitches. Punishment. Punish ass. I'm afraid that after today, your Baiyu Xuanhuang sect will lift this kid up to the sky. Everyone, my sect has prepared a banquet, please. The elders of the Baiyu Xuanhuang sect hurriedly greeted the leaders of the various sects. In the side hall next door, a large number of tables have already been set up, and all the banquets have been prepared, all of which are delicacies. After the bigwigs were seated, they began to chat. The peerless geniuses of these forces are still cultivating in the secret realm, so they can't leave, they can only wait here. After all, the purpose of their visit this time is to bring back their peerless geniuses. Supreme Tianhai, you are polite. Moshen Supreme held the wine glass as a signal, and at the same time transmitted a divine sense. Presumably you should have discovered that the gods that Chu Yan inherited. Hu Hai Jizuan's face darkened slightly, and then he smiled lightly and said, Friend Moshen, you must know, why don't you tell us directly? Moshen Supreme smiled and said, Hee, don't hide it anymore, I just passed on a word from our suzerain to you. If Chu Yan's identity as the fifth descendant of the gods is known by the world, then the number of the current 13 orthodoxy must be reduced by 1. Hearing this, Supreme Hu Hai's expression changed slightly, and he said again, Yu Jiutian sect's tone is so domineering, even if Chu Yan is exposed, it may not necessarily be us. That can't be helped, I can only count you as unlucky. In addition, our suzerain also said. Moshen Supreme shook his head and smiled, before Chu Yan breaks through to the 9 realms Supreme, if anything happens, he will attack you. I've said everything I want to say, so farewell. After putting down the wine glass, Moshen Supreme greeted the elders present, but disappeared immediately on the spot. Supreme Hu Hai stared blankly at the empty wine table, his whole body was not well, and his face was instantly cold. On the other side, the 8 Xuanhuang sect, the core secret realm. After Chu Yan arrived here with Lord Xuanhuang, his expression changed slightly when he looked at the surrounding situation. I saw that under their feet was a plain full of star stones, like a calm lake under a starry sky, which looked extremely beautiful. There is a courtyard in the distance, stretching from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. This space is filled with an ancient aura of coercion, which makes people tighten their minds. Chu Yan is no stranger to this breath, because it is the breath of the Taoist master, the Taoist of the 8 Xuanhuan sect. Chu Yan's heart trembled slightly. The 13 Tao lineages on this continent must all have masters of the Tao master realm in command. Lord Xuanhuan led Chu Yan all the way forward, and soon arrived in front of a small courtyard. This courtyard is similar to the small courtyard of ordinary people, with spiritual grass and fairy flowers planted, and a stone table with a chessboard on it. A white-haired young man, the master whom Chu Yan met once, the master of Xuanhuan Lord, was sitting at the stone table, playing chess. He is Taoist Dingdanfang. Chu Yan, you're here. #C3376 Aries Plow the Sky. The latest website. Of course Chu Yan knows this Taoist Dingdanfang, and he is a white-haired. Come on, let me introduce you. This is my Baiyu Xuanhuang sect, the previous suzerain, Master Xuanqing. He is also the nominal master of that girl Shantian. Seeing Chu Yan looking at the white-haired youth, Patriarch Dingdanfang immediately introduced with a chuckle. Junior, see Lord Xuanqing. Chu Yan's face was slightly startled, and then he bowed his hands and saluted. Not because of the other party's identity, but because he is actually the master of that Empress Shantian. No need. Lord Xuanqing waved his hand, with a smile on his face, looked Chu Yan up and down, and said. 3 things. First, please don't bear any grudge against Kuang Wuhun, he is unwilling, that's why he. The reason why Kuang Tian shot so hard, Chu Yan could guess it when he was fighting before. The envoy Yang Longzuan's sentence, my sect's #1 peerless person before you, was basically an explicit statement, so Chu Yan was mentally prepared for Kuang Wuhun's crazy attack. Senior is serious, I won't hold grudges against him. Chu Yan replied. If Kuang Wuhun hadn't used the Great Compassion Curse, those big bosses in the sect would not deliberately plead with Chu Yan. However, that Kuang Wuhun ghost was obsessed with stealth, and for the sake of a false name, he secretly conspired with the ancient Blood Heaven sect to get a big killer specifically to deal with Chu Yan. This nature has completely changed. However, regardless of the importance of peerless geniuses to a sect, no sect power would want to see 2 peerless geniuses in the sect become sworn enemies. Second, I want you to be the next envoy. As soon as these words came out, Patriarch Dingdanfang nodded and said, Xuanhuang is coming down soon, and Yang Long will take over. You are the most suitable envoy. Lord Xuanhuang hurriedly turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and reminded him. Boy. After you become an envoy, you can't mess around anymore. This time is over, but if in the future. Anyway, remember, even if you do it, you can't let people find out. In this God's domain continent, there are many sects of major forces. On the surface, it seems to be peaceful, but of course they are clear about the shadow of swords and swords in the dark. This time, it was also Chu Yan who went too far and suppressed so many peerless geniuses at once. Although he had gained a great reputation for the Baiyu Xuanhuangzong, he also put himself in great danger. This. Chu Yan, who was pondering after hearing the words, shook his head directly and refused. Seniors, I can't agree to this matter. It's better to replace this envoy with someone else. When this sentence came out, Venerable Xianxing laughed out loud at that moment. Let me tell you. This kid's temperament is exactly the same as that girl. Patriarch Dingdanfang gave Lord Xuanqing a white look, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, Chu Yan, don't rush to refuse, I know you want to go to the first domain, but the position of the Palm Envoy, no conflict. Speaking of this, Patriarch Dingdanfang pointed at Lord Xuanhuang, and hurriedly said. Look at him, as a venerable master, he doesn't just stay in the first domain every day, and nothing happens. Lord Xuanhuang blushed when Master Xuanhuang said this. This clearly means that he doesn't care about the affairs of the Zonli every day, and immediately turns his head, looks at the distant sky, and studies the movement of the stars. Senior, you misunderstood me. I was afraid that I would cause trouble to Zonli after I became the envoy. You know. Chu Yan smiled wryly, and stopped talking halfway through, but the meaning couldn't be more obvious. He is now at Daojing Mountain Range Great Consummation, which is the method of asking for all the Taoist forces and great sects in the world. Why did Yan suppress these peerless geniuses? I just thought that in order to show off his fame, Chu Yan has been suppressing the peerless geniuses of various sects. But even if Chu Yan wanted to hide this matter, he probably wouldn't be able to hide it for a long time, and people would know about it sooner or later. At that time, the 8 Xuanhuan sect may be very troublesome. What trouble are you afraid of, you kid? Lord Xuanhuan turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, and was about to speak. But before he could finish his sentence, Patriarch Dingkuan directly interrupted, "Is it related to your suppression of those peerless geniuses?" This question was on point, and Chu Yan didn't intend to hide it any longer, sooner or later. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Then, okay. Let's not talk about this, we will talk about it later. Patriarch Dingkuan wanted to embrace him, but after looking at Chu Yan and thinking about it for a long time, he finally shook his head and gave up continuing to persuade. The third thing, Girl Shantian said, you are the 5th descendant of the gods. And you have fused part of that soul. When Lord Xuanqing asked Chu Yan, his face was full of solemnity. Yes. Chu Yan nodded again. Now that Empress Shantian has already said it, he will not hide it anymore, and it seems that he can't hide it anymore. The next moment, Chu Yan waved his hand, and the blue light behind him shot up into the sky, and the momentum like a mad gang thunder surged in all directions. Daoist Dingkuan, Lord Xuanhuan, and Lord Xuanqing all had a look of surprise in their eyes, and looked up into the sky. Although I have heard about it, seeing it with my own eyes now, I am also shocked. This is the soul of the 10 great gods in ancient times. Although it is only a part of the remnant soul, it is the real soul of the gods. Moreover, they can clearly see that with the improvement of Chu Yan's cultivation level, the power of this soul will continue to increase and become stronger, and in the end it may be the 5th existence of the top 10 gods, come in person. It took a long time for Lord Xuanqing to react from the shock, looked at Chu Yan, and asked excitedly. Chu Yan, do you know that the names of the 5th gods are taboo? Hearing this, Chu Yan hurriedly bowed his hands to the 3 of them, and said anxiously. Senior, I also asked Empress Shantian before, but she said that my cultivation base is too low to know. Now, I have reached the great achievement of God King realm, if you can, please let me know. Having said that, Chu Yan saluted again. Of course, Chu Yan wanted to know about this Qingjiao war god who accompanied him on his martial arts journey and rescued him many times in times of crisis. Since this period, Chu Yan has too many doubts about the hot youth, about reincarnation, etc., and maybe now is an opportunity. Lord Xianxing looked at Chu Yan, and after 10 breaths of time, he said softly. In ancient times, before the shocking battle broke out, there were many existences stronger than the Taoist realm. And there are only 10 gods, and they are called gods for a reason. Listen well. Having said that, Lord Xuanqing's face was unusually serious, he looked up at the sky, and then said. Every one of the 10 gods has its own taboos and secrets, which are extremely exciting. Hearing this, flames ignited in Chu Yan's eyes instantly. As for the fierce Pluto in Wentian furnace, his ears were pricked up, as if he was afraid of missing a word. Gods, existence beyond the Taoist realm is related to a mysterious battle. Lord Xuanqing looked at Chu Yan, and continued, the 5th person among the 10 gods, the god of war, was the #1 master of the 9 regions back then. He has unrivaled combat power and is extremely special. Because of this specialness, he is different from other gods. Just this title is enough to kill the world. Now you are qualified to know this name. Remember, the name of the god of war is Li Tian. Hashtag C3377 3 things. The latest website. After these words fell, the whole world seemed to be attacked, and a strong wind surged. You know, this is the core secret realm of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, and with the Taoist Dingkuan guarding it, it is impossible for there to be fluctuations in the world. But everyone felt it. The moment the name was spoken, even the breath of Taoist Dingkuan fluctuated instantly. And Chu Yan stood there, feeling a little absent-minded. Plow, God. As he muttered, the name seemed to fill the depths of his soul, a place that was missing, and suddenly filled it up. This feeling is just like the Daojing mountain range Dzogchen before. Boom. In the next breath, the soul of the god of war behind Chu Yan shot up to the sky, unleashing boundless ancient coercion, suppressing one side of the world. The entire small courtyard, flowers, plants, and houses in the courtyard are releasing the light of the spirit array and starting to resist. Lord Xuanqing, Lord Xuanhuan, and Taoist Dingkuan looked at the towering figure behind Chu Yan and nodded slightly. Sure enough, when Chu Yan knew the name, the return of the god of war was of great benefit to him. Thank you, Senior. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan reacted and bowed his hands solemnly. This time, to outsiders, it seemed that it was only the benefit of returning to the position of the god of war, but Chu Yan himself knew that this was completely a breakthrough for him. At this time, the 9-region star map, which had been silent in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, had circles of ripples, and a small golden spar flew out of it, shooting into the big golden crystal in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. This. Chu Yan was taken aback. Another piece of this golden crystal was conceived. Chu Yan, did you sense its change, or something happened? Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Lord Xianxing asked. But before Chu Yan could speak, Empress Xuantian's cold voice immediately rang out in his sea of consciousness. They are nice to you. I told them something about you. However, regarding your reincarnation, I just told them according to Zhu Tianzong's guess that you may be the young master of a certain force in the ancient times. Regarding your reincarnation, troubles are huge and involve many things. It's best to be conservative now, or it may cause trouble. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded at that time and bowed to Lord Xianxing. Senior, it's nothing, just a sense. Ah, that's good. Upon hearing this, Venerable Master Xianxing relaxed, and nodded with a light smile. About the matter of the gods and the matter of the god of war, I just want to tell you that it's better not to expose it until you reach the supreme realm of the 9 realms. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and said again, I made a decisive decision before, and there is still one thing I don't know. The names of the gods are very important, and there is a special god of war. What exactly do you mean? Hearing this, Taoist Dingkuan, who had been silent by the side, smiled and said, Chu Yan, I tell you these things now, and you won't be able to gather. When you go to the first domain, you will naturally understand slowly. These words made the fierce Pluto, in Wentian furnace, immediately roll his eyes. I just mentioned the key point, but I didn't say it, it's so boring. You know, Chu Yan is definitely a big trouble now that he has merged with the Dao Realm mountain range, and the identity of this god of war heir is also a big trouble. Now these old guys have been talking for a long time, and the fierce Pluto can hear it. Even if Chu Yan breaks through to the 9 realms supreme, I am afraid it will cause these troubles. Chu Yan, I have told you about these 3 things. Ding Kuan and Xuanhuan will talk to you about the other things, so I will leave first. Lord Xuanqing said, looked at Chu Yan, nodded and smiled, and said. The road ahead, you will be more rugged than other peerless geniuses. I hope to meet you in the first domain as soon as possible. After speaking, his figure slowly blurred and disappeared. Good boy. Seeing Lord Xuanqing leave, Lord Xuanhuan came up and patted Chu Yan on the shoulder and said. When I was the suzerain, Xianxing never said so many things to me. Chu Yan also understood the secret meaning of this sentence, and Lord Xuanqing valued him very much. It can be seen from the fact that he proposed to let himself be the envoy. How about it, are you planning to go to the first domain? His Holiness Xuanhuan then asked. Hearing this question, Chu Yan nodded. Now things here are almost over, the most important thing is that my Daojing mountain range has been completed, it's time to go to the first domain for a while. After all, the top powerhouses in the entire God's Domain continent will all go to the first domain, which is the real battlefield. This first domain is the top existence among the many domains in the God's Domain continent. Even if the last 9 of the top 10 domains add up, they can't compare with it. That's why it attracts everyone to go. However, you have not been in God's Domain continent for a long time, and you still don't know enough about the entire God's Domain continent. Today, as a named master, I should tell you something. Speaking of which, Taoist Dingdanfang sat there, had already picked up the spiritual tea, and drank it with a smile. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan hurriedly bowed his hands. Now there are 13 major lineages on the continent of God's domain, as well as the hundreds of ancient clans in the second and third domains, all of which are very powerful. As long as the major forces have reached the God King realm, the Supreme realm, or even the Taoist realm like Xianxing, they will often go to the first realm. Xuanhuan Supreme introduced. Hearing this, Chu Yan was slightly startled. According to this, then in this first domain, it is not that there are strong people from all major forces gathered. Why is that? Chu Yan asked. Do you still remember the land of Tianyuan? If you think about the function of the land of Tianyuan, you will understand the function of the first domain. You mean, to break through to the Supreme realm, you need. Together with Chu Yan, he immediately reacted. That's right. The entire first domain is a small world of supreme beings, or a small world of Taoist masters. All cultivators who need to break through the realm of supreme beings and Taoist masters must go there to find great opportunities and great visions. Lord Xuanhuan nodded, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, a strange color flashed in his eyes. It stands to reason that he still has 100 years to assume the position of suzerain, but he has stayed in the 9 realms supreme perfection realm for too long. Before long, he will go to the first domain, looking for a chance to break through the Taoist master. In the Divine Realm continent, the Divine King realm dominates one side, and the 9 realms can cross the 4 seas, and is revered by countless cultivators. However, only when you reach the top of the Taoist realm can you really be regarded as a hero. In addition, in the first domain, there are many ancient ones, which are more profound than our 13 Taoism and ancient clans. Having said that, seeing Chu Yan listening carefully, Lord Xuanhuan thought for a while, then waved his hand and said, These forces are more complicated, and you will find out by yourself when the time comes. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless. This? I won't talk about it halfway, so why are you talking about it? #C3378 Domain 1. The latest website, not only Chu Yan, but even Taoist Dingdanfang, who was drinking spirit tea, twitched the corners of his mouth twice, and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Go away. After casting an annoyed glance at Lord Xuanhuan, Taoist Dingdanfang said to Chu Yan with a smile. Chu Yan, you are gradually puzzled by the matter of the first domain, so don't worry, but there are some forces, you should pay attention. Please teach me, Senior. Chu Yan cupped his hands. The news that you are the descendant of the gods should have spread to all major forces. You should pay attention to your morality in the Taboo Mountain in the first domain. They will deal with you. You should know this since you are in the land of Tianyuan. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. After Taboo Ridge, the place of origin, appeared, it was originally a plan to attack peerless geniuses, but later it was directly changed to target all of them. Of course Yang Luyan noticed this, and he naturally paid more attention to Taboo Ridge in his heart. In addition, the Blood Sky Ancient Sect also has the barbarians among the hundreds of clans, as well as the Daobiting clan, one of the 3 Dao clans, and the ancient Ling people in the first domain, you have to be careful. Seeing Chu Yan's face full of doubts, Taoist Dingdanfang continued to introduce. The powerhouses of these forces all have their own needs. Several major forces are very concerned about the affairs of the gods and have some ideas. The people from the ancient tombs and the barbarians are fine, but the people from the other 3 forces, after you arrive in the first domain, they should be able to do something. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. The vicious Pluto had a bitter expression on his face, gasping for air. How do you feel that this first domain is a treasure land for others, but it is a big pit for Chu Yan? You will stay in the sect these few days, practice hard, and don't run around. Also, remember one thing. Baiyu Xuanhuan will stand behind you no matter what time it is. Taoist Dingdanfang's gaze was extremely awe-inspiring, looking into the distance. The disciple has written it down. I will definitely live up to it. Chu Yan said with a serious face. Okay. I hope you will become stronger in the future, as long as you can still remember the sect. Taoist Dingdanfang said with a smile. You take this token. When you arrive at the first domain, some of our sect's strong men will be there. Chu Yan took the jade talisman of Taoist Dingdanfang, and then returned to the sect together with Lord Xuanhuan. In the Baiyu Xuanhuan, there is also Chu Yan's palace. After arriving at the Zonman's own palace, for the first time, Chu Yan sent Yang Longzhong to transmit his spiritual consciousness. No matter what, this time when he returned to the sect, he had to communicate with the big bosses in the sect, to some extent. At this moment, on the other side, inside the Absolute Heaven sect, a man came out of the void, bowed his hands to the fiery young man, and said in a deep voice, Sovereign, according to investigations, Taboo Ridge, the devouring Dao clan, and people from the ancient Blood Heaven sect are all ready to attack. They should also know that Chu Yan will go to the first domain soon. The angry young man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he turned his head to look at the other party. A bloody aura rushed out instantly. Those trash from the Blood Sky ancient sect dare to ignore my words. The next man replied, Sovereign, do you want to? No need. The fiery young man's face turned cold, and he said again, It seems that our Absolute Heaven sect has been too low-key since the establishment of the sect. Anyway, send me a message to him, an old monster, and send me a blood doctor within 10 days. The Taoist head of the Tiangu sect is here. Yes. The next man hurriedly bowed to accept the order. After Chu Yan broke through to the God King last time, is there any vision in Kunlun Xianshan in the first domain? Not yet. The next man replied. Hearing this, the fiery young man frowned, his eyes full of doubts. He also went to investigate before, and that person must be right in Kunlun Fairy Mountain, but why did Chu Yan break through to the God King realm, and he didn't move at all? It seems that he doesn't like the young master either. The fiery-haired youth shook his head and smiled wryly, saying nothing more. In this case, the plan is to keep Chu Yan temporarily, and when Chu Yan breaks through to the 9 realms supreme, the eternal flower will be snatched again, his cultivation will be abolished, and he will be trapped to death in Jiuxiao. It is definitely not willing to kill, and when the time comes to take Chu Yan to Kunlun Xianshan, maybe he will also talk about his aura. The only trouble now is that the person standing behind Chu Yan will be passive at that time. Of course, he himself knows whether he, the 6th of the gods, can bear the power of being the number 1 among the gods. Now pass on the order, let those people in the first domain start planning, and try to let Chu Yan break through to the supreme realm of the 9 domains as soon as possible. In addition, let Xingtian Supreme and Dog God prepare as soon as possible. As long as Chu Yan arrives in the first domain, they will be protected immediately, and there must be no accidents. After saying this, the fiery young man's figure blurred and disappeared on the spot. Now his lawless body has been cultivated to the state of great accomplishment, and now he must practice in the first realm, and strive to cultivate it to the realm of great perfection before Chu Yan breaks through the 9 realms. 5 days later, the 8 Xuanhuan. After Chu Yan bid farewell to Envoy Yanglong and Lord Xuanhuan, he changed his appearance and aura, evolved into a casual cultivator, and boarded the ferry ship of the sect. This ferry boat is completely different from ordinary ferry boats. Compared with those public ones, this kind of ferry boat dedicated to the big bosses of the sect is obviously much more advanced. Especially the 3 strands of Taoist realm aura on the ferry ship, like the tide of the prehistoric, released layers of aura that shook people's souls, and they dared not approach at all, let alone plan on this ferry ship. Moreover, the speed of this ferry ship is more than double that of ordinary public ferry ships. After all, the distance from the 8 Xuanhuan to the first domain is not ordinary, and the degree of danger along the way has caused many cultivators who want to go to bury their bones in it. The big sect is different. With such a ferry ship, Chu Yan can practice and advance without any danger at all. If one breaks through to the realm of the 9 realms, one can directly cross the mainland without the need for a ferry boat, so of course it will be faster and better. Chu Yan is in the top box on the ferry ship, isolating all spiritual exploration and breath overflow, and is constantly practicing. Time passed slowly, and 5 days later, at the edge of the vast expanse of sky ahead, a ferry ship suddenly burst into the sky, and under the fierce impact, it blasted a big hole in a boundary wall and rushed into it. Immediately afterwards, a sound like a torrent of heaven and earth rolled away, echoing in the ferry ship. Even Chu Yan in the box was shocked. The pupil of the unicorn. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and 2 strange fires flickered as he looked outside. In front of the ferry ship, there was an endless vast sea area, as if being constantly stirred by a powerful force. It was tumbling crazily, picking up monstrous waves, which made people's soul tremble. Dear friends, this sea is called Daishengzhen Sea. According to the rules here, we can't cross it directly. Now we can only rely on you. Pass through here, and the frontier of the first domain is ahead. The elders of the sect on the ferry boat announced loudly. #C3379 Eye of the Storm. The latest website, Elder Xuanhuang's words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among all the cultivators. What? You have to cross the sea by yourself. This sea area looks very dangerous. We paid so much money, isn't it just for safety? This is really too much. The Taoist sea in front of me is obviously extraordinary, and any cultivator who forcibly breaks into it may be in danger of being damaged. There were 2 god kings on the ferry ship, but they didn't say anything, and they rushed directly into the sea area in front of them. Seeing this scene, the others didn't want to say anything, and Chi left the ferry ship. A cultivator at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm was waiting at the door of Chu Yan's box. Seeing Chu Yan come out, he hurriedly bowed his hands and saluted. Senior brother Chu, with your cultivation, this sea area should be fine, but you have to be careful of the eye of the storm on the sea. Once you encounter it, you must take shelter on the surrounding islands, and don't force your way. This heavenly venerable realm cultivator is a direct disciple of Zhongmin Yanglong venerable envoy, so he is naturally polite to Chu Yan. Well, good. Thanks. After Chu Yan cupped his hands, he jumped up and took off to the sea. This sacred sea is really amazing. There is a supreme will in the sea, and even the pupils of the unicorn can only see through the depth of 100 feet. While flying, Chu Yan looked around at the same time, pondered in his heart, and asked. Fierce Pluto, have you been to the first domain? Hearing the words, the fierce Pluto nodded immediately and said, I have been here before, but that time I just went to the border for a while, and I haven't been to other places. This was a bit reserved, but he was actually embarrassed to tell Chu Yan. When he came to the first domain, he slaughtered everywhere in a moment of excitement, and soon attracted a supreme being from the 9 domains, who was almost beaten to death. From then on, he realized that this first domain is really different from other continents. I heard from those old men in the Bayou Xuanhuan before. Fierce Pluto also knew that he was not wrong that time. After all, almost all the top powerhouses of the major forces in the entire God's domain continent gathered in this first domain. Therefore, in another continent, no matter how he kills, it is difficult to meet one or two who can deal with him, but in this first domain, there are many supreme beings. Since then, he has not dared to go to the first domain, so he does not know much about the first domain. The only piece of history is still being beaten, so naturally he won't mention it to Chu Yan. Chu Yan just shook his head when he heard the Pluto's placement, and didn't think much about it. On the next road, Chu Yan encountered a lot of sea monsters. The strength of these monsters has reached the respectful state. Among them, there are many earthly and celestial ones, but very few are in the godly state. Moreover, they have no intelligence at all, no different from beasts, they only know how to kill. In addition, the climate on the sea is also fickle. One moment the sun is shining, and the next moment it is thunderclouds. Chu Yan also understands why it was said before that, except for local cultivators, cultivators from other domains will only go to the first domain when they reach the God King realm. After all, it is extremely difficult to break through this sea area alone. There are islands everywhere in the sea area, and you can see them everywhere. There are some buildings on the islands, and many cultivators hide in them. Suddenly, Yang Luyan paused. That's the eye of the storm. Looking up, on the edge of the sky in the distance, a black cloud rolled in, and in the flood-like cloud waves, large wind blades swirled and danced, completely blocking the sea below. The speed of the eye of the storm is extremely slow, but it gives me an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. There is such a strong sense of oppression at such a long distance. If you are really involved, you may have to work hard to resist it. The pupils of Chu Yan's unicorn flickered and continued to fly forward. Islands. Not far away, another island appeared in sight. There are nearly 100 cultivators on this island, and from time to time in the distant sky, cultivators fly quickly and hide in the island. Forget it, let's go to the island. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan fell to a building on the island below. He had just landed on the ground when a cultivator flashed over and shouted in a cold voice. Pay the money. 100,000 divine crystals. This time, Chu Yan frowned slightly. 100,000 divine crystals, according to the standards of God's domain continent, this price is not low. Even if it is an ordinary ferry ship, it only has 20,000 to 30,000 God crystals, and it is the kind with the longest distance. However, before Chu Yan could speak at all, a cultivator who had just landed next to him shouted angrily. This is an island without an owner, what are you doing? Chu Yan turned his head and looked. This is a cultivator of the 8th level of Heavenly Exalted Realm, with a very strong Thunder Gang aura on his body. And the one who wants to collect the money is a cultivator wearing a green robe, whose cultivation level is about the 5th level of the Heavenly Exalted Realm. Humph. I'll give you 10 breaths to consider, you'd better think clearly. The green robe that collected the money looked at the other party with cold eyes. Don't think about it, I will never give you 100,000 divine crystals, you are dreaming. As soon as these words fell to the ground, another voice sounded in the distance, but it was obviously more polite. This fellow Taoist, don't be angry, there is something to discuss. While speaking, a man wearing a rune armor came from a distance, with an aura surging all over his body, very murderous. Sea Island Master. Seeing the armored middle-aged man, the money-collecting cultivator hurriedly bowed and saluted. Island respect. Lord of the island. Judging by his cultivation level, he has actually reached the God King level, so he is ready to do it directly. Fellow Taoist, what you said just now is wrong. This island is not unowned, but owned by me. Of course, I did not occupy it without evidence, but it is conferred by a spiritual altar. While speaking, the island venerable smiled all over his face, and said again, "This kid is probably coming to the first domain for the first time. Then let me tell you, this spiritual altar is on the border of the God realm. A big force, and this sea area happens to be within their sphere of influence. Moreover, not only my place, but the islands around here basically have island venerables, so, no matter if it is the heavenly venerable realm or the divine king realm, as long as you come to the island, you must follow the rules. Otherwise, it would be against the spiritual altar." After finishing this sentence, he raised his finger. Chu Yan and those who had just landed on the island looked in the direction of his fingers, and suddenly found that there was a big man sitting cross-legged not far away, who turned out to be a master of the God King realm, with an astonishing aura. Understood. So the 100,000 crystals are not set by me, they are all done according to the rules, it is still Haihan. The Taoist bowed his hands and saluted, but he was always very polite. As a cultivator of the divine king realm, it is considered polite to be so polite to a group of celestial venerable realm cultivators. So that's the case, then I didn't understand just now, I'm sorry, I'll pay the money now. The cultivator immediately blushed when he heard the words, took out the jade talisman and prepared to pay. This, I forgot to say. When Dao Zun saw the 100,000 divine crystals handed over, he smiled and shook his head. The introduction fee for my disciples on the island is 100,000 yuan, but if the God King personally guides them, the fee will be 200,000 yuan. When this sentence fell to the ground, all the cultivators present were stunned. #C3380 Big Joke. The latest website, on the face of Dao Zun, the smile is still bright. But those cultivators who had just landed on the island had purple-black faces. 200,000. The cultivator was about to cry. 200,000 divine crystals might not be a big deal to a strong man in the God King realm, but for a casual cultivator like him, it was almost half his life. What? It's missing. Well, then 300,000. Dao Zun stared at each other for a long time, squeezed his chin, and spoke again. The smile on his face bloomed like a flower. Puff. The casual cultivator didn't come up in one breath, and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 300,000. It cost tens of thousands of divine crystals to build the spirit boat before, but now even if he is killed, it is impossible to spend 300,000 yuan. You are robbery. Sancho's face turned pale. Especially seeing the figure of the God King level Disheng powerhouse sitting cross-legged on the spiritual altar in the distance, the guts of regret are turning green. If I had known earlier, I would have just handed it over directly, but now it is better, and it has been tripled. Robbery. Is it very profitable? If so, let's add a little more, let's say 400,000. Dao Zun smiled very happily. Seeing the other party's body swaying and almost falling to the ground, he immediately shook his head and said, "There's not enough money. You can trade in Lingbao, Daobao, elixir, medicine, and soldiers. If you don't pay, leave the island right away. Anyway, the eye of the storm is coming, maybe you can break through." After these words came out, the faces of casual cultivators and the newcomers around were ashamed. From behind, the eye of the storm is already approaching. If you leave it this time, you will definitely be caught in it. This is courting death at all. Although these cultivators came to the first domain for the first time. But for the name of the eye of the storm, it must have been inquired about in advance. According to the records of the major chambers of commerce, in the eye of the storm, many God King realm powerhouses were lost. He is only at the 9th level of heavenly exalted realm now. When Dao Zun saw the faces of a group of newcomers, he was immediately proud, turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said, "Fellow Taoist, please pay the money. I see that you have not spoken all the time, and you are still knowledgeable, so I will give you a discount, and you will pay 100 less divine crystals, as long as you only need 390,000. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes were cold, and he didn't bother to talk to him at all. This is obviously bullying the weak with the strong, and Chu Yan does not like to see this kind of person very much. Of course, it's one thing not to be seen, but another thing to take action. According to what the island lord said before, as the management force of this sea area, this spiritual altar is qualified to charge some fees. Me. Sancho trembled all over his face was ashen. In the current situation, if you don't pay the money, you will die. Is there still a choice? This fellow Taoist, the island you went to together, is considered destined, and I will take you to the eye of the storm together. Chu Yan looked at Sancho, smiled, and said. The character of this casual cultivator is a bit upright, which is in line with Chu Yan's appetite. However, when Chu Yan uttered these words, Master Dao was stunned, and so was the casual cultivator, and even the other cultivators around him stood there dumbfounded. What? Into the eye of the storm? And with the burden of a heavenly exalted realm? The audience was silent, and everyone stared at Chu Yan with wide eyes. After a full 3 breaths of time, the scene erupted into a landslide and sea tide of laughter. Ha ha ha, he. I'm laughing so hard. Going into the eye of the storm. He thought he was going into the vegetable field. Crazy, I'm afraid the spirit has been traumatized. He even said that he wants to break into the eye of the storm. That's right, a strong man at the peak of the God King realm broke into the eye of the storm, half dead and half alive, and he said he would bring someone. Really, money is something outside of the body, and it's no one who dies for money. In the eye of the storm, there are all people like him, but they have all turned into corpses. All the cultivators around were sneered and speechless. Dao, fellow Daoist, you said you would take me into the eye of the storm. The loose cultivator was so frightened that his soul flew away. Humph. What a big tone, if you can really lead him through, I'll give you 1,000,000 divine crystals. The Dao Zun standing there has never stopped smiling, but now it is full of jokes. Oh. Are you serious? Hearing this, Chu Yan also laughed. I didn't expect that I could make some money by traveling by myself, which looks good. Haha, I am a majestic island venerable, how can I joke? Besides, it is only 1,000,000 magic crystals, Xiaoqian. Island venerable continued to laugh. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded immediately. This guy is standing here waiting for the rabbit. One person is worth 400,000, and 2 or 3 people are enough for 1,000,000. It's really a small amount of money. Okay. Speaking of this, Chu Yan stopped talking nonsense, raised his hand and rolled up the loose repairer, and rushed directly to the outside of the island, heading straight for the eye of the storm. Looking from the position of those casual cultivators, it seemed that Chu Yan had turned into a leaf, rushing towards the center of the endless storm in the storm. This scene stunned all the cultivators present. They never thought that what this guy said was true. Really go into the eye of the storm? Haha, just watch, if I hit it dozens of times, they will have to turn their heads back. Dao Zun said with a smile. 19. Hearing Dao Zun start to count, all the cultivators present laughed and nodded, and some even thought that if they don't count to 10, but at most 5 or 6, the 2 of them would have to come back. 400,000 divine crystals are worth more than 2 full lives. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were watching the 2 figures approaching the eye of the storm. Soon, the 2 or 3 experts in the Divine King realm who were present also looked up at this time. Let me go, please. The casual cultivator who was caught by Chu Yan saw the thick dark clouds in front of him, and the endless wind blades that cut the surrounding void into pieces, and his soul flew away from fright. This eye of the storm was only heard before, but now that it is so close, he really knows it, the rumors are not false at all. At this time, let alone asking him to pay, even if he handed over everything, he would not want to get any closer to the eye of the storm. Boom! At this moment, Chu Yan's body burst into a cloud of rushing momentum, rolling out like a prehistoric avenue, sweeping across all directions. Flame-fighting dragon. On Chu Yan's body, the god-defying flame soared into the sky, turning into a giant blue dragon, coiling him and Sancho's figures in it, and crashing straight into the eye of the sea like storm. Boom! 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 The deafening explosion sound exploded, and the surrounding void trembled. The wind blades from all directions slashed on the blue dragon flame, and was burned into nothingness in an instant. God King Realm. Sancho followed beside him, dumbfounded. 6, 5, God King Realm de Shang. On the rear island, Dao Zun, who was still counting, was stunned and forgot to count. Oh my god, I didn't expect him to be a God King level powerhouse. This is the technique of concealment, and I haven't discovered it before. All the cultivators on the island were shocked, and their eyes were full of disbelief. He is really a strong man in the God King realm, forcibly breaking into the eye of the storm. #C3381 Look away. The latest website, everyone on the island did not realize that the low-key young man who had been silent just now turned out to be a strong man in the God King realm. You know, although this island venerable is designated by the altar to collect extraordinary things on the island, but a strong man in the God King realm can completely ignore this charge as long as he shows his cultivation, and the island venerable dare not say anything. This time, the original cultivators were a little more looking forward to the behavior of this powerful man of the God King realm who broke through the eye of the storm. No wonder, a great master of the God King realm. It's really possible to break through with this strength, we didn't even see it. Among the cultivators in the crowd, some people began to discuss. So what about the great achievement of the God King realm? Is the eye of the storm so easy to break through? Didn't the previous God King realm also lose in it? Dao Zun didn't dare to say anything, but his heart was full of coldness. It's not that he cares about the million god crystals, but that if Chu Yan really wants to break through, those god kings may try to break through in the future, who will come to his island to pay the fee. This is his long-term source of income. If this kid is cut off, it will be troublesome in the future. Boom! 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 The terrifying eye of the storm kept sweeping in, engulfing the entire island in an instant. A large expanse of light from the spiritual formation rose above the island, like a mask, covering the entire island, and those wind blades slashed on the mask, and instantly shattered, unable to shake at all. Seeing this scene, the cultivators on the island were all so startled that their faces changed slightly and their hearts trembled. This is because they are hiding in the island, protected by a spiritual array, but this momentum is really amazing. However, after everyone got used to it quickly, they all raised their heads and looked into the distance, looking for the two figures just now. You know, there are not many chances to meet the God King realm powerhouse breaking into the eye of the storm, and now that you do, you will naturally have to experience it well. If he is swallowed by the eye of the storm and turned into flesh and blood, I don't know if he can pick up his taba or something. Among the crowd, some casual cultivators stared at the lost Dao treasure after the loss, and stared at that figure more intently. The code of the god of war, the 8 Yu Xuanhuan Jing. In Chu Yan's body, the two methods of asking questions were running at the same time, the Daoguang surged, and the sword energy all over his body gushed out like a wave of swords, collided with the surrounding wind blades, and immediately strangled together. In an instant, within a 10,000 zhang radius around Chu Yan's body, a vacuum immediately appeared, and any wind blade could not get close at all. However, as Chu Yan continued to approach the eye of the wind, the number of wind blades around him began to increase sharply, and their power became several times stronger. And the sword domain that shrouded Chu Yan's body broke into pieces after 10 breaths of time. This person is extremely powerful, but the eye of the storm is too powerful. Once he enters the eye of the storm, he will die. On the island, those strong men in the God King realm also stared at Chu Yan's figure, and someone said. The cultivators present all changed their expressions slightly when they heard the words, and nodded secretly. However, until now, no one dared to laugh at Will. God King Realm Deshang, rushing to the core of Fengyan, even if it fails later, it is not an existence they are qualified to laugh at. And that island venerable stood there, his face constantly changing, cloudy or sunny. Break! Suddenly, the long sword in Chu Yan's hand shone, and a ray of vast sky burst out, turning into a monstrous sword blade, cutting out a ray of sword light, which caused the world to boil and completely illuminate the entire sky. Click! In front of Chu Yan, where the sword light passed, a huge gap was cut open. Without any hesitation at the moment, Chu Yan got a little bigger and rushed directly into the eye of the wind. What? All the cultivators present showed expressions of shock, including the few experts in the God King realm. All of them had expressions of disbelief. You must know that most of the God King realms that were damaged in the eye of the storm in the past were powerful, but they were buried in the eye of the storm just because there were no nearby islands to hide from. As for the person in front of him, who purposely approached the eye of the storm and tried to force his way through it, there are definitely very few of them. Ha ha ha, forcibly breaking into the eye of the storm, I really want to die. Seeing Chu Yan rushing into the eye of the wind, Dao Zun laughed wildly. This time, that kid had no way out, and he was sure to die. The eye of the storm is far from being comparable to the outside, but it's also good, with this thick storm cloud shaking, it's just a good time to try the power of the Daojing mountain range. Chu Yan was in the center of the eye of the wind, with long hair flying all over his body, feeling the majesty of the world around him. He raised his hand and slapped the scattered cultivators around him unconscious. Daojing mountain range, come out. With a loud shout, the majestic power of the god soared to the sky, and the endless mountains behind him came out across the sky, spanning thousands of miles of sky, smashing the entire void into dust. A powerful terrifying force surged in an instant, like mountains and rivers boiling. Boom, boom. The entire sky, as if it had been impacted, sent out a shocking explosion. Next, an amazing scene appeared. That towering tree forcibly suppressed all the power in the core, and the boundless wind blade could not get close at all. Those cultivators on the island in the distance can only see the depths of the black storm clouds, with strange lights flickering, dazzling, and Chu Yan standing in the eye of the wind, as majestic as a mountain. Such a scene fell into the eyes of several God King realm powerhouses, and immediately made their faces full of astonishment, including the eyes of the island venerable, who were also shocked. He is still alive. The entire island was completely immersed in dead silence at this time, and even the sound of breathing was inaudible. In the eye of the storm in the distance, the picture of the standing figure had a huge impact on the spirit of each of them. This son is extraordinary. I am afraid he is a peerless genius of a certain great power. A God King reacted and said in surprise. They are also in the God King realm, of course they know the gap between themselves and the black-robed youth, so only the God King realm broken through by a peerless genius of a great power can have such strength. Peerless genius. Dao Zun's complexion suddenly changed, and his spirit twitched violently. If it's just an ordinary God King realm Deshang, he might just be scruples, but not afraid. After all, he has a spiritual altar behind him that can support him a little bit. However, it is another matter for a top peerless genius of a great power. Thinking of this, his legs trembled instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. With his status, he might even be smaller than a leg hair of a peerless genius, and it is even less likely that the spiritual altar would offend such a person for him. Roar. The next moment, a terrifying roar sounded from the core of the eye of the wind. Countless fierce wind blades exploded, gathered in the air, and instantly evolved into a giant wind dragon. This giant dragon made of wind blades is covered with wind blade scales all over its body, not to mention attacking. Even if it is rubbed and touched by it, it may be severely injured. Huh. Wind dragon. Chu Yan looked at the giant dragon in front of him with a look of astonishment. This dragon, that's here. Hashtag C33825 Major Forces. The latest website, the appearance of the wind blade giant dragon not only stunned Chu Yan, but even the group of cultivators on the island in the distance were all shocked. Storm dragon. Why did it appear here? The faces of the god kings on the island were all shocked. A large number of eyes of storms appear in the Sea of Saints every day, and among them, no more than 3 can give birth to the world-shattering storm dragon. And each storm dragon has the combat power of the peak of the god king, and it is in the eye of the storm, which is almost a natural field. After the strength is blessed, it becomes stronger. Ordinary God King realm pinnacles are absolutely unable to fight against it. Roar! 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 Suddenly, 3 earth-shattering dragon roars exploded, shaking everyone's spirits. I saw that in the central area of the Eye of the Storm, 3 more storm dragons were bred. All of a sudden, the 4 storms were huge, surrounding the Eye of the Storm, and the cold dragon eyes stared at Chu Yan, and the world was full of murderous intent. 4 heads. 4 storm dragons. This. Dao Zun and the cultivators present were all stunned when they saw this scene. Even those god kings turned pale and their hearts were frantically shaken. What a joke! This is the entire sea area, thousands of eyes of the storm, all the storm dragons are gathered here. However, this is simply impossible. The 4 storm dragons can only be resisted by a peerless genius at the peak of the God King realm, or the supreme powerhouse. It's over this time. Dead. Several god kings shook their heads at the same time, gasping for air. I thought there would be a good show to watch, maybe I could see the scene of a peerless genius breaking through the eye of the storm, but now, there is no suspense at all. Ha ha ha. Dao Zun reacted, but laughed wildly. This luck is coming, and it can't be stopped. No, it is not good luck for that kid. Moreover, it was the first time for everyone present to see 4 storm dragons appearing at the same time, which can be regarded as unyielding. Even if he escaped alive, he would be seriously injured, and he would have no chance to return to the island. The opportunity is here. Dao Zun seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up immediately. A peerless genius is equivalent to a mobile treasure house. If the opponent is severely injured, it is equal to a chance. Not bad. Chu Yan looked at the 4 storm dragons in front of him, the flames of war surged in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised lightly. The Daojing Mountains have been unfolded, and the continuous mountains are like a black giant koan, stretching across the sky, and the coercion of a mighty tide sweeps out. The 4 giant storm dragons all roared to the sky, waving their dragon claws. Boom! 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 The terrifying thunderbolts shot into the void, and the space between the sky and the earth was blown into pieces, blowing wildly with the wind. These 4 giant storm dragons are extremely powerful, but facing the Dao Realm Mountains, there is an obvious gap. In less than a few breaths, the 4 giant storm dragons were directly suppressed into nothingness, and turned into volleys of wind again. Blade. But just in the blink of an eye, those wind blades rioted again, like 4 boiling lakes, gathered together again, re-evolving 4 storm dragons. The Eye of the Storm is so good, it means that they can be reborn, continuously, just by being in it. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned slightly. It didn't make any sense to fight like this. With a movement of his mind, Chu Yan retracted the Daojing mountain range, released the green lotus directly, and flew forward. The 4 giant storm dragons, although lacking intelligence, were full of aura, and all 8 eyes were filled with contempt. Even a small lotus dares to fight. Roar! The roar of the dragon exploded, and the nearest storm dragon waved its giant claws and slapped it hard. But the other 3 storm dragons rushed towards Chu Yan at the same time, preparing to surround Chu Yan, leaving him nowhere to escape. The destruction just now let them know that the combat power of the black-robed youth in front of them is extremely powerful. However, before the 4 storm dragons could set up their battle formations, a monstrous aura rose from the inconspicuous green lotus, causing the bodies of the 4 giant dragons to tremble violently. There was a look of surprise in their eyes at the same time, and before they could understand what happened, the dragon's body began to crack and instantly turned into dust. This time, there was no wind blade shot out, and everything returned to nothingness. Moreover, the thunderclouds in the eye of the storm visibly began to tremble, as if they were extremely unstable. Chu Yan took back the green lotus, and did not dare to let it continue to display. After all, the power of this green lotus is really weird. If it continues, I am afraid that the entire eye of the storm will be completely ground by it. Disappeared. The eyes of several God King realm powerhouses, as well as all the practitioners on the island, almost popped out when they saw this scene. What's the situation? What about the dragon? For heads, why did they disappear all of a sudden? Could it be? All eyes looked at Chu Yan, all with disbelief on their faces. This peerless genius who had achieved great success in the God King realm, wiped out 4 storm dragons. More importantly, the move just now seemed to take only a few breaths, and this method was too terrifying. In an instant, there was a dead silence on the entire island. The overwhelming eye of the storm continued to push forward along the sea surface, moving the sky with momentum. After a full 100 breaths of time, the entire storm and thundercloud finally swept across the island, and there was only a black-robed figure in the sky, standing in the air, hunting in long robes. Dao Zun, can the bet be settled? Chu Yan swept his figure, returned to the island, stood in front of Dao Zun, and said with a light smile. My lord, forgive me, the little dog didn't recognize my lord's presence just now. It's a death sentence, a death sentence. The current Dao Zun, with a pale face, hurriedly bowed and saluted. And the other cultivators looked at Chu Yan with awe. The strength and identity of this black-robed youth are already very clear. Whether it is a peerless genius at the peak of the God King realm of a great force, or a powerhouse of the supreme realm, the 2 must be one of them, and there cannot be a third possibility. No matter which identity it is an extremely terrifying existence. It's not a crime, it doesn't have to be like this. Chu Yan waved, frowned lightly and said, forget it, 1 million divine crystals is fine, tell me now about the situation of the altar. Hearing this, Dao Zun's face froze suddenly. He thought that Chu Yan would trouble him, but he didn't expect such a result. Huh. Don't say it. Chu Yan's face darkened. No. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the dazed Dao Zun's face turned green from fright, and he quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Is this the first time for your lord to come to the first domain? I don't know anything else, but I know the situation in this border area very well. The frontier of the first domain is extremely vast, covering an area no smaller than the central area of the first domain, and there are countless cities and endless secrets. The big forces in other domains will occupy 1 or 2 cities here, or directly of course, there are also some powerful cultivators in the building resident, who dominate one side, so it's rather chaotic anyway. Among these forces, only the 5 forces are the most powerful, namely the spiritual altar, the burning dragon Dao, Gishanzong, Baiyozong and Shoutian ancient sect. Among every major force, there are quite a few guards from the 9 regions. Although they are not as good as the 13th Dao system, their strength is not much worse. Hearing this, a strange color flashed in Chu Yan's eyes. As for the first domain, he had also thought about it before, fearing that the forces would be huge and extremely powerful. But I didn't expect that this is only a marginal place, and there are 5 such powerful forces. Hashtag C3383 Burning Dragon Road. Latest website. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan looked up at Dao Zun and shouted. Go on. This is a good opportunity to learn about the situation in the first domain, so that you don't know anything when you arrive. Yes. My lord. Dao Zun dared to disobey Chu Yan, so he quickly bowed and introduced him again. This frontier of the first domain is nothing, if you go further. As soon as I said this, suddenly, above the distant sky, a piercing roar sounded. It was a long spear with a black body, and it shot towards the island with a destructive momentum. When the cultivators on the island looked up, their faces changed drastically, and their hearts were shaken. This spear is a top-notch Dao treasure, extremely powerful, and it is by no means something ordinary heavenly exalted realm like them can fight against. Chu Yan raised his eyebrows, his face was full of disgust, and when he waved his hand, streaks of light rushed up, blasting the long spear into powder. When won't you come? When I'm learning about the situation in the first domain, I come to disturb you. After the spear shattered violently, in the distant sky, the roar of beasts shook the sky. In the void, ripples surged like boiling, and at the very center, a huge ferry ship rushed out, overflowing with Dao light. On the mast of the ferry ship, coiled a huge flame dragon, with overwhelming power. Chu Yan looked up, the pupils of the unicorn flickered, and found that the ferry ship turned out to be a top-notch Taoist treasure, controlled by the spirit of Qilin. There are more than 30 cultivators on the ferry boat, most of them are in the heavenly realm. But there were 5 figures standing in the center of the ship's deck, 4 of them were in the God King realm, and 2 of them were still in the God King realm. The last one, however, has only the cultivation base of the Earth Venerable realm, and is wearing the ancient Dao treasure, with the supreme aura surging all over his body. Obviously his status is extraordinary. Chen Ningtian of Burning Dragon Path. Dao Zun looked at the ferry ship in the sky. Suddenly his face changed. Some god kings on the island who have been to the first domain also turned extremely ugly. Who is this? Chu Yan asked. My lord, this burning dragon Dao and the spiritual altar have always been at odds. The 2 sides often attack and kill each other. It looks like this. A look of worry suddenly appeared on Dao Zun's face. This Chen Ningtian is the 3rd young master of Burning Dragon Dao. Although there is nothing special about his cultivation, and he is not valued by the suzerain, it is all because of his character, which is extremely arrogant and domineering, and he likes to kill and steal money. While explaining, the rich color on Dao Zun's face became more and more serious. From the looks of it, the ferry ship was obviously flying towards this direction, so it couldn't be so unlucky. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, the ferry boat stopped above the island, and the young Master Chen on the ferry boat looked down at the crowd below with a grinning expression on his face. It's not bad, there are quite a lot of people, and the island is there. You haven't rolled over yet. When Dao Zun heard the words, his body trembled, he quickly rushed up, flew into the air, forced a smile on his face, and said, Chen, young Master Chen, I am the island. Before he could finish his sentence, a strong man at the God King realm, beside Chen Ningtian, rushed up and raised his hand to give him a palm. Snapped. Even if he didn't use his true energy, but with physical strength alone, this slap made Dao Zun's figure spin back more than 10 steps away, and his whole face swelled up immediately. You. Dao Zun's eyes were red, staring at each other. Anyway, I am also in the God King realm, and as an island venerable under the spiritual altar, I have experienced this. Huh. Unconvinced. Chen Ningtian didn't take it seriously at all, looking at the other party, his eyes were full of jokes instead. No. If young Master Chen has any orders, please tell me. After a while, Dao Zun lowered his head, clenched his teeth, and said, In the world of warriors, strength is the most important thing, and the law of the weak preys on the strong. In places like the first domain, it is even more serious, Otherwise, how could there be so many heavenly exalted realm, risking their lives to come to the first domain, just to gain a chance to soar into the sky, and stand at the top of the continent from now on, no longer threatened by anyone. But now, before he has no strength, he can only endure. It's boring. A god king can bear it. Chen Ningtian was full of disappointment. I won't talk nonsense with you. You hand over all the treasures you have on your body, and everyone on the island will hand over one Dao treasure. In addition, if you newcomers want to enter the first domain, you must first obtain the consent of this young master. So, if the Taba handed in does not satisfy me, he. Hearing these words, the last hope in Dao Zun's heart was completely lost, and he could only sigh faintly. I finally saved some money, and now it's gone all at once. The other cultivators on the island also had ugly faces, all of them were dissatisfied. Although most of the cultivators here have some background, everyone knows that a strong dragon does not overwhelm a snake. You. Chen Ningtian raised his hand and pointed at Chu Yan, and said with a sinister smile. You broke the spear just now, didn't you? The strength is not bad, and the cultivation base of the God King is good. You will be the first to hand it in. If you say this, even the most unreasonable cultivator will know that this is going to cause trouble. Robbery, in order to make everyone obedient, there is always a chicken or something. Therefore, the young man in black robe smashed Feng Liwei's spear, and now he is probably going to attack him. Unless he can hand over the extremely rare and precious Dao treasure, this young Master Chen will definitely not let him go. However, when everyone looked up, they found that the island master was looking at Chu Yan with ecstasy. The next moment, all the cultivators present reacted in an instant, and looked at Chu Yan together. All of them were surprised. At this time I don't know who is lucky or who is not lucky. There are 180 or 200 cultivators present. Whoever you choose is not good, please choose this lord. Me. What if I don't hand it in? Chu Yan looked at the other party with a calm expression on his face. Sure enough, the eyes of all the cultivators present lit up, and just a few words made everyone ecstatic. Although everyone knew that Chen Ningtian was an extraordinary person, but he was not as good as this young man in black robe. A supreme being, or a god king of great power, a peerless genius in the Desheng realm, what a status and status, even an existence like Fenlong would not dare to provoke him at all. Oh. Don't pay. Chen Ningtian's face showed interest again, but his eyes were full of disbelief. There were 4 god kings beside him, and he brought a group of cultivators with him. All of them looked at Chu Yan in the same astonishment. Are you blind? Chu Yan said lightly. Haha, it's interesting, you are much stronger than this island venerable, this is much more fun. After Chen Ningtian confirmed it, the expression on his face was extremely wonderful. He turned his head to look at the gods and kings beside him and said. Come on, break his 2 legs first, then play slowly. The 4 god kings nodded in unison. Unlimited upgrade, the strongest martial soul will continue to be updated on the hand-playing bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend hand-playing bar. If you like the strongest martial soul with unlimited upgrades, please collect it. The strongest martial soul with unlimited upgrades is the fastest update speed. Hashtag C33841 Pick 4. The latest website, however, before a few God King realm could make a move, Dao Zun also suddenly opened his mouth and said. Young Master Chen, wait a moment. Hearing the sound, Chen Ningtian immediately turned his head to look at Dao Zun. Why, you still want to protect him? Chen Ningtian stared straight at Dao Zun. As long as he dared to say one more word, he would give the order to kill this Dao Zun first. Young Master Chen, he is a distinguished guest on my island, can you invite young Master Chen? Dao Zun cupped his hands and said. Although in his heart, he was extremely happy about Chen Ningtian's act of courting death, but because of his special status, even if he didn't care about himself, he still had to care about the spiritual altar behind him. Therefore, he had to open his mouth to remind him, otherwise the altar would blame him, and he would not be able to excuse him. Guessed. Just him. Chen Ningtian turned his head and glanced at Chu Yan, with a look of disdain on his face. What are you doing standing there? Do it for me and break this distinguished guest's leg. Let him know that this is the first domain, not a place for cats and dogs. Yes. The two God King Realm Masters responded to their orders, and the other two God King Realm early-stage God Kings erupted at the same time, and 4 powerful auras rushed out at the same time. The 4 God Kings are different from Chen Ningtian. They all came up through cultivation step by step. For this young man in black robe, if he can kill the black burning gun with one move, his strength will not be too weak, so he must deal with it carefully. Seeing this scene, Dao Zun and the cultivators present showed sympathy in their eyes at the same time. This Chen Ningtian is going to die. What the hell is that look? Although Chen Ningtian likes to cause trouble, he is extremely shrewd. Seeing that the eyes of everyone around him are not right, his heart trembles. Humph. These guys. However, no matter how clever he is, it is impossible to think of. What is the identity and strength of this black-robed youth in front of him? After we abolish this kid, I will deal with you again. After gritting his teeth, Chen Ningtian didn't bother to think about it. Boom. Boom. The two God King Desheng Realm powerhouses were the first to strike, and the other two God King Realm followed suit. In an instant, the 4 God Kings occupied the 4 corners, and at the same time blasted out their unique moves to attack Chu Yan. Burning Dragon Dao was created by ancient beasts in the ancient times of the first domain. The method of burning dragon to ask all kinds of magical skills are left by this ancient beast, and they are extremely powerful. Facing the 4 God King Realm powerhouses, Chu Yan's expression did not change a bit. The 4 flame dragons, of different sizes and powers, all grabbed him. The moment they were about to touch, Chu Yan's figure disappeared on the spot, and went directly behind the 2 early-stage God Kings. What? The 2 strong men in the early stage of the God King realm only felt a crisis in their hearts, and under the panic, they did not dare to hesitate, and they urged their cards together. Hoo-hoo! The 2 talismans were sacrificed at the same time, and the fire was like a tide. However, the power of these 2 talismans hadn't been fully released yet, but the 2 God Kings could clearly sense that there was a monstrous aura rising up to the sky behind them. The next moment, the sword light struck, chopped up the 2's talismans, and struck them. Clang! Clang! The sword light flashed across, 2 screams sounded, and the figure flew left and right. Under one sword, the 2 God Kings were killed and the other seriously injured. At this moment, everyone present, including the other 2 masters at the Divine King realm, were all stunned in shock. This son, I am afraid that he has surpassed the Desheng of the God King realm. Could it be that he is at the peak of the God King realm? For the sword just now, because Chu Yan basically didn't use much true energy, and the sword was released very fast, the 2 masters of the God King realm had just felt Chu Yan's breath, and they had restrained their opponents. Therefore, the 2 God Kings just probed for a general idea, and couldn't help muttering in their hearts. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were full of flames, and his divine power poured down like a sea tide, pouring down towards the 2 of them. What's this? The 2 God Kings only felt a sea of fire coming, and the power of the fire was so strong that their pupils shrank immediately. However, without waiting for them to react, Wan Dao Jianguang turned into a wave of swords, followed closely, and each sword energy was like a peerless sword light, with overwhelming momentum. God of War Yu Jianju. Burning Dragon, Dao Heaven Code. Between the lightning and the flint, the 2 God King realm powerhouses directly operated the method of asking, and 2 flame seals were shot. Following the explosion of the two flame seals, the two god kings shouted loudly. As fire dragons, they attached themselves to the fire seals and attacked Chu Yan. This magical technique of transforming the body of fire into a dragon completely ignores ordinary fire spirits, but it has no effect at all on Chu Yan, the god-defying flame. Therefore, the moment the two fire dragons rushed into the god-defying sea of fire, the two god kings were instantly engulfed by the flames, their bodies were covered in flames, and they turned around and fled. However, Chu Yan's figure appeared in the sky above the heads of the two of them like a god of war, and he raised his hand and punched out. Boom! The two god kings seemed to be hit by the mountain, and they opened their mouths to spray a big mouthful of blood mist, and their bodies fell towards the sea below, splashing two balls of water and disappearing. For Chu Yan, not to mention the great achievement of the God King realm, even the peak powerhouse of the God King realm is not his opponent now. It doesn't take much effort to fight against these two masters of the God King realm. Yu, Chen Ningtian and all the cultivators of Burning Dragon Dao were so shocked that their eyeballs almost flew out. What's the situation? Only 3 moves before and after, the 4 god kings were all abolished. This is 4 pigs, so it can't be so bad. Not only the cultivators of Burning Dragon Dao, but also the hopeful cultivators on the distant island were shocked at this time. Although they knew that this black-robed young man was extraordinary in strength, they never expected that he would be so extraordinary. He only took 3 shots against the 4 god kings, and he won. And when the island lord thought of the scene where he asked the black-robed lord to ask for the island entrance fee, his face turned pale with fright. It's okay, otherwise the opponent can be killed several times with just 1 finger. Aren't you going to cripple my legs? Chu Yan walked towards the ferry boat, his eyes were cold. You don't come here. Chen Ningtian's face was as pale as paper, and he was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. The 4 god kings, this is the strongest combat power he brought this time, and they are all abolished here. My father is the Lord Burning Dragon, and my elder brother is also in this sea area. He is a peerless genius of the Dao Devouring clan. How dare you touch me? They won't let you go, you're dead. Hearing this, all the cultivators around had expressions of fear, and those cultivators on the island also had expressions of excitement. Let you bully, let you rob, download it now. Chen Ningtian stabilized his mind, and with confidence in his heart, he stared at Chu Yan with no fear on his face. You have your own background, so what are you afraid of? For so many years, I can do whatever I want in this sea area. On the one hand, I rely on the subordinates of the God King realm, and on the other hand, I also have the backing. Boom. However, he never expected that the black-robed youth opposite him raised his hand and punched him directly in the chest. #C3385 Phagocytosis. The latest website, this punch hit Chen Ningtian's chest. Although Chu Yan didn't use his true energy, but only physical strength, he directly sunk his chest, making the sound of bone cracking. You dare to hit me? Chen Ningtian was dumbfounded, with bloodshot eyes on the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Chu Yan with disbelief. On this sea area, he has been rampant for many years, and has never been beaten. Not convinced. Chu Yan's eyes were cold. Boom. The next moment, Chu Yan's aura exploded to its peak state in an instant, and even the huge immortal ship was pushed backwards by the blasting air wave for a distance of 10,000 zhang, before the ship barely stopped shaking. This has undergone earth-shaking changes from the previous appearance, and everyone is in a state of shock. Do you want to live? Answer my question honestly. I don't want to kill you. Chu Yan looked at Chen Ningtian and said. Really, don't kill me. A look of joy flashed in Chen Ningtian's eyes. Before he reported his influence and the identity of his eldest brother, the other party still attacked him, which shows that the other party is not afraid of these things at all. Chen Ningtian, who had already had death in his heart, heard Chu Yan's words, and a look of hope suddenly rose in his heart. Answer the question, it's too easy. My lord, just ask, as long as I know, I will answer truthfully. It is of course best to be alive, so Chen Ningtian has become extremely honest now, completely gone from his previous arrogance and domineering appearance. You just said that your elder brother is a peerless genius of the Dao Devouring clan. Chu Yan asked. Yes. My elder brother's name is Hongfang Tian, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the God King realm. Even a strong man in the early stage of supreme being can fight. When Chen Ningtian answered, he was obviously a bit smug. But he completely forgot. Since they are brothers, his elder brother's cultivation is at the peak of the God King realm, while he is only at the prestige realm. The gap is nothing. With the same identity and status, I am afraid that the cultivation resources are similar, but the results are very different. Hong Yutian. Are all members of the Dao Devouring clan surnamed Hong? When Chu Yan heard the name, his eyes lit up. He stared straight at Chen Ningtian and asked. The surname of the soul of God of War is Hong. No. No. No, my lord, among the Dao Devouring clan, the bloodline ranks are extremely strict, and only those who have reached the first-class bloodline purity are qualified to be named Hong. Hearing this, the flames in Chu Yan's eyes jumped suddenly. Could it be said that the clansmen of the God of War are really the Dao Devouring clan? In the news heard before, only a few words were revealed, but the possibility of this first domain is extremely high. The God of War came from the Dao Devouring clan, but back then, the God of War came from the back of the clan, and the relationship with the clan was very bad. Empress Xuanhuan's cold voice sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan just nodded when he heard the words of the Empress Xuantian, which was similar to what he expected, then turned to look at Chen Ningtian, and asked. Before you came out this time, did your elder brother tell you anything? Hearing Chu Yan's question, Chen Ningtian was stunned for a moment, his eyes flickered a few times, and he immediately replied. Just let me pay attention. Is there a god who has passed the sea? His surname seems to be Chu. I didn't pay attention to the others. Having said that, he looked at Chu Yan, changed a few times, and asked tentatively. My lord, do you want to get to know my elder brother? I can introduce you. I guarantee that my elder brother will not attack you. I can make an oath of might. Chen Ningtian really never thought of using his elder brother's hand to deal with Chu Yan. However, he can be sure that once he meets his elder brother, he will be really safe. Although the other party said just now that as long as he answered the question honestly, he would not kill anyone, but in case something happens later, he will confess here. Don't worry. I won't kill you. When Chu Yan heard what Chen Ningtian said, he naturally understood what he meant. Okay, arrange for them to leave, and you continue to tell me about the situation in this first domain. Seeing that everyone around was staring at this side, Chu Yan made arrangements. Yes. Chen Ningtian quickly greeted his subordinates, fished the 4 god kings out of the sea, and left in the ferry boat, while he himself stood obediently behind Chu Yan, not daring to breathe. Next, when Chu Yan asked him what, he would answer honestly, with his low eyebrows pleasing to the eye, he looked extremely pitiful. Seeing this scene, the cultivators around, including Master Dao, all opened their mouths wide, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. This 9-region Supreme Lord has a really good heart. Seeing that Chu Yan didn't mean to trouble him, Dao Zun couldn't help but feel emotional. Etc. Suddenly, Shimazan seemed to think of something, and the pupils of his eyes shrank. The 9 domain supremes all came to the first domain to break through and improve. This lord is a peerless genius. If he breaks through to the 9 domains, it is impossible that he has not been to the first domain. Now, the things he asked himself before, including Chen Ningtian now, were all about the situation in the first domain. This shows that he has never been to the first domain, so he is not the 9 domains. At this time, Chen Ningtian on the ferry ship was shocked. The black-robed young man in front of him turned out to be only in the God King realm, not the supreme being of the 9 realms. However, he also knew that this person might be a peerless genius from a certain powerful force, so he couldn't afford to mess with him anyway. My lord, after crossing the border, you can enter the western region, and you can also go to the eastern region. There are Taoist areas in both directions. The Daozun area has a huge area, and they are all different. All kinds of mutations and visions are extremely mysterious, and the world is so mysterious that even the Dao Lord realm can't see through it. Only when you enter the Daozun area will you have the opportunity to find the opportunity to break through the realm and break through to the supreme realm. Chen Ningtian kept answering Chu Yan's answer without concealing anything, and any cultivator in the first domain knew about these situations. Daozun district. How did it form? Chu Yan asked. The Daozun area is similar to the small worlds of God Kings in other domains, but the difference is that there are many small worlds of God Kings, and they appear randomly. Moreover, some powerful cultivators can forcibly break through to the God King realm without relying on the God King small world. However, it is impossible to break through to the supreme realm without entering the Daozun district, especially the 9 realms supreme realm. It is even more impossible. The elders of my sect said that the Daozun district existed when the world first opened, but it was different from what it is now. Later, after a shocking battle, it formed the current scale. Chen Ningtian thought for a while and replied. So that's the case. Besides the left domain and the right domain, are there other places? Chu Yan asked. Yes, the left domain and the right domain are just low-level Daozun areas, and above them, there is the Shutian area. #C3386 Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Seeing that Chu Yan was interested, Chen Ningtian continued to introduce. This Shutian area is much more advanced than the left and right domains. I heard from my father that breakthroughs in the Taoist realm must go there. Shutian district. Hearing these 3 words, Chu Yan's expression was suddenly taken aback, and a familiar feeling surged up, making him lose his mind for a while. The memory fragments in the sea of consciousness seemed to shatter into another piece, and then flashed by. My lord, I'm not familiar with this Shutian area. I don't know much about it, but I have heard of some forces, such as Taboo Ridge, Ancient Mausoleum Sect, Dao Devouring Clan, Kunlun Immortal Mountain. They are all located in this Shutian area. Inside. After Chen Ningtian finished speaking, he saw Chu Yan suddenly turned his head and stared at him fiercely. Forbidden Ridge, Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, burning instantly. This Dao-eating clan is also one of the hundreds of ancient clans. Why is it in the first domain? Chu Yan asked. My lord, the hundreds of ancient clans are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and there is also a commanding ancient clan. Although the Dao Devouring clan is far less powerful than the ancient times, it is also an existence that is incomparably powerful in general. There are also some ancient clans. The real general branches are all in the first domain, not just the Dao Devouring clan. As Chen Ningtian said, he continued to introduce in a low voice. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. It seems that the Dao Devouring clan is really good. No wonder there are 10 gods like God of War. There is still some time before the Borderlands. You continue to talk about the Kunlun Fairy Mountain, and the Ancient Tomb Sect and Taboo Ridge. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, glanced at the outside of the ferry boat, and continued. Alright, speaking of the Kunlun Immortal Mountain, there are a lot of rumors, and I've heard a lot of it. The Kunlun Immortal Mountain is within the Shutian district. It is definitely a terrifying existence. I heard that it is related to the 10 ancient gods. Moreover, the origin of this fairy mountain has never been clear. Some people say that it can go straight to the end of the God's domain continent, and some people say that it suppresses the most terrifying evil existence in the God's domain continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to conceive the 19 strange plants of heaven and earth. The legendary Empress Shantian is said to have obtained one of the 19 spiritual plants, so she was able to kill a 9-realm supreme with her cultivation at the peak of the Divine King realm, and the fairy ship traveled like a shuttle, traveling between the heaven and the earth. On this journey, I never encountered the eye of the storm again, and those deep-sea beasts encountered the fairy ship, and when they saw the flag of Fenhedao, they immediately fled away. Far. There was no incident along the way. Chu Yan and Chen Ningtian chatted very well in the ferry boat, and the more they talked, the more they talked. Although Chen Ningtian didn't know much about the affairs of the first domain, especially outside the border, it was basically heard in rumors, but for Chu Yan, he still benefited a lot. As time passed, Chu Yan knew more and more about the affairs of the first domain. For example, in the western region and the eastern region, there are basically no major forces, but for the entire God's domain continent, the small forces here are the most complicated, and almost every force has troops stationed here. There is one more interesting thing. Tianxian Digong has been working hard to create a peerless list and a God King realm in the first domain, and rank the world's most powerful. Of course, the main purpose of doing this is for their convenience when they open their own markets. However, not many Xians are interested in this false name. In a blink of an eye, time passed, 6 hours passed. In the sky in front of the ferry boat, a mirror surface appeared, connecting the sky to the sea surface, bearing the impact of the waves. At the end of the sea in the distance, a large piece of land can already be seen. On that land, 8 towering cities like giant beasts occupy different directions and dominate one side. On the surface of the sea, cultivators turned into streamers and rushed into those cities, and many ferry ships also flew into them, which seemed extremely lively. These cities, Chen Ningtian introduced them as Jiang cities. There are more than 30 cities in the border area, and the few in front of him are just a few of them. Basically, these guiding cities are controlled by great forces such as the Spirit Altar and the Burning Tiger Path, and practitioners who come from afar will enter them first. And in these attracting cities, there will always be people who rise, and people who lose from time to time. Here is a start. The ferry ship where Chu Yan was located was heading towards the Jiang city under the influence of Fenhedao. However, Chu Yan had already prepared for Chen Ningtian to make the oath of heavenly power, so there was no need to worry. Young master, you are back. When the ferry ship landed, some cultivators greeted Chen Ningtian with charming smiles. Chen Ningtian's face was cold, he didn't even look at the cultivator, but turned to look at Chu Yan. The smile on his face bloomed like a flower. My lord, let's go to our Fenhedao and sit down, I can introduce my elder brother to you. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head directly, and turned to look at the streets in the city, but it was a lively scene. Between the heaven and the earth in this first domain, there is an extremely ancient and mysterious aura, which is more useful for cultivation than the aura of heaven and earth. Chu Yan now understands why the powerhouses of those forces all run to the first domain when they have nothing to do. If you find a piece of paradise here, it will be of great benefit to cultivation, and it will be several times stronger than other domains. At this time, a group of cultivators flew over from a distance, and rushed into the city lord's mansion at an extremely fast speed. The cultivators of the ancient tomb? What are they doing here? Chen Ningtian also saw the group of cultivators, and was immediately surprised. Among the forces in the first domain, the most rare is this group of cultivators of the ancient tomb. I didn't expect a group of them to come all of a sudden today. Young Daoist, the people from the Dao devouring clan and the ancient tomb seem to be looking for someone, and they have sent many disciples. Now, all the major cities and teleportation spirit formations are starting to investigate. The cultivator next to him replied. Hearing this, Chu Yan frowned immediately. Check. This seems to be aimed at myself. It actually guarded all the teleportation spirit arrays in the receiving city. Such a method is not bad. It seems that they should be looking for the descendant of the gods. My elder brother mentioned it, TSK, 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 the two forces are looking for the same person, this. Chen Ningtian shook his head, obviously not interested. Let's go to Pijuan City together, Chu Yan said. As long as you pass Jian City, you can go to the border city, and then go to the eastern and western regions, which is much more convenient. Moreover, the Gu Ling and Dao Devouring clan are powerful, but it is impossible to send cultivators to all the big cities to investigate, otherwise, so many strong people will get angry, and they will not be able to resist. Now that Chen Ningtian is here, he can save some trouble. Okay, my lord. Chen Ningtian hurriedly led the way, very polite. Sure enough, after Chen Ningtian led the way to the teleportation spirit array, the disciples of the ancient tomb saw Chen Ningtian's face darkened. They didn't dare to interrogate them at all, and let the two of them pass directly. Soon, Chu Yan appeared in Pijuan City. #C3387 Supreme Barrier. Pijuan City, one of the 7 evil cities of Tiangang, is said to be refined from ancient Taoist treasures. After being transformed into a city by a strong Taoist realm, 7 killing formations were arranged in the city, and they were integrated with the power of heaven and earth. Even if a powerful person from the Tao Lord realm came to attack, he might not be able to destroy the city, so the city lord in this city was only guarded by a strong person from the God King realm. Chu Yan walked on the street and looked around. Among the cultivators in the city, most of them were in the heavenly venerable realm, and very few were in the divine king realm. Chu Yan got a map of the border area from Chen Ningtian, and then, according to what the Lord Xuanhuan said, after passing the consciousness to the sect token, he released Chen Ningtian and walked alone. Lu Piapiao, I can let her come here, but this sea area is a bit troublesome, but Demon Lord He Yao can help, I don't know. As Chu Yan walked, he planned in his heart. I want to go to the eastern region or the western region. There are no big forces in these two places, but there are all kinds of messy small forces gathered, which is extremely complicated. If you are looking for an opportunity to break through to the Supreme, you will definitely encounter various dangers. With the White Jade Palace, you also have a place to cultivate yourself. Even if the Tao Master Realm came, it would be impossible to break through the chain of super formations in the White Jade Palace in a short period of time, let alone the Supreme Being of the 9 realms. While walking, the token came in through sound transmission with spiritual consciousness. Junior brother Chu Yan, the branch address of my 8U Xuanhuan sect is in Shutian Western region. You can find it by following the map. Taking out the map and taking a look, Chu Yan headed towards the teleportation point. After leaving the teleportation array, outside the new big city, Chu Yan soared directly into the sky and flew to the edge of the sky. From the border area to the left domain or the right domain of Shutian, it is more troublesome. First you have to go through those big cities, and then go to remote places, and you have to pass through many dangerous areas along the way. After Chu Yan flew in the sky for 2 hours, a continuous mountain range appeared on the horizon ahead, full of aura. According to the map, this mountain range is named Chaohai Mountain Range. After passing through this mountain range, you will arrive at the western region of Shutian. There is a battle ahead. Sensing the fluctuation of true energy in the void in front of him, Chu Yan observed it for a while. Then he flew away. When he walked nearby, he raised his eyes to look, and suddenly his face froze. The battle on the battlefield was extremely fierce, which made him completely unexpected. I saw that in the mountains, hundreds of true qi erupted, and various powerful Tao treasures soared into the sky, colliding with each other. All kinds of tricks, the method of asking questions and forbidden techniques, were continuously cast, the sky exploded, the ground collapsed, and the sweeping wind swept past like a thunderstorm. Among the cultivators who fought, most of them were in the heavenly venerable realm, and there were also those in the divine king realm. Chu Yan turned the pupil of the unicorn and swept towards the battlefield. Disciples of the Flying God sect and the Thousand Demon sect. After watching for a while, Chu Yan figured out the forces of the two parties. It's just that I didn't expect that people from these two powerful forces would start a war here. Huh. As soon as he raised his head, Chu Yan looked towards the void, and his face suddenly changed. Above the sky, there is actually a battle between the supreme beings of the 9 realms. These two forces are so generous. Monsters, dare to kill my disciples, die. The thunderous shouts exploded, and the void billowed like a tide. The gray-faced old man was dressed in a brocade robe, and his might was like thunder. Boom. With this palm, the world was shattered into a piece of powder. Those exploding vigor were like a flood sweeping all directions, and what they passed was actually directly attacking the disciples of the Divine King realm and the heavenly venerable realm below. Supreme Daiyue, can you kill my 1,000 demon sect members? Another voice rang out, but it was full of disdain and coldness. The middle-aged man in a fire robe charged towards him with golden eyes shining. The might of the vast supreme surged, sweeping in all directions like the wind of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man with golden eyes swept across with the spear in his hand, turning into countless spear shadows, stabbing the palm shadow into thousands of holes in an instant, and shattering nothingness. Fighting knife formation. Supreme Master Daiyue didn't take it seriously, his figure flickered, and the light of the sword shot out from the sky, covering the world in all directions, like a field of swords. The outbreak of this war was earth-shattering. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan withdrew in the pupil of the unicorn, ready to leave the battlefield. Yu Fanghe, get out. However, before Chu Yan could leave, the supreme master of the Thousand Demon sect, with his eyes flickering, crossed the void, approached Chu Yan, raised his hand and punched out. Boom, boom. A huge black hole exploded, like the eyes of gods and demons, and slammed into Chu Yan with astonishing power. One of the forbidden techniques of the Thousand Demon sect, 10,000 heavens explodes. Depend on. Chu Yan was shocked. Suddenly, he could find him hiding so far. The power of this punch is extremely terrifying. With Chu Yan's current cultivation base, it feels like the whole world is being suppressed. In an emergency, the divine power in Chu Yan's body exploded to its peak in an instant. Sword of the Heavenly God of War. Chu Yan raised his hand to hold the sword, and the long sword shot out like thunder, and with a slash, there was a wave of swords, and he slashed towards the punching dragon. A sword in the sky. Under the sword light, Chu Yan, as a sword light, shuttled through the void, and instantly appeared in a forest in the distance. There are 3 supreme beings present, and Chu Yan's whole cards cannot be used at all, otherwise it will be even more troublesome if people know that he is the descendant of the gods. Roar. Before Chu Yan could stand still, a loud roar exploded beside him, and a tall demon body burst out of the air, appearing 100 steps behind him, waving the bone stick with both hands, and smashing it down. The Supreme of the Thousand Demon sect had expected that Chu Yan would escape with that punch just now, and had already hidden a murderous move in it. Now, this murderous intent turned into a demon venerable, standing in front of Chu Yan. Chu Yan's whole body was burning with flames, his eyes were like thunder, and he took a deep breath, ready to move the Taoist mountain range. However, at this moment, in his heart, a burst of devilish energy suddenly rushed out, and it began to surge like a spring. An incomparably ancient breath, as if waking up from 1,000 years of sleep. Boom! The terrifying demon will soared into the sky and bombarded the demon master like thunder. This demon venerable, who was powerful enough to kill the peak of the God King realm, was struck by the demonic energy, and instantly froze, with a pair of blood-red demon eyes, completely dull. Woo woo woo. A mournful cry came from Yaozuan's bloody mouth, and with a bang, it exploded into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared invisible. What? The Supreme of Thousand Demons sect and the Supreme with golden eyes turned their heads to look at the same time. Their eyes were full of shock. This? Even Chu Yan himself was stunned, completely unaware of what happened. This seems to be the demonic energy of the seventh supreme demon god of the gods, but how could it appear here, and it is still on him? Leave quickly. After Chu Yan reacted, there was nothing blocking the way in front of him, so he quickly used his body skills and left quickly. Chase. The two supreme beings reacted suddenly, and at the same time burst into momentum. They rushed towards the direction where Chu Yan was escaping. #C3388 Supreme Demon God. However, when these two supreme beings had just rushed out of the distance of less than 10,000 zhang, tens of thousands of divine lights rushed out from the forest below, covering the two supreme beings like a big net. I still want to go. You can't go. Supreme Master Dayue sneered all over his face. Seeing the two supreme beings being enveloped in it, he turned around and rushed over. Thousands of wonders, profound and 9 heavens. The three supreme beings erupted at the same time, and the void between the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly shattered, and a figure rushed out. There is another supreme. There are only 5 supreme beings in this flying god sect, but 4 of them are here. The god kings and heavenly exalted realm powerhouses of the Thousand Demons sect saw the figure that had just appeared, and their expressions changed drastically at the same time. However, the two supreme beings who were shrouded did not show any signs of fear, but instead beamed with joy from their eyes. They came here this time to fight Fei Shenzong, not really because the opponent killed their sect disciple, but because they had other plans. The Thousand Demons sect disappeared 5,000 supreme demon gods, and issued an oracle. It is said that the person mentioned in the prophecy will appear here. The young man in black robe resisted the move of Yao Zun just now, although his devilish aura was fleeting, but the two of them were sure that he was definitely the one that God foretold. No. I can't let him go, and I don't know where to look for it next time. Supreme with golden eyes shining, his face changed slightly, and he looked in the direction of Chu Yan's escape. His eyes were full of anxiety. Don't be afraid, Lord Supreme Demon God said that as soon as the time comes, he will directly tell us the identity and whereabouts of this person. Now, we must hurry up and tell the suzerain the news of this person's appearance. The other Supreme spoke quickly, and at the same time, his eyes flashed red, and he looked at the opposite Supreme with a sneer all over his face. Let's play with them first. When he said this, he flipped his hands, and the thunder clouds billowed in the sky, thousands of miles of thunder exploded, and endless demon breath billowed out, turning the world into a demon realm. At this time, Chu Yan had been flying for more than half an hour, and felt that no one was chasing him, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking a look around, under the safety of the environment, Chu Yan hurriedly surged his spiritual consciousness and probed towards the heart. However, after searching inside and out more than a dozen times, I found nothing at all. The demon energy that appeared just now was completely gone at this time, as if it had never appeared before. Forget it, never mind. Chu Yan shook his head, guessing in his heart, as long as he broke through to the Supreme Realm, he would go directly to the Supreme Demon God to ask. 2 hours later, Chu Yan finally stepped into the western regions. There is no clear boundary between Shutian Western region and the borderland, but Chu Yan can feel that the ancient spirit between this piece of heaven and earth is more than 3 times stronger than before. Facing the map, Chu Yan continued to fly west. Along the way, Chu Yan saw many sights. Among the continuous towering mountains, the main peak soared to the sky, and many cultivators of the ancient clan flew from nearby cities to search around. He also saw familiar people from the spirit race, barbarian race, and 10,000 races. In addition, an ordinary child of a few years old in the city actually had someone with a respectable cultivation base. As for those adult cultivators, none of them were lower than the earthly honored realm. This first domain is really extraordinary. The natives here have had an advantage over people from other places since birth. After Chu Yan observed casually, he found that as long as these people leave the scope of the first domain, their cultivation will be immediately damaged, and they can only retain 50% of their cultivation at most. I am afraid that this is also the principle that good and evil depend on each other, and there is good and bad. In addition, in Xuetian Western region and Eastern region, there are many disciples of major forces, and wars often break out between them, and even the city has to be moved. If anyone is unlucky and gets involved, it will be directly lost. Here. Chu Yan stopped, and there was a lake in front of him. In this lake water, there are bubbles coming out from time to time, spewing out two kinds of red and black flames, and some of them will evolve into fire bulls, fire phoenixes, and other visions. This holing lake was acquired by the bigwigs of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect after a great battle. It was so powerful that ordinary peak god kings could not enter it. Coupled with some powerful killing formations, even if the Nine Region Supreme came, it would be impossible to break through. Junior Chu Yan, please tell me how to enter. Chu Yan said. After a few breaths, there was no movement around, so Chu Yan could only take out his token and spread his consciousness. However, after a while, there was still no response, which immediately made Chu Yan frown. According to what my colleague said before, the place marked on the map is this place, and there is no mistake at all. I didn't expect that no one responded when I arrived now. The junior, just enter by yourself. After Chu Yan finished speaking, his whole body directly charged against the god flames, and strode towards the lake. In the next breath, the evolved fire spirits on the surface of the lake scattered and fled in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Yan strode forward, walked directly to the depths of the lake, and soon reached a gate. Behind this gate is the base of the 8 Xuanhuan sect in the first domain, and the holing lake is the defensive killing formation. When Chu Yan observed the gate, behind the gate, a figure was watching Chu Yan. Awesome, holing lake is ineffective against him, but this gate is not so easy. Heirs of the gods. The number one peerless genius of our sect, I will try it today. Is he qualified to take over this place? Around this figure, there was a man standing with 8 spiritual knives, but he shook his head and said, "You, why bother? Junior brother Chu Yan's current cultivation level is enough to take over here." The man heard it, but didn't answer, but his expression was unnatural. But at this time, Chu Yan, who was standing outside the door, raised his mouth slightly facing the door, raised his hand and pulled out the Haotian sword, which was like thunder. At the same time, the aura in his body erupted like a tide and reached its peak in an instant. What? He wants to break the door forcibly. The person who spoke before was full of disdain, and even wanted to laugh a little. This peerless genius really doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. If the gate is so easy to break, then the station has been breached long ago. Even if this person is a peerless genius, his cultivation is only at the top of the God King realm. And those who came before at the peak of the Trial King state, it is impossible to break through this door. Soul of the God of War. The Taoist master is vain. 2 roars exploded, and 2 towering figures behind Chu Yan rose from the ground, like 2 gods, standing behind Chu Yan on one left and one on the right. In an instant, a violent wave of air surged like a tide, and the entire bottom of the lake was agitated by it. The door seemed to have been impacted by momentum. After buzzing and trembling twice, a large amount of spiritual light surged. Sword of the Heavenly God of War. In Chu Yan's body, the 2 methods of asking questions were running at the same time, and the Nishan flame was attached to the sword body, and countless sword shadows rushed out in an instant, turning into a wave of swords all over the sky. In less than half a breath, all the sword shadows in all directions belonged to the sword body, and Chu Yan's eyes were fixed on the gate, and the long sword was held high. This When the two people behind the door saw this scene, they were stunned. They clearly saw that the position where Chu Yan was staring at was exactly where the gate spirit array's eyes were. When this sword strikes, the gate spirit array is destroyed, and the entire spirit array will explode with endless murderous intent. #C3389 difficulty once. Seeing this scene, the man with 8 spiritual knives quickly flipped his hands, forming a divine seal. Start. With a soft shout, a colorful passage appeared on the ground in front of the gate. Chu Yan looked at the passage that had just appeared, chuckled suddenly, restrained his breath, and stepped into it. He had expected this result a long time ago, so it was not surprising. After all, things like gates are generally not to be dismantled casually. Of course, if those who hide in the dark do not open the door, Chu Yan will definitely cut it down with a sword. This matter, even if it is in the sect, Chu Yan will not be wrong in the face of Lord Xuanhuan. As for the broken gate, let anyone who does not open the gate pay for it. Junior Chu Yan, I have seen 2 seniors. Chu Yan glanced at the 2 people in front of him, bowed his hands, and saluted. The cultivation bases of these 2 people are both at the peak of the God King realm, only half a step away from the Supreme realm. Moreover, it is obvious that these 2 people are the guards here, and they can be regarded as the seniors of their sect, so it is more appropriate for him to call himself a junior. But to be honest, there are really not many people in this God's domain continent who can be worthy of Chu Yan's word senior. Junior brother Chu Yan, you are too impulsive. If you slashed down with your sword just now, the killing intent triggered by the spirit array may be dead. At that time, how will we explain to the sect? The earliest figure said angrily. He thought about many possibilities, such as Chu Yan waiting outside the door, or slowly dismantling the formation, or even sending a message to the Zoman headquarters, etc., but he never thought that Chu Yan would directly draw his sword and forcefully break the formation. Senior, don't worry, I'm just trying, I won't cut it. Chu Yan chuckled. Forget it, don't talk about it anymore, just because the 2 of us happened to be retreating, so I didn't see your message, sorry. The man with the knife smiled and said, directly pulling the subject away from that man. Come. Let me introduce, this is Deacon Zhou Changtian, my name is Zhong Duchuan, you can call me Uncle Zhong. Chu Yan nodded. This person is probably over 3,000 years old, several rounds older than himself. Right now, among our sects, there aren't many people in the western regions. Even if they are, they won't stay here for a long time. They are all practicing outside. They will only come back once when they are free. Uncle Zhong introduced to Chu Yan, Brother Chu Yan, you are here this time, to find a breakthrough opportunity. Let me tell you, there are 37 Daozun districts in the western regions, each of which is different, and changes happen all the time. Having said that, Uncle Zhong took out a map and handed it to Chu Yan, saying, there is a map here, which records some information. You can decide to go to the Daozun area after looking at the situation. After receiving the map, Chu Yan folded his hands and thanked him. Thank you Uncle Zhong. Zhou Changtian, who stood aside, snorted coldly, Junior brother Chu Yan, I think you are not very old, so you probably don't know much about this supreme opportunity. The tone of these words was sour, which made people feel very uncomfortable. But Chu Yan could tell that this man named Zhou Changtian obviously meant that he was young and ignorant. I don't quite understand, please tell me. Chu Yan nodded, and didn't care about him as much, after all, he was from the same clan. Okay. Let me tell you something. After all, you are the #1 peerless genius in my sect, nothing can happen. Zhou Changtian nodded and began to introduce. Chu Yan looked at the other party and smiled lightly, but found that the man's mouth was a bit annoying, but his heart was not bad. The realm of the Supreme, the absolute peak of the gods. If you can surpass the realm of the gods, then you are supreme. Hearing this, Chu Yan was moved. Junior brother Chu Yan is a peerless genius. When he breaks through to the Supreme, he will become the 9 domains. Therefore, after entering these Daozun areas, as long as he finds a chance, he can reach the top. Seeing that Chu Yan was listening seriously, Zhou Chongtian smiled and nodded, and continued. But the chance is invisible, insubstantial, illusory, and mysterious. In the Daozun area, you may get a Dao treasure, or you may go through a battle. During these trials, there are successes and failures, but the slightest chance is hidden in it. As long as you realize something in your heart, you will be honored immediately. While talking, Zhou Chongtian thought of something. He couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. However, just by chance, some people wandered in the Daozun area for hundreds of years, but got nothing. And some people came here for less than 3 days, and they became the most respected. It is impossible to judge and speculate at all, everything depends on personal aura. Having said that, Zhou Chongtian turned his head and glanced at Zhong Dachuan, and a bitter look appeared in the eyes of both of them at the same time. Like the two of them, they have been in this first domain for almost 100 years, and they have searched countless times, but they have not even touched the edge of that chance. However, there are many people similar to them in the sect. The best one is Empress Shantian, who broke through to Supreme in only a month and a half when she came to the first realm. Back then, Empress Shantian, the senior, once said, either rely on great luck, or take the root of self as the root, experience more big events, big battles, every time you face life and death, the choice of victory or defeat, may it will improve the chance. Zhong Dachuan thought about it, and reminded him. Hearing Zhong Dachuan's words, Zhou Chongtian also nodded, looked at Chu Yan with deep approval, and said. You have to remember this, some seniors of my clan have benefited a lot, maybe it will be useful to you. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded, cupped his hands, and said. Thank you 2 seniors for your guidance. To be honest, Chu Yan was a little displeased with these 2 people at first, but now he is grateful after hearing their explanation. These breakthrough experiences are generally not easily told to others. Especially the 2 of them, who haven't made a breakthrough yet and have been suffocated here for nearly 100 years. I'm afraid the last thing they want to see is someone who breaks through, let alone someone from the same clan. After all, such news stimulated the 2 of them too much. Therefore, these 2 people are not bad to themselves. Well, we can't help you with anything else, you take this token, and from now on, you will be responsible for this station. Zhou Chongtian took out a golden token and handed it to Chu Yandao. I'm in charge. Chu Yan looked at the token and was startled. I just arrived in the western regions, and I don't know anything about the situation here, so forget it, I may be outside all the time in the future. Chu Yan didn't even think about it, so he directly refused. He had planned to transfer the White Jade Palace here before, so that he would have a place to cultivate himself, and this station would be useless to him at all. It's the first time I came to the first domain, so I came to this station, and I'm afraid I won't come again in the future. Zhou Chongtian and Zhong Dachuan were taken aback when they heard Chu Yan's answer. #C3340 Darkroom. Chu Yan's refusal stunned the 2 peak God King realm powerhouses at the same time. This residence at the bottom of Linghua Lake was so coveted by so many people that even the Baiyu Xianhuang sect had to go through several battles to grab it. If you hide in it, ordinary supreme beings can't break in at all, which is equivalent to having an extra safe place in this dangerous first domain. Seeing that the 2 God Kings were about to speak to persuade, Chu Yan directly shook his head and said. Seniors, I want to go to the Daozun area first, and I will leave soon. After saying this, Chu Yan looked around directly, found a place at random, sat cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath. At the same time, he sank his spiritual consciousness into the Daozun district map that he had just obtained, and began to explore and study it. Zhou Chongtian and Zhong Dachuan met each other's eyes, with a look of astonishment on their faces, while shaking their heads with a wry smile. The Daozun district, numbered 69, is located in the eastern region. The power of the five elements is the main force. There are many inheritances of the five elements: Tao treasures, heaven, materials, and earth treasures. Five elements cultivators have a relatively high chance of obtaining the supreme breakthrough opportunity. Higher. This Daozun district, number 43, is located in the western regions. From the first realm to the 81st realm, it is divided into levels of secret realms. Each realm has a large number of strong wills to inherit. To enter it, cultivators need to break through barriers layer by layer. There are rewards. The more borders you pass, the bigger the rewards. Until now, 29 people have reached the 81st realm, and 13 people got the chance to break through to the supreme. There is also the number 21 Daozun district, which is located in the western regions. Every cultivator has entered too much, his cultivation base has been suppressed, and he has been forcibly thrown into a small world. The illusion has been reborn, and he has encountered great sorrow and great joy. Number 12 Daozun district, Eastern Territory. After cultivators enter, their cultivation can only reach the human venerable realm, and they can break through their cultivation again at an extremely fast speed. With the help of the continuous breakthrough and improvement of the realm, they can understand the way to break through the realm, destroying the dignity in one fell swoop. Number 1 Daozun district. Located in the western regions, also known as the Forbidden Land of Inhabitants. Entering this place, anything can happen. If you don't break through to the supreme, you can't get out, and you will live forever in it. The supreme realm born in number 1 Daozun district is 9 times more than other districts on average. In addition, Empress Xiantian broke out of this district. Anyone who chooses this area. We must be cautious. Looking at the various notes on the map, Chu Yan became more and more aware. These Daozun districts exist like small worlds of god kings, but they are somewhat messy and irregular. However, this is what makes it so special. After entering, not only will you get the opportunity to be the supreme being of the 9 realms, but you can also get some treasures and inheritances. Chu Yan glanced at the map, and soon found that there was a row of small characters at the bottom of the map. 7,000 years ago, Poyang Daozun once said that there is an extremely mysterious connection among the Daozun districts, and the meaning of its existence is not to allow practitioners to break through the realm. 3,000 years ago, the Master Shaking Pillar left a message saying that the number of Daozun district has been changing from the initial number to the current number. There may be a big secret in this. 800 years ago, Lord Wufeng said that breaking through to the supreme realm may be due to chance, or it may be a matter of life and death. This statement has been confirmed by many practitioners who have broken through the realm. Finally, based on the experience and rumors of all parties, the breakthrough of the 9 realms supreme will have greater benefits. Obviously, there have been many peerless powerhouses in this God's domain continent. They have conducted a lot of investigations and conclusions on this Daozun area, and found some peculiarities, which were recorded on the map. And according to these records, it can be deduced that there is still a terrifying secret hidden in this Daozun area. Chu Yan also had doubts about this for a long time. After all, it is impossible for so many cultivators to break through to the supreme, even the secret realm of the supreme realm of the 9 realms. Thinking of this, Chu Yan's mind moved, he took a long breath, and slowly opened his eyes. Chu Yan, what's the matter, isn't it interesting? Seeing Chu Yan wake up, Zhong Dachuan smiled. Brother, I want to remind you, it's best not to go to the first district. When Zhou Changtian heard this, he nodded quickly and said, yes, I heard that in ancient times, many peerless geniuses entered it, but they haven't come out until now. I'm afraid it's all bad luck, or they turned into lonely ghosts. Wandering. That would be too painful. For the peerless geniuses of the major forces, of course there are life imprints and the like preserved in the sect. Therefore, those peerless geniuses who entered it, those who are dead, and some who are still alive, ask the various forces and basically know a lot. So for thousands of years, the Baiyu Xianhuang sect will remind the peerless geniuses of this sect that it is best not to enter it. These words can only be a reminder. After all, the first district has a 9 times higher chance of breaking through than the other Daoist districts, and it is not easy for the Zongmen to enforce the rules. Seniors, I've made a note. Chu Yan nodded. The number 43 Daozun area and the number 21 Daozun area feel good. I want to go and have a look first. Chu Yan also knows this truth, and since he just came to Daozun district, it is best to start simple. Well, it's fine not to go to the first district. You can decide for yourself, or you can practice here for a while first, and then act after adapting to the aura of heaven and earth here. Both Zhou Changtian and Zhong Duchuan nodded, and said with a sigh of relief. After all, Chu Yan is the number 1 peerless genius of the Baiyu Xianhuang sect. If he falls into the first district, it will still have a great impact on the sect. No need. Now some forces are looking for me, they may come here, I'd better leave first. This residence of the 8th Xianhuang sect is known to many forces. Those who want to find themselves are afraid that they have already sent people to watch outside, so Chu Yan didn't want to cause trouble for the sect, so he decided to leave as soon as possible. Then, after the 3 chatted for a few words, Chu Yan said goodbye and left. This Chu Yan is not bad. He has no arrogance, unlike those peerless geniuses before, whose nostrils have grown to the sky. Zhou Changtian looked at Zhong Duchuan and said with a smile. Haha, just now you wanted to test him. Zhong Duchuan smiled. Ahem, don't mention those, misunderstanding. The two of them were talking, each thinking about something. After a while, Zhong Duchuan's consciousness rushed out, but he began to send messages to the outside world. I almost found out what you asked me. Chu Yan may go to number 43 or number 21. He hasn't decided which one yet. After Zhong Duchuan sent the message, he took out another jade talisman, drilled his spiritual consciousness into it, and then began to spread rumors. In less than 100 breaths, he sent out several messages one after another, all of which were about the same content, all about Chu Yan. Humph. Peerless genius. It has been almost 100 years since Zhong Danian was stuck at the peak of the God King realm. Now, in order to gain a breakthrough opportunity, he can do anything. As for Zongmen or something, it doesn't matter. In the world of martial arts, strength is the most important thing. As long as the strength is strong enough, these sect defections are just child's play. #C3391 Exposure. At this moment, Chu Yan had just decided to go to District 21. If you can take advantage of this opportunity to return to the 10 Directions starfield, that would be a great thing. After glancing at the map and seeing the direction clearly, Chu Yan started flying on his way. In less than 3 hours, Chu Yan appeared in a vast sea. I saw, above the vast sea, a black wooden bridge appeared, connecting the sea area, going straight into the sea, without seeing the edge. On both sides of the wooden bridge, one can see buildings standing beside them, and cultivators are constantly flying in and out. Among these buildings, the cultivators stepped out onto the wooden bridge, and soon disappeared into the mist on the sea. In the western regions and eastern regions, many God King realm powerhouses, as well as heavenly venerable realm powerhouses, and even some local earthly venerable realm powerhouses will enter them and forcibly seek opportunities. Chu Yan had just prepared for revenge, and suddenly he was blessed with a strange feeling, as if there was something hiding in the surrounding void and peeping here. Chu Yan, there is something evil here. The fierce Pluto squatted in the Wentian furnace, and also felt something was wrong, so he reminded him. Since the last Tao consummation of the vicious Pluto, his current strength has improved a lot, and he can also feel the hiddenness in the void. Chu Yan nodded, and directly operated the pupil of the unicorn, sweeping into the surrounding void. The fog above the wooden bridge cannot be seen through, but there is no abnormality found in the surrounding buildings and the void. The cultivators in those buildings can see the realm and breath of cultivation. There is no supreme being here, and even the peak of the God King realm is rare. The result of such an investigation made Chu Yan frowned slightly. Both he and the fierce Pluto could feel that there was something weird here, so it couldn't be wrong. However, he couldn't even find anything. Could it be that everything here has exceeded the limit of his cultivation and cannot be found? Next breath. Chu Yan suddenly saw ripples fluctuating in the void around a building full of spiritual plants. At this moment, Chu Yan's face suddenly froze. Wandering the world of dragons. His figure was like thunder, lightning flashed, and he flew backwards in an instant. Suppressing Heaven Talisman. A shout suddenly exploded in the void. In the next breath, ripples surged in the void, and a piece of yellow talisman enveloped half of the sky, like a golden sky, shining with dazzling runes and spiritual characters, shrouding downward. And Chu Yan's figure was covered under this rune. Depend on. The fierce Pluto cursed violently. This is obviously because someone has been hiding in the void for a long time, and using this talisman also possesses the power of an ancient Taoist treasure. When it was deployed, the sky with a radius of 10,000 miles instantly turned into a piece of iron stone, which was hard to break. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, his arrogance was like a scorpion, and the true energy in his body burst out, and he was ready to break the suppression of this talisman. You can't do it now. Your strength is a bit weak, and you have no chance at all. In the distant void, a cold voice creaked. Immediately afterwards, among the buildings, a fairy ship suddenly rushed out of the sky like a large dark cloud. On the bow of the boat, there are more than a dozen cultivators, each of whom has reached the peak of the God King realm. Moreover, following closely behind was another immortal ship, with an old man full of smiles standing on the bow, and a middle-aged man with a cold face and a white man standing on the previous immortal ship. Gown Man. All three of them are Supreme Realm, Ancient Ling, Dao Devouring Clan, Forbidden Ridge. The three major forces are here, and the 9 realms supreme. That young man seems to be a peerless genius of the Dao Devouring Clan, General Mugu. The cultivators in the building were all startled, and all looked up at the sky. Fierce, the 3 supreme beings of the 9 realms, the early ones. Let's fight together later. At the same time that Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was transmitting the sound, he glanced at the ferry boat, and the green-haired young man said, General Mugu. How do you know I'm here? Hearing Chu Yan's question, the green-haired young man just smiled and said, It's easy to find you. After all, you are an ascendant from the lower realm, and it is very likely that you will come to District 21. While he was speaking, the 3 9-domain supremes moved at the same time, appearing around Chu Yan. Seeing the 3 supreme realm around them, the faces of Chu Yan and G Pluto suddenly sank. The 3 supreme beings blocked it. In this case, it would be very difficult to escape. Only by defeating these 3 supreme beings would it be possible to leave. Taboo Ridge came this time to kill you. But I, the Dao Devouring Clan, and Gu Ling, let you live. General Mugu looked at Chu Yan and continued. So, you'd better say it right away, you are the one who inherited the gods. Smart people, don't ask for death. The supreme being of the 9 regions in Guling snorted coldly, while the supreme being of the 9 regions in Taboo Ridge had blood in his eyes, but he didn't speak. Chu Yan. Chu Yan, the number 1 in the world, is here. It turned out to be him, no wonder the 3 major powers, the 3 supreme beings of the 9 domains. The cultivators present all had a hint of surprise in their eyes, but many of them quickly took out the jade talisman and started sending messages. Now that Chu Yan's name has spread, all major forces attach great importance to his news. Not to mention, some sect forces of some cultivators present are still looking for Chu Yan. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan frowned slightly. Now that his identity is exposed, his troubles and dangers will follow. The three major forces in front of him may only use the Taoist mountain range to encircle him. But as soon as the Daojing mountain range came out, his practice of various ways of asking would definitely be exposed. Chu Yan, after 3 breaths, don't blame the deity for taking action. The supreme being of the 9 regions of the ancient tomb spoke, shouting like thunder. When Chu Yan heard this, flames danced in his eyes, and his whole body burst into flames. Now it's not a matter of not revealing the identity of the god of war at all, but that these people want to suppress themselves. Once they succumbed, it was impossible for them to let themselves go. As for the sentence that they wanted to survive and speak the words of the god of war, it was completely bullshit. Up to now, there is only one way, and that is, war. The heavens and the earth, Yujian Bayu. Chu Yan's figure exploded, and the flames of the whole body rushed against the gods, and rushed directly to the 3 Nine Realms Supremes around him, followed by the 10,000 sword shadows in Chu Yan's hands, like a forest of sword light, attacking cut all directions. The expressions of the 3 supreme beings of the 9 regions, General Mu Gu on the bow of the boat, and the cultivators present all changed drastically. They never thought that this sword would be so powerful. What's more, in the face of the siege of the Dao-devouring clan, Gu Ling, Taboo Ridge, and 3 martial arts masters, this Chu Yan dared to do it. This is completely the same as sending to death, there is no difference. The point is, once the 3 supreme beings are angered, if they really want to kill him on the spot, then those of them who want to know the secret of Chu Yan, or the forces with their own ghosts, will definitely be in vain. Therefore, no one thought of such a result, and no one wanted to see it. #C3392 Aries plow the sky. The 9 regions of Taboo Ridge laughed outright, releasing a terrifying coercion from their bodies, looking at Chu Yan. You too, if you don't do it, I will do it. It's okay for me to kill him. Ha ha ha. When the voice fell to the ground, the talisman on the sky shattered instantly, and a bloody épée in his hand slashed at Chu Yan fiercely. Fellow Daoist, block him, I'll deal with Chu Yan. The 9 realms of the Dao-devouring clan shouted loudly, and flew in front of Chu Yan, with monstrous majesty shining on his body, blocking the bloody épée. Court death. The Jiuxiao of the ancient tomb sneered, and his body also exploded with aura, wiping Chu Yan's anti-god flame, sword tide, and aura into nothingness. Immediately, there was no need to use any special tricks at all, just raise your hand and punch out. Boom. The thunder was like madness, and the sky and the earth shook together. Chu Yan's figure instantly fell into an ice cellar, and the sense of crisis surged wildly in his heart. The blowing fists seemed to condense the power of heaven and earth together, and they were about to smash the whole world into dust. It is impossible to resist such a power of heaven and earth. Green Lotus. Chu Yan didn't dare to hesitate, and with a soft drink, he sacrificed the green lotus directly. Seeing the little green lotus, the 9 regions of the ancient tomb immediately sneered, and punched out again, directly attacking the green lotus. However, the moment his fist touched the green lotus, his face froze instantly. Bang bang bang. The void shattered, shaking in all directions. This fist possessed extremely powerful power, but the little green lotus flower was as majestic as a mountain, not moving at all, but the green light was slightly dimmed. What's this? The face of the Supreme 9 regions was full of astonishment. Even Mu Gujiang and other cultivators above were all shocked. It can't be, the 9 spiritual plants and rare treasures in the Kunlun Fairy Mountain. Chu Yan, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure on your body, but the power of the 9 realms is not something you, a little god king, can think of. 9 realms of the ancient mausoleum's face darkened violently, his aura erupted, and his power was rising steadily. Just now, in order to keep his hand, he only used less than 20% of his strength. Now seeing Chu Yan offering sacrifices to one of the 9 plants in Kunlun Fairy Mountain, he directly exploded with several times his prestige. At this time, the flames in Chu Yan's eyes were burning, and the tiger's roar cloak was flying, facing the top of the continent. He was as motionless as a mountain, and his hands were sealed. Today, try these 9 domains. How strong are they? Haha, came in time. Humph. 3 shameless people. At this moment, 2 clouds of smoke exploded above the sky, and 2 figures walked out of them. One was hiding a bloody iron chain and carrying a big knife, while the other had a dark face, but his whole body was covered in black smoke. The coercion on these 2 people was like a tide, and 2 gusts of wind were picked up, sweeping away in all directions. Chu Yan raised his head, suddenly stunned. This man with black smoke all over his body turned out to be the Holy Heaven Sovereign. While Chu Yan looked over, Xingtian Supreme also looked at Chu Yan, with a smile on his face and cold eyes. Xingtian, God of Dogs, Yu Juedianzong, what are you doing here? Gu Ling, the 2 supreme beings of the Dao Devouring clan, suddenly said darkly. Humph. Come and beat you, can't you? Goshen turned his head, looked at Chu Yan, grinned suddenly, and said. Chu Yan, right, let's go, these 3 shameless people, we will help you block it. After finishing speaking, the 2 of them exploded with momentum at the same time, cast the technique of banning the sky, and rushed directly to the 3 supreme beings. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan naturally did not hesitate, immediately took Lulian, turned around and left. What a Chu Yan, no wonder, it turns out that he has something to do with Zhu Qianzong. Mu Gujiang stared at Chu Yanfei's leaving figure, his eyes were full of brilliance, and he muttered softly. Exactly. I have long wanted to compete with you. With a flash of his figure, Mu Gujiang suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yan, blocking his way. In his hand, there was an extra black spear. On the gun body, a cold light flickered and pierced straight out. With this spear piercing, the momentum of wind and thunder was formed, and Chu Yanqi's figure was stagnant, like a retrograde in a storm. Just from this move, it can be seen that this person's cultivation base is extremely strong. Give me a hand. With an order, the cultivators on the ferry ship above flew out together, turned into various meteor lights, and flew towards Chu Yan. At the same time, there are also powerful people in the God King realm, urging the powerful Dao Bao to start arranging a super-large formation. Seeing someone blocking the way again, and seeing the dense crowd all around, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly became icy. With a wave of his hand, the green lotus reappeared in front of him. If it was normal, it would be impossible to have a good fight with this Mu Gujiang. But now, the environment is not good, and there is no good result if it is consumed. Boom. 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 For the supreme beings in the distance, a war has broken out. The confrontation between Chu Yan, Mu Gujiang, and others was extremely fierce. When seeing Mu Gujiang and other cultivators teamed up and being blasted into powder by a lion, the expressions of those supreme beings and Mu Gujiang all changed. The power of this green little lotus is really terrifying. Goodbye. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the Haotian sword in his hand slashed out, and at the same time as the sword light rushed out, it turned into a sea of anti-god fire, burning in all directions. At the same time, Chu Yan directly launched Yulong Tianxia, which had already reached its peak, and the goods rushed into the 21st district in an instant. Seeing Chu Yan rushing into District 21, Xingtian Jizuan, who was fighting in the distance, had a sinister smile on his face. This Chu Yan, in the 10 Directions starfield, destroyed the power he built, the Holy Heaven Pavilion. Later in God's Domain continent, he was almost lost, because of Chu Yan. This new and old hatred made him almost want to gnaw on Chu Yan. Although the suzerain of Juedianzong has great kindness to himself and obeys the suzerain's order to protect Chu Yan, it is impossible for the Supreme Saint to let Chu Yan leave so peacefully. The suzerain's order is one thing, but letting Chu Yan leave so intact is another. Heavenly Ghost Eyes, open! The Supreme Master Xingtian drank softly in his heart, and activated a peerless treasure. In an instant, endless terrifying ghost energy, like black flying smoke, all rushed into Chu Yan's body. This is... Chu Yan's face changed suddenly, and he could only feel the soul of the god of war in his body suddenly rushing out, releasing a monstrous fighting power, spanning the sky and the earth. This is the fifth person of the gods, War, Master God of War. Whether it is the 9 regions of the ancient tomb, the 9 regions of the taboo ridge, or the 9 regions supreme of the Dao devouring clan, when they looked up and saw the towering body, their faces changed drastically. They instantly recognized the identity of God of War, and all of them turned pale with shock. Although they have been guessing that Chu Yan is the descendant of the 10 great gods, they never thought that he was the most unlikely one. Ares, plowing the sky. This. The 9 realms supreme of the Dao devouring clan, Mu Gujiang and other clansmen were all stunned on the spot. Mars. The 5th god. He actually got his inheritance. The cultivators in the buildings below were all shocked. #C3393 Trader. Most of these cultivators of different forces have extraordinary backgrounds, and naturally they also know the existence of the 10 great gods. They didn't know who the god of war was or what was so special about it, but they knew that the absolute heaven sect was established by the 6th god of the gods, and immediately became the 13th great power in the gods' domain continent immediately after its birth. Moreover, it was rumored that when the Jiuxiao zone was established, it once fought against all the powerful sects in the world. This is only the 6th of the gods, but now the god of war is the 5th of the gods. Chu Yan, what happened? The fierce Pluto asked anxiously with a frightened face. It was obvious that the danger had been saved just now. Why did Chu Yan suddenly release the soul of the god of war? The soul of the god of war was released on its own just now, and someone secretly manipulated it, and I don't know what it did. Chu Yan replied. As soon as he turned his head and looked behind him, the group of supreme beings who were still fighting were all staring at him in a daze, unable to see who had moved their hands or feet at all, which made Chu Yan frown slightly. Could it be him? In the next breath, what did Chu Yan think of? Holy Heaven Supreme. This person is the most suspicious, and this person has an old enmity with himself that cannot be resolved. And he is the subordinate of the fiery youth, so he should know something about himself. Chu Yan, don't worry about it, hurry up and go in. The fierce Pluto was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shouted at Chu Yan. No matter what happens now, there is a dangerous situation in front of you, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with leaving quickly. Hearing the roar of the fierce Pluto, Chu Yan reacted, and quickly turned around and rushed into the 21st district. It wasn't until Chu Yan's figure disappeared at the end of the wooden bridge that the supreme being present reacted. Everyone, our suzerain said that before Chu Yan became the supreme ruler of the 9 realms, my absolute heaven sect will never die with anyone who attacks him. Today's words have been said, so I will leave. The dog god grinned. Receive the spirit soldiers. The cold smile on Xingtian Jizuan's face faded away. He turned his head and glanced at the end of the wooden bridge, pondered for a few breaths, and then turned and disappeared into the void. The supreme being of Taboo Ridge and the supreme being of the Dao devouring clan reacted, and hurriedly forwarded the message back to the Zongmen and did not stay any longer. Mu Gujiang, hurry in and bring that Chu Yan back to the sect for judgment. The supreme being of the 9 realms of the Dao devouring clan spoke to General Mu Gu. Yes. A look of excitement appeared in Mu Gujiang's eyes, his whole body was filled with murderous aura, and he rushed directly to the wooden bridge. In the next period of time, all kinds of news spread all over the land of God's domain, and the eyes of all major forces were all on the first domain. Chu Yan has arrived in the first domain. He is the first king of the gods, the descendant of the god of war. He is number one in the world. Among the peers who are on the same level as him now, there are probably no more than 5. Fifth of the gods. Interesting. The god of war back then was known as invincible in heaven and earth, and invincible in battle. I want to see if it is really the same as in the legend. District 21. The cultivators of various forces were all shocked by the news that Chu Yan was the 5th descendant of the gods. And those peerless geniuses among the various forces, such as Qin Tian, Xiao Guqing, Feng Shantian, etc., are extremely concerned. You must know that even the Empress Shantian was not as influential as Chu Yan this time. At the same time, the leaders of the 8 Xuanhuan sect, the Xuetian ancient sect, the ascending immortal sect, the ancient Ling, the barbarian race, the spirit race, and other major forces held secret discussions overnight, all of which were aimed at the ancient gods of war. These bigwigs are extremely sensitive to the affairs of the top 10 war gods. Not long ago, the 6th god appeared in the world, and news of the descendant of the 5th god appeared immediately, which made them all feel a little different. Now, it is necessary to discuss as soon as possible. Regarding this matter, there is also Chu Yan's countermeasure. At the same time, the Dao devourers of the first domain. Boom. 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 One after another, the terrifying momentum exploded, as if a peerless spiritual soldier who had awakened for thousands of years was born, bursting into the sky with a burst of spiritual light, directly attacking Xiao Tian. This is not the supreme being of the 9 realms, but a Taoist. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Hong Lydian, you traitor, finally appeared. Brother, please calm down. No matter what, young master Hong Lydian has been lost, and now he is only his heir. Bah! How dare you call him the young master? He is not worthy. He is a sinner. A great sinner. This time I want him to die, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Stop yelling. I passed down the first order of killing in 10,000 years in my Dao family, and now I can finally complete it. Let him be the target of the killing. Order. Call all the clan elders and hold a clan elder meeting immediately. With an order, the power like thunder surged through the void. At this time, a secret place where the ancient taboo ridge is located. Ha ha ha. The cold wild laughter sounded, echoed for a long time, and the sky was like a ghost hissing, making all the surrounding skeletons tremble. Even if the 6th person of the gods appeared before, they didn't see how Lord Taboo behaved. Okay. That's great. The 5th of the gods, Kunlun Xianshan, you dare to come out, you rubbish, still want to turn the world upside down. It seems that battle didn't make you honest, have you forgotten the pain at the beginning? The taboo's roar sounded, and the surrounding heaven and earth avenues trembled, churning like a frenzy. After 100 breaths of time, a pair of scarlet eyes opened in the void, looking at all the skeletons. Go, open those seals. Follow the order. A group of skeletons quickly bowed to assemble, turned around and left. Chu Yan is now at the God King realm. The first domain want to break through to the supreme realm. Now in the western and eastern regions, many old monsters have jumped out. Okay. It just happened to be served in one pot, which saved a lot of trouble. The scarlet bloody eyes flickered a few times, and the murderous intent condensed into substance, flashing across the void. Daozun District Western Region, District 21. Chu Yan's figure fell from the sky, with his feet on the ground. Looking up and looking around, there is a black mist everywhere, a phantom of a mountain can be seen in the distance, and black snowflakes are floating in the sky. The strange thing is that these snowflakes disappeared immediately after landing, and there was no sign of merging into the wetland. Chu Yan scanned with his spiritual sense and found that these snowflakes turned out to be special spirit patterns, but they were so mysterious that they could not be peeped at all. Swish! A figure flashed past and appeared directly in front of Chu Yan. This person is 3 feet tall, covered in gold and iron, with a pair of ice blue eyes, a rune on his chest, and no breath fluctuations in his whole body. Friend number 7568, I am the messenger. Now I will inject a spiritual energy into your body to seal your body, extract your soul, and go to another world. As for going to that world, it's all by chance. If you lose it in another world, then your physical body here will also lose it. Do you understand? These words were lifeless and without any fluctuations, but they were extremely clear. Chu Yan removed the seal of Wentian furnace. After hearing the rules, Fierce Pluto quickly reminded him. The current ominous Hades Dao realm is complete, and he also has the opportunity to hit the Supreme Realm. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. #C3394 Star Turing Wisdom. Of course, Chu Yan knew the thoughts of the fierce Hades, but along the way, the fierce Hades helped him a lot, so Chu Yan would naturally respect his choice. After Chu Yan nodded to confirm, the envoy once again confirmed with the fierce king, and after the fierce king nodded in agreement, he waved a wave of spiritual energy into his body. Huh. You're chasing me. As soon as Chu Yan turned his head and looked towards the sky behind him, he raised his eyebrows. However, before Chu Yan could turn his head, the figures of him and the vicious Pluto disappeared on the spot. Bastard! Come a step later. Mu Gujiang watched the figures of Chu Yan and Ji Pluto disappear, and his face became dark. However, he had no choice but to grit his teeth, turn and leave. District 21 has no meaning to him, he will not take the risk of putting his body here. Not only him, among the cultivators who came to the first domain, very few people would come to the 21st district. After all, it is really unacceptable for them to let them give up their current power and walk on the edge of life and death. On the other side, Chu Yan and fierce Pluto shuttled through the turbulent flow of time and space, like two fallen leaves in a violent storm, drifting east and west. When the two of them regained consciousness, before they had time to open their eyes and look around, a vast force between heaven and earth suppressed them, like a mountain pressing down on them. The power to seal the body and soul is activated instantly. But in the next breath, the 9 realms star map in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness began to buzz and tremble. Click! Under the eruption of a powerful force, it blasted towards the void world, as if two infinite mighty forces collided fiercely, and exploded with a shocking sound. Chu Yan felt that everything around him was shaking, and the mysterious vast power disappeared in an instant. And the pressure on him also disappeared. This. Chu Wei was stunned at that moment. 9 territory star chart, what is going on? Chu Yan, you. Even the Empress Shantian was startled, and quickly transmitted her divine sense. However, before she could finish her sentence, her spiritual consciousness fell silent instantly, and the connection with Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness also became untraceable. This is obviously the reason for being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. The 9 territories star map, and also cut off my connection with Empress Shantian. Is this a secret that no one else can know? Chu Yan's sea of consciousness flickered, and he reacted instantly. Looking up and looking around, Chu Yan's eyes trembled for a moment. I saw that he was standing on the top of a mountain range, with a huge altar under his feet. Not far away, there is a pagoda-shaped altar, which releases a tall phantom, shooting straight into the sky, as if connecting the heaven and the earth together. And around the tower-shaped altar, there were huge monsters and cultivators lying on the ground, completely lifeless, but the expressions on their faces did not change. Some of these people were angry, some were surprised, and some twitched. It seems that this is the physical body of all the cultivators who have entered the 21st district. Look, fierce Hades, that is your true deity. Chu Yan glanced over, and immediately found the huge monster body of the top 10 kings of monsters in ancient times. The fierce Pluto was also stunned at this time, his eyes turned around, looking at his own body, wondering what he was thinking. And Chu Yan looked at the tower-shaped altar, swept away his consciousness, and was suddenly amazed. This pagoda-shaped altar has a majestic power, and I am afraid that it must at least have the strength above the Taoist realm to be able to build it. Moreover, even if the Tao Master realm built it himself, I am afraid that it would have to pay a considerable price. The 9 Realms star map, let me see this altar. It shouldn't be right. Chu Yan took a deep breath and turned to look around. After a quick search, he found that there was an ancient spirit array on the ground below the altar, and there was a spirit pattern in it, like the dragon of the beginning, which released a powerful dragon's breath and shot into the distant sky. Chu Yan thought for a while, then directly circulated his true energy and flew to the location of the spirit pattern. After a while, a palace appeared before his eyes. This stone palace is not too big, and there is nothing special on the surface, but the breath released is extremely ancient. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness scanned for a long time before stepping out and entering the hall. The moment he entered the gate of the palace, he only felt a huge wave of prehistoric attack, which instantly wrapped his whole body and pulled him directly into the mystery of the void. At this moment, Chu Yan even felt that he was going back to the beginning of the ancient times. At this time, the 9 territories star chart also sent out a mysterious force, penetrating into the surroundings, and began to devour the prehistoric aura. The 9 territories star map needs these. Chu Yan was startled. The 9 territories star atlas was the most important inheritance that the god of war gave him, and that fiery young man also wanted to get it, so it will never be simple. Chu Yan knows very little about it, but now it seems that entering the Daozun area this time, the secret of the 9 realms star map should be partly opened. Seeing that the 9 territories star map is constantly devouring, Chu Yan naturally will not disturb, just waiting quietly. After a full stick of incense, the 9 realms star map was still devouring quickly, but there seemed to be an extremely old voice resounding in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. My lord, I am the spirit of the star map. Master Li Tian sealed some of your past life memories deep in the star map, but if you open these in advance, it will do you great harm. So, the seal set is to open the memory when you are in the supreme realm. Hearing these words, Chu Yan was shocked. He did not expect that the 9 territories star map would even have the spirit of the star map. Can you tell me who I was in my previous life? Chu Yan asked quickly. My lord, now that you are in the Taoist area, there is something you must know. 9 territories star map did not answer Chu Yan's question, and continued to speak. At the beginning, you spent countless efforts, and you were about to get that thing. Now the opportunity of times has changed. Now you can try again. Go to the 7th area, in the deepest part of there is a drop of your blood essence, use it to enter the 1st area, and have a chance to get that thing. You said at the beginning that no matter what price you pay, even if you let me make a move for you and just annihilate you, you must get that thing. My lord, no one should know about such things, not even that woman, otherwise there will be great trouble and disaster. Speaking of this, the spirit of the star map seemed to have exhausted its power, its voice became weaker and weaker, and finally turned into a little starlight, which flickered on the 9 realms star map, and then completely fell silent. Moreover, the 9 territories star map's action of devouring the prehistoric aura around it also completely stopped. The spirit of the star map. Chu Yan ran his consciousness and rushed into the 9 realms star map, wanting to awaken the spirit of the star map again. However, there is no response at all. The 9 territories star chart seemed to have been severely damaged that year, which caused the spirit of the star chart to fall into a deep sleep. This time, because of the ancient atmosphere in the hall, he was able to wake up once. However, it was only for a moment, and a few words were not finished. It seems that the recovery of the 9 regions star map requires a great opportunity, and Chu Yan does not know the method for the time being, so he has no way to start. However, when I break through the 9 realms supreme, I believe there will be a way. #C3395 This is a casino. The 9 territories star map returned to silence, and the secret of his own reincarnation, I am afraid that he can only know it after he breaks through to the supreme realm. What happened just now? Empress Xuanhuan's voice sounded. Just now the 9 territories star map felt something, so. Chu Yan opened his mouth and said to Empress Xuanhuan, the star map of the 9 realms said that when I break through the 9 realms, there will be part of the reincarnation memory that will wake up. In addition, let me go to the 7th district, where there is reincarnation blood. After getting the blood essence, we have to go to the 1st district. As for what the Jiuxiao star map said, the purpose of going to the 1st district was to find that thing. Chu Yan did not tell Empress Xuanhuan. This point was specifically instructed by the 9 territories star map, and Chu Yan did not tell Empress Xuanhuan. After all, this time the 9 territories star map awakened, he could only say a few words in total, and he specifically said not to tell Xuanhuan, otherwise it would cause great trouble. Chu Yan had to pay attention to this. However, through the awakening of the 9 realms star map this time, Chu Yan also felt that his reincarnation might be an extremely terrifying existence. Then, the existence of such a terrifying reincarnation exhausted all efforts, even at the cost of paying the price of the 9 realms star chart, to get something. I am afraid the relationship is extremely important. According to the notes on the map of Daozun district obtained before, there is a huge secret hidden in all the dozens of Daozun districts. If the original existence of these Daozun areas was not for practitioners to break through to the supreme realm, then what is it for? After a shocking battle, the number of Daozun districts has doubled, and the more the number, the deeper the hiding. What the 9 territories star map said, combined with these 10,000 years of secrets, seems to have vaguely pointed to something. It turned out to be like this. Empress Xuanhuan's tone was as usual, and she couldn't hear any fluctuations in sentiment. Chu Yan, breaking through to the supreme this time is related to your reincarnation, so when you break through, it may cause some special visions. Upon hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. He also knew what Empress Xuanhuan meant. When he was proving the Tao, great changes happened, even Yu Linglong was damaged because of it. According to the words of the Huafa youth, the more the existence against the heavens, the more intolerable this world will be, and the more disasters they will suffer. When breaking through to the God King realm before, nothing major happened, maybe it will accumulate and explode together when breaking through to the Supreme. What is your next plan? Go to the 7th district. Empress Xuanhuan asked. Wait first. Chu Yan shook his head, and said again, I want to go back to the 10 directions starfield first. Now that it has reached the 21st district, and it is about to experience a big catastrophe, what will happen and what the result will be, it is impossible to predict. In this way, I happened to go home once, to meet my father, elder brother, and Yuer. After spending time with his family, he put everything down and went to the 7th district to fight with all his strength. Hearing Chu Yan's decision, Empress Xuanhuan's icy eyes flashed a touch of warmth and tenderness, as if she was not surprised by Chu Yan's decision, but at the same time praised it. But when she spoke, her voice was still as cold as ever. In that case, you can search in this temple, and maybe you will return to the 10 directions starfield. When Empress Xuanhuan first came, she became interested in this stone palace, but she just paid attention to Chu Yan and didn't go to investigate. After all, those who have been to District 21 for so many years have been sealed here. Few people know about everything here. Good. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly. He took a deep breath for an instant, and walked towards the hall. The great hall was filled with prehistoric aura. Chu Yan ran his exercises, but found that he couldn't refine them at all. Not only that, these auras have a strong suppressive effect on his spiritual detection and unicorn pupils, including his physical body, even if he uses his true energy to resist, it will be extremely difficult. After walking for nearly an hour, Chu Yan walked to the depths of the hall, before the stairs leading to the next floor. There is nothing in the hall on the first floor. Shaking his head, Chu Yan began to walk towards the lower floor, but the moment he entered the second floor, the time and space around him reversed, as if putting him in another world. The original suppressing force disappeared instantly. The prehistoric aura also disappeared at the same time. Suddenly, voices sounded in the surrounding void. Haha, I have drawn 3 swords, ha ha ha, 3. Damn, you brat is shameless, don't accept it, come again. Bastard, don't cheat. If you can't afford to bet, don't come here. Go and see those guys. How are you doing? If this continues, when will you be able to go out? Hearing these voices, Chu Yan was stunned. There was someone here. Moreover, it feels a bit like a casino in Tianxian Digong. Chu Yan raised his foot and continued to move forward. The scene in front of him immediately made him sluggish on the spot. All I saw was that there were stone statues placed in the entire hall, and broken Dao treasures were scattered on the ground all around, which was sloppy. In the middle of the hall, there were 10 tables. Chu Yan glanced at them. The envoy before him was eating and drinking with one hand of meat and the other with a wine glass. Isn't the envoy's face full of air conditioning? The machine is cold. Isn't this so unreasonable? I don't accept it. Of course I don't accept it, come again. Not 1 or 2 guides, but a group of guides wearing the same clothes, all blushing, shouting loudly, completely unaware that a stranger came not far away. No. Sorry, excuse me. Chu Yan hesitated for a long time and finally said. When these words landed, the originally noisy hall fell into dead silence for an instant, and all eyes looked over at him, all with stiff faces. Some still had meat in their mouths, and they just looked at Chu Yan so stupidly. In the next breath, all the envoys fried the pot in an instant, and cleaned up everything like a storm, and at the same time tidied up their clothes. When they raised their heads to look at Chu Yan again, they all returned to the demeanor they had received before, and looked at Chu Yan with a cold face. This speed is super fast. Cultivator enters, receive and guide immediately. Well, let me see how the seed source is. One by one, they became extremely solemn in an instant, and disappeared on the spot without even looking at Chu Yan from the corner of their eyes. The rest of the guides twitched the corners of their eyes. They were about to apologize, but when they looked up and saw that it was Chu Yan, they were startled. Damn, not adults. That's scary. Suddenly, there was a sound of exhalation in the hall. These envoys should be controlled by others. There should be district spirits in the 21 districts. According to the reincarnation mentioned by the one just now, they should all be cultivators of God's domain continent. Empress Xuanhuan's voice sounded. Because she was interested, Empress Xuanhuan's consciousness never left. Now that she saw these situations, she immediately reacted. Well, no. A group of envoys suddenly reacted, and they all looked at Chu Yan, their faces full of shock. You, how did you lead the summer altar? The first time they met, the cultivators who could come here were all stunned on the spot. #C3396 Senior Gambler. Seeing a group of people staring at him, Chu Yan gave a wry smile and replied. Maybe it's because I'm special. Of course, it is impossible to directly say the 9 realms star map, so Chu Yan replied casually. Humph. No matter what, you have entered a place you shouldn't have entered, and seen things you shouldn't have seen. Now, you have to die, or become a guide after death. As soon as these words were uttered, all the escorts present all had icy expressions on their faces. In an instant, one after another burst out of power, sweeping the entire hall. The invisible pressure, like mountain peaks, all suppressed towards Chu Yan. These envoys don't have any cultivation at all, but they are integrated with the Daozun area here, and they use the power of the Daozun area when they make a move. Fighting against them is tantamount to fighting against this world. Chu Yan's face darkened slightly, and various consciousnesses flickered in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness resounded in the sea of consciousness of all the guides, causing everyone's expressions to change immediately. What? My lord said, don't embarrass him. A guide spoke with a face full of surprise. It's just a mere God King Realm Master, how could it attract the attention of adults? This envoy, the lord you are talking about? Chu Yan asked. I can't tell you about this. The receptionist's face darkened slightly, he shook his head and said. The next moment, all the ferocity on the faces of the guides disappeared, and the murderous intent in the hall also disappeared. Little brother, there have been no outsiders in this ghostly place for a long time, why don't you play with us? It's very interesting. That's right. Little brother, hurry up. Someone opened his mouth, and the faces of those who were present were instantly filled with smiles, and Chi persuaded Chu Yan. On weekdays, they gambling with each other, it is already boring. It's much more interesting if an outsider finally came today. My god envoys, I'm really sorry, but I don't know much about Panchu. When Chu Yan heard the words, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Just now, all of them were full of murderous looks, but now they have become like this. The rapid change is really difficult for people to adapt to. I came here just to ask, can I go to the realm of the 10 Directions Starfield? Chu Yan stated his purpose directly, and at the same time raised his head to greet the envoys. Hearing this, all the envoys present were joking, and after winking at each other, someone looked at Chu Yan and said, it's not difficult. But, you have to win us. Another envoy hastily added. The flop determines the size, 1 sword is the smallest, and 6 swords are the largest. Each player has 3 cards per game, simple. Chu Yan was speechless all of a sudden, didn't these guys all come out of Tianxian Digong? However, the other party has already stated the rules, and if I don't gamble, if I make a request, the other party will not agree at all. So, Chu Yan walked up to the table and sat down directly. Haha, come on, let's start. Seeing Chu Yan join in, a group of guides made everyone's eyes shine. Come on. Damn, only 6 swords. Haha, Shun Zijian, did you see, 3, 4, 5 swords. Forget it, I'm good at swords, 3 6 swords. I'll go, you're all so hot. What? The newcomer has 5 swords and 1 sword. The next moment, the hall returned to the way it was before Chu Yan came, and there were all kinds of roars, noises, and the sound of slapping tables and throwing benches. However, it took less than a stick of incense, and the hall gradually became silent. One by one, the envoys stared at Chu Yan as if they had seen a ghost, their faces were all bloodshot. Even Chu Yan himself was embarrassed, he didn't expect his luck to be pretty good. Senior Gambling King, there are 2 more passages to the 10 Directions Starfield. One is to become the Holy Son of the ancient Dizong Kingdom and fight against the army of the Profound Sky Continent. The second channel is to return to the Starfield of the 10 Directions and eliminate the Lord of the Demon King's palace. A reception envoy said to Chu Yan with a full face of awe. Ahem. Chu Yan was not well at the time and coughed lightly twice. What the hell is this Gambling King, still a senior? Then the second one, the envoy can just call me Chu Yan. Chu Yan replied after thinking about it. Okay, Senior Gambling King. The 7 envoys bowed all the time, and at the same time, they used their true energy to cover Chu Yan's body. The next moment, Chu Yan's office felt the world spinning, and wrapped in a powerful and mysterious force, it began to penetrate time and space. This time, Chu Yan was different from other cultivators. He returned directly with his physical body, not just his soul. This is also the filial piety of all the envoys to the senior gambling king. On the other side, the first domain of God's domain continent, a certain ancient secret place. A woman was wearing a snow skirt with a handsome face. With the surge of breath, the surrounding sky was full of snowflakes. This alluring woman, who is as cold and arrogant as ice, is the most supreme in the world. Empress Shantian. District 21. It seems that the other Taoist districts are the same. All the Taoist districts in Shutian district are the same. This time, her consciousness followed Chu Yan, and got the message of disharmony, which was enough to bring a clue to the doubts in her heart. Breaking through the 9 realms, awakening the memory of reincarnation, the eternal flower, practicing the 12 doors of inquiry, the 5th of the gods, the 7th of the gods, the supreme demon god, the Tao-devouring clan, Taboo Ridge. Empress Shantian seemed to be in some kind of contemplation, her eyes flickering endlessly. Gradually, with Chu Yan's promotion, the things related to him became more and more complicated. Then, ask now. After a long time, Empress Shantian raised her head, and her icy eyes instantly became full of lingering light, looking at the eternal void from afar. Asked the Supreme, become a Taoist. As time passed, powerful changes began to take place in the first domain, and many forces in the world paid attention to it. At the same time, in this world, some people soar, some rise, and some lose, like flowers blooming and falling, as usual. A few days later, the mysterious power around Chu Yan suddenly disappeared, and his body fell downward. At this moment, Chu Yan instantly felt an extremely familiar aura, whether it was the heaven and the earth, or the surrounding void, or the law of the great way in the dark, the power of the heaven and the earth, they were all very kind and familiar. This is the place where he practiced and ascended, and everything is naturally very familiar. It's just that before the ascension, he was just an ordinary memory, but now. It has been a long time since I came to God's domain continent. I have broken through to the great achievement of the God King realm, practiced the method of asking questions in the 12 doors, and exposed the identity of the descendants of the gods. The current him is an existence that any action can cause the God's domain continent to vibrate. Compared to the current 10-direction starfield, he is definitely an invincible king. Finally, return from God's domain continent. #C3397 came back. This is a 10,000 zhang peak, surrounded by rich aura, birds singing and flowers fragrant, all kinds of monsters and spirit birds flashing. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. Chu Yan closed his eyes, feeling the emptiness of heaven and earth and the majesty of the great Tao. After a few breaths, when he opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He has never been to this place, but for some reason, his heart is extremely warm. This world is his birthplace. Ho ho. Suddenly, there was a strong wind, the color of the sky changed, and various visions erupted at the same time. Chu Yan, you are back. A majestic voice sounded, resounding through the entire sky. It's you. Chu Yan was startled when he heard the voice. Now have you developed a spiritual wisdom? This voice is the prestige of heaven and earth in the 10-direction starfield. When he fought against Shenbang and Xingtian Pavilion, he stood on Chu Yan's side. It's just that it was extremely weak at that time. Blessed by you, after the God list and the Emperor list were destroyed, I controlled everything in the 10-direction starfield, so I became wise. However, compared with you now, I'm still too far behind. I didn't expect that after going to the heaven for more than a year, I became a master of the God King realm. The voice of the prestige of heaven and earth carried a hint of a smile. Apart from being amazed, it really didn't know what to say. At the beginning, it also guessed that Chu Yan was in the God's domain continent and would never be ordinary. But I didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. Don't talk nonsense, tell me, what do you want from me? Chu Yan also replied with a smile. Chu Yan, your current cultivation base is very strong. The current 10 direction star field is stronger than when you left, but you can't bear your breath at all, so I want you to suppress your cultivation base below the human dignity. In the words of the majesty of heaven and earth, it's all bitterness. Even just now, the moment Chu Yan appeared in this world, it felt that the whole world was about to collapse. Okay, no problem. Chu Yan nodded and agreed. In addition, after you left, there is a new force in the 10 direction star field, called the Demon King's Palace. Now they want to devour the entire 10 direction star field, which is a bit troublesome. One more thing to tell you, in the current lower realm continent, our 10 direction star field has been upgraded to a medium-level continent, so it has attracted several high-level continents to spy on us. The power of heaven and earth kept talking, as if he wanted to tell Chu Yan all the grievances that had been suppressed in his heart during this period of time. After all, in this world, no one can listen to what it says. Now that Chu Yan is back, it has finally found someone to confide in. Humph. You, the origin, seem to be incompetent. I finally came back once, and you just want me to help you work. Chu Yan said with an unhappy face. That, in the 10 directions star field, you are the god of the 10 directions, shouldn't you take care of these things? Tiandi Jiwei said blushingly. Okay. I see. This time, I will get rid of the Demon King's Palace and the higher continent first. Let me see the opportunity. If there is a chance, I will call them all and have a chat. Chu Yan replied after thinking for a while. It's simple, I'll call right away. The power of heaven and earth reacted extremely quickly, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Feeling the disappearance of the original power of heaven and earth, Chu Yan suddenly smiled wryly, but he could also understand it. After all, it is not a pleasant thing to be stared at by the bosses above. That kind of feeling is like man-made knives, and he is a fish, and he will be slaughtered at any time. As the original power of heaven and earth in the middle continent, it naturally wants to make itself stronger, which is just like the competition between martial artists, it is the same reason. Chu Yan understood these things very well, but he didn't mind making a move. After all, when Empress Shantian returned to the 10 directions star field, she also deployed means to prevent the prestige of the heaven and earth from evolving into the same as the original God list and heaven list. Gradually, the vision above the sky slowly disappeared. It suddenly occurred to Chu Yan that decades had passed in the 10 directions star field, and he didn't know how much had changed. He should also find the origin of the world and ask carefully. Senior sister, it's here. The vision just now must have come from here. Maybe a spirit treasure was born. At this moment, several voices sounded, a young man with long purple hair and wearing a red robe, another young man with black hair and waist wearing a Chinese robe, and a beautiful woman all flew together come over. Chu Yan looked up and saw that the two young men were both in the Holy Realm, and the woman's cultivation had reached the half-step Imperial Realm. To be able to achieve such a cultivation level at such an age should be due to an extraordinary background. Huh. Who are you? The purple-haired youth arrived first, saw Chu Yan at once, and asked in surprise. Chu Yan. Chu Yan chuckled. Chu Yan. The faces of the three of them changed instantly, and they were suddenly taken aback. Bold. Dare to call this name, do you know that this is the name of the god of the 10 directions? The black-haired young man had a serious look on his face, and said, You'd better get rid of it, the three of us don't care about you, but if you meet someone else, then you will be out of luck. Chu Yan was speechless when he heard the words, You have misunderstood, I am the god of 10 directions, Chu Yan, you mentioned. When this sentence landed, the three of them were startled for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, he said he is Chu Yan, the god of the 10 directions. If you are Chu Yan, I'm still the lord of the Hunyuan sect. The master of the Tianyu building, the master of the Dark Temple, and the Taoist master of Anai Dao. The black-haired young man was also full of jokes, but the little girl smiled lightly and said nothing, and her eyes were also full of disdain. In the 10 Directions star field, all the forces in the major domains, except the Demon King's palace, have statues of Chu Yan standing there. How could they not be clear about Chu Yan's appearance? And this person in front of him is not at all like Senior Chu Yan, the god of 10 Directions. Besides, I heard that Senior Chu Yan went to the heaven. How could he appear here? No, I have a stomach ache. That's so funny. The black-haired young man laughed, took a few deep breaths, wiped his tears and said, "This guy is a fool, but it's very interesting. My name is Jingxing, his name is Jinghai, and this is our senior sister, named Yuqinger. The few of us are disciples of Tianyu Building, and my senior sister is still in the top 30. Yuqinger heard the words, but she gave that junior a blank look, and said, "Don't pay attention to him, he just likes to talk nonsense." As she spoke, her chin visibly raised a few degrees. For her age, being able to rank in the top 30 of the list is of course something to be proud of. What is the list? Chu Yan asked, curiously. Brother Chu, you don't even know the Earth list. The Tianyu Building, the Dark Temple, Hunyuanzong, the 7 great clans and other major forces jointly established the Earth list and the Sky list in the Temple of the Second Continent. As long as you can enter these 2 lists, you are a genius who is unique in a million, and you will definitely become a great emperor and a warrior in the future. #C3398 Are you Chu Yan? Hearing what the 3 young people said, Chu Yan was startled. The heaven and earth rankings jointly created by these forces. Jingxing and Jinghai looked at Chu Yan convulsively, their faces full of expressions of looking at creatures from outside the sky. Fellow Taoist, have you been cultivating in the mountains all these years? I don't know what happened outside. Yuqinger asked. In the 5th year of Chu and Jin dynasties, a group of mysterious cultivators appeared in my 10 Direction star field, and established the power of the Demon King's palace. The major forces join forces, and a sect war breaks out with them, and the war ends in a draw. In order to check and balance the Demon King's palace, the major forces have built the heaven and earth rankings to train young talents with all their strength, and give huge resources to them, as a hopeful force against the Demon King's palace in the future. Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded and said, "So that's the case. This Demon King's palace still has some strength." Seeing him like this, Yuqinger sighed and shook her head, saying, "Some strength. Rumors say that the owner of the Demon King's palace is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the first continent of the Huangji continent in the lower realm continent. Later, he ascended to the heaven realm, and his strength has risen to an unimaginable level. Now, the 10 Directions starfield is no longer as closed as before. After all, without the blockade of the Xingtian Pavilion, there is communication with other lower realm continents. Even the passages to the heavens were gradually restored, and news began to spread. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chu Yan to return to the 10 Directions starfield this time. However, Chu Yan frowned when he heard this. Heaven, isn't that God's domain continent? Now that this guy has come down from the God's domain continent, doesn't he know that the 10 Directions starfield is the place where Empress Xiantian ascended? No, I just talked, but I haven't found the treasure yet. Jingxing suddenly remembered what they were doing here this time, and suddenly exclaimed. There should be no Lingbao here. Chu Yan said with a slight smile. Hearing Chu Yan's words, all 3 of them sneered. How could there be no spirit treasure for such an exaggerated vision before? You are obviously trying to trick us into leaving so that you can monopolize it, otherwise, what are you doing here? The 3 of them ignored Chu Yan and flew into the mountains. They just searched around, but found nothing. Chu Yan didn't say much, just stood there, waiting for a stick of incense, and the 3 of them came back with frustrated faces. On the main peak, there are no tall trees, and the low shrubs can be seen at a glance. After searching around, not to mention Lingbao, not even an ordinary elixir was found. It can't be that you have already taken it. Xingxing turned his head to look at Chu Yan, and said in doubt. Hearing this, Chu Yan raised his hand and pointed, and a burst of true energy exploded, instantly blasting the void above the heads of the three into dust. At this moment, the expressions of the three of them changed instantly. Such power and influence, I am afraid that only the giants of the great emperor realm can achieve it so easily. Unexpectedly, you turned out to be a senior emperor. Zhenghai was shocked. Since he is the god of the 10 directions, he still has this strength. Chu Yan said with a light smile. Huh. The three looked contemptuous at the same time. Although this person is powerful and his cultivation has reached the emperor level, he cannot be compared with the gods of the 10 directions. Since there is no Lingbao, what are your plans? Chu Yan asked. This time we also come out. We have a mission to go, and we are going to go against the gods to participate in the ascension ceremony of their Taoist master. Moreover, the new Taoist master has succeeded, and disciples from all major forces have come to congratulate him. The three of them can't see through Chu Yan, but he is a strong man in the imperial realm after all. If he really has any bad thoughts about the three of them, I'm afraid it will be enough to shoot directly. Therefore, they believed that Chu Yan was just a casual cultivator who had been retreating in the mountains all year round, and he admired the gods of the 10 directions. Oh. It took so long for the sword master to ascend. Chu Yan pondered for a moment, and said to the three of them, if you don't mind, I want to go with you to watch the ceremony together. Since the sword master ascended, if all forces would go, then his father and elder brother should also go. In this case, it just saves me another trip, and at the same time, I can see other familiar people. This is fine. After the three nodded, they flew to the sky at the same time. Along the way, when Chu Yan saw some scenery, he would ask the three of them, and gradually understood the current situation of the 10 directions starfield. It is now the 46th year of the Chu and Jin dynasties. Among the sects against the gods and the three major forces, some geniuses continue to appear and rise from the ground. This also raised the 10 directions starfield from the status of a low-level continent in the lower realm to that of a middle-level continent, but compared with the top 5 high-level continents, it is still a bit worse. In addition, in the past 10 years, the Demon King's palace has risen, and it has been fighting with all major forces, and even said that it wants to overthrow the status of Chu Yan, the god of the 10 directions, so that there is only one true god in the 10 directions star field, that is, Devil. In this regard, cultivators who expressed anger abound. However, the situation on the mainland will not change because of the anger of the majority. Now, every once in a while, small forces are destroyed because of the Demon King's palace. As a result, the entire 10 directions starfield was shrouded in the haze of the threat of the demon god, making everyone feel the crisis. Hearing this, the coldness in Chu Yan's eyes became more and more intense. It wasn't because the Demon King's palace wanted to challenge him, but because he heard that the Demon King's palace massacred in the 10 directions starfield, exterminating ordinary people in the entire city. Not long after, the four of Chu Yan arrived at Anai Shindao. The current Anai Shindao has already turned from darkness to light, found a good island on a vast sea area, and established a mountain gate station. Moreover, there are many islands around this island, which are connected with each other by a large formation, forming a super-large formation. This formation obviously took a lot of effort to build, and it is no problem at all to resist the attacks of the peak warriors of the martial god realm. The sword master is indeed there, the white-robed supervisor, many people are there. Chu Yan glanced over, and immediately found many familiar figures, and at the same time, he also saw through the entire mountain gate's defense restrictions. Sword Master Feishing, there are many people here. Although you are an Emperor Realm cultivator, if you said that you were Chu Yan before, don't say it again. Yu Qing'er looked at Chu Yan's excited face, and quickly reminded her. Hearing this, Chu Yan just smiled lightly. If that's the case, that would be kind of interesting. Soon, the four of them landed in front of the Nashendo Gate, and walked towards the inside of the mountain gate under the leadership of a Nashendo disciple. It didn't take long for a few people to see a huge platform in front of them, and there were 4 more around it, arranged in 5 stars. On each platform, there are tables, and the strong men, the emperor, and the god of war all sit on it, talking and laughing. And above the sky, there are continuous streamers of light that fall on the platform and disappear into the crowd. All kinds of powerful auras swept across, and the surrounding void was vast. #C3399 God of 10. Chu Yan was excited when he saw an acquaintance, while Yu Qing'er, who was standing beside him, was even more excited than him. Look, that's Xie La Jiao, who is number 8 on the heavenly ranking. I heard that he is the descendant of the god of dragon, lion and martial god. He has real lion-dragon blood. Oh my god, that one is number 1 on the heavenly ranking. Yu Qing'er's beautiful big eyes swept across the crowd of strong men, and she became more and more excited. Chu Yan glanced at Xie La Jiao, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. These eyes, this nose, this mouth, and the splatter on this face are clearly the son of a liger, as if they were carved out of the same mold. Turning his head and looking at the other top 10 geniuses on the Tianbang, Chu Yan swept his consciousness and nodded slightly. These people are not bad, they have reached the emperor realm at a young age, and their secret arts and true energy are relatively strong, and their combat power is much stronger than that of ordinary emperor realm powerhouses. It's not bad. Breaking through from the ancestral realm to the emperor realm is a bit rushed, and the foundation is not solid enough. I will find a way to make up for it in the future. Chu Yan said casually. Yu Qing'er, you are now half-step emperor, you must pay attention to consolidating your foundation, it will be of great benefit to you in the future. As soon as these words came out, several cold gazes were cast from all around. His voice is not loud, but the cultivators nearby are all above the ancestral realm, so of course they can hear him. Yu Qing'er's face also sank in an instant, and she said calmly. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. The geniuses on the top of the list will practice with all their strength for a period of time when they become emperors. How could there be problems with their foundations? Joke. The geniuses in the top 10 of the dignified heaven list, what kind of existence in the 10 directions starfield, would be said to have an unstable foundation? Qing'er, take care of your friends. Although the major forces are now in an alliance, if anyone speaks nonsense, it will cause trouble. Yu Qing'er's master was present, sitting on the other side of the VIP seat, turned his head and shouted coldly. Yes, the disciple knows. After bowing quickly. When Yu Qing'er looked up at Chu Yan again, her face became even uglier. Tell you not to talk, you see, if this offends people, I don't care. After finishing speaking, she turned her head to the side and ignored Chu Yan. Chu Yan smiled lightly and didn't care. Now, disciples and representatives of various forces kept entering the arena, and the scene became more and more lively. On the 5 platforms, there are already crowds of people, and practitioners are laughing and chatting everywhere. After half a stick of incense, the sound of bells and drums came from the depths of an Dao. Welcome, Lord Sword Master. The Dao Shen Dao disciples and the strong ones who were present stood up and saluted together, and all kinds of voices gathered together, surfing the sky. The whole scene was incomparably vast and extremely shocking. All the powerhouses present were shocked and all of them were amazed. Call out. At this moment, a ray of Ling Tian sword light soared into the sky. I saw that in the depths of the mountain gate in the distance, a golden sword roared to the sky and cut towards Tianxiao. The sword light split the world like lightning, and it actually cut the world in half. And a tall figure strode out from the void that was split in two. In an instant, the whole world was dark, except for the flickering sword light that did not dissipate, everything fell into silence. All the powerhouses present were stunned. This breath is too powerful. This is the pinnacle of human dignity. Chu Yan glanced at it, and suddenly thought to himself. I am afraid that in the past few decades, under the recovery of the 10 Directions starfield, only the cultivation of the God realm may not be enough to ascend. Whoosh! Several ancient ships descended from the sky and appeared above the platform, their divine lights flickering. On the bows of these ancient ships, there are figures standing. All of them are extremely powerful beings, not weaker than the Sword Master. The 13th floor of Tianyu, the landlord. The Lord of the Dark Temple. The Patriarch of the Zhang clan and the suzerain of the Hunyuan sect are here. Look, those are Jiuetian Martial God, Tianqian Martial God, and Masha Martial God. They are all geniuses of the same generation as Senior Chu Yan. Most of them are here. Many cultivators and disciples looked at the large figures of strong men who descended, and all of them were in a state of flux. Even Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Hai all looked excited. Looking at the familiar faces, Chu Yan's eyes flickered suddenly, as if he had returned to the years back then. Chu Yan, look quickly, that's the owner of Tianyu Tower, Huang Fuji, the owner of the Demon King's palace. When the Demon King's palace invaded, he went in and out by himself. Even the demon god was afraid of him. I heard that on this continent, none of the top 5 powerhouses can shake Senior Huang Fuji. Yu Qing'er's face was full of inexplicable light. After hearing this, Chu Yan smiled lightly, glanced at Huang Fuji, and didn't say much. However, when he looked around again, he found that his father, elder brother, and Situ Yang had all come. Please protect the divine beast. The next moment, the demonic aura in the mountain gate was soaring to the sky, and 2 tall figures rushed towards the sky, holding hundreds of feet of swords and weapons, with extraordinary domineering aura. Chu Yan glanced at it, and suddenly his face was full of astonishment. Isn't this the crystal lion that I tamed back then? How did you become a guardian beast against the divine way? But Jingshi strode forward, but he arrived in front of a statue in front of the main hall, and after bowing, he stood behind the sword master, and his eyes were full of purple thunder. That statue is his own statue. Everyone stand up. The presiding elder shouted loudly. All the people present, no matter how strong or weak they were, all stood up in unison. Stand up quickly. This is the statue of Senior Chu Yan. If you touch it next time, there may be a vision of inheritance. Yu Qing'er opened her mouth with excitement in her eyes. Chu Yan was speechless, and also stood up. Salute. The voice of the presiding elder resounded, shaking the world. All the cultivators saluted slowly with respectful faces. Seeing such a scene, Chu Yan's face suddenly twitched. It was too, what the hell? He never thought that the 10 Directions starfield would be like this now. What are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and salute. When Yu Qing'er saw that Chu Yan was not moving, she became anxious. Chu Yan shook his head, his face was speechless and helpless. This scene seemed to be beyond his imagination. However, saluting to my own statue is to that. Moreover, Chu Yan felt that this scene was like a memorial meeting, and everyone looked solemn, as if he was no longer there. Although, compared to the 10 Directions starfield continent, he is no longer there, but he is not dead, but ascended. These are 2 completely different concepts. Chu Yan, why can't you do it? What are you thinking? Didn't you see that everyone is saluting? You are too obvious, you will be discovered. Yu Qing'er was really anxious this time, her voice became hurried. This is against God, and all of them are alliance forces. The powerhouses here almost occupy the top 10 in the mainland. If they find that you are disrespectful to Senior Chu Yan, it will be a felony. #see 3400 Devil's Palace. Not only Yu Qing'er, but also Jing Hai and Jing Xing were anxious, so they hurried to persuade. Chu Yan, don't mess around, salute quickly. You must know that the current alliance of various forces in the 10 Directions starfield is about unity and sincerity, and the most taboo thing is disrespect to the predecessors of the forces, which will cause discord among the various forces. Although the punishment is not enough to cause death, no matter if it is the Emperor realm or the martial god, no matter how powerful the realm is, they must be punished. What's more, now is the time when all forces are present. No need. Chu Yan shook his head. The sound was not loud, but in the quiet scene, it was spread far and wide. Almost all the cultivators on the 5 platforms heard this sentence. All of a sudden, the gazes and senses of all kinds of powerful people swept over, and they saw Chu Yan standing there motionless, and all of them looked icy cold. This man, bold. Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing, and Jing Hai's faces were all pale. They didn't expect that this Chu Yan was so arrogant that he was going to cause trouble. This time, it's over. This person was brought by them, and the 3 of them couldn't escape, and punishment was certain. Don't worry, it's okay. Chu Yan looked at the 3 of them and smiled lightly, his face full of calmness. However, when these words were spoken, Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Hai immediately twitched. Fine. Don't worry, big-headed ghost. This time he was killed. Not only the 3 of them, but all the cultivators present looked at Chu Yan with cold eyes. Facing the statue of the god of the 10 Directions, he didn't even salute. This is too arrogant. Without respect. Lawlessness. Bold. The Taoist guardian beast, who was against the divine way, roared directly at that time. Who is so arrogant? Not only rude, but also dare to speak like this. For a moment, the monstrous demon power swept across the audience like a gust of wind. All the cultivators present trembled when they saw the anger of the Taoist guardian beast who defied the divine way. This kid, where did he come from? How bold. I don't know, it's from that force. The cultivators on the 5 platforms were all attacked by the murderous aura of the crystal lion, and their expressions changed and were full of anger. It was a great event, but a troublemaker came. At this time, on the ancient ships above the sky, the leaders of the Dark Temple, Han Yuanzong and other major forces also found that the following situation remained unchanged. However, they just frowned slightly and didn't say anything. He's just an ignorant junior, with the guardian beasts around, he will naturally deal with it. Chu Yan, who was standing below, looked at the consciousness and eyes flickering in all directions, suddenly smiled and shook his head, not paying attention. It's just that he looked at the crystal lion with a trace of contempt. Although it's been a long time since we separated, and my aura and appearance have also changed, this guy has been alone for a long time. Now, I don't even know myself. It seems that it has been too long since I beat it, and the skin is itchy. Humph. Courting death. Seeing the contemptuous smile on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth, Jingshi couldn't bear it, and became violent on the spot. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Jingshi patted Chu Yan directly with a pair of lion claws. Faced with this attack, Chu Yan didn't even look at it, and directly looked up at the sky. Swish. As far as his eyes could see, a dazzling silver light flew towards the lion's claw in the void. The crystal lion's eyes froze, his face changed drastically, his demon body retreated violently, and he used his whole body's demon power to resist. Who? At this moment, the complexions of Huang Fuji, Immortal Master, Hall Master and other giants on the ancient ships in the sky changed drastically, and the momentum of their whole bodies erupted at the same time, like a mountain fire gushing out. Ha ha ha, my little friend did the right thing. The true god of the 10 Directions starfield is only worthy of the Demon King's palace demon god. What Chu Yan and the like are all rubbish. Why bother to salute him? The wild laughter spread and echoed in the sky, and a figure shrouded in black smoke appeared in the sky. People from the Demon King's palace. The cultivators and geniuses on the 5 platforms were startled at the same time, and they completely forgot about Chu Yan in an instant. How dare you, from the Demon King's palace, dare to come against me? The sword master turned his head, looked at the cloud of black smoke floating in the sky, and snorted coldly. Master Sword Master, with a great reputation, I'm going to ascend to the heavens this time. I dare to make a mistake. I'm just here to give a congratulatory gift. The smoky figure cupped his hands and saluted, his tone was polite. A word fell to the ground, and with a wave of his hand, 10 bloody things flew straight to the platform below. Everyone glanced at it with spiritual sense, and suddenly found that it turned out to be 10 human heads. The sword master's face changed suddenly, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Huang Fuji, the palace master, and other big bosses also changed their expressions. That's the god of wrath. Sanding martial god. My god, Sanding martial god is dead. All of a sudden, the cultivators on the 5 platforms all cried out in surprise. 10 heads, 10 warriors. Moreover, all of them are at the peak of the martial god realm, and there is no one who has achieved great success or is lower than the 9 heavens. Originally, some strong people were still wondering why those warrior gods were not present at such a grand event today. They didn't expect that they were killed by people from the Demon King's palace. At this moment, thousands of angry eyes rose in the whole scene. The move of the Demon King's palace is extremely sinister. Unexpectedly, at this time, beheading 10 warriors and sending them here as congratulatory gifts is a slap in the face of all the warriors present. The Demon Palace congratulates the Sword Master, ascending to the heavens. Seeing that everyone was furious, the black smoky figure immediately said with a smile on his face, "In this way, only Huangfu will be left." Today, the 2 strongest people in the 10 Directions Starfield are the Sword Master and Huang Fuji. Now that the Sword Master is ascending, there is only one Huang Fuji among the 2 powerhouses in the 10 Directions Starfield continent. This is of course a good thing for the Demon Palace. Die. The eyes of the Sword Master were as cold as ice, and when he lifted it, a beam of sword light struck the black smoke, instantly cutting it into powder. Decree, honorable burial. Looking across the 10 heads in front of the hall, the Sword Master ordered loudly. Immediately, some elders who went against the divine way came up and carefully took those heads away. Boom! 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 At this moment, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky. All kinds of visions suddenly appeared, and thousands of thunder lights fell, as if the sky was angry and resentful. The powerful destructive aura scattered and rushed in all directions, sweeping in all directions like a storm. Originally, it would take more than an hour for the Sword Master to complete the ascension ceremony and cross the boundary-breaking tribulation, but the time was much faster because of his anger just now. Sword Master, don't worry about ascending. With me in the 10 Directions Starfield for a day, this Demon King's palace will not be arrogant. Huangfu looked at the Sword Master and said loudly. Hearing the words, the other big shots present also looked at Jianfeng and nodded in unison. Huangfu, leave it to you. The Sword Master's eyes flickered, and he began to circulate his true energy, preparing to cross the tribulation. #C3401 finished. It's just that no one saw it. There was a trace of anger in his eyes, and he even gritted his teeth. This time when I ascended to the heaven, the first thing I did was to find that boy Chu Yan. It has been many years, and there is no news at all. Could it be that after arriving in the heavens, he forgot about the 10 Directions Starfield? Boom, boom. At this moment, the thunder tribulation above the sky gained momentum. The Sword Master, with a golden sword, shot straight into the sky. A group of bigwigs, including Huang Fuji and the Palace Master, all stared in awe. After the current 10 Directions Star Field was promoted from a low-level continent to a middle-level continent, the Ascension Calamity has also undergone great changes. In terms of difficulty, it is much bigger than before. They took this opportunity to accumulate experience and prepare for the future. At the same time, if something happens to the Sword Master, he can also rescue him in time. On the 5 platforms, all the cultivators and geniuses turned their attention to where the Sword Master was. "Are you from the Demon King's palace? Why are you so disrespectful to Senior Chu Yan?" At this moment, Xie La Jiao, who was standing on the platform, spoke to Chu Yan. Chu Yan heard the words, but was speechless. Everyone else has forgotten, but the Liger's son doesn't remember. In this regard, he is quite like his father, hold grudges. People from the Demon King's palace dare to stand here directly. Even if the palace master arrives, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare. Chu Yan replied. That's right. Xie La Jiao suddenly said. This made the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitch for a moment, and his brain was missing a string, which really looked like a lion and a tiger. It doesn't matter, anyway, you are disrespectful to Senior Chu Yan, according to the regulations, you must be held accountable. A strong man heard the voice here. Immediately shouted in a cold voice. That's right, I'd like to see, how dare you do this? You even said that the top 10 geniuses in the heaven list have no solid foundation. Yu Qing'er's master also stood up, with momentum surging all over his body. Master, because of his name. Yu Qing'er was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly opened her mouth to explain. She knew that this Chu Yan was like this, because he had been retreating in the deep mountains all year round, and his names overlapped. Therefore, at this time, she must intercede for Chu Yan. However, before she could open her mouth, more than a dozen strong men on the opposite side attacked Chu Yan at the same time. Boom! Boom! The 7 great emperors and the 3 martial gods, each of them circulated their true qi, blasting out amazing secret skills one after another. Chu Yan's consciousness flickered and he looked at everyone. These martial arts have not been seen for a long time, and they seem a little strange. Seeing the attacks coming like a tide, Chu Yan suddenly came back to his senses, and with a flash of his figure, he avoided all the attacks. Although these big shots shot, they didn't want to kill Chu Yan directly, so they didn't shoot with all their strength. However, even so, all the bosses present were stunned. This person's cultivation base is not weak, let's attack together. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen strong men shouted. In the next breath, all the powerhouses present came to their senses, mobilized their cultivation bases again, and unanimously released Dao Dharma seals. Not only them, but even those geniuses also made moves one after another. Especially Xie La Jiao, who directly turned into a lion and tiger, opened his mouth wide, and the monstrous and fierce light condensed. Liger, it looks really bad. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, and he looked at Liger's son, speechless. My son is not good at teaching, this foundation is so poor. In a flash, Chu Yan dodged the sky-filled attack again, and came to Xie La Jiao in a flash, and raised his finger to press between his foreheads. Boom! Xie La Jiao's gigantic lion-tiger body was instantly blasted like an arrow from a bowstring, flying backwards towards the sky, while screaming. Although this finger didn't hurt his true self, for some reason, it hurt more than killing him. Bold, dare to resist. The crystal lions present saw that Xie La Jiao was blown into the air and screamed, all of them changed their expressions. In an instant, countless Dharma Seal ultimate moves burst out at Chu Yan at the same time. Snort! Chu Yan snorted softly, his figure was like lightning, and in a blink of an eye, he came behind Jiuxiao and kicked him with his legs raised. Ah! Ah! 2 more screams sounded, Jiuxiao was kicked upside down and screamed at the same time. Bold! Dare to injure the guardian beast. That is the beast of Senior Chu Yan. The great Tathagata will fight. 10,000 Dharma follow your heart code, the flames of war and thunder are heavy. Bairagi. For a moment, all the bigwigs from all sides were furious, and they didn't hold back their hands anymore. All kinds of unique killing intents were blasted out at the same time, overwhelming, as if they wanted to blast the whole world into powder. Such a huge wave of attacks, even at the peak of the martial god realm, might not be able to resist it at all. He is finished. Seeing this scene, Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Hai all turned pale. They didn't expect that Chu Yan would cause such a big disaster. Moreover, the attitude of pleading guilty was too bad, and he even resisted, which angered all the bosses. This time I'm afraid it's impossible to live. After all, they had known each other for a while, and it was somewhat unbearable to just watch him suffer. However, in the next breath, the three of them, as well as all the strong men present, were all stunned to stand on the spot. I saw that Chu Yan's face did not fluctuate in any way, and the attacks from all over the sky rushed like a tide. But when those attacks hit Chu Yan's body, they instantly disintegrated into a piece of powder. It seems that standing there is not Chu Yan, but a supreme god, who cannot be shaken by these forces at all. You, who the hell are you? All the bosses present and all the cultivators were so shocked that they couldn't believe their eyes. With such means and strength, even the peak of the martial god realm, or the two supreme masters, can't do it. And this person in front of him, could it be that he has reached the legendary, human dignity? The legendary realm that can directly ascend to the heavens for nothing. Your Excellency, what power do you belong to? Why are you here? Finally, the battle here caught the attention of the strong men on the three ancient ships above, and someone spoke. The voice of this voice is the Black Knight that is second only to the two supreme beings in the mainland so far. In the past few decades, he has stepped into the 5th level of human respect, and he is also the next master of the Dark Hall. He Xiao stood at the bow of the boat, just looking at Chu Yan. For some reason, the young man in front of him gave him an extremely familiar feeling. However, the heads of the 10 peak warriors just now gave him an extremely bad feeling, which affected his consciousness fluctuations. Boom! The next moment, He Xiao made a move. I saw a black mad dragon blasting through the void, roaring like thunder, and blasting straight at Chu Yan. No way. You don't recognize me either. Could it be that the changes have changed a lot? Chu Yan was speechless, and even lowered his head to glance at himself. This black robe doesn't seem too difficult to recognize. #C3402, the #1 treasure in the world. Chu Yan was still pondering in his heart, but the black dragon's paw print above the sky had already attacked. For this claw, Chu Yan didn't seem to see it, only heard the roaring sound of dragon's tongue, and the violent and shocking power, sweeping away. He Xiao is now about to take over as the Lord of the Dark Palace. This magic dragon secret technique has been cultivated to the 8th level, and its power is astonishing. However, in the next breath, when the black dragon paw print hit Chu Yan's body, it made all the cultivators present turn pale with shock. I saw that the dragon claws hit Chu Yan's body, just like lightly on an ancient mountain. It shattered instantly, turned into dust all over the sky, and scattered in all directions. And Chu Yan stood there. The cloud was calm and the wind was clear, and the robe on his body didn't even shake a bit. Not to mention, it hurt a little. This is impossible. In He Xiao's heart, his soul was overwhelmed, and his scalp was numb. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, as if the dragon art he practiced was just as fake. Of course, the black dragon Jiu cannot be a fake. Not long ago, he killed a strong man in the martial god realm, so it could only be the young man in black robe in front of him, whose strength was unimaginably strong. He is so strong. Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Hai were all dumbfounded. They originally thought that Chu Yan was just a casual cultivator in the imperial realm, but they didn't expect that even the senior Xiao from the Dark Temple could not hurt him at all. Xiao, let's attack together. At this moment, the powerful beings such as the Dark Palace Master, Hunyuan Sect Master, Zhang Clan Patriarch, etc. were startled and looked over at the same time. This glance caught everyone's eyes. This young man in black robe looks familiar. Your Excellency, an existence of such strength will even visit the 10 Directions starfield, but I don't know what's going on, Your Excellency. A deep voice sounded. It was one of the 2 legends in the world today. The elder of Luocahan Tianzong and Huang Fuji, the master of Tianyu Tower, spoke. However, just like everyone else, when Huang Fuji was speaking, his eyes fell on Chu Yan, and his body trembled suddenly, his eyes straightened. This person seems so familiar, but this aura is very different. Could it be that the one who came to God's domain continent had descendants? Who are you? Huang Fu was very hesitant, staring at Chu Yan with dull eyes. I haven't heard Uncle Chu mention it. Boom. At this moment, a thunderous sound exploded. Above the endless sky, thousands of thunderbolts exploded and gathered together again in an instant, evolving into a peerless thunder knife. The aura of the knife burst into the sky and blasted directly at the sword master. The sword master roared and shook the sky, his whole body charged with sword energy, and confronted him. The power of this thunder sword is far stronger than the ordinary vision of thunder calamity. In less than 10 breaths, the sword owner's body is covered with wounds and blood is splattered. It's not good, facing thunder tribulation has changed. Huang Fuji and a group of bigwigs, all of them changed their faces drastically, and Chu Yan was still concerned. All of them burst into breath and began to condense their seals. At this time, the sword master was supported by the seals from all directions, and immediately recovered a bit of momentum, and began to counterattack the thunder saber. After 10 breaths, seeing that the sword master regained the upper hand, the boss present was relieved. God's domain continent, don't go now. Chu Yan looked up at the sword master, raised his finger, and tapped out gently. What is he going to do? Not good. When Huang Fuji and a group of big shots saw Chu Yan make a move, they suddenly thought of something, and they were all astonished. However, there was no time to stop him, so he could only watch Chu Yan helplessly and point out. Boom! Huang Fuji, the Dark Palace Master and a group of bigwigs and the cultivators present felt an explosion of incomparably huge power, gushing out like a flood, crashing into the thousands of miles of thunderclouds above the sky. In an instant, everything is quiet, everything is silent. Everything above the sword master collapsed, thousands of miles of thunderclouds, the rules of heaven and earth, and the power of the avenue all collapsed into nothingness, and disappeared completely. Puff. Under the backlash of Tianwei, the sword master suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a big mouthful of blood mist. The breath of his whole body plummeted, and he was instantly weakened to the extreme. Flying, ascension failed. All the cultivators present were stunned. La Jiao was bombarded, how could he soar? Moreover, under such circumstances, the tribulation passer would be greatly traumatized, and his cultivation might be ruined, and he might even have only half his life. This is the thunder calamity that ascended to the heavens. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the first thunder calamity in the 10 Directions starfield. In this way, the Lord Sword Master will never have another chance to ascend to the heavens, and the martial arts will be completely destroyed. You court death. Huang Fu was so angry that his face turned purple, staring at Chu Yan, his whole body was about to explode, and he directly displayed the Rakshasa domain, and with a wave of his hand, a phantom of a holy Rakshasa appeared behind him. The phantom of the holy Rakshasa, half solid and half empty, with a golden fork in one hand and a silver fork in the other, blasted at Chu Yan at the same time. This is the unique art of the Rakshasa Soul Heaven sect, the Rakshasa Soul Heavenly Divine Art. In the entire Rakshasa Soul Heavenly sect, there are many cultivators who practice this technique, but there are very few cultivators who can conceive in Rakshasa phantom. And like Huangfu, there are only a handful of people who can cultivate to the peak and give birth to the holy Rakshasa himself. Chu Yan looked up, his expression unmoved. He actually. The powerhouses present all reacted and looked at Chu Yan with anger. Oh my God, how could it be like this? Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Hai were completely dumbfounded. They never thought that a casual cultivator they met on the way would destroy the Ascension Thunder Tribulation and the Sword Master who was against the way of God. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Everything is a conspiracy. I'm fighting with you. The most angry person, of course, was the Sword Master. Even though his whole body was wounded and his breath was weak, he still burst out with all his strength, staring at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes, and rushed straight away. Not good. Seeing this scene, the faces of Huang Fuji, the master of the Dark Palace, and other big bosses suddenly changed. This cultivator who appeared suddenly did not know the origin at all, but he was able to destroy the Ascension Thunder Tribulation with his hands. With such strength, no one in this world could do it. Facing such a terrifying existence, the Sword Master, who was now wounded all over his body, would definitely die if he charged forward. Senior, I haven't seen you in how many years, and you're going to fight me hard the moment we meet. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, the Sword Master was thrown back a few steps. So what, I'm going to. Huh. The Sword Master, who was in a rage, had managed a lot, so he was going to rush forward again to fight for his life. For him, his cultivation base was completely abolished, and it was no different from death. However, before he could say a word, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood there in a daze. It was under a dazzling sword light, a silver sword flew out, releasing a monstrous sword power. This sword, so familiar. Not only the Sword Master, but even Huang Fuji, the master of the Dark Palace and other big bosses, all trembled violently when they saw this sword. How? Haotian sword. Hashtag C3403, sword name Haotian. Haotian sword. In the 10-direction Starfield world, no one knows. That was the sword of the god of the 10 directions. It was this person who shattered the Holy Heaven Pavilion and the world shackles of the 10 directions Starfield. You are. The Sword Master's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. On the 5 platforms, all the cultivators were dumbfounded when they saw the face of Lord Sword Master. A blazing sun-like surprise began to appear. What's the situation? Why did the Lord Sword Master stop doing it when that guy showed a sword? Master and I Shen Dao, that is the first sword in the sky, how could it be possible to be shocked by a sword? Moreover, after seeing this sword, why did the strong men of all major forces stop? This sword. Qin Letian, who was bounced away just now, stared at the sword for a long time, suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed. I've seen it. I've definitely seen it. It's there. By the way, it's in the painting. It's the #1 treasure in the 10 directions Starfield. When these words fell to the ground, all the cultivators present were shocked. The #1 treasure in the 10 directions Starfield. Isn't that Haotian sword? On the list of spiritual soldiers, the #1 treasure that only ranks, but has never been seen before. How could it appear in the hands of this young man? You broke your ascension just now because I haven't seen you for a long time, and I don't want you to leave now. Chu Yan looked at the Sword Master and said. Don't worry, I will re-prepare your cultivation base and this original rule, specially for you. As soon as these words came out, the Sword Master's eyes became even more dull. This voice, tone, is obviously that familiar existence. Are you really? The Sword Master was completely stunned, feeling that everything in front of him was unreal, just like a dream. Good. Nodding slightly, a smile appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he looked at the Sword Master and said. I'm back. At this moment, the wind is standing, the clouds are still, and the world is silent. The four gentle words made the sword master, Huang Fuji, the master of the Dark Palace, and other big bosses, tremble violently. This kid is finally back. Master Chu Yan. All the powerhouses, geniuses, and practitioners on the 5 platforms were all shocked, and all of them looked surprised. The God of 10 Directions is back. The God of the 10 Directions has returned to the 10 Directions starfield. In an instant, all the strong men finally understood the reason why he was rude before. Also, he was right when he said that the foundations of those Tianbang geniuses were not solid. Oh my God! Is he really Master Chu Yan? Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Hai, with their mouths open, were completely dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, they all thought that Chu Yan was a casual cultivator who was retreating in the deep mountains, but they didn't expect that it turned out to be Master Chu Yan, who had just returned to the 10 Directions starfield. That being said, all his crazy words before that were all, really. Do you know now? Chu Yan turned to look at the 3 of them and smiled lightly. My lord, we. Yu Qing'er, Jing Xing and Jing Haitian didn't know what to say. I can only feel the blood and my whole body is boiling, my soul is trembling constantly, my whole face is red and hot, and my mind is completely messed up. It's okay, if it was me, I wouldn't believe it. I still want to thank you, these 3 Taoisms are given to you. While speaking, Chu Yan raised his hand, and 3 rays of divine light shot out, entering the bodies of the 3 of them respectively. Taoism. When Jingshi, who was standing on the side, heard it, the lion fur all over his body exploded. Although it is said that after the 10 Directions starfield was promoted to a medium-sized continent, there have been a few strong men from the heavens, but these strong men are rarely able to show Taoism. A Taoist technique is extremely precious. Master. It's me, I'm Crystal Lion. The Taoist beast couldn't bear it, its eyes glowed and it rushed towards Chu Yan, and the lion's tail swung like a poodle. Stand aside for me and reflect on yourself. With a flick of Chu Yan's finger, a crash sounded on Jingshi's forehead, and the pain made Jingshi cry. What's the situation? How could I be beaten? Have to reflect. In the past few decades, I have guarded against the gods and the Raksha Soul Tianzong, and I haven't made any mistakes. Senior Chu Yan, my master said that if I meet you by chance in this life, I can tell you the 4 words of Lion and Tiger Mountains, and I will have great benefits. Qin Ledian reacted very quickly. When facing Chu Yan, although he was still stuttering, his eyes turned green when he saw the 3 Taoism techniques. Ha, what a liger, it really looks the same. Chu Yan laughed at that time. Yes. Master is still the same. Qin Ledian raised his eyebrows with joy when he heard this. Still so shameless. Chu Yan continued to laugh. Yes, it's better not to, Hearing this sentence, Qin Ledian, who was subconsciously going to agree, froze on the spot. This can't be answered. Where is he now? Chu Yan looked at Qin Ledian and asked. This? I don't know, it seems that Yun or Huangzuan continent, together with Senior Situ, said that they wanted to rob the treasure house and sleep with Huangzuan's daughter. Since Huangzuan continent can be called Huangzuan, it is naturally the strongest. These 2 guys. Chu Yan listened and shook his head immediately. Forget it, this Taoism, you can use it to practice. Chu Yan waved his hand and threw a mysterious light. Originally, according to his relationship with Liger, he should have sent out a method of asking. However, firstly, there is no way to practice the method of asking in the 10 Directions starfield, and secondly, I am afraid that Qin Ledian will fly to the heavens in the future and cause trouble. After all, these methods of asking questions of mine did not come from the right path, and the methods of asking questions of the 8 Xuanhuan sect could not be taught without the permission of the sect. Therefore, Chu Yan found a top-notch Taoism, even in the heavens, which would be envied by unrivaled geniuses, and gave it to Qin Ledian. Everyone, I am very happy to be back this time. 10 inheritances have been prepared here, and now they are sealed in the statue. You can go to study them. Depending on your talent and aptitude, you should have different gains. Having said that, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved a large piece of mysterious light into the statue. In an instant, the aura of the statue soared instantly, releasing 10 different mysterious lights of different colors, dyeing half of the sky in 7 colors. In addition, you don't need to salute my statue in the future, and don't call me the god of the 10 directions. I'm just an ordinary cultivator from the 10 directions starfield. Chu Yan thought for a while, and added another sentence. This time, the whole scene was silent. After a few breaths, the experts and geniuses present erupted into cheers like a tsunami, almost toppled the sky. You know, decades have passed since Chu Yan's ascension that they knew. With the aptitude that Chu Yan showed back then, at least he was in the realm of human dignity. What a terrifying existence the inheritance of a powerful person is. If Xuanwu learned this, it would only be a matter of time before he ascended. You boy, what a great handwriting, for Taoism skills and 10 inheritances at once. You just ruined my ascension. Tell yourself, how do you make up for it? The sword master was also very happy, and rarely teased Chu Yan. Of course, no problem, I prepared everything for you. Chu Yan smiled lightly. Chu Yan. Haha, the suzerain is back. Brother Yan. Brother Chu. Senior. In the next breath, all the powerhouses present flew over, and surrounded Chu Yan happily. #C3404, go back. A group of people saluted Chu Yan. Almost all of them were Chu Yan's descendants. Most of those geniuses grew up listening to Chu Yan's legendary stories, and aspired to become a powerful cultivator like him. Therefore, everyone will salute Chu Yan. Chu Yan, on the other hand, smiled, nodding his head one by one, and kindly returned the gift. Seeing this scene, Huang Fuji, the sword master, and others immediately sighed in their hearts. It seems that nothing has changed, and it is back to the beginning. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the ancient boat. There was a figure standing there. He didn't come down, but his eyes were fixed on Chu Yan. He is the Lord of the Dark Temple. Senior, Yu Linglan has been reborn, and now she is worshipping under the disciple of a powerful senior in the heavens, and she is practicing, so I didn't bring her back. Chu Yan bowed his hands and saluted. Huh? Really? The Hall Master's face was suddenly startled, and the light of surprise flickered in his eyes. Seeing Chu Yan nodding his head for confirmation, the Palace Master's eyes were instantly red and hazy and moist. On that day, in the enshrined temple in the Dark Temple, Yu Linglong's life imprint was broken, causing the Dark Temple to fall into sadness. Originally, it was thought that Yu Linglong had suffered an accident in the heavenly realm and was thus lost. Hall Master, this kid finally came back once, why don't you gather everyone and let him talk about the affairs of the heavens, what do you think? Seeing this scene, the sword master hurriedly spoke. Good. Good. Hearing this, the Dark Lord was overjoyed. He wanted to know these things more than anyone else. However, at this moment, a figure flew towards the distant sky, quickly, rushed to the front of the hall in an instant, and exclaimed loudly. It's not good. Lord Sword Master, something is not right. The Demon Palace sent troops to attack Ling Tianzong. This sentence landed. There was a sudden silence. The Sword Master frowned, his face was icy cold, shameless, they are taking advantage of the fire to loot, and they are doing it while I am ascending. Huang Fuji's expression was also cold and he said, I will go to Ling Tianzong immediately to deal with the war over there, but the Demon King's palace plans to move later. I'm afraid it will be a second move. Sword Masters, be prepared. Okay, this matter. The Sword Master nodded, and was about to speak, but was interrupted directly by Chu Yan. Don't be so troublesome. Hearing these words, Sword Master, Huang Fuji, Dark Palace Master and others were all startled, and then reacted. Sword Master, let's go. Chu Yan laughed. Stinky boy, my body has been crippled. Oh, forget it, let's walk with you once. The Sword Master cursed with a smile, then with a wave of his hand, he activated the sect protecting array against the divine way, and was ready to go. Roar. But before the two of them got up, they heard an earth-shattering roar below, and a beast body as tall as a mountain appeared in the sky in an instant. The roar was earth-shattering, and the sound waves were rolling. Just the power and influence made the faces of the geniuses present all change. Master, I. The crystal lion turned into a deity, showing the majesty of the beast, but when he looked at Chu Yan, he became cautious again, not even daring to speak. He meant to say that since the master is back and he is here, as Chu Yan's war beast, he will naturally be responsible for carrying Chu Yan on his back and parading around the world. So, of course, things like rushing on the road belong to him. But just now, he was scolded by Chu Yan, and it took him a long time to understand what was wrong with him. Therefore, now is the time for him to sell well. How can he miss it? Okay. It's you. Chu Yan nodded, wrapped the Sword Master with a wave of his hand, and jumped onto the back of the crystal lion. Huang Fu, you are here to prepare the banquet. I will come back as soon as I go. When I come back, it will be held together with the celebration banquet that destroyed the Demon King's palace. Roar. The crystal lion let out a sky-shattering roar, jumped up and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Huang Fuji, the master of the Dark Palace and other powerhouses didn't say much, and immediately ordered to start preparing for the banquet. What Chu Yan said just now has been very clear, his trip will destroy the Demon King's palace. But, is it that easy? After all, as strong men, they know the rules of heaven in the 10 Directions starfield. Even if Chu Yan has cultivated to a very high level in the heaven realm, but returning to the 10 Directions starfield can only display the cultivation base of human dignity. This is true for those strong men who come down occasionally. In addition, if it wasn't for this, the Demon King's palace wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. After 100 breaths, the 10 Directions starfield, the 9th domain. The crystal lion flew across like a mountain. Wherever it passed, the sky trembled, the earth collapsed, and the evil spirit rolled like a tide. This time, he flew with Chu Yan on his back. It was the most enjoyable time in the past few decades. It must be that the whole body is full of energy, and the monster energy is stimulated to the extreme. If you can pull as much wind as you can, do as much as possible. What's so scary about carrying Chu Yan on your back? The sky is big and the earth is big, no one is afraid of you. And Chu Yan stood on the back of the crystal lion, his eyes swept across the entire 9 regions, and wherever he went, he saw tall magic cities standing up. The entire 9th domain has completely become the territory of the Demon King's palace. Damn, how long has it been? The construction of the 12 demon cities in the Demon King's palace has been completed. In this way, the 12 cities will form a large formation, and it will be difficult for anyone to attack. The Sword Master couldn't help but uttered a foul language. During this period of time, he has been retreating and preparing for ascension, and rarely cared about the outside world. Now it seems that the situation has become very bad. Chu Yan, I think it's better to inform Huang Fu and the others, and then send the troops of each sect, too. As soon as I said this, the Sword Master saw a faint smile on Chu Yan's face, and suddenly the corners of his eyes twitched twice. It's not that I can't trust you, but that when you return to the 10 Directions starfield, you can only use your cultivation at the human venerable realm. In this case, it's a bit adventurous. The sword master said this, but he didn't say anything, that is, he is half useless now, and he can't help at all. If you really want to do something against the Demon King's palace, it is equivalent to Chu Yan alone. No, leave it to me. Chu Yan shook his head and replied softly. All right. For Chu Yan, he still understands, after all, when he was in Shifang's starfield, he also watched him grow up. At this time, the 9th domain center. On this boundless land, a magic city with a height of 9,000 feet stands majestically like a rainbow. This hall, called the Devil God Hall, was transformed from a Dao treasure from the God's domain continent, coupled with the 12 Demon King cities arranged around it. It was even more powerful. Palace Master. The Sword Master, who defied the divine way, failed in his ascension, and now he is rushing towards us with a young man in a black robe. A figure wearing a blood-red robe rushed into the hall and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha, the ascension failed. Great. Humph. I failed an ascension, and still want to trouble us. Court death. In the hall, a line of dignified and powerful men were all full of jokes and disdain. On the first seat sat a young man with a dark face and a purple spirit pattern on his forehead, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. The blood rui in his hand was crushed instantly. #C3405 One Finger Annihilation. The Lord of the Demon King's Palace, Haunted Cloud Dew. A pair of eyes with different fire pupils looked at the blood-robed man below, and said in a cold voice. That black-robed youth, how old is he, what cultivation level? Hearing the palace lord's question, the blood-robed man hurriedly replied. According to the investigation report, the young man in black robe should have just returned to the 10 Directions starfield, Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Hearing this, all the cultivators present were stunned, and the hall was instantly silent. The so-called god of the 10 Directions, Chu Yan. Humph. It really is him. Xuanhuan took a deep breath, looked at the sky outside the hall, his face was grave. However, for him, Chu Yan's return is much better than Empress Xuanhuan's return. Back then, he was a strong man in the heavenly exalted realm in the divine realm continent, and the title of Empress Xuanhuan was like a thunderbolt to his ears. But for this Chu Yan, after returning to the star field below, he heard many legends here. There are so many such legends on every continent that ascends to the heavens. Moreover, apart from the natives of the God's domain continent, most of the casual cultivators in the God's domain continent are ascendants from the lower realms. They are all unknown people in the God's domain continent, or the lowest level of existence, but if they return to the lower continent before their ascension, they are all godlike existences. Moreover, after he came down, he also inquired about the Xinyu continent, and heard that Chu Yan, Dao Foundation was destroyed, so Xuanhuan. From the looks of it, God's domain continent couldn't survive anymore, and they tried to find a way to return to the 10 Directions starfield. Such a waste, so what if he comes back? I'm afraid he, like himself, wants to come back and devour the original power of the 10 Directions starfield, so as to restore his cultivation. It's just Chu Yan, dare to come to the door. Everyone follow me to fight. Just try the power of the 12 Magic City formation. Hian Yundu sneered, raised his feet and walked out of the hall. The palace lord is mighty. A man of dignity and power immediately shouted in unison. The Demon King's palace is different from other forces in the 10 Directions starfield. They all dream of ascending to the heavens, so this palace master is their greatest hope. Otherwise, how could these elders break through to the realm of human dignity? Immediately, Hian Yun led a group of big bosses alone, walked out of the hall, soared into the sky, suspended above the sky, and saw a tall lion beast flying towards the distant horizon. Humph. It's pretty fast. When Hian Yan raised his hand alone to call, a servant offered a cup of spiritual tea and took a light drink. Boom. 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 As he took a sip of spiritual tea, the 12 demon king cities below burst out with an earth-shattering aura at the same time. I saw that the 12 demonic cities were like 12 terrifying beasts, instantly emitting a monstrous and fierce light, sweeping the world. The 12 demon city formation is an ancient spirit formation method that he obtained in God's domain continent. How powerful it is. Maybe it's nothing in the God's domain continent, but in this lower realm, it's still not an invincible existence. In an instant, the momentum of the 12 demonic cities continued to rise, impacting the power of the heaven and the earth, causing the heaven and the earth to shake and tremble, and various visions evolved like a tide. The surrounding rules of heaven and earth avoided one after another, not daring to confront them at all. Seeing this scene, all the powerhouses in the Demon King's palace applauded loudly, with momentum like a rainbow. Damn. This 12 demon city formation, so strong. Chu Yan, this is not something that a human being can deal with, we still. When the sword master saw this scene, his face turned pale immediately, and he quickly tried to persuade him. If you failed to ascend just now, you can't lose your life here, it's not worth it. However, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Chu Yan directly raised his hand and pointed out. Boom! A terrifying airstorm sounded, and the entire sky trembled fiercely. Those cultivators from the Demon King's palace, and Yandu who was drinking tea, almost drank the spiritual tea into their noses, and were confused on the spot. What's the situation? As soon as they raised their heads, they saw that the entire sky and the earth had completely turned into nothingness, and the 12 magic cities were instantly turned into ashes, as if they were wiped off the ground by some powerful force without leaving a trace. Oh my God! The sword master was completely dumbfounded, his scalp exploded in shock. What means this? Xuanhuan waited alone for a group of strong men, his whole body went numb with shock, and his soul almost left his body. This Chu Yan is so strong. Isn't Daoji gone? How could a person who was cultivated as a scholar in the Animal Husbandry Bureau destroy 12 magic cities with one finger? Moreover, the 12 magic cities that have been connected together to form a spiritual array. Walk. 2 breaths later, Yan Yanda came to his senses, shouted anxiously, and at the same time turned around and flew towards the main hall of the Demon King's palace. Those strong men around him, who dared to hesitate, hurriedly followed. It's pretty fast. Chu Yan's face remained the same, and with a glance of his figure, he went directly to the devil's palace. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he heard a burst of air explosion. The entire hall seemed to have been impacted by a heaven-shattering force, and it collapsed into pieces in an instant. In less than half a breath, it also turned into nothingness, and the sky was filled with dust. Xuanhuan waited alone for a group of strong men, and looked at young Chu Yan with a dull face, completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? What happened? What about the demon palace? What about the hall? A group of existences who were originally invincible in the 10 directions starfield looked at Chu Yan dully at this time, completely stiff. Impossible. You are not Taoist, but you have been destroyed. Human venerable realm. How is it possible? Haunted Cloud roared alone. In order to build these 12 magic cities, he spent so much resources and painstaking efforts, and now he was completely destroyed by the other party in just a short time. Chu Yan looked at the other party, didn't answer at all, and didn't bother to answer. Human dignity and cultivation base. There is also a difference in the cultivation base of the same person in the realm of human dignity, okay, just like Chu Yan now, not to mention the realm of human dignity, even the realm of earth and heaven, there is nothing he can do about it. Moreover, there is another biggest difference between him and all the cultivators who returned from God's domain continent. He is actively suppressing his own cultivation, not suppressing by rules. Of course, Wan Yunquan didn't know about these things, and couldn't possibly know. According to the Sword Master, this fierce cloud madman has been in the 10 Directions starfield for decades, and he has only heard of the destruction of his Dao Foundation, and he has never heard of the events that suppressed the peerless geniuses of all forces in the God's Domain continent. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised now. Chu Yan, don't use other means if you have the ability, Wan Yandu still didn't give up, and continued to roar. For such a person, Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention at all. When he raised his hand, a sword chi slashed out, instantly cutting him into flesh and blood, and dissipating a large amount of black energy. Call out. At this moment, a streak of purple spiritual fire rushed out of the scattered black air, rushing towards the sky at an astonishing speed. Huh! The body of Duoshi. The Sword Master also looked at the ball of spiritual fire, and his expression changed immediately. Chu Yan looked up and ignored it. Soon, the fire spirit disappeared into the sky without a trace. #C3406 Between chatting and laughing. Seeing the opponent fleeing, the Sword Master looked at Chu Yan with some puzzlement and said, "Why didn't you make a move? Let his spirit escape, just like that." The purple fire spirit is obviously the soul body, but it was unexpected that this Hien Yandu turned out to be the body of a native of the 10 Directions star region. Now that his physical body was ruined, he turned around and wanted to escape. This Shou Yandu must have escaped to Huangzuan continent, and it will be troublesome to find him again. What the Sword Master said was not that he couldn't find this person, but because Xingzuan continent was a high-level continent, where there were more powerful people than in the 10 Directions starfield, and it would be troublesome to deal with them at that time. Well, don't worry, it's okay. I have my own plan. Chu Yan nodded, not paying attention to it. He had seen it before. This fierce cloud was only the body of Duoshi. However, he came down to the 10 Directions starfield this time, because he had received a mission. If he kills this haunted cloud, then his mission is complete and he will return to God's Domain continent. It's a waste of time to come down and go back without meeting the person you should see. As for the powerhouses in the Emperor's continent, he doesn't care about them. It's just a matter of time to find Situ Yang, the little white bear, and the lion and tiger. All of you, go against God and accept punishment. Chu Yan turned his head to look at a group of strong men in the Demon King's palace who were completely stupid, and ordered directly. Don't think about running away, that's courting death. After Chu Yan finished speaking, he waved his hand, swept out a large amount of true energy, and really returned directly to Jingshi's back. Although the Sword Master was a little unhappy, he couldn't say much, so he followed Chu Yan back. And the group of bigwigs in the Demon King's palace are now swept away by Chu Yan's true energy, and all of them are so frightened that their souls are almost annihilated, and their whole bodies are shaking like chaff. How long did it take? In less than 10 breaths, everything in the Demon King's palace was destroyed. This is the foundation accumulated by the Demon Palace for decades. In an instant, it was wiped out, uprooted, and there was no chance to resist. After a long time against the gods. Above the vast sea area, sea monsters swim one after another, splashing a large amount of water. On those islands, various powers are operating, and a large number of evolutionary phenomena appear in the sky. All the elders and deacons who went against the divine way were mobilized to welcome the cultivators from all sides in all directions, and led them to the place where the banquet was held, where they took their seats. A large area of tables and desks were densely covered, and all kinds of spiritual food and spiritual wine had been prepared long ago. The banquet will be ready soon. Roar. The roar shook the sky, and the crystal lion's demonic aura rolled down from the sky with overwhelming power. All the bigwigs, strong men, and geniuses present stood up and bowed together. Haha, suzerain, sword master, it's just the two of you who are missing, hurry up. Huangfu was very happy and greeted loudly. The sword master and Chu Yan also smiled, and followed Huang Fuji towards the main seat. Then it was announced that the banquet had begun, and the powerful people from all sides toasted and clinked their glasses, creating a lively scene. How long has it been? It's not enough time for a stick of incense. Oh my God, the spirit wine is still hot, the speed. What happened to the Demon King's palace? Who knows? However, with the strength of Senior Chu Yan, coupled with Lord Sword Master, he should have killed many strong people. Such a good opportunity. If we unite the powerhouses of all parties, we should be able to wipe out the Demon King's palace in one fell swoop. Difficult. There is a group of powerful people in the Demon King's palace, and the number may be as many as all the major forces. The bigwigs and geniuses of various forces were all talking in low voices. Although they were not surprised by Chu Yan's appearance, they were extremely curious about the result of Chu Yan's visit to the Demon King's palace this time. After all, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Demon Palace is the largest force in the current 10-direction starfield. Judging from the appearance of Chu Yan's return, his clothes are neat and unscathed, and he should have a good record. If they really have the upper hand, then as long as they unite with the major forces, they can wipe out the Demon King's palace in one fell swoop. This is a great opportunity. Next, the banquet went on, and the atmosphere became more and more lively. Chu Yan, Huang Fuji, and others chatted about the past, and Chu Yan also began to talk about some things in the God's domain continent. Soon, an hour passed. Suddenly, a large black cloud surged in the sky, and nearly 100,000 cultivators flew towards Shandao in groups, almost covering the entire sky. The cultivators and bigwigs present were shocked by this sudden scene. Not good. It's the great elder of the Demon King's palace. Want a human demon? There are also 12 demon altar masters in the Demon King's palace. All are here. What's going on? Almost all the strong men in the Demon King's palace are here. Is this going to war? The expressions of all the cultivators present changed greatly. All of them were filled with true energy and were ready to strike. But Huang Fuji, the master of the Dark Palace, and other high-level bosses looked at this scene with indifference. Others may have guesses, but they have absolute confidence in Chu Yan. Since Chu Yan has just gone to the Demon King's palace, it is impossible to cause any trouble, even if he did not ascend before, let alone Chu Yan who has returned from the heaven now. Moreover, they remember very clearly that what Chu Yan said before he went was to destroy the Demon King's palace. Now, if one of these high-ranking members of the Demon King's palace appears, there is only one possibility. Soon, the group of densely packed figures in the sky fell down together. Just as Huang Fuji and other bigwigs guessed. An amazing scene appeared. The center of the Demon King's palace, the former second demon altar master, the Earth Demon Altar Master and all the second demon altar masters, come here to plead guilty, Lord Chu Yan, Lord Sword Master, and have no complaints. The center of the Demon King's palace, the former fifth demon lord. The center in the Devil's palace, the original 10th. These powerful existences who had fought for hegemony in the 10-direction starfield for decades, and the demon altar masters who were extremely feared by various forces, all knelt down on the ground, lowered their heads, no longer had the arrogance of the past, and they were all extremely honest. And behind them, those who belonged to the Demon King's palace also lowered their heads deeply, their whole bodies were shaking, and their eyes stared with fear. What, this? Please forgive me. The cultivators of various forces present, geniuses, and bosses were all stunned and couldn't believe the scene in front of them. What's going on? These people from the Demon King's palace actually came to plead guilty on their own initiative. Moreover, none of the 12 demon altar masters will fall, which is almost equal to the entire Demon King's palace. Except for the Lord of the Demon King's palace, everyone is here. The entire Demon King's palace was taken over in one pot. These people all came to admit defeat and apologize. In this way, it does not mean that there will be no demon palace in the 10 Directions Starfield from now on. These 3 words exist. However, it seems that there is still a Devil Palace Master missing. #C3407 Repression. In any case, the destruction of the Demon Palace is a foregone conclusion. This is a great thing for all the forces present. All of a sudden, the enthusiasm of the banquet was raised to a higher level, and everyone was extremely excited. After 3 full days, the banquet can be regarded as an end. Afterwards, the various disappearances of the 10 Directions Starfield continent began to spread, shaking the world. As the instigator of this storm, Chu Yan was helping the Sword Master to recover, and at the same time, he also took out several methods of asking questions and taught them to the Sword Master, Huang Fuji, the Master of the Dark Palace and others. At the same time, Chu Yan also told them the origins of these methods of asking, and asked them to pay attention. After they have practiced the method of asking, before ascending to the heavens, they will probably be invincible in the lower realms. Human dignity is invincible, there is absolutely no problem. Even if it is a strong person who came from God's domain continent, as long as they are not peerless geniuses, they can't do anything to them at all. Of course, how could peerless geniuses from the God's domain continent have the time to come to this medium-sized continent? They didn't even have time to find opportunities in the first domain. Chu Yan, uncle has improved a lot in the past few decades. Now that he has reached the martial venerable realm, he has started to travel around the world. He should be in the Emperor continent now. Huang Fuji sat in the small courtyard, looked at Chu Yan, and said, "Master, don't worry, I have always sent someone to be by uncle's side, there will be no problems." "Well, thank you," Chu Yan said with a smile. Huang Fu quickly got up, stood in front of Chu Yan and bowed, saying, "Master, you are so small." For Chu Yan, he was dissatisfied when he first met him, and then he joined the Raksha Soul Tianzong and practiced the skills bestowed by Chu Yan. Later, after Chu Yan ascended, his skills were great, so he took Chu Yan as his master. "That's all. Don't talk about this." Chu Yan shook his head and asked Huang Fuji to sit down again. Chu Yan is still not used to such vulgar etiquette. As for the Raksha Soul Heavenly God art, this is the beginning of his cultivation path. When it was passed on to Huang Fuji and the others, it was a cycle of cause and effect, good and evil reciprocate. It can be regarded as repaying the debt of gratitude to the Raksha Soul Tianzong, but I didn't expect Huang Fuji to be called a master. "Master, are you going to Huangzuan continent?" Huang Fuji asked after sitting down. Chu Yan thought for a while and replied, "In a few days, let's go to the previous place first, and when the matter of the origin of the world is done, then go to the Emperor continent." "Master, this disciple is willing to follow you." Huang Fu stood up quickly. Chu Yan did not refuse Huang Fuji's request. So in the next period of time, Chu Yan began to travel to the 10 Directions Starfields, and went to all the major domains to see. After another 10 days passed, Chu Yan's itinerary was interrupted by the origin of heaven and earth. "Chu Yan, thank you for the matter of the Demon King's palace. I have already invited the origins of the 5 continents in the lower realm, and they have all sent representatives here. Are you free now?" Hearing this, Chu Yan nodded. Soon, I felt an original force falling on my body, wrapping it, and bringing it to another world. Here is a restaurant. Although it is not big, it is extremely elegant and comfortable compared to ordinary restaurants. There are no tables and chairs in the restaurant, but a lot of wooden shelves and the like, where all kinds of spiritual treasures are placed. If the powerhouses in the mainland saw this, they would all be crazy about it. In the middle of the restaurant, there is a stone table made of origin stone, and 5 figures are sitting in front of the table, all of which are as illusory as smoke. The aura of these people is extremely thick, and there is a trace of weirdness, without any aura of cultivation. It is completely composed of the power of the source. One of the Ziki figures first raised his hand to signal Chu Yan, and casually transmitted the voice. Chu Yan, the origin of Huangzuan continent has not come. Those here are Donghuang continent, Hushu continent, and Kanglan continent. Chu Yan said, if you have any thoughts, just say it. Seeing that Chu Yan's expression was not good, the Ziki figure hurriedly said, there are 5 continents in the lower realm, and now the Huangzuan continent dominates, and these 4 have formed an alliance. The Emperor continent made me a vassal before, but I rejected it. These 4 continents also made me a vassal, so. Having said that, Ziki figure didn't say any more, the meaning was already very obvious. Chu Yan turned his head, looked at the 4 figures sitting, and after cupping his hands to signal, he sat lightly. At this moment, the 4 figures turned their heads at the same time and looked at Chu Yan. The origin of the 10 directions starfield, according to what the Empress Xiantian gave him before, knew a lot of things about the heavens, and these 4 knew some things about the heavens through those cultivators from this continent. In other words, if there are no cultivators from their own continent in a short period of time, if they come back from the heavens, they will not know the information of the heavens at all, and the information will be seriously lagging behind. Therefore, they know Chu Yan's information, which is similar to that of Hian Yandu. The origins of these 4 continents were upper-class continents a long time ago, and their origin power is not comparable to that of the origins of the 10 directions starfield. In their continents, almost every once in a while, a group of cultivators ascended to the heavens, and some even broke through to the God King realm. Therefore, for the Shifang starfield, who was promoted from an inferior continent not long ago, he didn't care at all. Shifang, now is the last chance. If you don't join us, then the final result, huh? The original phantom of the Kanglan continent glanced at Chu Yan, then turned and said to the purple figure. Your Excellency, our source of the 10 directions, will not join any continent as a vassal. Of course, the source of the 10 directions will not take the initiative to attack other continents. Before Shifang Yuan could answer, Chu Yan spoke. You're just a cultivator. What qualifications do you have to represent the origin of the 10 directions? Shifang, do you have a master now? Humph. Ridiculous. The origins of the other 3 continents sneered when they heard Chu Yan's words, and at the same time looked at the origins of the 10 directions with contempt. This. Shifang Yuan's complexion instantly became embarrassing. Chu Yan glanced at the source of the 10 directions, chuckled and said, I am not the master of the source of the 10 directions. I am just an ordinary cultivator in the 10 directions continent, but I don't want the place where I was born to become a place of chaos. You guys understand? Ha ha. Kanglan continent immediately stood up when he heard this, and said coldly. The strongest in Shifang is not Empress Xiantian, she doesn't say anything. You, an ordinary cultivator, what right do you have to talk nonsense here? That's right. Young man, this is not something you can interfere with. The origin of each continent is full of momentum, and they speak at the same time. Chu Yan's face was as usual, and he was not affected by these surging original breaths at all, and said again. I'm not eligible. Very good, then ask if it is eligible. Clang. The words fell to the ground, the sword lingering shocked the sky, and the roar was like thunder. The Haotian sword pierced through the air, releasing monstrous sword energy, suppressing the surrounding void to buzz. #C3408 General Teacher. When this scene appeared, the faces of the mainland origins present all turned cold instantly. Shifang, is this what you mean too? The origin of the Kanglan continent, his eyes were icy cold, he looked at the purple phantom and said. Hearing this, Shifang Yuan didn't raise his head, nor gnaw a sound. Humph. Good. Good and ruthless. Seeing Shifang Yuan's reaction in Kanglan continent, Of course he understood that the young man called by Xuanhuan today might not be that simple. However, Chu Yan is in the heavens, although he has a small reputation, but… Chu Yan, don't think we don't know about you. I also have news from the heavens. Kanglan Continent looked at Chu Hua with a look of disdain and said, don't think that this is the lower realm, and you can do whatever you want. You, a cultivator with a ruined Dao foundation, are not qualified enough. The export of this sentence immediately attracted the origins of other continents around to nod at the same time. Only the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth, with his head down, raised a curve. In our continent, there are many cultivators who have ascended to the heavens. Compared with your 10 continents, they are at least 10 times and 100 times. And there are many god kings. If you dare to break the rules and intervene in the affairs of Yuan, then, Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Chu Yan. What do you want? That's your business. I've made it clear. However, you have to understand that I will never sit idly by anyone who takes action against Xuanhuan. After saying this, Chu Yan got up indifferently, and said with a smile, in addition, your information is a bit bad. It has been a long time since the destruction of Daoji. Now, if you want to attack me, you'd better invite someone above the 9 realms supreme. After saying this, Yang Luyan glanced at Xuanhuan, nodded, and disappeared immediately. And the 4 mainland origins stood there. Completely stupid. What do you mean? Our information sucks. 9 realms sovereign. What does it all mean? The 4 mainland origins, you look at me, I look at you, completely dumbfounded, standing there for a long time without saying a word. Logically speaking, even if you practice in the martial artist world once, it may take 100 years or hundreds of years. It is very timely for them to inquire about the information of the heavens once every few decades. You must know that above the heavens, it is impossible for ordinary cultivators to break through their cultivation, without hundreds or even thousands of years. Moreover, the higher the level of cultivation, the more difficult it is to break through. However, listening to Chu Yan now, they seem to have missed some important information in the past few decades. On the other side, after Chu Yan left, he transmitted his voice to Huang Fuji. There are as many continents in the lower realm as there are stars, and the number is no less than 500. After Chu Yan broke the Xingtian pavilion, Huang Fuji and the others also went to some continents, but they did not go to the Huangzuan continent. 5 hours later, Emperor Zun continent, nameless mountains. Chu Yan and Huang Fu fell into the mountain range, and their consciousness spread out, sweeping in all directions. Chu Yan glanced over, and immediately said, this Huangzuan continent is indeed the top continent. The power of the original source is much stronger than that of the Shifeng continent, and it has been promoted to a higher level. For a continent, the strength of the original power directly reflects the strength of the continent. This is like the true energy of cultivating talents. Of course, there are other means, which will also have an impact, but the root cause remains the same. In order to give birth to more powerhouses and ascendants, the source of power is the source. After sweeping through Chu Yan's consciousness, he suddenly found something, and said with a slight frown. It's just that the source of the Emperor continent is so scattered, there are at least a dozen or so strands. Huang Fu heard the words, nodded his head and said, that's right. I heard that many ascended people will choose the Emperor continent first when they return to the lower realm, which is why the Emperor continent is a bit complicated. Among these forces, the top one is called Tianyu Palace. Among the top 10 powerhouses in Huangzuan continent, 4 have come to Tianyu Palace, and there are pictures of Tianyu. This map of the oracle is said to be transformed by the least one of the dozen or so sources of power. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately understood that this Tianyu Palace might be similar to the original Xingtian Pavilion, Shenbang and other 10 direction star fields, and it was devouring the original power. The difference is that the rules in the Emperor continent have not been changed, and it is not much different from the current 10 Directions starfield. Hai Yandu is the illegitimate son of the current owner of the Heavenly Mandate Palace. He went to the 10 Directions starfield to build the Demon King's palace. It should be for the power of the source. The Heavenly Mandate Palace should be behind it. Huangfu was very familiar with these matters, and had already inquired clearly. Telling Chu Yan about these situations, so that it is convenient for Chu Yan to act in Huangzuan continent, can be regarded as a lot of preparations. Chu Yan nodded, looked up into the distance, and said softly, "Huangfu, a friend is here." When these words fell to the ground, a stream of light flew from the distant sky and fell directly in front of Chu Yan and the two of them. With a smile on his face, he waved his long sleeves and bowed his hands in salute. "The Qin bamboo slips below. I heard that brother Huangfu is coming to Huangzuan continent, and I'm here to welcome you." The abrupt part, "I still see Liang." Huangfu said to Chu Yan via voice transmission, "This Qin Jian is one of the top 10 powerhouses in the Huangzuan continent. His name is Qin Jian. He established the Nanshan book building. Many cultivators were sent under him, but he has remained neutral all the time. Don't ask about world affairs, I like reading questionnaires more. Uncle Chu is currently working as a general teacher in Nanshan bookstore, teaching some basic martial arts lessons to children." Hearing Huangfu's explanation, Chu Yan bowed his hands and said, "I met Brother Qin, thank you for taking care of my father." Qin Jian quickly waved his hands and said, "Chu Yan is here this time. Does he want to see the Emperor continent first, or to see your father?" "Of course I met my father first," Chu Yan replied. "Then, please follow me." Qin Jian didn't say much, turned around and flew up, and soon brought the two of them to a city. Different from other cities, in this ancient city, most of the buildings on both sides of the street are schools and libraries. At a glance, the people in the martial arts arena are all children under 10 years old. This kind of situation is absolutely rare in the world of martial arts. Chu Yan, Uncle Chu, is here as a general teacher. You can go to see him, and I won't accompany you. If you have anything, feel free to come to me. Qin Jian took out a jade talisman and handed it to Chu Yan. After Chu Yan thanked him, he and Huang Fuji restrained their breath to the extreme and walked forward. "You should be able to find Liger and Situyang here," Huangfu said. "I feel their aura, as if they are not far from here." Chu Yan chuckled, and said, "Forget it, let the two of them come, maybe what kind of nonsense will become, let's talk about it later." The two of them talked and walked towards the martial arts field. Children, remember. The journey of martial arts is extremely difficult. Without a certain level of cultivation, even if you meet a woman you like in the future, you will not be able to form a Taoist partner. Therefore, you must first improve your cultivation level and work hard to break through. I think back then, my son, it was because of his lack of cultivation that he had to endure great hardships to find him. Now, 100 years have passed, A middle-aged man with half-white hair and wearing a black robe was holding a book and talking about something with a smile on his face. But these words, those children were all dull-eyed, as if they didn't quite understand, but Chu Yan, who had just walked over, twitched instantly. This old man is actually talking about his dark history. #C3409, can you go away? However, apart from the children, there are still some ordinary cultivators listening, and even some other general masters, who are also smiling and listening with gusto. The little ones may not know it yet, but they do know that the said son is exactly Chu Yan. When Huangfu heard it, his face turned purple from holding back. He wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh. It was quite hard work. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth twitched, and he hurried forward. But before he could walk over, he heard a voice. "Chu Jiang, why are you telling the children this?" The voice was obviously displeased, and he said to the dolls present. Children, don't listen to Chu Jiang. You must concentrate on martial arts training. Don't pay attention to love and love. Focus on practicing martial arts and reaching the peak of martial arts. That's what I and other martial artists have to do. A middle-aged man walked over in a suit and glanced at Chu Jiang. Fellow Taoist Gu Feng, what's the matter with you? Chu Jiang asked, without changing the smile on his face. In this Nanshan library, although most of the cultivators value harmony, although they are bookish, there is also competition. For example, between general teachers, they will compare who teaches the stronger disciples. And Chu Jiang has been suppressing this Gu Feng all these years, so after a long time, Gu Feng is naturally upset. However, Chu Jiang knew that this Gu Feng was not bad-natured, but he had a good face and didn't care about him. A smug look flashed in Gu Feng's eyes. He raised his head and said, Chu Jiang, speaking of my son has just broken through to the martial god realm and became the elder of Xiao Yushan, so I'm here to invite you to drink. Hearing this, the children present all exclaimed, their eyes glowing. When Chu Jiang heard the words, he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations. Gu Feng nodded in satisfaction, but seeing that there was no trace of envy on Chu Jiang's face, he was dissatisfied immediately. If you are free, bring your son, I can ask my son to teach him a lesson. Chu Jiang smiled, no need, my son is not in the Emperor continent. Gu Feng suddenly felt relieved. Those who will be let go continued to say, That's okay, let him come over, it won't take long, anyway, it's not a heaven, it's easy to think about it. Now that his son has just broken through to the martial god realm, this is a good opportunity to show off his might. Even now, the disciples I teach are not as good as you, but my son is better. When Chu Jiang heard this, his face suddenly froze, and he looked a little lost. Slightly raised his head and glanced at the sky, the corners of Chu Jiang's mouth raised slightly, and then he sighed softly. I don't know how that kid is doing now. I don't know where he is now. Chu Jiang shook his head. Although he likes to talk about Chu Yan when he is teaching the dolls, he always talks about Chu Yan's past, or Chu Yan's embarrassing things, and never talks about Chu Yan's cultivation base, talent and so on. Now that he is too old, he has no interest in martial arts training, but wants to be a general teacher here quietly. As for breaking through the martial venerable realm, it is entirely for the purpose of prolonging one's lifespan. Hearing this, Gu Feng immediately sneered and said, As a father, you don't even know your son is there. No wonder your son has forgotten you and never came to see you. Well, it's probably like that. Hearing this, Chu Jiang's face turned cold immediately. Gu Feng, fellow Taoist, if you dare to say that about my son, don't blame me for turning against me. He doesn't have to worry about anything else, but only when it comes to Chu Yan. Hearing this, Gu Feng said, What? Why don't you let me talk about it? If your son remembers you, how could he not? Before he could finish his sentence, a cold voice sounded beside him. Father, I'm back. When this sentence landed, Chu Yan and Gu Feng were startled at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look. I saw Chu Yan and Huang Fu walking towards them with great strides. At this glance, Chu Jiang's pupils shrank fiercely, and his whole body trembled instantly. Brat, I finally know I'm back. What's going on with you like this? Chu Jiang looked at Chu Yan's appearance and couldn't believe it. It's just some secret skills to facilitate things. Chu Yan replied. Oh, that's good. Chu Jiang nodded, just looked at Chu Yan, and smiled slightly. Gu Feng, who was standing on the side, looked Chu Yan up and down, and suddenly the corner of his mouth raised lightly and said, What a coincidence, you came back just as I was talking about you. While speaking, even Huang Fuji could hear the sarcasm in his tone. From Gu Feng's point of view, Chu Jiang's son must be very ordinary, otherwise, why would Chu Jiang never dare to mention it, even when he participated in some important events, he didn't even notify his son. Under such circumstances, of course, it was because the son was too mediocre to avoid being stimulated. But now, Gufeng just wanted to use his son's opportunity to break through to the martial god realm to stimulate Chu Jiang. It's been so long since I came to see my father, this son is also. Let me ask you, which faction are you in now, what position do you occupy? Gufeng raised his chin slightly, putting on the airs of an elder. Chu Yan secretly laughed in his heart, and then answered. I'm a direct disciple of the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect. When Gufeng heard this, he was stunned. Baiyu Xuanhuangzong. What kind of power is this? I have never heard of it. It can't be the power of the lower continent. Having said that, he looked up at Chu Jiang again, with a sad look on his face. Chu Jiang, your son needs to be taught well. It's meaningless to enter the small powers of this inferior mainland. It's better to join those big powers. Even if you become an outer disciple, it's better than the elites of the lower powers. Disciple is strong, don't you think so? Of course, if your son's talent and aptitude are too low, I can say hello to my son and ask him to recruit your son. After all, my son is an elder now, so it's no problem to accept some outer disciples. Puff. When Huangfu heard this, and saw Gufeng's smug face, he couldn't help it, and burst out laughing on the spot. According to Gufeng, the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, one of the 13 orthodox lineages in the heavenly world, has become a small power in the lower continent. This is for the cultivators of the 8 Yu Xuanhuan sect to hear. I am afraid there will be a good show to watch. Chu Yan shook his head and said, this is too troublesome, it doesn't have to be like this. When I come back this time I will see my father once. If you are fine, can you go away? When Gufeng heard this, he was stunned on the spot. What? Let yourself go away. You are so ignorant to introduce a big power to you with good intentions. Humph. I don't know what's good or bad. Gufeng had a bored expression on his face, he flicked his long sleeves, turned his head and left, his eyes turned white with anger. Chu Yan, you are disrespectful to your elders. How can you talk like that? When Chu Jiang saw Gufeng leaving, he put on a dark face and began to teach Chu Yan a lesson, saying, however, it sounds quite comfortable. Anyway, accompany me back to the room and tell me what you have done these years. Afterwards, the three returned to Chu Jiang's residence, chatting with Ling Cha. #C3410 Rob a relative. Chu Yan told his father about the Xinyu continent, and about Yu Linglong. He didn't hide anything, and told the truth. And Chu Jiang is not a pedantic person, especially when he heard that Yu Linglong was ruined by Chu Yan. He scolded him directly, and couldn't even lift his head when he scolded Chu Yan. Only when Chu Yan said that Yu Linglong had been resurrected recently did Chu Jiang snort again and bypassed Chu Yan. As for Gong Mingyue, Chu Jiang also told Chu Yan that she is living a good life now. She rarely leaves the Raksha Soul Tianzong for her special practice, and she is fully committed to taking care of the affairs of the sect, and her life is very fulfilling. But in the end, Chu Jiang deliberately confessed to Chu Yan that he had to let down Gong Mingyue and Yu Linglong. Chu Yan nodded naturally, but didn't say anything. Coming back this time, if there is a chance, Chu Yan wants to break through Gong Mingyue to Ascension, and take her directly to God's domain continent. Anyway, I also want to help the Sword Master to ascend. One is a help, and there are not many too. But no matter what Chu Yan said, Chu Jiang didn't believe it at all, and had to force Chu Yan to make an oath of heaven before letting Chu Yan go. This made Chu Yan smile bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Let's not talk about whether this oath of heaven is useful to me. Just from my own heart, I haven't thought about anything else. Moreover, it is also a big trouble to have a mad saber supreme now, and Chu Yan dare not tell his father. Chu Yan can also understand this. After all, it takes decades for his father to meet him once. Only by doing this can he feel relieved. Martial artist cultivation may be an endless road, but the more it is like this, the more lonely it will be. And if Chu Yan is obsessed with martial arts, he may be alone in the end, without any relatives. For the next time, no matter what else happened, Chu Yan just stayed with his father and Gong Mingyue, who came soon. Sometimes when Chu Yan and Gong Mingyue traveled in Huanzuan continent, they would not leave too far, and they would return to Nanshan bookstore to reunite with their father. The family of three enjoyed a rare warmth during this time. And Chu Yan finally felt the taste of home again. Let his mind sublimated a lot. 10 days later, Huang Fuji and Qin Jian paid a surprise visit. Chu Yan, we may have to go out once. Huang Fuji's face was gloomy. Well, something went wrong. Chu Yan was startled. But soon, Chu Yan thought of something. The only ones who could make Huang Fuji look like this were Situ Yang and Liger. Could it be that something happened to Situ's Liger? Huang Fu gave a wry smile, then nodded and said, that's right. These two are already lawless when they take action now. Yesterday at Tianyu Mountain, they directly married the daughter of the great emperor of Tianyu Mountain and the son of the owner of the Little Yu Pavilion. Zi gives. That Liger killed the daughter of the great emperor at night. Then Situ Yang also swept the treasure house of the Tianyu Palace, and even dug up the Dao tomb of the family. That is Beiyu Mountain, the tombs of several great emperors in history. Hearing these words, Chu Yan's face suddenly twitched. If someone is engaged, you go to be his daughter. Situ Yang was too courageous. Instead of dragging the ligers and tigers, he went to dig other people's graves. Huang Fuji went on to say, now the entire Huangzuan continent is completely boiling. Beiyu Mountain and Xiaoyu Palace have issued orders to mobilize all the strong men to chase and kill them too. The rewards are astonishing. Chu Yan snorted with anger, and said, these two guys dare to cause trouble, so let them carry it themselves. Huang Fu smiled wryly, shook his head and said, if it's just like this, it's normal. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned. What? Usually. This means that these two guys often do this. The point is, the marriage between Baiyushan and Xiao Yugong is very important, so they decided to hold the wedding directly. In the current situation, if there are no accidents, it should be the daughter of the Liger and the great emperor of Beiyu Mountain. I'm afraid they have true feelings, so. Hearing this, Chu Yan immediately understood. I'm afraid that Liger will. Huang Fuji said this, and looked up at Chu Yan, the corners of his eyes twitching. You mean, Liger will go to the wedding banquet tomorrow, and then, snatch the marriage? When Chu Yan said this, he almost couldn't help it. After Huang Fu nodded with difficulty, Chu Yan almost lost his footing and fell down. Now the situation is very obvious, although Situ Yang and Liger have mastered many methods, even the emperor can't stand them. However, the strength of the two people is still too weak compared to the two major forces. If he just rushes to the sect to snatch the marriage, needless to say, he will die. At such a critical time, with such a scandal, Baiyushan and Xiao Yugong will hold their wedding in advance, which is enough to show that there are huge interests in this ceremony, and there is no such thing as emotion that can stop it. Therefore, even if the Liger and the big girl have affection and righteousness, the final result may be doomed. Moreover, these powerful forces acted extremely insidiously, and this time the wedding was probably deliberately tempting Liger and Situ Yang to take the bait. Huang Fu looked at Chu Yan extremely, and finally couldn't help but said, Master, the Liger must be stopped in this matter, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. When Qin Jian heard this, she shook her head and said, I see this matter, let's forget it. When these words landed, Huang Fu was startled for a moment, and asked, Brother Qin, what do you mean? I'm afraid you've already seen it. This matter is obviously a trap. If the two of them go there, what will happen? When Huang Fu heard this, he fell silent immediately, turned to look at Chu Yan, and said, It's just robbing the relatives, what's the big deal? Wait for me to go together and help them. Master, you will definitely support me. After all, they are Situ Yang and Liger. Although he didn't get along with Chu Yan for a long time, Huang Fuji had heard a lot about Chu Yan, so he naturally knew Chu Yan's character. Even if it is this matter, Liger is at fault first, but Master will definitely not sit idly by. Because, the premise is that Liger and the daughter of the great emperor are really in love, and the Master will not ignore it just for this. The lion and the tiger have moved their true feelings, even if it is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, no matter how big the trap and conspiracy are, Chu Yan will support it. Brother Chu, I know that your cultivation is extraordinary, but Beiyu Mountain and Xiaoyu Palace are not ordinary forces. In my opinion, even if you want to help them, you have to think long-term. When Chu Yan heard this, he shook his head directly and said, no need, I have my own disposal. But Chu Yan smiled slightly, and said, I came down this time, and before I saw these two guys, I got into a catastrophe. I have to teach them some lessons. Having said that, Huang Fuji and Qin Jian nodded at the same time. It's really. We must teach them a lesson, otherwise who will be able to control them from now on? Immediately, the three of them left Nanshan bookstore and walked outside. At this time, Tianyu Mountain, one of the top forces in Huangzuan continent. One after another, the shocking weather continued to be violent, impacting Tianshao. #C3411 You are coward. All the bigwigs from Tianyu Mountain gathered together, what an amazing scene. Now, intelligence and information from all parties are constantly coming together, and these big guys are making the final arrangements. The entire hall was full of murderous aura and fierce light. However, no one expected that under such circumstances, three figures would walk into the depths of Tianyu Mountain. The one in the middle, tall, with round eyes and angry eyes, is the current head of Tianyu Mountain, the Tianyu sage, and also the top four existences in the Huangzuan continent. On his left is an old man with gray hair, and on his right is a handsome young man. What did you just say? That Chu Yan destroyed the 12-demon city with only one finger. A cold voice sounded. If you investigate carefully, if the realm is sufficient, you can see that there is a token in the void, which is full of the breath of the original source of heaven. Yes. From my point of view, this Chu Yan's cultivation base is extremely strong. Judging from this kind of power, I am afraid that he has obtained the original power of the 10-direction star field, and the source of heaven and earth supports him. Hian Yanda said with a gloomy face and red eyes. It should be. Token replied. This Chu Yan must check carefully. What kind of status and strength is he in this heaven? The heavenly mandate saint spoke. It's not necessary. Luan Yenda said with a gloomy face. As long as he is brought to the Emperor continent, without the original support of the 10-direction starfield, what strength does he have? Furthermore, coming down from the heavens, he is at most a human being. As long as there are 10 human beings who attack, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to stop it. So what if I'm strong? It's not just one person, 10 people are not enough, just 20, 30. Speaking of this, the sage of Tianyu frowned slightly when he looked at Hunyandu. This is a bit too expensive. Holy One, think about it carefully. Among the hundreds of continents in the lower realm, which one has the existence of Empress Shantian, let alone a Chu Yan now? Hearing this, the heavenly mandate saint was taken aback. The 10-direction starfield definitely has its own special place. As long as it can be occupied, the benefits will be enormous. Don't say that in this lower realm, even in the heaven realm, I'm afraid it can occupy a place. According to the news from the heavens, the Empress Shantian is now the #1 supreme. After saying these words, the eyes of the heavenly mandate saint suddenly shone brightly. Well, this matter needs to be carefully planned. Xiao Yugong still has some original power, and if we add ours, we should be able to win. Hey Yendu, you can handle this matter, I will fully support you. The Void Token said again. In addition, Chu Yan's details must be found out as soon as possible. Tianyu, I leave this matter to you. Wan Yendu and the Sage of Heaven's mandate took orders together. On the other side, another top power in Huangzuan continent, Xiao Yugong. The Xiaoyu Palace was established for thousands of years, and it was established by 10 strong men from the heavens. Its power has continued to grow and become stronger and stronger. In the current Xiaoyu Shan, 2 of the top 10 powerhouses in the mainland occupy 2, and their strength is extremely strong. Chu Yan, Huang Fuji, and Qin Jian appeared in the main city of Xiaoyushan, their breath restrained, and they walked like ordinary people. Chu Yan looked up at the cloud, and saw that Xiaoyu Palace was different from Beiyu Mountain. The murderous aura was obviously much lighter, and it was more festive with lights and festoons. It seems that the matter of the lion and the tiger has nothing to do with them. Is there any news? Liger and Fatty, are they here? Huang Fuji asked. No. It's not in this city, but there are many people in Beiyu Mountain, and there are also many arrangements. Chu Yan replied. Immediately, the 3 of them found a restaurant at random, sat in a box and waited. Now the time is not up, so naturally nothing will happen, and Liger and Fatty said they can't find it, so they can only wait for him to appear. Time flies. In the main city, there are strong people entering the city constantly. All of them are big figures from various forces, obviously not ordinary cultivators, and they all go straight to the main hall of the small imperial palace. Finally, the people from Beiyu Mountain also arrived. There's still an hour to go, and it's about to start. Qin Jian said in a low voice, put down the wine glass in her hand, and looked out the window at the street. Well, the 2 guys are here, not far from us. Chu Yan chuckled. On the street outside the restaurant, among a crowd of onlookers, 2 people wrapped in black robes, one fat and one tall. Who else could they be? Liger, it's a bit troublesome now, there are more and more strong players, can we stop playing? Isn't this uncle alive enough? Humph. Fatty, you are cowardly. I'm cowardly, I'll be cowardly, how dare you say I'm cowardly? Well, I'm just cowardly. Damn, you're really leaving. Wait a minute, at most I don't want anything, I'll give you all. This can't be done, it's still too dangerous, don't do it. Fatty Situ, where's human nature? Okay, I'll give you the map with the most branches. Ha ha ha, what map are you talking about? What is the relationship between us? What kind of map should you use? I will help you. You can beat whoever you say. By the way, is the map real? An hour later, the wedding ceremony begins. In the entire small imperial palace, on top of the 2 main peaks, countless divine lights soared into the sky, and the mighty aura rushed for hundreds of miles, making the sky loud. All the cultivators present were shocked by this shocking power. In addition, the spirit drums of fairy music resounded all over the sky, and all the roads were paved with spirit flowers, creating an extremely warm atmosphere. At this time, in the main hall, the heavenly mandate sage sits in the 2nd place, and the 1st place is naturally the current palace master of the little imperial palace, Emperor Huangxin. All the bigwigs and strongmen of the 2 major forces, as well as the bigwigs from the big forces who came to congratulate them, are all famous. The wedding banquet ceremony this time can be regarded as a rare grand event in Huangzuan continent, and all forces that can be present will be present. Qian Guzong congratulates Mr. Yuanhui and Miss Fingji on their wedding. Send me a picture of a moonlit night. Master Qingxin gave me a promise pill. With the presence of powerful figures from all sides, it was naturally very lively, and each exhibited their treasures. Immediately afterwards, a set of ordinary procedures was carried out item by item, and everyone watched with smiles on their faces. Now, invite newcomers. Under the loud chanting, the fairy music is loud. The heavenly mandate saint, Emperor Heart Saint Emperor, and other powerhouses all looked up at the entrance of the hall. I saw a handsome young man in a purple-red gold robe, and a woman in a rosy robe and a phoenix crown walking out of the hall hand in hand. A smile appeared on the young man's face, which seemed extremely forced, while the woman's face was even more icy. If you look carefully, you can easily find that her face is full of humiliation. This heavenly mandate saint is also cruel-hearted, even his daughter's cultivation has been banned. Not only the cultivation base, I heard that even the soul has set up a soul array, and it is completely controlled. Too cruel, TSK, TSK. A group of bigwigs were all sighing, but they were all thinking about it, and they didn't dare to really say anything. #C3412 Old man, your daughter is mine. This marriage between Baiyushan and Xiao Yugong will get another source of power. In principle, it is not a good thing for the other forces present. Therefore, among the strong people present, it is difficult to say how much kindness they have in their hearts when they are present. The newcomer worships heaven and earth. Under the loud chanting, young Master Yuan Hui and Feng Zhi knelt down at the same time and began to buckle their heads. Worship the Emperor heaven and earth. Second salute to senior relatives. 3 salutes. Li Cheng, Lian Hanin. Rituals continued one after another without any mistakes. The last item, burning incense, to sacrifice to heaven. Mr. Yuan Hui and Feng Zhi, each holding 3 incense sticks, walked towards the incense burner on the wedding table in front of him. Good, very good. Seeing this scene, Emperor Huangxin couldn't help but be overjoyed, as if he had obtained the original power. However, when Feng Zhi walked to the front of the incense burner, her pair of jade hands stopped and began to tremble slightly. Silly boy, don't be afraid, ha ha ha. The Tianyu sage was all smiles, and laughed loudly, but he stepped forward and patted Feng Zhi's head lightly. If this scene falls into the eyes of those who don't know, it is such a kind and filial father, but those who know the inside story are very clear that this is the Sage of Heaven who took advantage of a shot to strengthen the scene. The power of Dao Soul Seal. In this way, no matter how much Feng Zhi resisted, he couldn't stop. Huier, Jier will be entrusted to you from now on, you have to treat her well, and the other thing is to practice hard and strive for. The sage of Tianyu turned around, looked at Mr. Yuan Hui kindly, and began to give instructions. In Feng Zhi's eyes, 2 lines of tears fell into the furnace accompanied by the sticking out incense candle. But at this moment, a dazzling ray of light lit up outside the hall, and a majestic aura erupted suddenly. Ho ho! The sound of the dragon's poison shook the sky, the tiger roared in the sky, the void trembled, and the sky and the earth turned pale. Swish! A long sword that shuttled from nowhere flashed out at an astonishing speed, appeared directly in front of the incense burner, and slashed fiercely at the holy man of heaven. Bold! The Sage of Heaven's mandate had a slight expression on his face, and he just raised his hand and slapped it with a palm. The power of this palm was as strong as it could be, and the aura exploded to the extreme in an instant. It was obvious that the momentum had been accumulated for a long time. With a bang, as the palm print passed, the sword light was instantly shattered into powder, disintegrating into nothing. Old man, your daughter is mine. At the same time as a voice sounded, a ripple swayed in the void of the hall, and a figure wearing blood-stained iron armor strode forward. Lord Liger. God, he really dares to come. What a terrifying aura, this is the peak powerhouse in the mainland, with a human dignity. The sudden scene changed the expressions of everyone in the hall. This wedding ceremony, on the surface, is the marriage of the 2 major forces, but secretly it is a conspiracy to deal with the lion and tiger. Among the bigwigs present, the high-level leaders of all parties can see it. It's just that this matter has nothing to do with them, so it's okay to just watch the excitement. It's just that many people were a little surprised when they saw the liger. They didn't expect him to really dare to come. After all, half of the people present could have guessed it. As a strong man of human dignity, it is impossible for the lion and tiger not to see it. Even so, he dared to come. Liger, you are here. The heavenly mandate saint turned around and looked at the lion and tiger with hideous intent in his eyes. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the heavenly mandate saint, who had no intention of talking nonsense with him, burst out with murderous aura in an instant, and raised his hand to punch the lion and tiger. The Emperor Huangxin also had a gloomy expression on his face, and said, "Dare to trespass on my little imperial palace, come here, and kill this person for me." In an instant, a large number of cultivators rushed out of the buildings in the small imperial palace, and various spiritual formations were activated at the same time, turning the entire world into a huge killing formation. These arrangements have been prepared long ago. More than half of them are specially arranged for Liger. The purpose is to make him lose here. The lion and the tiger are not dead. How can he preserve the face of Tianyu Mountain and Xiao Yugong? In an instant, among the various palaces in the entire little imperial palace, there was still a void that filled the sky, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Only two beast roars were heard, and everyone present could feel that the two holy peaks not far away erupted with majestic momentum at the same time, like two peerless beasts waking up from a deep sleep. And the first thing they did when they woke up was to cover the main hall with endless fierce light. Not good. They actually controlled two holy peaks. The face of Emperor Huangxin turned dark in an instant, and his figure turned into a ray of light, flying through the air, rushing towards the two holy peaks outside. Xiao Yugong, the biggest support of the sect, are these two holy peaks that were moved down from the heavens. According to the records passed down from generation to generation of palace masters, these two holy peaks were left by the strong men who built the sect back then. For any disciple of the sect who wants to become the suzerain, the first condition is to be able to control these two holy peaks. Boom. 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 The sound of explosions was endless. Although the spirit formations that Xiao Yugong and Beiyu Mountain had set up before were extremely powerful, they all shattered under the impact of the two holy peaks, stirring up strong winds all over the sky. All the cultivators of the major forces in the main hall, seeing this scene, all had pale faces, full of disbelief. A wedding ceremony turned out to be like this. Liger, you still have some skills, but let's end here. The sage of heavenly mandate is as tall as a mountain, with a pair of thunderous eyes, watching the lion and tiger. He opened his breath while drinking softly, and locked on the lion and tiger firmly. Hee, old guy, goodbye. Seeing this, Shihu grinned, raised his hand, and a mysterious light wiped out, covering Miss Fingji not far in front of him, and two groups of void ripples rippling at the same time. The face of the heavenly mandate saint sank for an instant, and he had no time to stop him. He watched the figures of Liger and Fingji disappear on the spot. A void passage has been laid here long ago. The heavenly mandate saint waved his hand, and the void around him collapsed. At the same time, a pair of cold eyes swept across the audience, and shouted, "Let me chase them all." All the elders of the little imperial palace burst into flames, rushing towards the outside of the hall like 10,000 sharp arrows, flying in all directions. The astonishing scene not only surprised all the powerhouses present, but even the ordinary cultivators in the city at this time were also shocked. The cultivators all over the street stopped and looked up to the direction of the main hall of the little royal palace. Whoosh! The stream of light flew across the sky like a big net weaving quickly, trying to engulf the whole world. Headed by the heavenly mandate saint, there were more than 30 human prestige realm, and even some peak human prestige realm powerhouses, all mobilized. Such a lineup has not appeared for many years. What kind of life and death enemy has been encountered? Go. Let's go. In the restaurant facing the street, Chu Yan put down the spirit tea in his hand and got up slowly. #C3413 Show mercy everywhere. When Chu Yan disappeared into the restaurant with Huang Fuji and Qin Jian, the small imperial city in front of him also burst into a monstrous light. This is a sign of the opening of the defensive formation in the main city of Xiaoyugong. And 100 miles away, the two figures shot like arrows flying off the string, flying across the sky, leaving only an afterglow and flying to the edge of the sky. The Liger's cultivation has reached the realm of human dignity. What an amazing speed. Brother Tiger. Fingji's face was full of pain, his brows were furrowed tightly, his little face was pale and dripping with sweat. Don't worry, I'm here. Shihu turned his head to look at Fingji, his eyes were full of tenderness. From now on, the sky and the earth are big, and they are all places of mercy for us. Speaking of this, Fengji seemed to have thought of some shameless scene, and suddenly 2 clouds appeared on his face. Swish! The void above the head exploded a piece of crimson. An ancient scroll with a length of hundreds of feet appeared, releasing a monstrous red light, and covering it towards the lion and tiger. The Liger's body trembled violently. Feeling something, its face turned purple instantly, and its speed decreased greatly, as if it was flying with a mountain on its back. Old fellow, you even took out the 9 Dao code, it's shameless. Opening his mouth and cursing, the Liger vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time, wiped it on his hands, waved it fiercely, and instantly turned into blood talismans. Liger! Shouts exploded in the sky, billowing like thunder. The Sage of Heavenly Mandate stepped on the void, releasing a billowing crimson aura all around his body, raised his hand to form a palm print, and pressed it down heavily. Secret technique, absolute palm. Seeing the palm prints coming towards him, the lion tiger's expression changed drastically, and he let out a roar of tigers and dragons. Thousands of golden lights rushed out of his body, but turned into 15 spirit treasures, all of which stood in front of him. Boom! Boom boom boom. 15 hard-won spirit treasures. One after another, they were smashed into powder by palm prints. The exploding breath was like layers of sea tides, undulating and surging, rolling in all directions. Liger, you have nowhere to go. At this time, the dozens of strong men who were chasing all rushed to surround him in all directions. Powerful auras surged out, completely confining the surrounding world immediately, like a net in a prison. Haha, really? The Liger grinned again, but there was a hint of bitterness in the smile. However, he didn't intend to give up just yet, otherwise, he wouldn't be a Liger. Roar. A roar of roaring beasts sounded, and hundreds of figures of monsters suddenly rushed out of the boundless void, like a wave of beasts, rushing towards a group of big bosses such as the Heavenly Mandate Saint. Beast Yuanzuan. The Sage of Heaven's Mandate swept his eyes over the beast tide, and his pupils suddenly shrank. What a Liger, you stole the tomb left by the beast god. While speaking, the Sage of Heavenly Mandate sneered, his figure flashed sharply, and he made countless palm prints with his hands, pressing them towards the phantoms of monsters. Beast Yubaifeng. The Liger's eyes were about to split open, his scalp was numb, and he quickly swung out the knot seal again. The shocking battle broke out in an instant. Although Liger's current cultivation base is also at the peak of human dignity, but it has just broken through, and it is impossible to be an opponent of the Heavenly Mandate Saint who has accumulated thousands of years. In less than 100 breaths, the lion and tiger were soaked in blood, and the defeat was over. Moreover, the phantoms of the hundreds of monsters around him have also lost their aura, and they can no longer hold back the strong people around him for a long time. Haha, little tiger, you still need me to take action. At the same time as a sound of ridicule sounded, two thunderous thunderclaps exploded in the sky, causing all the experts present to look up in surprise. With a sweep, everyone's expressions changed. I saw that two huge mountains were shining with monster light, and they smashed down fiercely towards the bottom. Everyone present knew these two mountains, and they were the cores of the two holy peaks of Xiao Yugong. You control the holy peak essence stone. Even the sage of the heavenly mandate, his face was full of astonishment at this time, and he didn't dare to neglect in the slightest. He quickly used his unique skills, and auras of spiritual light flowed out from his whole body. Boom! The mountain spirit slammed down, causing the body of the heavenly mandate saint to fly upside down, and his momentum collapsed. Haha, well done, fatty. The lion and tiger laughed, looked at Situ Yang, who was flying towards him, and roared, "Hurry up and form in formation." The two of them did not stagnate at the same time, and at the same time formed a mudra with both hands, pressing towards the surrounding void. In an instant, there were thousands of handprints, which transformed the surrounding space into pieces of spiritual light. But the essence of those two holy peaks became the eyes of the spiritual seal, releasing even more majestic power. What a thief God Situ, he can even steal my holy peak. At this time, Emperor Huangxin felt as bad as he could when he saw that the two holy peaks of his sect had become someone else's spiritual treasure. Xiao Yugong belongs to, use all your strength, to kill this person. The two holy peaks are the treasures of the Xiaoyu Palace, and there must be no mistakes. If these two great holy peaks were lost, Xiao Yugong would no longer be the same as before, and the strength of the sect would drop by more than 30%. Therefore, the current Emperor Huangxin was completely angry, and with a wave of his hand, countless strong figures rushed forward. Fellow Taoist Emperor Heart, calm down. The heavenly mandate saint flew over, landed next to Emperor Huangxin, and spoke. Right now, the two of them are fighting against the holy peak, but after all, they are already surrounded, and it is impossible to escape. We might as well work together to consume their true energy slowly, so as to ensure that the holy peak is safe. As the words came out, Emperor Huangxin nodded immediately. If the two of them were pushed into a hurry and the spirit of the holy peak would be destroyed together, the loss would be great. Good. At present, a top powerhouse moves towards the surrounding area of the holy peak formation, and starts to use his unique skills, constantly attacking the formation, while the other powerhouses surround and attack, waiting for the formation. These strong men who shot were all the top 10 existences in the Huangzuan continent, and they blasted out countless powerful powers in an instant, blasting the surrounding void into turbulent winds and shattering in all directions. They mainly aimed at the large formation, and did not directly attack Liger and Situ Yang. In this way, the two of them could only continuously mobilize their true energy, pour it into the formation, resist attacks, and consolidate the defense of the formation. This battle instantly turned into a war of attrition. Liger, I said you are a scammer, look at what you have done now. Those guys are still setting up layers of formations. This is a hell of a net. Situ Yang's face was wrinkled, and he was about to cry. He thought that the Liger would act quietly, but he didn't expect that this guy would directly grab it during the ceremony. Stop talking nonsense. I won't let you die. The lion and tiger said that, but their eyes were full of determination. Hearing this, Situ Yang was stunned when he saw the strange look in Liger's eyes. Obviously, he saw the Liger's will to die, and immediately laughed. That's good. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I will take care of you. After saying this, when Situ Yang turned his head to look at the overwhelming strong men and spirit formations on the opposite side, there was also a trace of death in his eyes. #C3414 finished. The elders, deacons, and disciples of Xiao Yugong kept rushing over and joined the surrounding team. This place, which is 500 miles away from the small imperial palace, has been surrounded by all kinds of large formations, powerful people and overwhelming sect disciples. Don't talk about one or two people who are strong in the prestige realm, even if the Dalua Jingxian comes, I'm afraid they won't be able to escape at all. And Liger and Situ Yang, who maintained the two holy peak spirit formations, looked more and more ferocious. In this round, I am afraid that there is really no way out. As far as the eye could see, not to mention the 10 most recent powerhouses, and the layers of formations behind them, even the little Imperial Palace disciples who were watching the excitement were all black and dark. Such a situation can only make the faces of the two of them more and more bitter, and their will to die becomes more intense. Humph. Situ Yang, Liger Rinzuan, these two guys dare to fight against our Bayou Mountain, and they want to die. Among the large crowd of cultivators, two figures were talking quietly. These two were Gu Huan, who had just been promoted to the elder of the outer sect, and his father Gu Feng in Bayou Mountain. As a strong person in the martial ancestor realm, Bai Yushan and Xiao Yugong joined forces, and all the strong ones came out, and the top 10 peaks shot at the same time. Such a big scene is definitely rare. Not only did he come to watch the fun, he even called his father in Nanshan bookstore urgently to watch the event together. For sure. Against the two major forces, what is the difference between courting death? Gu Feng also nodded, looking at his son Gu Huan with a look of relief on his face. Fortunately, his son was the elder of the outer sect of Bayou Mountain, so he grabbed a seat near the front, and he only needed to see the battleground in the distance through the dozen or so rows of people in front. Thinking of this, Gu Feng's face became more and more proud. After we go back, we must talk about this matter with Chu Jiang, and that son of Chu Jiang who doesn't know how to praise. Gu Feng was thinking in his heart that he couldn't suppress the desire to show off at all, his eyes were full of light. At this time, the core of the battlefield, the spiritual formation of the two holy peaks, has obviously dimmed. In Fingji's eyes, the pain became more and more obvious. She told the lion and tiger to ignore her and fight the enemy with all their strength, but the expression on her face became more and more unhappy. While Shirhu and Situ Yang continued to destroy the great formation of the holy peak, they were still trying to condense a new seal, which seemed to be some kind of extremely mysterious formation. Turn the stars and move the great formation. After 100 breaths of time, Shirhu and Situ Yang shouted loudly together, and spirit patterns gushed out one after another, rippling and opening on the two holy peaks, releasing an extremely ancient aura. My body casts a soul, and my spiritual breath returns. The Liger roared loudly, with all the blood in his body surging. He rushed up and landed in the center of the new formation, turning himself into the eye of the formation. This star-shifting formation is extraordinary, and it cannot be driven by true energy alone. It must be guided by the soul of a strong person above the human dignity. Fatty, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and take your sister-in-law, get out. The Liger roared sharply, and the sound shook the void. Go. Situ Yang's face was full of ferocity, his teeth were almost crushed, and he spat out a word fiercely. Immediately with a wave of his hand, he wrapped Fingji around, turned around and left. Fingji didn't understand what the shock was, but when he saw the Liger's eyes looking at him strangely, his heart trembled suddenly, as if he felt something, his whole body trembled slightly. Don't worry, I will look for you soon, and I will be merciful when the time comes. Liger looked at Fingji with watery eyes, then turned back with a grin, but his eyes were full of murderous intent. Boom! The great earthquake immediately erupted, and the mighty force shook the sky, rushing to the surroundings like a tide. Humph! I want to leave just because of this formation. Dreaming. The heavenly mandate saint snorted coldly, and said, Tianyu Jiuxiao, my master Tianluan. Picture of the 9 codes of heaven's mandate. The Dharma seal in his hand blasted out, but it was 10,000 Dao Hongguang. I saw that the 100-foot-long scroll released mountains, rivers, pavilions, towers and pavilions, like a small world. Call out. An incomparably matching ray of light penetrated the two holy peaks, and directly blasted on the large formation of Dozhuan Xingyi. The liker's body trembled suddenly, and it received a heavy blow. It opened its mouth and sprayed out a bloody arrow, and its body flew out backwards. The newly formed Dozhuan Xingyi Grand Formation collapsed in an instant. What? Liker and Situyang were stunned at the same time, their eyes glazed over. They never imagined that the strength of the Sage of the Oracle would be so strong, far beyond their imagination. Even with the help of Tianyu Mountain Shinshan treasure, it was too powerful to break into pieces with one blow. Ha ha ha, the 9 codes of heaven's mandate is the most precious treasure in the heavenly realm. No treasure in this lower realm can block it even a single bit. Die. The Sage of Heaven's mandate's smile is full of drama. This kind of control over other people's life and death, as well as the despairing expression of the other party before death, made him excited. On the other hand, the liker's face was pale, and his whole body seemed to have lost all breath, completely limp on the ground. He is not afraid of death, but he doesn't want to hurt his brother. According to his original plan, he blocked everyone with his body and let Situyang leave with Feng Zhi. But now, it seems that the plan has failed. All 3 are dying here. Boom. 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 All kinds of attacks did not stop for a moment, and they continued to bombard the formation of the 2 holy peaks. The formation of the holy peaks that lost the support of the 2 soon appeared cracks, and it was about to collapse. Situyang's face was full of despair, with tears running down his face. Depend on. There are still so many treasure houses that have not been snatched, and I have never even been to the heavens. I heard that the treasures there are 10 times, 100 times that of the lower realms. I really want to see it. But now, there is no chance at all. Ha ha ha, isn't it just death? I will be afraid. The lion-tiger struggled to get up from the ground, opened its mouth to vomit a mouthful of blood, raised its hand and wiped it hard, turned to look at Situyang and roared. Brothers, get up. If you are a man, fight with them. After yelling these words, the liger turned and looked at the group of strong men opposite, his eyes full of death will. Fatty, I'm sorry for you in this life, and I'll pay you back in the next life. At this moment, the brilliance in the lion-tiger's eyes was condensed to the extreme, and it was about to burst out in an instant. War. Fight to the death. From the stormy sea, burning essence and blood, even if you die, you have to pull a few backs. Boom, boom. The 2 holy peaks finally couldn't hold on anymore. Amidst the thunderous airstorm, they exploded and shattered into starlight. Kill. As if a horn was sounding fiercely, Liger and Situyang roared at the same time, and their figures burst out. Facing the act of the 2 going to their deaths, the heavenly mandate saint and a group of bigwigs all had sneers on their faces. If you want to die, then die. Without any hesitation, one after another, the powerful and big men shot out one after another, unleashing attacks all over the sky, turning into a monstrous frenzy, sweeping towards the 2 of them. Is this over? It's over. Liger and Situyang watched the overwhelming attack flood, their pupils dilated at the same time, and their hearts were filled with lifeless anger. That guy, I don't know how it is in the heaven. I really want to find him. At this moment, the 2 coincidentally looked up at the sky at the same time, murmured in their hearts, their eyes flashed, and pictures of the past flashed in their eyes like running water lamps. Everything is about to end. However, at this moment, an incomparably majestic force suddenly erupted between the heavens and the earth, wiping out all the frenzied attacks that filled the sky. What happened? All the bosses present were stunned. #C3415 You came. It happened so suddenly, no one thought that the attacks of the 2 great sages would be erased so easily in an instant. Who? The holy man of heaven and the holy emperor of the emperor's heart were both shocked in their hearts. You too, long time no see. The voice resounded in the void, and Huang Fuji and Qin Jian came out. Brother Huangfu. The eyes of Shihu and Situyang lit up at the same time. What are you doing here? The sage of heavenly mandate was stunned for a moment, looking at Huang Fuji. His face suddenly became gloomy. If you are here to protect these two people, there is nothing to talk about. It is impossible. Don't forget, my home is the Emperor's continent. If you dare to intervene, you don't even want to leave. Although they knew Huang Fuji's status in the 10 Directions starfield, and that Qin Jian was not an ordinary cultivator, but for the sake of it now, it is impossible for the heavenly mandate saint and the Emperor Heart Emperor to let Shihu and Situyang go. Hearing this, neither Huang Fuji nor Qin Jian spoke. Two holy masters, today's matter is for my sake, how about letting it go? At this moment, another voice sounded, and at the same time a figure walked out of the void, and stood still in front of Liger and Situyang. He is. Among the surrounding crowd, Gufeng narrowed his eyes fiercely, looking at the young man in black robe. He was completely dumbfounded. That person is obviously the ignorant son who went to Chujiang before. How could he come here? Moreover, from what he said just now, it turned out that he wanted the Holy Master of Beiyu Mountain, the Holy Master of Xiaoyu Palace, to give him face. You are Chu Yan. The Sage of Heaven's mandate stared at the young man in black robe, and immediately froze. If the appearance of Huang Fuji and Qin Jian just made him feel a little troublesome, then the appearance of this Chu Yan is a big problem. The world's #1 Chu Yan. How did he come here? This is impossible. Many influential figures present all changed their faces when they heard the word Chu Yan. They have many disciples and practitioners in the heavens, so they naturally know Chu Yan's identity and information. However, like Yan Yandu, they only knew about some situations decades ago. As for what happened later, they have not waited for the information to come back. After all, it is extremely troublesome to connect the heavens and the lower realms, and the major forces are connected every 50 or 100 years. Big brother. Boss. Liger and Situyang's bodies were completely frozen there, trembling uncontrollably. For decades, they have thought that Chu Yan will come back countless times, but this wait is decades. Although they also know that it is extremely difficult to return to the lower realm from the heavenly realm, they never imagined that so many years have passed. Are you all right? Chu Yan looked at the two, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Well. Hear this. Situyang and Liger's faces twitched suddenly. This should not be considered very good. Chu Yan. Emperor Huangxin sternly shouted, interrupting the greetings of the three of them. I know you. Back then, the combat power was extraordinary, and the Xingtian Pavilion was destroyed by one person. But these two committed capital crimes. If you want to help them, don't blame me for being ruthless. The Oracle Sage also opened his mouth and said, Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, you'd better not interfere in this matter. Regarding Chu Yan, he knew something newer than Emperor Huangxin, that is, not long ago, he wiped out the 12 cities of the Demon King with one finger. Therefore, he is extremely afraid of Chu Yan, but facing what Situyang and Liger committed, in front of all the forces in Huangzuan continent, it is impossible for him to let them go. Such a situation can never happen. On the other side, Gufeng among the crowd was completely dumbfounded. What's the situation? The two great sages actually knew this Chu Yan. Isn't he an outer disciple of a small force? Moreover, judging from the expression and tone of the Sage of Heaven, it seems that he is extremely afraid of him. Then there's no need to talk about it. Chu Yan shook his head, raised his hand and pointed out, a dazzling sword energy charged, erasing the entire mountain range below, and cut 100-foot deep ditch on the vast land, like a canyon. This is the boundary line. Those who cross this boundary will die. Chu Yan spoke softly, his tone flat. The Holy Master Tianyu and the Holy Emperor Huangxin were all shocked when they heard this. What? Those who cross the border die. You must be crazy too. Facing the heroes of the world and Huangzuan continent by himself, how dare he be so arrogant? Huangfu, brother Qin, you take Situ and Shihu back first. Chu Yan turned his head and said. Although he could take Liger and Situ Yang away directly, the matter may still not be resolved, and there will still be troubles in the future. So it is better to solve at once, which is a long-term solution. Yes. Huang Fuji bowed his hands to accept the order, and with a wave of his big hand, he rolled up Situ Yang, Shihu, and Fingji, turned around and flew towards the sky. Bold! The Emperor Huangxin shouted angrily, and his whole body erupted like a volcano. His whole body seemed to be transformed into a peerless spiritual weapon, and he directly slashed at the flying away figures of Huang Fuji and Qin Jian. He completely ignored what Chu Yan said just now. In other words, he didn't pay attention to it from the beginning to the end, and only regarded it as a young and frivolous speech. However, the moment his figure crossed the canyon boundary, a shocking sword light erupted, dyeing half of the void brightly. The figure of Emperor Huangxin felt as if struck by lightning, his whole scalp was numb, and the panic in his heart gushed out like a tidal wave, which made him instinctively turn around and retreat, and he didn't dare to take another step forward. What? The Emperor of the Heart of the Emperor has retired. It's terrible. The sword intent just now is so terrifying. It's terrible, isn't the Tao Foundation destroyed? There is still such strength. It is worthy of being a strong man in the heaven. All the strong men around were full of astonishment. You too, I still suggest that you think about it carefully. Chu Yan looked at the two of them and said softly. This time, it was Liger and Situ Yang who were at fault, so Chu Yan would not do it directly. No. The Heavenly Mandate Saint shouted directly. Chu Yan, this is Huangzuan continent. You are too arrogant. Emperor Huangxin exhaled a long breath, obviously very angry, and shouted, even if you are self-righteous, you can only cultivate at the peak of human dignity here, what can a person do? Let me tell you, the people here, there are many people who are strong in the dignified state. As soon as the words landed, Emperor Huangxin waved his hand and ordered loudly. Xiao Yugong belongs to joined forces to fight against the enemy. From Beiyu Mountain, let's fight together. At the same time, the Heavenly Mandate Emperor also gave an order to let the powerful people in the respected realm fight. For a time, the two saints led more than 60 powerful people, and at the same time burst into momentum and rushed towards Chu Yan. The majestic power of the tide surged into the sky and the earth, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. After all, this is the Emperor continent of the lower realm, and with so many powerful people in the human realm fighting together, the majesty of heaven and earth is simply unbearable. #C3416 Court Death. In an instant, a series of unique skills and killer moves were performed at the same time, turning into various attacks, and attacking Chu Yan. From a distance, it looks like a long rushing river, rolling in with huge waves like a tide. That's why the other big bosses and powerhouses outside the battlefield also changed their faces in shock from this shocking situation. This is a joint attack of more than 60 top powerhouses from the pyramid of the Emperor continent. There is no doubt at all, there is no one in this world who can stop and break. 10 Decisive Thunder. At this time, Emperor Huangxin shouted loudly, and raised his hand to count points in the void. A hesitant lightning sword gathered together, he grabbed it out and held it in the palm of his hand. When he looked up at Chu Yan again, with the thunder sword in his hand, the power of his whole body skyrocketed. The treasure of the small imperial palace, the Tenju thunder sword. Oh my god, isn't it rumored that this lightning sword can only be used by the ancestors of the Xiaoyu palace who have been in seclusion for thousands of years? Could it be that the princes of the Xiaoyu palace are all awake? This battle, I'm afraid it will be terrifying. The powerhouses from all sides were all exclaimed. After all, the thunder sword of the 10 finals of the Little Yugong rarely appeared. Among the powerhouses of all parties present, 99 out of 10 people saw Xiao Yugong's sword, the treasure of the palace, for the first time. Twisting said that this sword can cut the heavens upwards and the 9 seclusions downwards. It is extremely powerful. Now it seems that it is really just a false claim. Chu Yan raised his head, his eyes swept over the thunder sword in the hands of the Emperor of the Heart of the Emperor, and the strange fire danced in his eyes. Now, it's time. Without any outburst of momentum, nor did he use any heavenly treasures, facing the attacking river like a tsunami, he gently raised his hand and pointed out. Boom! The power of the fingertips erupted, a volley of dazzling light shot out, and terrifying power rushed out. In an instant, he collided head-on with the oncoming attack Changhe, making a shocking sound of anger. Bang bang bang. Everyone can feel that the sky is trembling, and the void is shaking. Immediately afterwards, the long river collapsed inch by inch, and was continuously chopped into powder and scattered in all directions. The tricks and killing moves, performed by all kinds of human dignity powerhouses, cannot be resisted even for half a breath. Moreover, the vigor of the explosion seemed to be controlled by power, and it returned to sweep the crowd. The cultivators whose cultivation bases were not as high as the 7th heaven of human dignity all groaned, and Zhang He spit out a mouthful of blood mist, and his body flew upside down like an arrow leaving the string. What? Whether it was the sage of heavenly mandate or the sacred emperor of the emperor's heart, all the bigwigs present were stunned by the scene before them. With the power of a single finger, the long river was shattered, blasting out more than a dozen human-level powerhouses, directly breaking the alliance of all powers. If he tries his best, then... The whole scene fell into a dead silence in an instant, and even breathing was barely audible. However, at this moment, the token in Chu Yan's arms vibrated, but a conscious thought came. Chu Yan lowered his head and swept away, his face suddenly turned cold. Chu Yan, someone attacked Uncle Chu just now, and Qin Jian, and I blocked it. Under the interrogation, the behind-the-scenes messenger is Hian Yandu, who discovered that you have arrived at the Emperor's continent. Please use the Celestial Immortal map to figure out where Uncle Chu is. He wants to take you hostage and use it as a bargaining chip to threaten you. I'm worried, Hian Yun has other means. Be careful. Huangfu was very conscious and told what happened. Cruel cloud dew. Picture of immortals. So daring. With the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised, a bone-chilling chill spread out in an instant. Dare to touch your own relatives, how courageous. Before touching his brother, Chu Yan still felt that he was wronged first, and he was not going to kill him. Now it seems that these people are courting their own death. Brother Tianyu, please immediately transmit the picture of the heavenly immortals to help my little Yugong once, and I will definitely repay you afterwards. Emperor Huangxin turned his head and said to the heavenly mandate saint. Although Xiao Yugong also has retreat masters and has awakened, but this Chu Yan's combat power is too amazing. Just relying on a few masters, if something happens, the consequences will be good or bad. So now, more power must be used to ensure nothing goes wrong. However, he didn't wait for him to finish his sentence at all. Chu Yan's figure has already flashed in front of the Sage of Heaven, grabbing horizontally with one hand, and directly grabbing the Sage of Heaven's neck. Everyone was stunned for a moment, unable to react at all. The speed was astonishingly fast, even if there were so many people present, no one could react. Only the Sage of Heavenly Mandate felt that the death energy in his heart was rising violently, and suddenly broke out his true energy, wanting to fight back. However, he clearly felt that the powerful force in his body seemed to be suppressed by something, and there was no movement at all. At this moment, he even felt like an ordinary person. Say, where is Tianyu, Immortal Palace? Chu Yan's eyes were like lightning, and they shot straight at the heavenly mandate saint. The body of the heavenly mandate saint trembled violently. Heavenly mandate immortal palace. What does this Chu Yan want to do? Don't tell me. There was no expression on Chu Yan's face, and the light in his hand flashed. In an instant, the holy man of heaven only felt that his body was being cut by countless sword chi, and the terrifying pain suddenly soared, causing him to let out a burst of screams. Chu Yan's eyes flashed, as if thinking of something. He raised his hand and threw the heavenly mandate saint to the mountains below like a dead dog. You, tell me the location of Tianyu Immortal Palace. Chu Yan's eyes looked at a peak human being next to the heavenly mandate saint. Soon, Chu Yan got the address of Tianyu Immortal Palace, turned his head and glanced at the Emperor Heart Saint Emperor present, and his body disappeared on the spot like a phantom. At this moment, Nua Da's world was silent. The impact of this Chu Yan on their souls is really too great. The holy man of heaven, the holy emperor of the emperor's heart, and the two great lords of the emperor's continent, looked like nothing in front of him, treating them like chickens and dogs. Did he go to Tianyu Immortal Palace? Oh my god, something big is going to happen. Not good. Hurry up. Some of the powerhouses present reacted and said in shock. But at this time, Tianyu Immortal Palace has already been alarmed. The disciples in the palace all felt the ancient and powerful terrifying aura erupting continuously from the holy place in the palace, making their souls tremble. He went to sit alone in the main hall, raised his feet to the main seat, and shouted to everyone present. Everyone, we are divided into 10 teams. The first team is composed of Tianwu Taoists, and the second team is composed of. The large group of people and powerful people gathered in the main hall all looked at Hian Yandu and nodded with murderous expressions. In Hian Yandu's eyes, blood was also scattered. This time, Chu Yan dared to come to Huangzuan continent, and killed Xiao Yugong for Situ Yang and Liger. With such a good opportunity, he immediately found Tianyu Immortal Palace. Xiao Yugong is the second largest power in the Huangzuan continent after Tianyu Palace. As long as all the people who are retreating in the sect are called out, coupled with the cooperation of Tianyu Immortal Palace, they will definitely be able to kill this Chu Hua. Number 1 in the world. I, Hian Yun, only specialize in killing number 1 in the world. If he is in the heaven, no matter how strong he is, he would not dare to confront Chu Yan like this. However, this is not the heaven, this is the Emperor continent. #C3417 Heavenly Mandate Immortal Palace. Boom, boom. A deafening explosion sounded, and all the disciples of Tianyu Immortal Palace could only feel that the ground under their feet and the surrounding void were trembling. Countless exclamations rang out. The huge Tianquan Immortal Palace was instantly plunged into panic. What's going on? No way. Tianyu Immortal Palace is under attack. All the powerful people in the Hianyun Due Hall had expressions of astonishment. How exists the heavenly mandate Immortal Palace in the Emperor continent, yet there are still people who dare to attack the heavenly mandate Immortal Palace? Over the past few hundred years, Huangzuan continent has been almost peaceful, because of the existence of such overlords as Tianyu Mountain and Xiaoyu Palace. But now, someone actually attacked the tyrant. Whoosh! Outside the heavenly mandate Immortal Palace, dozens of figures rushed out in an instant, all of them were at the peak of human dignity, floating in the air. This person is different from the ones in the palace before, even among the strong ones at the peak of the human venerable realm. He can be regarded as a stronger existence. Who are you? Dare to go to the heavenly mandate Immortal Palace to make trouble. An old man with long white hair looked down at a collapsed palace, and looked coldly at the young man in black in front of him. This person's name is Lu Ken, and he is one of the top 10 holy emperors, ranking second only to the heavenly man. He is considered to be the only ruler in the heavenly mandate Immortal Palace. Behind him, a group of strong men glared at each other. However, among the group of strong men, Hian Yandu had a look of astonishment, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Chu Yan. How could he come here? Ha ha ha, the number one Chu Yan in the world. What a guts. Hian Yan alone reacted. He laughed out loud immediately, and said, "It seems that you have found out that you have done something to your father." Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes turned cold, a sharp light flashed in his hand, and the Haotian sword was unsheathed directly. This is the first time he has used his sword since he returned to the lower realm. Chu Yan, there is a way to heaven if you don't go. I don't need to go find you anymore. Come on, follow the plan and kill this son. There was a sinister smile on Hyde Kudu's face, instantly murderous. Just right. He ran to Tianyu Immortal Palace by himself. This is definitely courting death. If he went to find him by himself, it was possible for him to escape. But now, in the territory of Tianyu Immortal Palace, the number of strong men has increased several times, and there is also a large formation to assist. Anyone who breaks into this place will surely die. However, before he could finish speaking, a bright light flashed before his eyes. Hian Yan's body trembled, and suddenly felt that the position of his arm was a little cold, so he quickly lowered his head to look. With this glance, Hyde Kudu's face was instantly filled with horror, because his arms were gone. My hand! A face full of pain and paleness appeared on his face, and the shrill screams resounded through the sky. A group of strong men such as Lu Chen, all of them looked dull and completely dumbfounded. Hian Yandu's combat strength is far beyond the average peak human venerable powerhouse, and he is also one of the top 10 holy emperors. But now, without even moving, his hands are gone. Chu Yan, you are so courageous. A roar exploded, and the billowing black mist surged over the sky of Tianyu Immortal Palace, turning into an endless wind, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, Tianyu Immortal Palace was completely alarmed. Tianyu Immortal Palace, right? Come here, as long as you plead guilty, I can let you go in the matter ahead. Chu Yan looked into the depths of Tianyu Palace and said. Confession. Ha ha ha. Tianyu Immortal Palace was so angry that they all laughed. Who is it? It is the original wisdom of Huanzuan continent, the number one secular power in this world, and if the plan is successful, then it will be the absolute master of this continent. Someone actually made it plead guilty. Can a cultivator be compared with an existence like it? Qualified to let it plead guilty. Big joke. Everyone listen to the order, behead this son for me. Tianyu Immortal Palace ordered directly. Chu Yan, die for me. When Lu Ken and other strong men heard it, they roared in unison, all kinds of divine light exploded from their bodies, and endless attacks blasted out when they raised their hands. Kill. Not only Lu Ken and other powerful human beings, but also some giants who were still asleep just now, also woke up from the depths of Tianyu Palace, roared loudly, rushed from all directions, and attacked Chu Yan. In an instant, the sky above Tianyu Palace was filled with murderous aura. All kinds of killing moves and unique skills came rushing in, covering the entire Tianyu Palace. At the same time, the Heavenly Mandate Palace's Great Suppression Formation was also activated to prevent the Heavenly Mandate Palace from being impacted by the aftermath of this extremely powerful attack. But at this time, Chu Yan, who was in the center of the attack flood, stood tall with a calm face. Since these people don't know what is good or bad, let's kill them. Call out. Chu Yan's figure flashed, and he moved for an instant. The moment he disappeared, all those attacks were spared. When he reappeared, he was behind a strong man at the peak of human dignity, and he raised his hand and chopped it down with a sword. The sword energy is like a dragon, and the power is astounding. This man at the pinnacle of human dignity didn't even have time to let out a scream, so he was cut in half by a single sword. After Chu Yan struck the sword, without any stagnation, he swept across the sky in his hand, and a half-moon sword energy was thrown out, instantly cutting a row of spiritual treasures into powder, and at the same time, all the powerful people who cast these spiritual treasures were chopped into flesh and blood powder. Bump bump. All kinds of explosive sounds sounded, and one after another figure was swallowed by the sword light, blooming in the void like fireworks. Dragon Flame 9 Ultimate Spear. Seeing this scene, Liu Kang shrank his eyes, waved a large purple gun amidst a long howl, and raised his hand belt to stab Chu Yan. As the gun light passed by, the flames were like a dragon, very powerful. Chu Yan turned his head, the flames in his eyes were burning, and he looked up. With a sweeping glance, the flaming dragon seemed to have been impacted by the sky, and was instantly swept into nothingness by the god-defying flames, and disappeared. What? Liu Chen's eyes were full of astonishment. This is his natal Longyan who has cultivated for thousands of years. Even if it is a powerful existence, it is impossible to just look at it and collapse immediately. However, he didn't know at all that Chu Yan's god-defying flame was in the heavenly realm, not to mention the little man's realm, even the earthly realm, the heavenly realm, the God-King realm, and even the supreme realm, couldn't resist it. But what happened next shocked him even more. Dozens of venerables formed a large formation and attacked Chu Yan like a wave of waves, but no matter how powerful the attack, the trick could not hurt Chu Yan at all. He couldn't even get close within 100 steps around him, as if he had bumped into some supreme existence, and all of them collapsed outside that range. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering air explosion remained silent, and in the sky of Nuada, 3 extremely terrifying large formations were launched in an instant. All the hundreds of palaces in the entire Tianyu Palace burst into streaks of divine light, which turned into various spirit powers and merged into the grand formation. At this moment, it was as if the heavenly Mandate Palace, which had been asleep for thousands of years, woke up completely. #C3418 God's Will. What followed was that the sky, with a radius of 10,000 li, was filled with all kinds of divine light. These large formations and restrictions are all built by Tianyu Immortal Palace with countless resources and countless years, and each one has supreme power. Especially those 3 big formations, which are the core formations of Tianyu Immortal Palace to protect itself. Even if the 10 emperors of Emperor Zun continent come to attack at the same time, it is impossible to break it. Not only that, but in the dark sky, there seemed to be a door opened, and a large amount of mysterious power gushed out, rushing into the bodies of everyone present. With the exception of Chu Yan, the cultivation bases of these powerful people have skyrocketed, and their momentum has continued to increase. However, this mysterious power did not forget Chu Yan, and a special force enveloped Chu Yan, enveloping him. It was as if a mountain was suppressed, causing Chu Yan's true energy and aura to stagnate suddenly, as if he had fallen into a huge swamp. Within 100 miles, the prestige of the world and the rules of the avenues are extremely harsh on Chu Yan, and they want to drive Chu Yan out of this world. Tianyu Immortal Palace was transformed by the origin of heaven and earth, and began to mobilize the rules of heaven and earth to make a judgment on Chu Yan. Kill. At this moment, all the powerful people in the human dignity realm roared in unison and shot again. With the support of the origin of heaven and earth, coupled with the confidence of Tianyu Palace, they did not hesitate any longer, and took out all the cards one by one. All kinds of spirit treasures, spirit soldiers, Taoist talismans, etc., attacked Chu Yan like a storm. Among them is a Gu Qin, which has reached the treasure level of the celestial immortal rank and is extremely powerful. Chu Yan watched all this quietly. His face was like water in an ancient well, without any fluctuations, but in his body, 2 ancient auras began to circulate, releasing a faint Tao light. A sword in the sky. The sound of Jianling was shocking, resounding through the heaven and earth. Chu Yan's figure turned into a sword light, like a peerless divine weapon slashing the sky with anger. He slashed out horizontally, smashing those attacks and tricks, prohibitions, and grand formations into powder. The movement of this sword is like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves, invincible. The two peak human beings holding immortal artifacts. There was no time to dodge, and he blocked the fairy spirit treasure on his body, but was cut into two balls of flesh and blood fireworks by Jian Guang's remaining energy. Break! As pointed by the sword light, the sky and the earth turned pale, and pieces of spiritual treasures and fairy artifacts were all exploded, and the ground was covered with fragments, flying in all directions. Chu Yan raised his head to look at the sky, and in a pair of flaming pupils, the flame soared into the sky. Three invisible forces erupted, rushed out of the void, and slammed into the three huge spiritual formations, instantly shaking the three large formations, and then bursting. Holy Venerable Shitian! Tianyu Immortal Palace could no longer sit idly by, and made a sudden move. I saw that in the void within 100 miles, all the rules of heaven and the power of heaven and earth boiled together, evolving into a series of visions such as dragon shape, tiger shadow, sword energy, and sword light. A sword in the sky. Chu Yan's figure swayed again, the sword energy exploded, and Wan Dao's sword light slashed, twisting everything in Tianyu Immortal Palace into powder. Not only that, Tianyu Immortal Palace and the experts present all felt that there was an invisible force in the void that was gaining momentum. One dream through the ages, 10,000 ways can change. Tianyu Immortal Palace yelled, and a picture scroll emerged above the sky, slowly unfolding like a scroll, and every inch of unfolding, a vision condensed and blasted towards Chu Yan. The powerful people present at the scene, all kinds of power continued to erupt, and under the coordinated attack, countless prohibitions and ultimate moves were blasted out at the same time. Chu Yan's eyes were like thunder, and he stood still, and then he swung the long sword in his hand and rushed out. At this moment, he used the Dragon World movement technique, like a giant dragon roaming the void, where no attack could approach him at all. And he kept slashing the sword in his hand, smashing spirit treasures one by one, and the strong ones one by one, and at the same time, the aura he released kept impacting the treasure map of Tianyu Immortal Palace. Accompanied by the continuous attack of sword light in the sky, all kinds of space-time turbulence, and the explosion of sword energy, no matter how hard those people and powerful people try, they can only be beheaded by the sword, there is no one enemy. Among the crowd, Hian Yandu, who no longer had any hands, watched this scene, and his heart grew fearful. Chu Yan's strength is terrifying. Even if Tianyu Immortal Palace used the immortal map, it still couldn't resist it. At this moment, Hian Yandu felt the existence of death for the first time, and he knew very well that Chu Yan would not let him go. The death energy in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, making his whole body tremble. Without any hesitation, he restrained the breath of his whole body to the extreme, and started to walk towards the edge of the battlefield. However, before he could escape from the battlefield, there was a whistling sound, and more than a dozen sword chi struck him, cutting all over his body. Every sword avoided the vital points, but pierced his limbs and chest completely, and the last sword even stared him directly at the ground on the top of the mountain. Hian Yan alone screamed, unable to resist at all. No, he's too strong. The people who suffered heavy casualties finally came to their senses. Seeing the blood rain flying all over the sky, all of them were pale and their livers were torn. Although this Chu Yan is also a human being, compared to them, he is almost invincible. Swish! The bright silver sword light dyed half of the sky brightly. The sword power of the sword in the sky, Dishang. At this time, Chu Yan, although he was only cultivated in the realm of human dignity, he had used his sword power to the realm of great accomplishment. Not to mention these strong people in the realm of human dignity, even those in the realm of heavenly dignity would not be able to resist. Everything returns to the sect. The heavenly mandate Immortal Palace let out a roar, and the immortal picture above the sky instantly shone with golden light, like a scorching sun in the sky. Boom! When the sword is ready, it will be cut with a swing. In an instant, wherever the sword energy passed, the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles, the avenue of heavenly power, all collapsed into chaos. The sharpness of the sword slashed fiercely on the Tianyu Shantu. The shrill screams resounded through the world. Under this sword, the wounds suffered by Tianyu Immortal Palace were extremely serious. Not good. Seeing that the Tianyu Immortal map was injured, some powerful people present shouted in surprise. Not good. Of course not. Tianyu Immortal Palace itself was full of death in his heart. Seeing the black-robed figure rushing towards him, his whole body was numb. Heavenly King unrivaled. A cold light shot out from Tianyu Immortal Palace, and the sky for hundreds of miles collapsed at the same time, turning into a large wave of strong winds, overwhelming the sky and covering the earth. All the dignified and powerful people snorted at the same time, pressed their hands on their chests, and their faces turned pale. The void of heaven and earth was shattered in an instant, and those cultivators who relied on the power of heaven and earth were injured at the same time. And the frenzy transformed by the power of the heaven and earth continued to evolve between the attacks, and turned into 12 tall phantoms, all rushing towards Chu Yan. These 12 phantoms are the power of will left behind by the 12 strong men who returned to the Emperor continent from the heavens for so many years. And all of them have the cultivation base of the God King. At this time, Tianyu Immortal Palace used them together to block Chu Yan. These wills of the God Kings, even one of them, it was not willing to use. The will of the God King. Just want to block me. Get out. Under Chu Yan's cold drink, the will of the 12 God Kings was phantom, and they were crushed into powder before they even had time to attack. Joke. Even if it is the supreme will, Chu Yan can fight, this God King's will is nothing. You must know that Chu Yan has fought against hundreds of strong people in the God King realm before. Although he only has the cultivation base of the human venerable realm now, Chu Yan's soul and will are at the peak of the God King realm, and the way is perfect. Dealing with these will bodies is not much more difficult than killing chickens and dogs. #C3419 The world shakes. This is impossible. Tianyu Immortal Palace did not expect such a result. This is the will of the 12 God King realms, and it was displayed at the same time at one time. But even the opponent's sword couldn't resist it. Boom. After the sword in Chu Yan's hand shattered the will of the 12 God Kings, the sword's momentum did not stagnate in the slightest, and it slashed fiercely on the Tianyu Shantu, causing a mournful scream from the heaven and the earth. Chu Yan, you wait. Tianyu Immortal Palace was completely panicked, and the fairy map unfolded in the void did not shrink, and quickly converged into a golden light, flying away into the sky. Run, run away. All the respectable and powerful people present dared to believe their eyes. This is the supreme existence that claims to have created the Heavenly Mandate Palace, the Heavenly Mandate Immortal Palace, an existence that is almost the ruler of the mainland. That's it. You still want to leave? Chu Yan sneered and flew over. As one of the origins of Huangzuan continent, although his combat power is average, his escape speed far exceeds that of an ordinary human being. After all, the origin of the heaven and earth is integrated with the heaven and the earth, and as a means of saving life, it is naturally the strongest. It's a pity that this time it provoked Chu Yan. Just when it flew to the extreme south, it felt that the distance was already very far, and just when it was about to breathe a sigh of relief, it suddenly froze. You, who the hell are you? Turning his head suddenly, he saw the figure in black robe flying towards him, and his scalp exploded in shock. Of course, Tianyu Immortal Palace is not a prime minister. If you still don't realize that Chu Yan is not simple, then you are really stupid. The person who is looking for you to liquidate. Chu Yan's eyes are like ice. Open your mouth in a cold voice. From the beginning to the end, facing Tianyu Immortal Palace, Chu Yan's face did not change at all. Chu Yan, if you dare to force me again. Tianyu Xiangong gritted his teeth and said, "Even if you die, you will not be well." Hearing this, Chu Yan didn't answer, but just quietly looked at the picture of Tianyu, immortal. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I was wrong about what happened before. I am willing to plead guilty. As long as you let me go, I am willing. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yan shook his head and said, "Now, it's too late." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan raised his hand, and a sword light slashed out, directly slashing at the Tianyu Shantu, causing the opponent to utter another scream. "Ah! I'm fighting with you." Tianyu Shantu knew that it was completely dead now, and at this moment, it became completely crazy, and its whole body burst into a blazing golden light. In an instant, this world changed completely, as if it had become a small world of the Tianyu immortal map, and all the rules of martial arts disappeared completely. Chu Yan, I admit that you are very strong and almost invincible on this continent, but even if I can't hurt you, I can wipe your will. The roar, with a hint of madness, exploded directly. In the void, a tall figure stepped out, standing like a mountain. This Tianyu Shantu has gone completely crazy, directly burning the origin of this world, burning out a void world, which exists completely independently. And it is equivalent to the master in this independent world. In this way, his will is the will of this world, which is very similar to the new continent established by Empress Shantian in the 10 Directions star field back then. You want to kill my will? Chu Yan raised his head and looked around. This new world is a bit strange. However, it just made him smile slightly. He didn't even say that he would use his willpower, but this day, he even threatened himself with the Tianyu immortal map. Chu Yan, die for me. The huge phantom thought that now was an opportunity, so he directly raised his hand and slapped a palm, the palm print wrapped in the power of heaven and earth, and fell hard towards Chu Yan. Call out. At this moment, a red light soared into the sky, bursting out behind Chu Yan instantly. The soul of the god of war strode out of the void, with a pair of thunderous eyes, looking down at the world. Boom, boom. Within a radius of 100 miles, thunder and light overflowed, as if they had suffered a catastrophe from heaven and earth. They were all turned into dust in an instant, and the huge illusory figure also shattered and disappeared into nothing. Amidst the shrill screams, the immortal map of heavenly mandate fell down and hit the ground, and the aura instantly dimmed, so weak that it almost disappeared. You are. Tianyu Shantu didn't dare to imagine it at all, but the shock in his heart kept pounding like a tidal wave, completely ignoring him. In the 4 directions of the world, all the rules of the world, the power of the avenue, all rioted. All kinds of violent thunders, lightning bolts, magical weapons, and spiritual elephants appeared and shuttled between the heaven and the earth, completely unconstrained. And the tall figure behind Chu Yan, with twinkling eyes, is like a celestial being, immovable like a mountain, unable to see through it all. This is simply impossible to appear in the lower realm, the power of existence. Chu Yan also knew, so he quickly took the soul of the god of war back into his body. If he hadn't forcibly suppressed the power of the god of war soul when he appeared in the world just now, I'm afraid this land of the southern territory has become a piece of wasteland. After all, this is just a lower realm continent, and it is impossible to withstand the power of the soul of the war god. Just like before, when I was in the 10 Directions starfield, the soul of the god of war couldn't be recovered at all, and it finally appeared in the heavens. The reasoning is the same, but the time is different. Now the soul of god of war has recovered in the heavens and merged with himself, and then returns to the lower realms. If it appears, the result. It is to let the people in this world know what the 10 ancient gods are. This lower bound is still too weak. Chu Yan shook his head with emotion on his face. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, he was about to slash it directly, breaking the picture of the immortal mandate of heaven. The heavenly mandate immortal map is just the power of a part of the heaven and earth origin of a continent in the lower realm. For Chu Yan, it is not too difficult to cut it into pieces. However, at this moment, the 9-region star map in the Sea of Consciousness started to rotate rapidly, releasing the boundless power of the stars, and instantly devoured the Tian Yuxian map. Huh. This can also be fused. Chu Yan was stunned, then transformed into a spiritual body, returned to the world of consciousness Sea, and looked up at the 9 realms star map. However, after watching 100 breaths of time, there is no sign of any breakthrough after the 9 territories star map devoured the Tianyu immortal map. Forget it, forget about it. Chu Yan also knows that it is just the original power of the lower continent. For the 9 realms star map, it is no more, no less, and the possibility of a direct breakthrough is not great. Immediately, Chu Yan got up and left. In the next 2 days, the entire Huangzuan continent erupted into an unparalleled storm. All kinds of rumors are flying all over the sky, saying that a black-robed young man named Chu Yan killed Tianyu Palace one by one with one sword, and Tianyu, a member of Jian's family, smashed Yushan with his fists, and killed more than 30 people who were respected and strong with a wave of his hands. Those who nailed Yandu, one of the top 10 holy emperors, on a cliff for public display. Once the word spread, the world shook. And what followed immediately was the announcement by the owner of the Xiaoyu Palace that the Xiaoyu Palace will be closed for 100 years from now on and will not be born again. At this moment, all the forces and cultivators in the world were shocked. #C3421 Person against the sky. In the Huangzuan continent, no cultivator dared to believe that the strength of a cultivator could reach this level. One person is enough to fight against heaven and earth. In this regard, the cultivators of the Emperor continent are completely incomparable with the cultivators of the 10 Directions starfield. Because after the news spread to the 10 Directions starfield, the cultivators in the 10 Directions starfield just expressed their excitement, and there was not much difficulty in accepting it. After all, in the 10 Directions starfield, the story of Chu Yan smashing the Xingtian pavilion with one sword has been circulating for decades. Every cultivator knows that the strength of a cultivator is enough to fight against heaven and earth. But then, all kinds of information and news about Chu Yan were quickly fed back. All kinds of Chu Yan's actions in the heavens, like thunderbolts, shocked the geniuses and cultivators of the Emperor continent. Such a terrifying figure is not weaker than the existence of Empress Xiantian at all, and there is nothing strange about her strength. Next, the status of the 10 Directions starfield began to increase rapidly, and soon surpassed that of the Emperor continent. The origin of the original Sifang continent has paid more and more attention to the 10 Directions starfield continent, and the attitude has undergone a 180-degree change. The origin of the 10 Directions starfield was almost exalted to the sky. At this time, Chu Yan had already returned to Nanshan bookstore and continued to live with his family and Yuer. Time goes by, winter goes and autumn comes, year after year. Various major events are constantly happening between the several continents in the lower realm, but Chu Yan ignores them all, and still lives a life of idle clouds and wild cranes. Chu Zhang's lifespan passed by quickly, and people gradually grew old. Chu Yan wanted to improve his father's cultivation and prolong his life several times, but his father refused them all. According to his father, now that Chu Yan has grown up, he doesn't need to worry about him anymore, so he wants to accompany his mother. For this kind of request, Chu Yan naturally would not agree, and put forward the condition that he wanted to have a child at that time. This time, Chu Jiang completely succumbed. After accepting Chu Yan's improvement, he broke through to the martial saint realm. Cold comes and goes, year after year goes by. On this day, it was the hot summer season, and Chu Yan was lying in the shade of the trees in the small courtyard with indescribable leisure. Beside him, his father Chu Jiang sat there. His face was a bit old, but the majesty on his face became more and more intense. "Stinky boy, you lie here every day in the state of a god king, what are you talking about?" Chu Jiang was stern, and was training his son. At your age, you should work hard to cultivate, travel through the world, experience wind and rain, keep breaking through, and stay with me all day. An old man, what are you doing? Hearing this, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth raised slightly. He turned to look at Chu Jiang, and said with a smile, Father, I am not from the 10 Directions starfield, but from the heaven realm. I've told you several times that 1 day in the heavens is equivalent to 1 month in the lower realms. According to this calculation, it didn't take long for me to come down from the heavens. After a while, Before Chu Yan could speak, Chu Jiang became angry. Wait for a piece of wool. If you don't leave, I'll drive you away. Chu Yan was not well at that time. When other people's children came back, their parents tried to keep them in various ways, but I was so lucky that I was kicked out. Okay. Then I'll go. Knowing that the old man was really angry this time, Chu Yan didn't dare to be angry with him anymore, so he could only say helplessly, Humph. It's more or less the same. Chu Jiang's face softened slightly. However, your cultivation base must at least be raised to the peak of the martial saint, so I can leave at ease. Chu Yan asked tentatively again. Chu Yan could directly stimulate Chu Jiang's cultivation level to break through to Emperor Wu's level, but Emperor Wu was a bottleneck. If he pulls it out forcefully, it may damage Chu Jiang's spirit, so he can only wait for him to break through on his own. It's a small matter, no problem. Chu Jiang smiled, and said indifferently, but you kid promised me that after breaking through to the 9 realms, you will give birth to a grandson for me immediately. If I have a grandson, I will have no problem breaking through to Supreme. In the past few decades, Chu Jiang has been teaching the dolls the basics of martial arts in the Nanshan book building. From the bottom of his heart, if he didn't like dolls, it really wouldn't have been possible for so long. Now, Chu Yan promised to give him a grandson, but he was looking forward to it every day. And this is also the main reason why Chu Yan left. With regard to Chu Yan's affairs in the God's Domain continent, now that various news have come back, Chu Jiang naturally knows about it. Chu Yan wants to break through to the 9 realms supreme realm, and now he only has 1 step at the door. Hearing his father's words, Chu Yan immediately rolled his eyes, pretending he didn't hear it. Immediately, Chu Yan went to Tianyu Palace, and cut Yundu, who had been hanging on the cliff for several years, with a single sword, directly killing him. In this way, the task is completed. Father, I'm leaving. In front of the small courtyard, Chu Yan waved goodbye to the two of them, turned around and left. The sun is shining all over the sky, like a golden avenue. A few days later, Chu Yan returned to God's Domain continent. As soon as Chu Yan landed, there was a row of escorts in front of him, standing neatly, and bowed at the same time. See the Gambling King. Congratulations to the Gambling King for completing the mission. This is the mission reward. A reception envoy held 3 jade talismans in both hands and handed them to Chu Yan. Taoism. This reward is not small. Chu Yan took the 3 pieces of jade talisman, swept his consciousness, and his eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect that the task in the Daozun area would have such benefits. Taoism is naturally precious in God's Domain continent. This kind of Taoism is not like martial arts and exercises. The strong can create it themselves, and the number is extremely rare. However, Chu Yan never thought that these envoys secretly changed the rewards, because Chu Yan was the king of gambling. It would be great if an ordinary cultivator could get some Dao treasures or magic spells after completing the mission. But Chu Yan is different. He is the Gambling King. For these envoys who spent 90% of their time gambling and gambling for their lives in the endless years, Chu Yan is a god. So, how can the reward given to God be light? After receiving the Jade Talisman, Chu Yan took out the Identity Jade Talisman and found that there were many messages in it, so he began to look through it. There is news about the Yanglong Venerable Envoy and the Xuanhuan Venerable Lord. just a daily contact, asking how he is in the first domain. Chu Yan turned over and continued to look down, and next, there were hundreds of messages from Demon Lord He Yao. Almost after Chu Yan left, he sent a message every day, asking where Chu Yan was. After Chu Yan sent back the message, he continued to look down. It was Zhong Dachuan, who was stationed in the Baiyu Xuanhuan sect, who sent messages several times, asking about his various situations. Chu Yan replied casually, not taking it seriously, but he didn't tell the other party about his position, only saying that everything went well. Based on days, it's less than 3 months since I left God's domain continent. First, find a place to find out what's going on in God's domain continent. After thinking about it in Chu Yan's mind, he made up his mind. 3 months is neither long nor short. For ordinary places, it may be just a snap of the fingers. But for the first domain where peerless geniuses and bigwigs gather, I am afraid that many things will happen, so Chu Yan must first understand, after all, it may be useful to him. #C3421 The first Taoist in the world. Chu Yan changed his figure, restrained his breath, and flew into the distance. Soon he found a big city and fell into it. In the restaurant in the center of the city, he found that there were cultivators above the 5th level of heavenly exalted realm gathered here. Chu Yan found a corner and sat down, his consciousness spread out. There are quite a few cultivators in the restaurant, and most of them are chatting with each other. Do you know? A few crystals ago, in the Daozun area, 3 Taoist realms joined hands to attack Empress Xiantian, and in the end, Empress Xiantian escaped safely, nothing happened. Of course I've heard about it. It's a sensation. I heard about it the next day. Empress Xiantian is too strong. It's only been a short time since she broke through to the Taoist realm, and now she's confronted with the Taoist. I'm afraid it won't be long before she becomes the #1 Taoist in the world. That's right, I heard that she was the #1 supreme in the world before, and now she has broken through to the Tao Master realm, and she must be #1. At that time it will definitely be more lively. Chu Yan was surprised when he heard these words. Is this Empress Xiantian going to break through the Taoist realm? Why didn't I receive the message? Women are too scary. How long did it take to break through the 9 realms supreme? This will break through the Tao Master realm soon. Chu Yan's heart was full of emotion, and he quickly took out the jade talisman, and congratulated him via voice transmission from his spiritual consciousness. But after waiting for 100 breaths, Empress Xiantian didn't respond. Obviously she didn't want to pay attention to Chu Yan. Chu Yan didn't care, and continued to eat meat and drink, listening to the discussions around him. It should be that in the past few months, the news that Empress Xiantian broke through the Tao Master realm is the biggest event in the Xinyu continent. Most of the cultivators in the restaurant are talking about it. As for other things, such as the matters of the eastern and western regions in Daozun district, few people mention them. Qin Tian of Ascending Immortal Sect is very powerful. I heard that he has already broken through to the great perfection of the God King according to his previous estimate, and he met 2 9 realm supremes chasing him down. He didn't even have a fight. He even had a big battle. Of course. Qin Tian is the reincarnation of the Taoist master. In the list arranged by Tianxian Digong some time ago, there are 10 peerless geniuses, and this Qin Tian is one of them. In that case, who will be stronger between Qin Tian and the young master of Guling, the clan of the Dao Devourer clan? Hearing this, the flames in Chu Yan's eyes ignited. The expected thing happened, but it still surprised Chu Yan. Qin Tian, he really came to the first domain. Have you heard? The peerless geniuses of several ancient races, such as the spirit race, the Wan race, and the barbarian race, have all gone to the 3rd district. I heard that the battle is very fierce. That Lu Qingyi is really beautiful. She is definitely the #1 beauty of the ancient clan. I'm surprised. Recently, these Taoist priests of these powerful forces have all gone to the first 10 districts, and there are frequent battles. This was very rare before. Well, let me tell you, don't go to the 16th district. I heard that there is a peerless genius called Dizong and Gitu who specializes in killing people and loves killing. There are already many people are lost. Chu Yan was in the restaurant, listening to these cultivators talking about things, drinking one cup after another. Time passed quickly, and it seemed that because the spirit wine in this restaurant was extremely special, people came and went, and the business was always good. Some time ago, Chu Yan had been with his father, Chu Jiang, and was used to a leisurely life. However, the blood in his body has never cooled down, and his greatest wish is to fight against the heroes of the world. It's almost there. Now go to the 4th district and see that drop of blood essence from the previous life. Chu Yan got up, threw a shinjing on the table, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The cultivators around were all surprised by this, and no one noticed Chu Yan's departure. At the same time, above the Holy Sea, in the frontier area of the first domain, on a ferry ship of the spiritual altar, one of the major powers, those disciples of the spiritual altar who used to be full of arrogance are now all huddled in the corner in fear. Humph! How dare you snatch my girl's stuff? A stunning woman stood there, coldly glanced at this group of trembling youths, her face full of disdain. When the spiritual altar disciples heard this, they all shrank their heads in fright, their faces full of panic. This seems like you are robbing us. It's so beautiful. It's too scary. Now, make an oath to God's power and help me sail the boat. When you get there, you can get out, the stunning woman scolded. Yes, 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 yes. A group of spirit altar disciples rushed to control the ferry ship without any disobedience. What's more, all of them used their strength to drive the ferry boat very fast, across the sky like a shooting star. I don't know, where is he now? The stunning woman stood by the side of the boat, looking at the first continent, she thought to herself. The 4th area is located in the western region of Daozun area. Among the Daozun districts, the number of cultivators, god kings, and peerless geniuses going to the 4th district is extremely large. The main reason is that in the depths of the 4th area, there are a large number of treasures of heaven and earth and ancient inheritance, and there is a top-notch treasure called Tianxian, Soul Pool. The celestial immortal soul pond, according to legend, is infused with the flesh and blood of countless strong men. No matter what methods are used, it cannot be shaken in the slightest. But as long as there are practitioners who practice in this pool for a period of time, they will gain insights. And the longer you practice, the more you will naturally understand. During these tens of thousands of years, many cultivators have broken through the realm in this pool, achieved the supreme realm, or comprehended the peerless Taoism. Of course, it is not easy to go to this celestial immortal soul pool. Whether it is the peak of the God King realm or the cultivator of the heavenly venerable realm, they must catch a kind of existence called the Bidian beast in order to discover the location of the heavenly immortal soul pool. Chu Yan thought, that drop of blood essence from his previous life should also be in the pool of immortal souls. After several hours, Chu Yan reached the 4th district. Outside the big city in the 4th district, Chu Yan circulated the unicorn's pupils and divine consciousness, and kept scanning the big city. Several disciples of the supreme orthodox lineage, and many members of the ancient clan. After Chu Yan was sure, he spared the city and rushed directly to the entrance of the 4th district. Pushing the true energy to the extreme, it flew across the sky like a shooting star, and disappeared into the entrance of the 4th area in an instant. After a few breaths, Chu Yan appeared in a brand new small world. This place seems to be an extremely desolate place, with broken terrain everywhere. Mountains, rivers, plains, and other places are all dilapidated. Obviously, they have been severely damaged after countless battles. Above the sky, an extremely thick dense fog completely obscured the sky, making it impossible to see higher places. Chu Yan looked up for a long time, raised his hand and shot out a mysterious light, which fell into it. Soon, after the mysterious light reached the high place, it disappeared, as if the thick fog was invisible. Even if you operate the unicorn's pupils and divine consciousness, you can't peek at the slightest bit. The power involved in this dense fog is obviously 1 or 2 levels higher than this world. Chu Yan didn't think too much about it anymore, he worked his body and flew forward. #C3422 Heavenly Soul Pool. The day passed. Chu Yan's figure walked through an ancient forest. There was no trace of that Bidian beast at all. It would be convenient if the vicious Pluto was here. Chu Yan thought in his heart, when he had time, he still wanted to subdue a big monster and keep it by his side. Sometimes these big monsters are much better than cultivators in finding monsters and the like, and sometimes they can be used as mounts. It is best to be a dragon monster, so that you can stand on top of it, which feels very good. There are very few dragon monsters in this God's domain continent, and it is even more difficult to find ancient dragons. This kind of thing can only depend on chance. Chu Yan, who had been walking for a while, was thinking about something indiscriminately, and suddenly his footsteps froze. He felt some breath just now, although it was extremely weak, he could still detect it. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately speeded up. After more than 10 breaths, a grassland appeared in Chu Wei's eyes, and there were more than a dozen figures fighting in the sky above. 4 of them were in the early stage of the God King realm, and the others were in the heavenly exalted realm. Secondly, there is a cage shining with divine light, in which a black leopard is imprisoned, which is exactly Bidian beast. This is not by. Chu Yan glanced over, and his eyes froze immediately. There are still a lot of people around here, all staring at this Bidian guy, 2 masters of the God King realm, and a peerless genius. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness swept around and made many new discoveries. The next moment, Chu Yan's breath exploded, his body flashed, and he appeared directly on the cage, and slapped the cage into powder with one palm. Using the heavy pendant, it directly suppressed the Bidian beast. Bidian beast felt someone on its back. There will be honesty, and the demonic aura will suddenly burst out, and it will start to struggle crazily, but obviously its power is too small, and it has no effect at all. Soon he became honest and was suppressed by the black-robed youth. This scene happened so fast that even the cultivators in the battle had no time to react. But they never thought that someone would be so bold as to directly charge into the center of their battle. Bold. The 4 God King realm powerhouses who were in the battle roared violently at that time, formed seals with their hands, and blasted out a powerful attack. Chu Yan raised his hand and punched, blasting the 4 attacks to pieces with a bang. The berserk force picked up the gang power and scattered and rushed in all directions. The 4 strong men who had cultivated at the early stage of the God King realm had no time to dodge, and were directly rushed by the wave of remaining energy, and were instantly injured. So strong. The cultivators hiding in the dark all around were shocked by Chu Yan's punch. Your Excellency, do you want to monopolize Bidian beast? A strange sound sounded, and a strong man in armor and holding a big knife, and a thin old man with white hair came out of the darkness. These 2 people are both God King realm masters. Huh. You are. With a glance, the white-haired old man saw Chu Yan, suddenly thought of something, and was stunned for a moment. This young man in black robe looks familiar. Die. Just as he was stunned for a moment, another cold voice sounded. Accompanied by this icy cold voice, a terrifying murderous aura erupted from the forest in the distance. Then, a gray-haired young man in a purple robe, holding an ancient fairy sword, rushed towards Chu Yan at an alarming speed. War mighty dragon gang. Chu Yan raised his head again, and punched again, the flames ignited above the fist, and the thunder light overflowed. The 2 collided, and a shocking storm erupted, and the power surged and scattered. The gray-haired young man stepped back a dozen steps before barely standing still. As soon as he raised his hand, he saw a flame burning above his ancient knife. "I didn't realize that you are a peerless genius of the Tyrant clan," the gray-haired young man said. At this time, the other two strong men who had reached the Divine King realm also looked at the gray youth. In the eyes of the strong man, the pupils narrowed, and he said, "You are the young patriarch of the Sword Clan, Dao Ji." Dao Ji looked at him, the method of asking questions in his body was running, and the sword intent all over his body gushed out like a tide. "This is just right. The last battle with Liang Tian was not over yet. This time, let's learn the tyrant's tricks." After finishing speaking, he pointed the ancient sword in his hand at Chu Yan again, and the sword was ready. However, at this moment, a wild laughter sounded. "Ha ha ha, there is a Bidian beast here, that's great, Daoist Daoji, how about we join forces?" A middle-aged man with scars all over his body and a big gun appeared. Although Chu Yan and the people present did not know this person, everyone could feel the evil spirit released from this person. More importantly, this person's cultivation has reached the peak of the God King realm. And the battle that can make a strong person at the top of the God King state full of wounds is definitely not a small battle. What's more, looking at his body, old and new wounds are overlapping, there are probably thousands of scars all over his body. How many fights have been fought? Dao Ji frowned slightly and looked at the other party. "This is a strong enemy, if you do not agree to him, it will be a difficult opponent." However, he didn't open his mouth to speak, but instead pumped up his whole body's true energy, swung the long knife in his hand, and smashed all the surrounding spiritual plants into powder. The knife turns 1,000 ways. Dao Ji shot this time, his figure spread out and turned into countless afterimages, each of which was slashed towards Chu Yan. In an instant, there were countless sword lights falling down in unison. Every knife contains the avenue of heaven and earth, which obviously has the power of judgment. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately grinned, and said to Chu Yan, "Little fellow Daoist, quickly hand over the Bidian beast, or I will become ruthless and dare to chop myself." When this sentence landed, Chu Yan and everyone present were stunned for an instant. Be ruthless, even cut yourself. Together with your injuries, you cut them all yourself. Just when everyone was stunned, the spear in the middle-aged man's hand turned into a silver dragon and shot straight at Chu Yan. Whoosh! The dragon is like traveling in the sky, and in an instant, there are thousands of silver lights, the whole body is full of blood, and the murderous aura is like a general rushing into the battle. This kind of Taoism is extremely rare in God's domain continent, and it is called Wanjun Dry Bones Technique. One will be successful and 10,000 bones will be destroyed. This Taoism was realized on the battlefield, so it is naturally extremely murderous and powerful Taoism. The strong man from before frowned, pondered for a moment, and then shot, suddenly. If it was on weekdays, he would certainly disdain the three of them joining forces, but today Chu Yan took the first step to suppress Bidian Beast, and now he can't care about those. Among the several god kings, only the gray-haired old man stood there with his brows tightly furrowed, still thinking about something. This person, this face, this breath, are so familiar. But, he just couldn't remember who it was. This black-robed youth is over. All around watching the battle, as well as the cultivators hiding in secret, all sighed and shook their heads. A good cultivator ruined himself just like that. Although this Bidian beast is rare, it is not enough to risk his life. Although it can be seen that the cultivation of this black-robed young man has also reached the God King realm, but this time, the three masters of the God King realm have joined forces, and there is no doubt that they will die. #C3423 got it. A sword in the sky. In an instant, Chu Yan made a move, and the two methods of asking questions in his body turned into a peerless thunder dragon, which roared out. All the attacks, sword lights, and sword intents were torn to pieces and scattered in all directions. God of War Yujin. With a wave of the dragon's claw, there are thousands of sword lights, cutting out the momentum of the sky, covering all directions. Boom. 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 The air explosion exploded, and the sky trembled. Chu Yan was alone, fighting against the three of them, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The saber intent is vertical and horizontal, with a momentum of 90,000 miles. The long knife in Dao Ji's hand cut out horizontally, holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, but holding the tip of the knife with his left hand, and when he pulled hard, the knife was covered with blood instantly. This is the unique skill of the sword clan, the sacrificial sword technique. Sacrifice the sword with your own, the sword and man are one, the world is supreme. This is the Dao clan's way of asking, the most powerful sword technique in the world. In the next breath, the blade was horizontal, breaking through the void, and slashed towards Chu Yan like a waterline splitting waves. The strong man also roared, his whole body swelled up, and he turned into a giant ape King Kong. He swung his fists, violently smashing out more than a dozen punches. On top of these fists, there is a flashing talisman, which is extremely powerful. The gun broke. The withered bones of the generals holding the long sword are also soaring in sword power. All the power is concentrated on the tip of the spear, and when the spear is pierced, there are thousands of troops and horses in the void. The combination of the three is a unique move. This time, if the dodge is not timely, I'm afraid it will be turned into ashes. Terrible. They're all the top Taoism skills in the God's domain continent, they're too strong. A group of spectators. Everyone's faces turned pale with shock, and no one expected that such a big battle would break out. However, at this moment, the suppressed Bidian beast could not utter a roar, as if it wanted to escape. Obviously, it was terrified by this terrifying power, but it was firmly suppressed by Chu Yan, and there was no way to escape. The sky is full of Tao, the sword power of the God of War. The long sword flashed in Chu Yan's hand, and when he slashed out with the sword, the world turned pale. In this sword light, the fusion of the two methods, plus the power of the God-defying flame and the five elements, it is almost to an extremely terrifying level. Boom. As the sword light passed, it collided with those three forces, and immediately smashed the gun power, fist power, and saber power into powder. Moreover, the sword's momentum only melted less than 30%, and continued to cut forward. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. No one has guessed this kind of result. With one strike, the alliance of the three God King Realm Masters was broken in a row. This person is extraordinary, the three of us must work together, otherwise, the consequences. The strong man hurriedly opened his mouth and said to the other two. At this time, the faces of the three of them had long lost the confidence they had before, and all of them were extremely low and dignified. The sword intent in Dao Ji's eyes shone like a star. He didn't speak, but just like before, he would strike with all his might. This should be considered a default. I attack left, you attack right, up. Wan Jiang withered bones roared, and his figure rushed out. However, at this moment, an extremely tall phantom appeared behind Chu Yan, and endless coercion rushed out like a tide, directly hitting the three of them. Wan Jiang withered bones and Dao Ji groaned, their faces changed greatly, the blood in their bodies was boiling, and they could not be suppressed at all, while the strong man just spit out a mouthful of blood mist. Taoist. Su Zun. The faces of all the cultivators in the audience changed drastically. This is a move that can only be performed by the top powerhouse among the peerless geniuses and the giants of the Taoist realm behind him. Although it is said that those peerless geniuses who do not have this move are not necessarily bad, but the peerless geniuses who can use this move are absolutely terrifyingly strong. After all, as a peerless genius, there is a giant in the Taoist realm behind him. What a terrifying existence that is. You turned out to be. The three of Dao Ji were completely stunned, their souls trembling. I got it. I got it. At this moment, the gray-haired old man, who had never made a move, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone, thank you very much. Seeing that the three of them were all sluggish, Chu Yan would be polite to them there, wrapped Biddy and Beast with a wave of his hand, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the sky. The three of Dao Ji raised their heads and looked at the figure that disappeared into the sky. They wanted to chase after it, but it was a bit late, and they shook their heads immediately, with disappointment on their faces. A Biddy and Beast, which is extremely rare, is so lost. But they also knew that even if the three of them joined forces, they would not be able to keep the young man in black. This is the end of the matter, there is no other way. But the gray old man didn't say anything, quietly retreated and disappeared. Soon, just as the news came out, Chu Yan, who had shaken the world before, appeared again. Send people to the 4th district. Beheading Chu Yan, no matter what the price is, it must be killed. Beware of other sects, ancient tombs, and the Taoist clan. Taboo Ridge has also moved, we must get ahead of them and capture Chu Yan back. The 5th descendant of the gods, it's interesting. All the big men and the powerful sect forces were all alarmed. The same is true for those forces staring at Chu Yan, including hidden forces, and many peerless geniuses. Seeing this, Jiuxiao practitioners were extremely amazed. Chu Yan, one of the top 10 peerless geniuses in the heaven list of Tianxian Digong, can cause such a commotion even if he just shows his face. Compared with the other 9 top 10 peerless geniuses, they are obviously far behind. At this time, Chu Yan didn't care about the boiling news at all, and his whereabouts were revealed, so what are you afraid of? Now he was completely shocked by the scene he had just discovered. After the Biddy and Beast rushed through the gray fog above the sky, the scene in front of him changed dramatically. Above the clouds flying all over the sky, there are a series of spirit patterns, which are very wait and see when they are connected together. Chu Yan couldn't touch these spiritual clouds, but the Biddy and Beast could continue to move forward with the help of these spiritual clouds. Not only Su, but the rules of heaven and earth around him, the power of the avenue, and the myriad realms in the void are constantly changing. If Chu Yan was allowed to walk by himself, even if he walked 10 times, he would still not be able to find his way at all. This is like above the sea, without special tools to guide, it is impossible to recognize the direction, only this blue sky beast can, as if guided by the dark, without a trace of detour straight forward. Here, is there a forbidden killing intent? Seeing a spiritual cloud in front of him, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and his whole body surged with true energy, enveloping himself and the Biddy and Beast. Soon, after passing through the sea of spiritual clouds, several figures appeared in the sky ahead. These figures, like Chu Yan, are sitting on the back of Biddy and Beast, moving forward continuously. Several people glanced at each other, but didn't say anything. I don't know how long it will be. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and then began to practice with his eyes closed. Time passed, and in less than an hour, Biddy and Beast began to slow down, and Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes. #C3424 Exposure. The end of the Sea of Clouds has come. With a glance, more than 70 Biddy and Beasts flew towards the cultivator with their backs on their backs. Unlike the Sea of Clouds that was everywhere before, mountains, rivers, forests, palaces, etc. have appeared here, and many of them are shining with divine light. After a cultivator in the middle saw it, he directly manipulated the Biddy and Beast under him and flew towards the places where the divine light appeared. This is a special place in the 4th district. Before walking to the immortal soul pool, there are various treasures and inheritances on both sides of the road, which are extremely attractive. Many cultivators among them were attracted by these and delayed going to the immortal heaven soul pool. Maybe some people can get out of it and continue to go to the immortal heaven soul pool, but of course some people can't get out and stay in these inheritance places. After 2 hours, the cultivators around Chu Yan were all fascinated. I saw that in the sea of clouds in front, as if being burned by flames, the flames were soaring into the sky. In the void, there is a powerful force of will wandering, which makes people tremble. Ho ho! All the Bidian beasts stopped, roaring, and stopped moving forward. The cultivators present clearly saw that there was a very terrifying existence, not far ahead. The cultivators jumped up and turned into startled rainbows, and flew away. Heavenly immortal soul pool. Chu Yan also stopped, looking at the vast water surface in front of him. The water surface was as calm as a mirror, without even a single ripple. If you don't know it, you may be wrong. Around the water surface, dozens of figures were fighting, and all kinds of powerful Taoism fairy lights exploded, making a roaring sound that resounded through the world. On the surface of the water, there are constantly different lights rising, or green, or red, or purple. This is what everyone yearns for, the celestial immortal soul pool. On the surface of the water, there are more than a dozen figures sitting cross-legged. With eyes closed, he sits like an old monk and is practicing. As for the strange light that surged up on the water surface, some of them would coil around these cultivators, and finally fly away, and some would rush into their bodies, causing them to tremble slightly. And whether these strange lights or the surface of the water, the cultivators who just arrived felt an extremely powerful coercion. This kind of coercion, I am afraid that even the supreme being of the 9 regions is not without resistance. Great! I finally found it, the celestial immortal soul pool. This time the method of asking questions can finally be broken through. There was a cultivator not far from Chu Yan. With an excited expression on his face, he rushed directly to the water. Humph! Courting death. A cold voice sounded, and the dozens of cultivators who were fighting turned their heads to look at the same time. The cultivator was locked by dozens of divine senses at the same time, and his whole body trembled, sweat poured down his face, and his face was pale. His cultivation had already reached the great achievement of the God King realm, and he couldn't even resist it. The strength of these warring cultivators is extremely extraordinary. Chu Yan glanced away, and saw around the water surface, there was a stone tablet with large black characters flashing on it. Heavenly immortal soul pool, created by heaven and earth, it is meaningless to fight here, there are special rules, and those who snatch 3 blood marks on the surrounding blue stones can cross into the water, and no one can stop them. If someone breaks in, everyone will join hands to kill him. In the soul pool, there are at most 50 people, and one more person will be killed. The covenant of Taoism, everyone abides by it, so as not to hurt it. These rows of large characters are actually the rules of the celestial immortal soul pond, standing on the stone tablet, everyone can see it. Chu Yan scanned the words and nodded slightly. In such a place, having rules is really much better than having no rules. Otherwise, no one will benefit if the melee continues. The next moment, the cultivator who had read the inscription on the stone tablet felt a heat in his palm, and suddenly found that he had a bloody jade talisman in his hand. This should be what the steel said, the blood mark. Just grab 2 of them. Chu Yan clenched the blood mark in his hand, and when he raised his head, the flames in his eyes were burning, and he looked at the cultivators around him. Boy, it's you. While Chu Yan was observing other people, a green-robed cultivator held a spirit sword in his hand, pointed the sword at Chu Yan, and said with a sneer. However, when he slashed out with a sword and Chu Yan turned his head to look over, his expression changed instantly. You are, Chu Yan. He is one of the very few cultivators who can directly recognize Chu Yan among all the cultivators in the Daozun district. Because he has the latest information about Chu Yan. Therefore, when Chu Yan turned his head and released his breath, he recognized Chu Yan himself. What? Chu Yan. The 5th descendant of the gods. In an instant, all the cultivators present had their eyes flashing, and they all turned to look at Chu Yan. All of them were surprised. Excuse me. Chu Yan didn't answer, and didn't talk nonsense, and directly exploded with momentum, soaring into the sky. His figure turned into a flash of shock, and he rushed straight to the green-robed cultivator. Not good. The green-robed cultivator's face changed drastically, and he swung the sword in his hand, cutting out thousands of sword chi, like a hedgehog, filling the surrounding void. It's extremely fast, but it doesn't do anything useful at all. Where the sword chi passed, there was only an afterimage continuously shuttling through the sword chi, and the sword chi brushed past him, making it impossible to get close to his body. When the afterimage rushed through the entire sword energy area and stood still, there was already a blood mark in his hand. Okay, so fast. All the cultivators present were stunned when they saw this scene. This kind of movement technique, even a strong person at the peak of the God King realm, may not be able to do it. Moreover, the green-robed cultivator stood there with a sword in his hand, completely dazed, as if he didn't know what happened just now. Fortunately, Chu Yan just took away his blood seal, and didn't intend to kill him, otherwise he would definitely die just now. Very good. As expected of the world's #1, Chu Yan. At this time, a middle-aged man in a cloak walked quickly, and said loudly, "Although I am not a peerless genius, I have long wanted to learn." As soon as the words fell to the ground, the middle-aged man shot directly, took out a small flag, waved it in the air, and 10,000 thunders exploded. Chu Yan didn't know who this person was at all, but he glanced at the other party's breath, and he could probably be sure that the other party should be a cultivator of the immortal sect. Moreover, his cultivation should have reached the peak of the God King realm, and his strength is not weak. Shangxianzong and himself are almost life-and-death enemies, no need to talk nonsense, just fight. Wandering the world of dragons. The two methods of asking questions in Chu Yan's body were running at the same time, and the sword light slashed all over the sky, and his figure was like a dragon flying across the sky, rushing straight to the man in the cloak. The man in the cloak saw the situation in front of him, and suddenly felt that the surrounding space became solidified, and the pressure surged. However, he seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and the eyes flashed brightly. "Chu Yan, take my move. It's now. Do it." 3 roars sounded at the same time, one at the peak of the God King realm, and 2 great masters at the God King realm, flying from different directions, and they all shot at Chu Yan. The 3 people who attacked were all the God Kings of Shangxianzong. #C3425 in the end. At the beginning, the fierce Pluto chose to leave Chu Yan and go out alone, because so many cards on Chu Yan's body had not been exposed, and he provoked countless enemies. Coupled with those few times, the fierce Pluto's heart beat endlessly, so he decided not to mix with Chu Yan. After all, he, who died once, was more willing to spare his life than Chu Yan, a lunatic. Although there are really many opportunities to follow Chu Yan, compared with his own life, the fierce Pluto made the right choice after hesitating for a long time. And Xingyan, Sky Sword. 5 colored flames erupted from Chu Yan's body, sweeping in all directions, and swung the long sword in his hand, beheading the 4 God Kings of Shangxianzong. The 4 swords are like thunder, and wherever they pass, the void explodes and the sky trembles. With such a mighty sword, anyone who sees it will be terrified. Everyone, among your powers, don't you have an order to deal with Chu Yan? Hurry up and join hands now, and you will definitely succeed. Seeing the astonishing power of Chu Yan's sword, the man in the cloak turned his head and swept towards the practitioners around him, shouting loudly. Although he has 3 colleagues from the same sect, he knows that these strengths are not enough to deal with Chu Yan. Among the cultivators around, I am afraid that many of them have already obtained the Zhongling and want to deal with Chu Yan secretly. Now seeing them make a move, they are all waiting for the result. If they can win, or at least draw with Chu Yan, they will definitely make a move. Well, that's right. Now is also an opportunity. Let's go together, it should be no problem. After a while, 3 peak God Kings, 5 great masters, and 9 early God Kings joined the alliance against Chu Yan. This time, there are God Kings and powerhouses in all directions, and Chu Yan is firmly surrounded. These newly joined God King realms include those from the Overlord clan, some from the Pufa sect, and others from other sects, all of which are orthodox forces. Roar. At this moment, a roar sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look, but it was a huge monster walking out of the void, and on top of its head stood a white-robed cultivator. The cultivator in the white skirt just waved his hand, and the giant lizard-like monster directly attacked Chu Yan. Jade Dragon has made a move. A cultivator saw it and immediately exclaimed. Yulong, the young patriarch of the royal clan, exists on the list of peerless geniuses. Snort. A few people saw it, but they snorted coldly with contempt on their faces. These people are all peerless geniuses, all staring at Chu Yan, wanting to fight against him and compete. Now, Chu Yan was surrounded to death, and they didn't even have a chance. After all, taking action at this time, even if Chu Yan was defeated, would be meaningless and a bit embarrassing. Most of the peerless geniuses simply ignore Zhongling or something, but are more interested in improving martial arts. Therefore, fighting against a peerless genius like Chu Yan is even more attractive to them. The premise is that the battle must be fair. When the first battle is life and death, maybe a breakthrough will be made. Now, whether they are dealing with Chu Yan or want to have a one-on-one with Chu Yan, they all stare at Chu Yan, wanting to see the weight of Chu Yan first. At this time, Chu Yan's eyes were burning with flames, and his face was as usual. Before his body was exposed, he was ready for a good fight. These people are just jumping out now, there should be other people, even after I step on the soul pool, maybe someone will make a surprise attack. Those rules are nothing more than a gentleman's agreement, and there is no binding power at all. Chu Yan thought about it, and at the same time made a decision. In that case, kill them. Chu Yan made a decision with one thought, and suddenly his whole body's momentum skyrocketed. A majestic figure emerged behind him, towering above the ground, almost completely occupying most of the sky, like a towering pagoda. The soul of the god of war and the Taoist master, Su Zun, were released at the same time, and the coercion swept out like a tide. Boom! Boom! The two waves of coercion rolled out like two seas of thunder. Wherever they passed, a group of people suddenly turned upside down. No matter if it is the strength of the God King realm, or a peerless genius like Yulong, they all tremble suddenly when they are attacked by this coercion. Daojing Mountain Range. With a soft drink, another phantom of a continuous mountain range appeared behind Chu Yan, and it was suppressed from the sky. What's this? The entire soul pool area trembled violently, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking, which made the faces of the God Kings present turn green with shock. Under a strong sense of crisis, everyone took out their cards to save their lives and played them crazily. Boom! 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 There was a sound of air explosions, all kinds of Taoism, spirit treasures, and fairy talismans exploded unceasingly, blasting the sky into waves. And those God Kings and peerless geniuses, like kites with broken strings, are flying all over the sky. This terrifying power swept across, like the end of the world, with astonishing power. This. All the cultivators present turned green with shock. With the peerless genius Jade Dragon and more than a dozen God King realm, this move is defeated. Moreover, that Chu Yan was unscathed, nothing happened at all. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan retracted the Daojing mountain range, raised his hand and grabbed it, and 2 blood marks flew into his palm. Regardless of those people standing there sluggishly staring at him, he turned around and walked towards the surface of the soul pool. Chu Yan walked to a place on the water surface of the soul pool, and should be ready to sit cross-legged, and there was silence around him. Although some people know the purpose of Chu Yan's doing this, but after all, this move is too terrifying. This is so much beyond the peak of the God King realm. Who is his opponent? Supreme. Just kidding, this is the Daozun area, so what kind of Supreme is there? I also set a rule, starting from my practice, whoever dares to attack me again, kill. When the words landed, Chu Yan glanced at Yulong and the others who got up from the ground, and shouted sharply. Seeing Chu Yan's gaze, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and twitched at the same time. No matter what thoughts they had just now, they all disappeared now. The descendants of the gods, there are many people who want to take down Chu Yan and snatch his inheritance. But now they understand that they can't afford to provoke them at all. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze, ignored these things, and began to observe this piece of celestial immortal soul pool. The dozen or so cultivators sitting cross-legged here are basically at the peak of the God King realm, and there are a few of them with powerful power hidden in their bodies. They are not peerless geniuses, and their strength is not weak. All of them were full of silence, completely immersed in cultivation and comprehension, and didn't feel anything about Chu Yan's appearance. Chu Yan also began to activate the unicorn's pupils and divine consciousness, trying to find the key to the heavenly immortal soul pool. However, after some investigation, it was discovered that the heavenly immortal soul pool could not be penetrated at all. In this case, it will be difficult to find that drop of blood essence. What Chu Yan is most concerned about, of course, is not the chance of comprehension here, but the drop of blood essence of his own reincarnation. Could it be that we can only wait for the 9 realms star map? With a slight frown, Chu Yan even suspected that the drop of blood essence could not be anywhere else. Still looking for Unlimited Upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu Direct Search, reading novels is very simple. =# C3426 Supreme. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yan shook his head. Since you're here, don't worry about anything else, let's figure this out first. Immediately, Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness was activated, and the green lotus in the 9 realms star map was released and placed on the water surface of the celestial immortal soul pool. The green lotus can induce visions, and the drop of blood essence from her previous life may have set some restrictions. In this way, with the green lotus, all these restrictions should be able to be induced. What's more, with Lulian here, there is also a guarantee of safety for her own comprehension and cultivation. After all, relying entirely on the killing power I just set up, maybe it won't be fully effective. Maybe some sect forces send dead soldiers. If I feel like these cultivators sitting cross-legged around me, the consequences will be. After Chu Yan made arrangements, he took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Almost instantly, he felt a powerful mysterious force penetrate into his body from the void around him. Whether it was the sea of consciousness, the sea of spirit or the sea of qi, they were all occupied, rushing through like a warm current. This feeling made him seem to let go of everything completely, and for Chu Yan himself, the Ling Tai was instantly clear. Among other things, Chu Yan had a few chances of epiphany, and now this feeling is very similar to the sense of emptiness of epiphany. Chu Yan's spiritual consciousness turned into a body, and the spiritual consciousness body sat cross-legged in the world of the sea of consciousness, and also sat cross-legged to start practicing. At this time, Chu Yan and the body of divine consciousness comprehended and practiced at the same time. Abandoning all distracting thoughts, my heart gradually became peaceful, and the difference from other cultivators was also reflected. Because Chu Yan had an epiphany, he could quickly use this sense of emptiness to find the feeling of epiphany and go deep into it. 5-element mythical beasts, fire like rosebirds, earth like unicorns, metal like white tigers, water like basalt, wood like green dragons. The soul of the god of war is invincible in the world, and you must win if you fight. The Daojing mountain range, 1 mountain and 1 prestige, is the limit now. Ascension to God's domain continent, the top of the heaven, is the end of martial arts, no more ascension. What is the supreme will? The 9 territories star map can swallow and fuse. Why can't it fuse the heaven and the earth? It can only be human. The way of asking. The gods asked, for of the 10 people are half-step supreme, what is this supreme? In Chu Yan's epiphany, all his thoughts are flying in the sea of consciousness, flashing continuously. He himself transformed into the body of Kong Ming, thinking about these thoughts one by one. Whether it is a peerless genius or a supreme being of the 9 realms, they all have various consciousnesses about the supreme will, but not many people really understand them. From the era of chaos, the ancient times, and the ancient times to the present, I am afraid that those who are closest to the supreme will are the 4 of the 10 ancient gods. And what happened in the ancient times? 10 people were lost almost at the same time, and there is no news at all. This heavenly immortal soul pool is really amazing. It can help cultivators reach this level. Time keeps passing. Around the 4th area, countless cultivators and powerful people from various forces gathered around the celestial immortal soul pool, but everyone was extremely astonished. Now, around the surface of the water, hundreds of cultivators are fighting fiercely, and all kinds of powerful auras are rushing, blasting the sky waves. The killing power that Chu Yan established before has played a very good role. These people fought and snatched blood marks from each other, but no one dared to approach the soul pool and attack Chu Yan. At this time, Chu Yan sat there cross-legged, and there was a mysterious light constantly flowing in the Daojing mountain range, which connected with all the meridians in his body, as if it was connected with the Daojing mountain range. The 13 ways of asking questions, as well as Chu Yan's various Taoism and fairy arts, are all in the world of the Sea of Consciousness, around the body of the spiritual consciousness sitting cross-legged, running and evolving on their own. At this moment, Chu Yan's mind continued to relax, and the more he relaxed, the more things accumulated in the sea of knowledge for many years were released. 5 hours later, the moment Chu Yan slowly opened his eyes, a sword energy rushed out of his body, instantly lighting up the entire sky of the celestial immortal soul pool. Chu Yan's aura has completely changed. How long has it been? In less than 8 hours, he actually broke through. This is impossible. The others have been practicing for half a month, how could he? The cultivators present were all stunned, they couldn't believe it. Heavenly immortal soul pool, it really is a good place. Chu Yan felt a new change in his body, his eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The role of the green lotus, why is there no movement? Chu Yan glanced at the green lotus, and found that it didn't respond at all, so he sat cross-legged again, ready to provoke. He guessed that if he stayed longer in the heavenly immortal soul pool this time, then there would be great breakthroughs in the Taoist mountain range and the 13 doors of inquiry. At this moment, the entire celestial immortal soul pool suddenly shook. Chu Yan frowned and looked up. On the entire surface of the water, large ripples began to appear, which was completely different from the scene that was as calm as a mirror before. Moreover, Chu Yan could feel that in the depths of the heavenly immortal soul pool, there was an incomparably mighty force waking up. Boom, boom. The entire celestial immortal soul pool erupted with a shocking bloody light, illuminating the entire world red. Immediately afterwards, the water surface of the celestial immortal soul pool began to swell continuously, expanding its area by more than 5 times. In the middle of it, a dazzling blood-red beam of light shot straight into the sky. At the same time as it exploded on Tianshao, thousands of miles of thunderclouds rolled, and 16 phantoms of huge golden altars emerged. The vision of heaven and earth finally happened. Those golden altars all released a powerful aura, as if each one could suppress a piece of heaven and earth. What's happening here? What happened? Oh my God! The cultivators present, including the dozen or so cultivators who were cultivating on the water, were all shocked. For thousands of years, no one has ever heard of any special visions appearing in the celestial immortal soul pool, and these 16 golden altars have never appeared before. Chu Yan looked up, and various thoughts flashed in his heart. Go up and have a look. After taking back the green lotus, Chu Yan turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the throne in the sky. Quick, go and see. Walk. Seeing Chu Yan soaring into the sky, the cultivators present all used their agility to rush to the sky. The phenomenon that has not occurred in the celestial immortal soul pool for thousands of years may be a great chance. How could the cultivators present miss it? Whether it is danger or opportunity, you have to let it go. For cultivators, danger is okay, but they are afraid that there will be no opportunities, so now that opportunities have arisen, they have forgotten all dangerous things. At this time, Chu Yan's figure had arrived in front of the nearest golden altar, and his figure fell on it, and he felt a huge change in his soul in an instant. As if he has become a peerless powerhouse, the whole world is at his feet. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. =# Hashtag C3427 Golden Altar. A peerless genius from the ancient clan rushed directly in front of Chu Yan, with a Fangtian painted halberd in his hand, pointed at Chu Yan and shouted. Fellow Taoist Chu Yan, I have heard about your name for a long time, and I am here to ask for advice. As soon as a word fell to the ground, the long halberd in his hand stabbed, and the halberd stabbed over. Chu Yan glanced at him, but didn't make a move, only heard a violent sound, and the tip of the halberd was pierced 100 steps in front of the golden altar, as if pierced on a wall of air, unable to break through. This throne has a defensive spirit shield. All the cultivators present were stunned when they saw this scene. Almost half a breath later, all the cultivators came to their senses and rushed towards the rest of the altars. This heavenly immortal soul pool is governed by stone tablet rules, but these rules are just a gentleman's agreement, and have no practical effect. If you really are not afraid of death, if you come up quietly and give you a knife while you are cultivating, you will really die. Even if there is someone behind you to avenge you, it doesn't make any sense. Now, this golden altar has its own defensive spirit shield, which is equivalent to real protection, and its effect is extremely powerful. The peerless genius of the ancient clan, who was holding a painting halberd, his face twitched and he gritted his teeth in anger. It's okay, we can compete again in the future, Chu Yan said with a smile. The peerless genius nodded, took back the halberd, turned around and went to grab the altar. At this time, no cultivators stared at Chu Yan anymore, and all frantically went to snatch the altar. It's quiet now, Chu Yan thought secretly, then turned his head and began to observe the golden altar. From the moment he went up to the altar has been silent, but the spirit pattern symbols on the altar seem to be a little shimmering. These spiritual symbols are not part of the spiritual array, they are neatly arranged, as if they are written records. It's just that Chu Yan couldn't understand these things, and after looking at them for a long time, he couldn't see anything, so he stopped guessing and paid attention, and started to practice sitting cross-legged. Clang! The sound of a bell. Suddenly it sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Above the sea of consciousness and the sky, a large curtain opened, and the scene changed to form a picture. This is an endless land of blood and fire, everywhere is mainly red and black. In the center of the blurred picture, there is a huge city horizontally, vigorous and ancient, like eternity. It's just that this picture looks extremely blurry, giving people an unreal feeling. 16 golden altars, each with its own inheritance. Choose now. East or west, different choices, different paths, different results. A loud sound resounded between heaven and earth, shaking in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan frowned slightly. There is actually an inheritance in the pool of immortal souls. Call out. At this moment, the 9 realms star map, which had been motionless in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, suddenly came to life, emitting a dazzling blue light, directly passing through the layers of void in front of him, and rushing into the picture. In an instant, the path that the blue light passed seemed to be completely solidified in the void. The blurry scene in the picture completely disappeared, replaced by an extremely clear picture. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and his face was full of astonishment. On the ancient and vigorous city, there are paintings of strange beasts from all over the world. There are flying dragons, phoenixes with wings, and ancient legendary beasts such as Kuan and Peng. The aura released was like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Each of these divine beasts has a golden statue standing on the top of the city. They are actually refined from living monster beasts. They are flesh and blood, and their cultivation level during their lifetime is at least the realm of the 9 realms demon lord. At a glance, there are at least 100 of them on the top of the city. How many monsters are there? In the next breath, a mysterious fluctuation rose in Chu Yan's body. It was an extremely familiar and intimate feeling, which shocked him. He could feel that there was something belonging to him in this city. Essence and blood, here. Chu Yan reacted instantly and took a deep breath. At this moment, his spirit kept trembling, and he couldn't help becoming excited. My lord. The old voice came from the 9-region star chart. Just like last time, it was touring from the 9-region star chart. As the sound resounded, thousands of stars flickered in the 9-region star chart, forming a sea of stars. My lord, your will is integrated into the city. You can push it out of the outside world when the time comes. The voice of the 9 territories star chart is still the same, ethereal, and can be heard vaguely. The will merges into the city. When Chu Yan heard these words, he began to mobilize the power of will, turning into ripples in the void, and flocking to Canggu City. Almost at the moment when Chu Yan's will touched the city, a piece of brick above the city gate exploded, and 3 large characters burst out. Rebirth City. With a glance of Chu Yan's gaze, he saw clearly the name of this city, the City of Rebirth. Rebirth. Reincarnation. Doesn't mean me. Chu Yan was stunned at the time, but he didn't think too much, and began to urge the power of will with all his attention. Soon, his will began to merge with the city, and Canggu City had no resistance. And his will body, walking in the city, seems to be moving forward in the dark. The surroundings are pitch black, and nothing can be seen. It's interesting. When Chu Yan was merging the city, Empress Xuanhuan's will power fell on Chu Yan, paying close attention to everything. Ever since Chu Yan appeared in the celestial immortal soul pool, Empress Xuanhuan split a will to follow Chu Yan. After getting Chu Yan's approval, the 6 senses are shared, and Empress Xuanhuan can see and hear everything in front of Chu Yan. At this time, the most hidden thing is the position of Chu Yan's heart, and the magic breath that has been silent for a long time began to work quietly again. Chu Yan didn't notice this at all. Different from the previous few times, this devil's breath turned into an extremely introverted gossamer, followed behind Chu Yan, and entered the city of rebirth. Like a shadow, it will not attract Chu Yan's attention at all. On the other side, Yulong, a peerless genius, and a peak god king realm, with their tyrannical strength, took the lead in grabbing 2 golden altars, and swept the other cultivators 100 steps away, and the defensive spirit shields of the golden altars were activated. Immediately, the visions on the 2 golden altars soared into the sky, and a large vision of the fairy palace evolved. They were in the same situation as Chu Yan encountered, and an old voice sounded, asking him to choose the path of inheritance. The other cultivators didn't know, but seeing the 2 standing still on the golden altar, it might be a great benefit to be able to guess. As a result, the battles on other altars became extremely fierce. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In this battle, there was no such thing as the fight for blood marks before. Under various ultimate moves and whole cards, some cultivators were severely injured and had no choice but to retreat. As for the 16 golden altars, most of them are occupied, and the remaining number is not much. What the hell is going on? This heavenly immortal soul pool has been peaceful for thousands of years. Why is it today? Could it be because of Chu Yan? A cultivator turned his head to look at the first golden altar, and spoke in doubt. Hearing this, some cultivators turned their heads and looked together. Among the crowd, there was a cultivator sitting on the throne of white bones. Ghost dig. The cultivators present also discovered that he was one of the top 10 peerless geniuses. Ghost dig. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. == Hashtag C3428 City of Rebirth. Guidu has been in the Daozun district not for a day or two, but for a long time, so he is very famous in the Daozun district, and many people know him. Because wherever this guy goes, he will collect a large number of corpses. If the number of corpses was low, he would make corpses by himself. In this way, when the Taoist district saw the appearance of the ghost, it would run away as if it had seen a ghost. This notoriety made all the cultivators in the Daozun district hate him extremely. At this time, streams of immortal light appeared in the sky above the celestial immortal soul pool, ripples in the void spread out one by one, and figures continued to come out of the void passage. Spirit Race Lu Qingyi, Tyrant Liang Tian, and the Barbarian Dragon. When the cultivators saw the appearance of several peerless geniuses, all of them were shocked. It is extremely rare for 4 outstanding geniuses to appear at one time. Lu Qingyi was dressed in a purple dress, with loose long hair and icy muscles, like a fairy. Her cultivation had obviously reached the great achievement of the God King realm. The cultivation bases of Liang Tian and Man Long are no different from hers. In more than 3 months, the growth rate of these peerless geniuses is extremely astonishing. Lu Qingyi's spiritual eyes swept across, glanced at Guidu, and did not speak. Finally, his eyes fell on the golden altar, looking at Chu Yan with his eyes closed, and said softly, "Fellow Taoists, since you're all here, don't hide anymore, come out." As soon as this sentence fell to the ground, voices sounded from all around. Lu Qingyi, from the spiritual race, is really extraordinary. A figure came out from the distant woods, wearing a golden robe, and flew over with 2 imposing middle-aged men. The Dao devouring clan is so powerful, they managed to get 3 billion beasts at once. There was a sneer on Giju's face. The 4th district, it's really lively. Another voice sounded. It was a young man wearing a jade crown and purple pupils, and a woman wearing a golden crown and red pupils after passing 5 levels. Her beautiful eyes were like 2 flames dancing. At the same time, in the corner on the other side, under the distortion of the void, 3 figures in grey robes came out, with a big bloody word extreme on their chests, making people instantly recognizable. Extreme Heaven Sect. Lu Qingyi, Man Long, Liang Tian, Guiju, and other peerless geniuses all stared at them with a glance. The unexplainable relationship between Zhu Tianzong and Chu Yan made them a little jealous. There are a lot of people in the 4th district. Why are there only so few people? It's boring. Another voice sounded, and 10 blood-robed men walked out of the void. As the 10 blood-robed men walked, under the swinging robes, one could clearly see that they were all skeletons. The soul fires danced in the eyes of each of them, with different colors, and the spirit pattern symbols were all on the cheekbones. Mu Gujiang of the Dao devouring clan. The earth fiend Xuanhuan from the ancient tomb is here too. One of the 5 forbidden sons of Taboo Ridge, Hai Tianyi. A cultivator, seeing the peerless geniuses appearing constantly, was all stunned. Except for the 1st district, it is definitely extremely rare for so many famous peerless geniuses to appear in the same place. But everyone present knew it well, including these peerless geniuses. They all came here for Chu Yan. Haha, the fellow Taoists of the Blood Sky Ancient Sect are still hiding. People from Taboo Ridge, Gu Ling, and the Dao devouring clan are all still looking for Bidian Beast. Gue Zong glanced around with a pair of gloomy eyes, grinning so bloody that his teeth were all over his mouth. Hearing this, Lu Qingyi smiled lightly and said, "You fellow Taoists have come here for different purposes, but they all have something to do with Chu Yan. I just asked. After the golden altar is opened, there will be defensive restrictions, and no one can enter from outside. Every altar should be an inheritance and an opportunity. This defensive restriction is very strong. I feel that we can only break through it if we work together. What do you think?" Mu Gujiang watched everyone's reaction with a pair of eyes, nodded himself and said, "I can." The other peerless geniuses also nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Liang Tian, fellow Daoist Manlong, please act first." Lu Qingyi cupped his hands in salute. Liang Tian and Manlong looked at each other, then looked at Chu Yan again. Their eyes flickered with strange light. After pondering for a moment, the whole body exploded with breath. Lai Tianyan. Subduing the dragon to heaven. The two of them made quick seals, waved a flame, and a phantom in the shape of a dragon, and blasted at the golden altar where Chu Yan was at the same time. Boom! Boom! Mu Gujiang and the others also performed their own unique moves, and at the same time burst out with a powerful momentum. Their bodies turned into streaks of thunder, and blasted out. Lu Qingyi formed the spiritual seal of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy surged all over the sky, turning into more than a dozen spiritual beams of light, blessing other peerless geniuses. The other cultivators present were shocked when they saw this scene. This is the shot of 5 peerless geniuses, and there are more than a dozen powerhouses at the peak of the God King realm. How powerful is this power? Guizhu stood aside, watching with interest, suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at the young man among the 3 figures of Zhu Tianzong, and asked, "Is your name Huayang? Didn't your absolute heaven sect help Chu Yan? If you don't make a move now, it will be difficult to save him after the altar's defensive restriction is broken." The young man with empty eyes was Huayang, and he ignored Guizhu at all. In his sea of consciousness, the words that the Supreme Master Sheng Tian told him before coming emerged. There is only one task, which is to keep Chu Yan, but it must be after Chu Yan is injured, not when he is unharmed. On the other side, Chu Yan on the golden altar has no feeling at all about the outside world. As his power of will continued to merge into the city of rebirth, a pattern slowly appeared in his sea of consciousness, and his hands began to form handprints involuntarily. An hour later, he was still making seals, and the speed was getting faster and faster. On the other side, Lu Qingyi, Mu Gujiang, Manlong and other peerless geniuses, together with a group of peak god kings, were still attacking the altar's defense restriction, and even blasted it out of a thin purple shield, appearing from the void come out. Moreover, as the attack continued to intensify, cracks began to appear on the purple shield. It's about to break. Many cultivators' eyes were fixed on the altar's defensive restrictions. They don't know what other forces think, but everyone knows what the Dao Devourers and Taboo Ridge are doing, and they are definitely going to kill Chu Yan. Therefore, a war is inevitable. Fellow Daoist Liang Tian, wait a minute, you wrap Chu Yan with the first holy flame, and follow the plan with my fellow Daoist Manlong. Seeing that the defensive restraint was about to be broken, Lu Qingyi sent a voice transmission with his spiritual sense. The 3 of them came together this time, and their purpose was not to kill Chu Yan. Lu Qingyi's purpose is still the secret of the main spirit seal in Chu Yan's hands. She must figure it out for the spirit clan. As for the Bazu, they just want to get benefits from Chu Yan and try not to offend them, while the barbarians have other purposes of their own. Generally speaking, the goals of the 3 of them are basically the same, so they reached the joint plan. Still looking for unlimited upgrading, the strongest martial soul free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is very simple. =# C3429 Wanguya. The latest website, Hai Tianyi and Mu Gushing made eye contact, which was fleeting, and there was obviously a tacit understanding. And the two unique earth and evil spirits in the ancient mausoleum have already secretly stimulated the evil spirit. Feeling these changes, Guizhu immediately looked at Huayang, and saw that he was pressing one hand on the hilt of his sword, and the smile on his face suddenly became thicker. People from the Blood Sky Ancient sect are hiding, it will be lively later. After 1,000 breaths of time passed, there was a loud noise, and everyone was stunned, and looked up hastily. The purple shield shattered violently. Liang Tian's aura exploded in an instant, flames surged all over his body, and a wave of fire shot straight at Chu Yan, completely enveloping him. Lu Qingyi and Manlong swung out an ancient Taoist treasure at the same time, sending out a shocking blow. Lu Qingyi, you want to block me? Mu Gujiang seemed to have expected it a long time ago, while Dao Guang burst out from his body, murderous aura surged, sweeping all directions. The devouring body, which is unique to the Dao devouring clan, is starting to work. Hai Tianyi's aura was powerful at the same time, and the 9 blood-robed men behind him simultaneously set off a big earthquake, unleashed a Taoist treasure, and blasted towards Liang Tian. Shuangsha Tianchao. The earth fiend Shuangjue also made a move. Amidst the countless hissing and howling ghosts, 100-step-long ghost cave appeared, and evolved into a ghost realm of evil spirits in the void, covering everything in it. Heaven and earth are boundless. Mu Gujiang's long hair fluttered, and the big gun in his hand danced. His whole body exploded at an astonishing speed, broke the seal of the ghost cave, and shot straight at Chu Yan. The distance between the two is less than 100 steps. Die! Mu Gujiang roared loudly, all the momentum and strength in his body were concentrated on the tip of the spear. Lu Qingyi's face remained normal, as if he had been prepared for a long time. After all, he was a peerless genius, and he was fully prepared for the outcome and possibility of the battle. After all, the strength of other peerless geniuses. She knows something. So before the start of the war, he made some plans with Liang Tian and Man Long, targeting other peerless geniuses. However, before she could use her plan, Chu Yan on the altar suddenly opened her eyes. The soul of the god of war, and a tall phantom, emerged at the same time. Between the heaven and the earth, the majestic power of heaven swept across in an instant. Mu Gujiang's body trembled suddenly. Faced with such a coercive impact, he couldn't move forward at all, and his body began to fly backwards. Chu Yan stood up, and the entire golden altar was buzzing and trembling under his pressure. I didn't expect so many acquaintances. Chu Yan's eyes swept across Mu Gujiang, Lu Qingyi, and others, and then took a look at Hai Tianyi. When he saw Huayang, his face suddenly changed, and his eyes were instantly ice-like. Based on his current cultivation strength, it can be seen that Huayang's soul is sealed, including the power and true energy in his body, which are not the original power. Chu Yan, I came today to use your life to atone for the god of war. Mu Gujiang's face was icy cold. Chu Yan, I am very optimistic about you, don't let me down. Hai Tianyi's face was full of excitement, the tattoos on his skin gleamed, and he directly launched an attack, hitting Chu Yan directly. No time. Chu Yan's tone was like ice, his figure disappeared in place, and he appeared directly above the celestial immortal soul pool, waving his hand and releasing a drop of blood essence. What is he going to do? Lu Qingyi, Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, and other peerless geniuses were all taken aback. Isn't it a big war? Why don't you fight, and run to let the blood go? Ignoring everyone, Chu Yan took a deep breath, formed a seal with his right hand, and pressed directly on the golden altar. Departure City. If you don't come out at this time, when will you wait? When this sentence fell to the ground, the world suddenly sank. Boom, boom. The entire golden altar seemed to have been hit by an extremely powerful force, and the entire altar sank more than 10 feet underground. Seeing this, Chu Yan rose into the sky. Afterwards, an extremely terrifying scene happened. This altar, which could not be shaken by the combined attacks of peerless geniuses and god kings, began to crumble. An incomparably ancient breath gushed out from the shattered altar. Invisibly, there is a figure of Wei Yin, slowly opening a taboo door that has been dusty for a long time. This is. Whether it was the peerless genius present or the ordinary cultivator, they were all dumbfounded. Boom. There was a violent sound from the sky and the earth, and in the beam of light that soared to the sky, blood surged, and it reached the sky in an instant. An incomparably huge blood-colored city emerged at the end, completely occupying the entire sky. Immediately, a huge city completely appeared from the void, burst into a shocking momentum, and swept across the entire 4th district. Boom boom boom. The sound of bells and drums resounded through the world. The boundless vast sea of clouds completely collapsed. Not only that, but the cultivators in the 4th area looked up at the sky and found that the entire sky was crumbling. A streak of bloody light shot out from the cracked sky, all of which were huge rays of light from the city of rebirth, darkening the sky, the earth and the sky, across the sky. This. All the cultivators in the 4th district were all in shock. Even Chu Yan himself was shocked by the soul, and his mind trembled slightly. Could this be recorded in historical data? Eternal Sky Demon Cliff. Man Long looked at this scene, especially the statues of demon statues on the city wall. His eyes were in a daze. No. According to the top-secret historical data in the clan, it should have been destroyed. Hearing what Man Long said, Chu Yan asked, "What is Eternal Sky Demon Cliff?" The wild dragon replied softly, "In the era of the top 10 gods, the top 10 treasures of Daozun. It is said that it was created by the first gods themselves, and it was made by hundreds of monsters." Having said that, he glanced at Chu Yan, but stopped talking. However, what he said had shocked Lu Qingyi and other peerless geniuses present. Daozun treasure. That is beyond the existence of Daobao, and among the current major forces, it is almost a phoenix existence. Not to mention, this was created by the number 1 gods in ancient times, and it is one of the top 10 Dao artifacts. You know, as long as such a Dao treasure venerable artifact is born, it will definitely cause competition among the top of the continent, and even the powerful Dao Master realm will participate in it. That was definitely a storm of blood that swept across the continent. But, that's one thing. Now it is actually standing on the top of the city and used as a part of the city wall. How does this city exist? Whoosh! When everyone was astonished, myriad Dao divine light burst out suddenly, shooting up into the sky from the city, and in this bloody light that filled the sky, various visions evolved. New Ada's rebirth city, what it possesses is far more than an ancient Taoist treasure. Chu Yan felt the faint breath fluctuating in the city of rebirth, and the flames in his eyes suddenly ignited, and the 2 methods of asking questions in his body were running at the same time, and he rushed out and flew into the city. Hurry up! When Mu Gujiang, Haitian and the others saw Chu Yan run away, Disha Xuanjue, Lu Qingyi, Gui Ju, and other peerless geniuses all turned into streamers and chased after him. You guys, go to Xingqing immediately. Send a few more people to report the matter to the clan in detail, and ask the clan to send strength to come. Each of them sent out their consciousness and gave orders to the cultivators of their own forces. #C3430 Persuade to surrender. The latest website. This time when I came to the 4th district, those who wanted to catch and kill Chu Yan had made a plan, and they couldn't bring too many people. If it weren't for the scarcity of Bidian beasts, the Zhong army would probably be able to come here. Dear friends, we have our own goals, but no matter what, we must first take down Chu Yan first, and we must not fight among ourselves first, and let him take advantage of it. His secret must be forced out, and then it will be handed over to those who need it. I suggest that we make the oath of Tianwei together. Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes flickered, and she sent out consciousness, but she spared Gidu and Juetianzong's people. Okay. Mu Gujiang, He Xianyi, and Disha both agreed. The value of the eternal cliff alone made all the peerless geniuses present jealous when he was born in the city of death. Those ancient Taoist treasures refined by hundreds of demon venerables may still contain the inheritance and chants of the number one gods in ancient times. If you get it, it will be absolutely heaven-defying. Hurry up, take a look. This opportunity is only once, and it must not be missed. A large number of cultivators rushed to the city of rebirth, and all of them had fiery eyes. In this fourth district, it was the first time in 10,000 years that a vision had occurred, and the vision that was born was still such a terrifying existence that it completely boiled in an instant. And Chu Yan is now in the city of death. Approaching this city, Chu Yan could feel the majestic aura in the city, especially the eternal cliff, which released an extremely terrifying aura. It can be said that if a cultivator at the peak of Tianzuan realm has not entered the Hokkien dialect, he will not be able to get close to within 100 miles, and it is extremely difficult to get close to the city wall. After 100 breaths, Chu Yan's figure climbed onto the city wall. When his feet landed on the ground, there seemed to be hundreds of sky monsters roaring all around. Even if it was the power of his will, he trembled suddenly, completely in a trance. The Taoist treasure first created by the ancient gods is really extraordinary. Whoever gets it, I am afraid that it will not be a problem against the 9 realms supreme. Chu Yan was surprised. Wei Wei turned around and looked towards the city. All I saw was that there were many majestic and imposing buildings in the city, all of them radiant and radiant. In addition, the sacred mountains, big rivers, forests, etc. made him feel that this was a completely independent small world. So far, Chu Yan has seen many secret realms and small worlds, but there are almost none that can compare with this city of rebirth. His gaze swept across the entire city, and finally settled on a palace in the center of the city. This is a 10,000-foot-high main hall-shaped building with 18 floors. The first floor has a large number of spirit patterns and symbols, giving people a very heavy feeling. Based on his breath, Chu Yan felt that the drop of blood essence was on the 18th floor. Without any hesitation, Chu Yan jumped up and flew towards the center of the city. Along the way, the city was full of divine lights, and various visions and treasures appeared one after another, but they were all ignored by Chu Yan. Boom boom boom. There seems to be some kind of spiritual wisdom in the main hall of the city. When Chu Yan was close to a distance of 100 miles, the spirit seals on the 18th floor flickered, and then cracked and fell off, cracking a gap. Through these cracks, Chu Yan can clearly see the situation inside the 18th floor. On the 18th floor, there are rows of wooden shelves, all of which are filled with various classics, and there are also some spar vials, shining with a faint ancient atmosphere. There is a wooden table in the middle, with a pen, inkstone, etc. on the table, as well as a volume of classics and a jade box. Chu Yan was slightly taken aback. Not far behind, peerless geniuses such as Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, and Lu Qingyi all chased after them, and they were all stunned when they saw this scene. The classics and jade boxes on the desk gave off an extremely terrifying aura. Even their spiritual sense could instantly judge that this aura definitely surpassed the 9 realms supreme realm. This horror is a piece, a supreme treasure. This value is more than several times higher than the eternal cliff on the top of the city. Chu Yan's figure flashed, but he rushed in directly from the crack, raised his hand and grabbed it. Humph. Chu Yan, you still want to get treasure? There was a thunderous shout, and Mu Gujiang's figure flashed suddenly, appearing in the void instantly, and he raised his hand and slapped it out. The palm of the hand is like thunder, turning into mighty power that fills the sky, sweeping away everything. The Dao-swallowing magical skill of the Dao-swallowing family. Chu Yan turned around, raised his eyes to look, and directly drew his sword and slashed out. Sky Sword Jiu. At the same time as this sword was slashed, He Xianyi, Disha Xuanhuan, and Lu Qingyi, who had already led the powerhouses of the God King realm, killed all around Chu Yan, and shot together. Attacks from all directions came like a tide, and Chu Yan was immediately surrounded. These are 4 peerless geniuses, and a group of peak God Kings. Their combat power is so terrifying that even ordinary supreme beings can't resist them. Chu Yan, neither we nor those from Guling want to kill you. As long as you let us catch you, your life will be saved. We can also help you block Mu Gujiang and Hai Tianyi. You have to be clear, in order to kill you, they mobilized more than 30 God King realm peaks this time, and prepared a lot of means. You can't escape at all, and even Zhu Tianzong can't do anything. Lu Qingyi seized the opportunity and spoke to persuade him to surrender. Chu Yan's figure flashed, his whole body was wrapped in anti-divine flames, the 2 methods of asking questions in his body broke out, and he continued to cast the sky sword art in his hands, fighting fiercely with everyone. He just turned his head and glanced at Lu Qingyi, that's all. I haven't seen him for a while, but the number 1 peerless spirit race is quite beautiful, which should be the reason for his improvement. But her personality has not changed in any way, on the contrary, she has become more confident. He even came to threaten himself and persuade him to surrender. Roll. Chu Yan said coldly, he was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. 7 peerless geniuses, groups of peak God Kings, so what? After returning from the lower realms this time, he was already ready to do something earth-shattering. What? Lu Qingyi's face turned purple with anger. This guy is getting more and more excessive, and he has good intentions. Could it be that he really thought that under such a situation, he could still escape? The last time it was because he happened to be in the world of the little God King and had a chance after breaking through his cultivation base, but this time it is impossible to have another chance to break through. Since you, don't blame us for being rude. Lu Qingyi's face was covered with ice, this time she had to suppress Chu Yan. Boom. Immediately, all the peerless geniuses and God Kings all made their moves together, with all their strength. The method of asking questions in Mu Gujiang's body also began to operate, and the body of the Dao Devourer operated to its peak. The killing curse that Hai Tianyi formed was even more powerful. The Xuanhuan formation cast by the Disha Xuanhua raised the ghostly hissing and howling all over the sky, and Lu Qingyi directly activated the spirit seal, and the demonic aura on the barbarian dragon was soaring. Those powerhouses at the peak of the God King realm all surrounded the periphery, sacrificed the ancient Taoist treasures, and completely sealed off the surrounding world. Everyone, don't, at least hold your breath. A strange sound sounded, and 5 figures in blood robes came out of the void and rushed directly to Chu Yan. Ancient Blood Heaven Cult. The faces of the peerless geniuses present all sank. #C3431 What Daobao. The latest website, Xuetian Ancient Sect has spent a lot of money this time. Here came 2 peerless geniuses, 12 peak God Kings. The Blood Sky Ancient Sect's attack this time, I'm afraid even the supreme being of the 9 regions must pay attention to it. Ghost Doug smiled extraordinarily, and seemed very satisfied. On the other side, Huayang and the other 3 looked at the ancient Blood Heaven sect, their faces darkened obviously, and their aura began to increase slowly, obviously they were on guard. At this moment, murderous intent surged all over the sky, Chu Yan's long hair flew up, and he threw the green lotus with his hands. Boom! A kind of Taoist technique, the ultimate move blasted, the sound of the air storm was earth-shattering, and the rippling wind expanded the crack several times. And that green lotus floated there, like a sea needle, no matter how many Taoist spells and killing moves struck, it remained majestic and motionless, and it was impossible to even get close to it, and it all turned into dust. This? What? What kind of treasure is that? A lotus flower. Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, Disha Xuanhua, Lu Qingyi, and several other peerless geniuses, including those at the peak of the God King realm, all had expressions of astonishment. Although it was not the first time for some of them to see Lulian, they did not expect that under such a terrifying attack, that Daobao could resist it. Not even a tiny bit of it can be shaken. Moreover, this treasure does not seem to have any powerful outbursts from the beginning to the end, which makes people feel extremely casual and calm. Lu Qingyi was stunned for a moment, and was the first to react, and quickly cast the spirit seal, trying to attract the green lotus, but no matter how she activated the spirit seal, the green lotus seemed to ignore her completely. Her main spiritual seal can attract the spiritual breath of all spiritual plants in the world, and this green lotus is unmoved. Could it be that it is not a treasure of heaven and earth? This is his whole card. Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes wrinkled. Hurry up and do it, I don't believe that he can block the second time. Haitian yelled loudly and shot directly. When Mu Gujiang and the others came to their senses, they shot together while shouting. Although they can spare the Tao treasure flower, but in that way the combat power will be dispersed, and Chu Yan can also manipulate this treasure flower, which is even more difficult to deal with. Therefore, it must be destroyed head-on, there is no other way. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan suddenly turned around and shot directly. Chu Yan, die. How Xuanhuan spared Lu Lian, and launched two Shutian attacks, which were like rushing thunder, directly attacking Chu Yan. Chu Yan backhanded a sword chi, and sent it away. At this moment, Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, Lu Qingyi, and others teamed up to block Lion, but Lion obviously didn't push it with all her strength, and she was still as immobile as a mountain. Fellow Taoists, I don't know how many times this Tao flower can block it. If this continues, it will be extremely bad for us. Lu Qingyi's Spiritual Consciousness Transmission Channel. I have a plan. I can use this method. Although I can't break the flower, it can. Lu Qingyi kept transmitting voices, but Chu Yan on the other side returned directly to Lulian with a move of consciousness. Now he has no pressure to deal with these peak God Kings. For enemies in the God King realm, his only weaknesses are his soul and sea of consciousness. And his two places, suppressed by the 5 divine beasts and the soul of the god of war, are almost impeccable. Chu Yan looked at Xuanhuan, and directly raised his hand to grab the classics and jade box on the table. Chu Yan, don't even think about it. Xuanhuan shouted loudly, and stood in front of Chu Yan. Chu Yan frowned, and shot directly, collecting half of the bookshelves and desks into the Rakshasa space. Fellow Taoists, act according to the plan I just said. Lu Qingyi's beautiful eyes flickered, and she drank softly. She made seals with both hands, and shot out a wave of heaven and earth spiritual energy, like a waterfall flowing straight down, covering the surroundings of the green lotus, and instantly turned into a barrier of ice crystals, trapping it in it. It's the unique technique. It is to use the spirit of heaven and earth to create a very small independent small world, and anything can be trapped in it. However, after this forbidden technique was handed down in ancient times, it became incomplete, and its power and scope were far inferior to before, and its defense was also much worse. Kill. Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, Xuanhuan and other peerless geniuses, God Kings, and powerhouses all blasted out shocking attacks and killed Chu Yan. Think it's useful if you isolate it. Chu Yan sneered when he saw Lu Qingyi's forbidden technique. Immediately after his divine sense moved, the green lotus broke through the unique technique in an instant, returned to Chu Yan's side, and resolved all the incoming attacks. Afterwards, he rushed directly to the earth demon Xuanhuan. In fact, the jade box he got just now did not contain the blood essence he wanted. The drop of blood essence was placed in a jade bottle in a corner on the shelf, which was inconspicuous at all. When Chu Yan picked up the bookshelf, he directly put it into the Rakshasa space. However, the classics and jade box on the desk are also extremely extraordinary, probably left before reincarnation, and used to confuse the public. Xuanhuan wanted to stop it, but Chu Yan had already taken 2 treasures. this? Ghost digging outside saw this scene, and suddenly his face twitched. This Chu Yan's method is really amazing, and there is such a powerful Daobao body protection. In this way, how could he sneak attack Chu Yan and get his body? Liang Tian, hurry up! With a loud shout, Lu Qingyi cast out the seal of the main spirit, cast the forbidden technique again, and while trapping the green lotus, immediately pulled it away to fly away. Chu Yan was alert in his heart, and hurriedly activated his consciousness, wanting to recall Lulian. The moment he activated his consciousness, Liang Tian had already made a move, opening his mouth and spraying out a bloody arrow. God's order, come down! A majestic figure rushed out of the void, instantly rushing away a terrifying force, sweeping in all directions. Chu Yan and Gidu, Huayang, and others who did not join the battle in the distance felt instantly that their will and strength were all forbidden. Bang bang bang. The ancient Taoist treasure sacrificed by more than a dozen God King level powerhouses jumped to the ground, as if they lost all aura in an instant. Lu Qingyi, I still underestimate you. Chu Yan turned to look at Lu Qingyi, his eyes flickering. Although he was extremely disgusted with this woman, he had to say that her brains and strength were considered the best choice. The previous forbidden technique was not really for the purpose of banning the green lotus, it was just a temptation, and I am afraid that it was not fully used at all. Now, with all his strength, he actually exerted a powerful force and pulled Lulian out of his control, so as to weaken his connection with Lulian. At the same time, let Liang Tian also use the forbidden technique, a two-pronged approach. Lu Qingyi. Do you really think this phantom can suppress my consciousness? In Chu Yan's body, the code of warfare was urged to its peak state, and the soul of the war god and the Taoist master behind him roared at the same time, exuding an earth-shattering momentum. Behind Liang Tian, the majestic figure that had just appeared burst into large cracks in an instant. #C3432 Combat Power. The latest website, Lu Qingyi was completely unmoved, and said calmly. To deal with ordinary peerless geniuses, 100 breaths of time is no problem, but for you, 10 breaths is enough. As soon as the voice fell to the ground, she heard violent noises from all directions. Ancient Mausoleum, Forbidden Ridge, Dao Devouring Clan, Blood Heaven Ancient Sect, including Spirit Clan, Barbarian Clan and other God King realm powerhouses who came this time, all gathered together. Great Tianyuan battle formation. Amidst Mu Gujiang's loud roar, all the God Kings of the Dao Devouring Clan broke out and began to condense their seals, displaying an incomparably mighty spiritual formation. All the power of the God King was gathered in the spirit array, and then backfired into Mu Gujiang's body at the same time. In an instant, Mu Gujiang and the spirit array became one, and they were no longer separated from each other. Forbidden Array. Hai Tianyi and the God King realm of Taboo Ridge, with flames rising from their bodies, took out more than a dozen skulls and evolved a phantom, standing in the sky. 9 Abyss Ghost Tomb. The earth demon Xuanhuan and the God King of the ancient tomb also erupted with the method of asking questions, and began to gather all the evil spirits in the world, and evolved a huge mausoleum, suspended in the air. In an instant, peerless geniuses and their forces all displayed their sect's unique moves. All kinds of visions, phantoms, and aura swept across like a tide. Huayang and the others stood there, their aura rose suddenly, each of them was filled with spiritual characters, and they shot directly. Go away. When the members of the Shuatian ancient sect saw Juetianzong's attack, they immediately released a powerful soul master, burst out with strength, and bombarded them. They have been keeping an eye on Zhu Tianzong. As long as Zhu Tianzong makes a move, they will stop it. Good job. Guizhua seemed extremely excited, the throne of bones trembled behind him, and ghost energy surged all over his body. He didn't expect. Things are going to go so far. In this way, he should still have a chance. Chu Yan admit defeat. Lu Qingyi's voice, like a lark, is pleasant but extremely cold, and even has a victorious tone. She believed that with such a layout, not to mention a peerless genius in the God King realm, even the supreme being of the 9 realms could deal with it. Now that Chu Yan has lost that Dao flower, even if he has other trump cards, he is nothing to be afraid of. This is what will happen to him if he doesn't cooperate with him and doesn't follow his own will. Oh. Admit defeat. Surrounded by murderous intent, as well as those majestic auras, Chu Yan's expression did not change in the slightest, but in a pair of eyes, the thick flames were extremely hot. Boom. The sky shakes, the sky shakes. Mu Gujiang, He Xianyi, Disha Xuanjue, Lu Qingyi, and several other peerless geniuses all prepared killing moves at the same time. Like the power of the 6 ways of destroying the world, they all blasted at Chu Yan. At this moment, seeing the destruction attack of the 6 Paths Supreme, Chu Yan rushed out of his figure, without any intention of dodging, and rushed forward. God of War Sky Sword Art. The anti-divine flames rushed out of Chu Yan's body, and Hao Yan's sword energy was like thunder. This sword cut straight to Liang Tian. Chu Yan, I guessed a long time ago that you want to break through from fellow Taoist Liang Tian, so, don't waste your energy. Lu Qingyi raised her small mouth slightly, as if she had seen through everything. Her small face was full of arrogance. I saw a majestic tide of power rushing in like a great river, all pouring out on Liang Tian and the others, making them soar in momentum in an instant. Burn! Liang Tian's eyes were full of flames, and he directly used the forbidden technique to force the blood in his body, making his cultivation reach the peak. In this way, the first holy flame he summoned increased several times in an instant. Although it can't be compared with Ni Shenyan, it already has a little ability to resist. Chu Yan's sword light fell, but was blocked by the flame. The killing moves, performed by the great geniuses, also fell on Chu Yan at this time. At this moment, Chu Yan's aura instantly improved, reaching an extremely powerful level. Daojing Mountain Range, come out! Chu Yan roared all over his body, and half of the sky behind him collapsed instantly, and a continuous mountain range appeared horizontally. It was like a curtain of sky fell, hitting the peerless geniuses present. The previous sword was just a false move. His target, from beginning to end, was Lu Qingyi and those god kings and powerhouses of the spirit race. What? Lu Qingyi and the god kings of the spirit race immediately realized that this mountain range was completely aimed at them. A huge coercive force fell. Even if they reacted and wanted to escape, it was too late. Moreover, they had just set up a large formation, and all their strength was poured into Liang Tian's side. Now even if they wanted to resist and escape, they couldn't exert any strength at all. Boom, boom. The sound of void shattering exploded, and the faces of all the cultivators present changed. Afterwards, Lu Qingyi and the spirit clan's formation were instantly smashed into powder, turning into starlight and flying in all directions. Not only that, a powerful wave of air surged out, causing all the cultivators to groan at the same time, retreat violently, and the corners of their mouths were bleeding. Chu Yan's figure is like a dragon swimming in the sky, rushing into the sky. How can this be? Mu Gujiang, Haitian first-class peerless geniuses, all of them were frantically shocked. You know, Lu Qingyi has commanded 19 peak God King realms here, and the power of the Spirit Clan Township under him is terrifying. This Chu Yan's strength is so strong. The mountain range just now was his trump card again. Quick, come on, let's do it together. As soon as Mu Gujiang and Haitian came to their senses, their faces were full of ferocity, and they shot together, planting various formations, visions, and power all pointing at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, even if you break my spirit clan, you can't escape. Lu Qingyi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with jade hands, and looked at Chu Yan's spiritual eyes, which were all red. Lu Qingyi, what's the point of calculating more? You can't count. Chu Yan looked at her and opened the product indifferently. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. A sword in the sky. Lu Qingyi's face paled, full of horror. She knows Chu Yan's strength, and she can't be his opponent. If this sword comes over, I'm afraid it will be. In order to deal with his Lulian before, she exhausted her means and strength, but she forgot that Chu Yan's own combat power is also extremely powerful. Not good. Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, Di Xuanhuan and other peerless geniuses saw that Chu Yan was actually attacking the spirit race. All of them changed their expressions, and they all performed their exercises and rushed towards Chu Yan. They knew that among so many people, Lu Qingyi and her spirit clan were the most important. Without her blessing, the combat power of all peerless geniuses would be reduced by at least half. Bang bang bang. The wind swept across, and the void stirred. All the cultivators were stunned, and all of them looked shocked. On the other side, peerless geniuses such as Mu Gujiang and Haitian watched Chu Yan stand still in the void, and in front of him, a small green lotus floated and turned lightly. #C3433 ran? The latest website, the sky sword that was just cast made Chu Yan leave in an instant. After avoiding that wave of killer moves, he arrived at the location of the green lotus and took it back. This point, Lu Qingyi thought too simply, she could trap Lulian and pull it away, but she couldn't stop Chu Yan from approaching Lulian. So, her plan still failed. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying phantom that Liang Tian summoned was blown to pieces. Liang Tian's body trembled, and his face turned pale. The peerless geniuses present and those at the peak of the God King realm paid the price. However, this is what they will end up with if they want to fight against the Daojing mountain range and the soul of war god. Asshole! Mu Gujiang, Hai Tianyi, Di Xuanhuan and other peerless geniuses all had dark faces. After Lu Qingyi wiped off the blood from his little mouth, he gritted his silver teeth tightly, and even Gui Di, who had been watching the battle, twitched all over his face. Such a godsend opportunity, so missed. It would have been much easier to defeat Chu Yan in one fell swoop just now, but now that Chu Yan has regained control of Lulian, it will be difficult to deal with him again. Chu Yan. After Lu Qingyi took a few deep breaths, after adjusting a bit, he said to Chu Yan. I didn't beat you this time, it was a complete accident, but, no matter what, you must lose today. Hearing this, Chu Yan smiled. With a finger of the long sword in his hand, the momentum is like a rainbow. There is a kind. Just come. Although the drop of blood essence had already been obtained, Chu Yan had no intention of leaving just like that. Some things about reincarnation, just take this opportunity to test it out. At the same time, there is also the eternal cliff, which should have a lot to do with his reincarnation, and it would be best if he could take it away. So, the previous battles were just the beginning. However, at this moment, a thunderclap suddenly exploded in his sea of consciousness. Haven't had enough trouble. Hurry up and get out. Chu Yan was startled, who is transmitting the sound to him here. Don't care who I am. You've got the blood essence, other things are not important, and have nothing to do with you. You are here again, there is no point. Without waiting for Chu Yan to ask back, he felt that the void around him collapsed instantly, turning into a stream of breath, wrapping him, being pulled directly into the turbulent flow of the void, and disappearing on the spot. Lu Qingyi, Mu Gujiang, Haitian's peerless geniuses, and those god kings were all dumbfounded, and just stood there in a daze. What's the situation? Didn't it mean, if you have the seed, you can do it? How come in the blink of an eye, he ran away? On the other side, Chu Yan has already appeared in the border area of the 4th district. Coming out of the turbulent flow of the void, he looked around, and saw wooden doors floating in mid-air, with spirit patterns flashing on the doors. This is the exit of the 4th area. If you go out through any wooden door, you can go to the Daozun area, anywhere. Excuse me, who is the senior? Why do you say that the things in the past life city are meaningless to me? Chu Yan looked towards the void and asked. I am the envoy of the 4th district. You are too troublesome, don't spoil my mood, or I will beat you. Get out. The palmist in the 4th area was obviously very angry, so he didn't explain much at all. Of course Chu Yan wanted to find out more secrets about the city of past life, but it seemed hopeless. Speaking of it, I can't blame the 4th envoy. I think he had dealt with Chu Yan's reincarnation back then and owed favors, otherwise it would be impossible to help him leave this time. However, he never thought that Chu Yan would hide the city of death in his 4th district, which would be a big trouble. So, of course, the mood will not be good. Just because of the birth of this city of past lives, all parties were alarmed, and there are piles of people who have asked him for news these days. Hearing this, Chu Yan was speechless immediately. It seemed that there was no way to play, so he could only withdraw. Chu Yan, you have to go now. Those forces from Taboo Ridge, Gu Ling, and the Dao Devouring clan all have powerful people coming. Those peerless geniuses just want to hold you back. Hearing this, Chu Yan was stunned. It seemed that he still underestimated that Lu Qingyi. Just received the information that you took away that drop of essence, which caused a change in the 1st district. At this time, Empress Xuanhuan's voice also sounded in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Chu Yan's expression changed at that time. District 1. In the 4th area, I let out the city of rebirth and got the blood essence, which actually caused a change in the 1st area. From this point of view, Turing of the 9 Realms star map is right. However, the mutation is still happening, and I don't know how long it will take to break out. Empress Shantian paused for a while, then continued. I suggest you first see what the drop of blood essence does, and then go to the 1st district. After all, I'm afraid this thing is extremely extraordinary, or if it is used in the 1st area, it may cause big changes. Hearing these words, Chu Yan nodded immediately. According to the meaning of the 9 territories star chart, this drop of blood essence is used to get that thing, not for refining, but if you use it for enlightenment, you should also gain a lot. Thinking of this, Chu Yan raised his hand and took out the vial, jade box, and classics. There is nothing on the classics. Chu Yan frowned, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. My reincarnation, I won't put completely useless things here. Thinking in my heart, at the same time, I scanned all the books on the half of the bookshelf, and it turned out that they were all blank. When it was time to turn to the last book, a voice suddenly sounded in the sea of consciousness. My lord, when you read these words, you should have the cultivation of the God King realm, and you should have the power to protect yourself in the God realm. Next, what you have to face will far exceed your imagination, so there is one thing I must tell you first. The remnant soul that Li Tian left in your body should not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. This will expose your identity and attract real enemies. My power is limited, so I can't confront them head-on. I can only help you eliminate some existences in the Taoist realm. Seeing this, Chu Yan's eyes lit up immediately. Taoist realm. Those who lead the words can destroy the strong ones in the Taoist realm. For a long time, Chu Yan thought that the god of war was guarding his growth, but he didn't expect that there were other people. Moreover, the damage to his cultivation base can only help him eliminate some Taoist realms. If it is a subordinate of the god of war, how terrifying is it if the cultivation base is not damaged? Such a person actually calls himself the Lord. Chu Yan, what happened? Empress Shantian seemed to sense the fluctuation of Chu Yan's soul, and asked, through sound transmission. Chu Yan woke up startled, took a deep breath, and told Empress Shantian what happened just now. Okay. Let's take a look at the jade box first. Empress Shantian was silent for a long time before she spoke softly. Chu Yan put the other things away, opened the jade box, and there was a pill inside, without any breath. Even if he had the consciousness and the pupil of the unicorn, he couldn't tell what kind of pill it was. I asked Empress Shantian, but I didn't even know her, so. After thinking for a while, Chu Yan put away the pill. Next, look at that drop of blood. Looking at the jade bottle, Chu Yan's eyes lit up. #C3434 Outbreak. The latest website. This is a silver bottle, which looks very ordinary, and the spirit pattern on it has no aura. How do you open this? Chu Yan looked at it, and there was no bottle mouth, as if the jade bottle was a hole. After thinking about it, Chu Yan condensed sword energy with his fingers, and slowly cut towards the bottle mouth. At this time, on the other side, the 4th district, a hidden place. The white-haired old man sat there with a lake in front of him. With his hands in the seal, he kept slapping the surface of the lake, causing the water column on the lake to soar into the sky, and the aura was like a tide. This white-haired old man is the envoy of the 4th district. Because of the appearance of Chu Yan, the city of past lives appeared in the 4th district, which shattered some rules of heaven and earth and the impact of the avenue. Now, he can only repair them one by one, which is not the usual tiring and hard work. However, seeing the upturned corners of his mouth, he didn't seem to be unhappy at all. Instead, his face was full of refreshment. Really, why did you let him go so easily? You should really teach him a lesson again. He used to scold him for such a good opportunity. This time, he finally got the chance to scold him. Why did you let him go? Let's go. It's a pity, stupid. The envoy of the 4th district, full of all kinds of self-blame and regret, said. The smile on his face became more intense. However, it didn't take long for the smile on his face to fade away. An extremely powerful aura rose from under the lake, broke through the water in an instant, rose straight into the sky, and exploded into the sky. The entire lake surged like boiling, and the void was filled with the sound of thunder crackling. The rules that had just been repaired before disappeared in an instant. Oh my God. The envoy of the 4th district was so frightened that the whole person bounced off the ground. On the other side, at the edge of the 4th district, Chu Yan also looked shocked and astonished. He never imagined. It was just opening the jade bottle, but it made such a big commotion. The vast and terrifying blood light shot up to the sky, passing by. Everything in the world turned into chaos, surging like a sea tide. And at the intersection of the blood-colored sea and the void, all the voids collapsed, as if the entire sky had exploded. The strong wind between the heaven and the earth condensed various Dharma images and visions, raging in the sky. This scene, as if the world is going to be destroyed. What's going on? This 4th district, is it going to be blown up? Oh my God, is this a vision of Tianwei? There are also visions of the Great Tao, and visions of the heavens and the earth, all together. Terrible. The cultivators gathered in and around the city of death all felt the power of destroying the world, and they were all shocked and shocked. Even Lu Qingyi, Haitian and other peerless geniuses all had expressions of astonishment. The appearance of the city of rebirth had already shocked them, and now such a vision appeared again, which made them all feel like they were about to experience the catastrophe. But, then, the aura of catastrophe in the world began to grow stronger. Even if it was Chu Yan, he was stunned for a long time before finally waking up. He quickly picked up the mouth of the bottle and pressed it hard against the jade bottle. As Empress Shantian said, if this drop of blood essence is opened in the first area, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this moment, an extremely familiar breath poured into his body like a river of heaven and earth, causing his body to freeze suddenly. I saw that in the 9-region star chart in the sea of consciousness, some suspended and broken chips suddenly burst into dazzling light, revived like shooting stars one after another, and rushed towards his spiritual consciousness. The next moment, his whole body exploded with qi, boiling like a mockery. At this moment, the breath of the whole body is crazily raised. Breakthrough. Chu Yan didn't think that there would be a breakthrough opportunity at this time. But Chu Yan didn't dare to think too much, so he quickly restrained his spirit and dealt with it with all his strength. From the peak of the God King realm to the great consummation of the God King realm, it will consume a lot of natural resources, earthly treasures and time. Now is such a good opportunity, how can we miss it? In the next breath, Chu Yan entered the state of emptiness, completely silent in it. Little bastard, you even opened that bottle on my territory, and you still want to break through. You want me to die. The envoy of the 4th district was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Wake me up. With a shout of urgency, the sky and the earth were thunderous. The rules of heaven and earth that were destroyed by Chu Yan before will take at least half a month to repair, and now after this wave of mutations, it will take him at least half a year to rebuild. This time, he was really about to cry. Moreover, if Chu Yan is allowed to break through here, he can imagine with his heals, the mutation and destructive power can be very small. At that time, it will not be a question of whether it can be repaired, and the 4th district may not be able to ask for it. Therefore, he must interrupt Chu Yan, and he must not delay any time. However, after he roared, he stood there in a daze. Chu Yan didn't respond at all. If it is normal, his roar containing the thunder of heaven and earth can interrupt the cultivation of any cultivator, even the Supreme One is no exception. But now Chu Yan's state is absolutely abnormal. His whole body was covered in blood energy, and the blood energy isolated everything, not even the will of his envoy could rush in. More importantly, he certainly knows what the blood is, it is the blood of Chu Yan's reincarnation. If at this time if he comes hard and breaks the envelope of blood, he will definitely be recognized as an enemy by the blood, and that will end up. This is so terrible. I knew it must be a bad thing, how could it be a good thing to meet him? The commander of the 4th district strode back and forth, scratching his ears and his face, almost going crazy. Is it possible that for the rest of my life, I will continue to repair the rules of the world here? As time passed, Chu Yan's momentum continued to increase, and soon reached a bottleneck state, like a mass of terrifying thunder gathered around his body, it would explode in an instant, destroying the world. Click. Soon, there was a cracking sound, and Chu Yan's cultivation instantly broke through the peak of the God King realm and reached the Dzogchen realm. At this moment, Chu Yan's cultivation has really been raised to half-step supreme. What surprised Chu Yan the most was that his Taoist mountain range had begun to mutate, from the 7-color mountain range to the 9-color mountain range. The shining Daoguang also became extremely solid. Although he has not yet reached the level of perfection in the Dao realm, his Daoguang has improved a lot, which is a qualitative leap, and his power has greatly increased. I didn't expect that this drop of reincarnation blood essence would have such a great effect. Chu Yan thought to himself, and at the same time slowly opened his eyes, and immediately saw a face with white hair and a completely twisted face, staring at him. Chu Yan was taken aback at that time, suddenly dodged, and retreated a dozen steps. The 4th emissary, you. After seeing clearly that it was the 4th Palm envoy, Chu Yan asked in astonishment. You're awake. Bastard, brother, can't I be wrong? You can't spare me this time. The 4th Palm turned the angry expression on his face into a bitter look, pointing to the bottle in Chu Yan's hand and saying. Hurry up, close the bottle. #C3435 Good talk, good talk. As soon as the bottle was closed, the visions of the surrounding world disappeared instantly. The 4th Palm made a long sigh of relief, and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Senior, I don't know that this will happen, I'm sorry. Chu Yan clasped his hands in salute with the 4th Palm, and said. Now that Chu Yan has reacted, he knows that the person in front of him is the envoy of the previous 4th district, and he also knows that he has caused a lot of harm to him this time, so he should apologize. This, easy to say, good, easy to say. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the fourth palm made his face twitch, resisting the bleeding in his heart, and even greeted him with a smile. It's all small things, small things. Now he understands that this kid has awakened in reincarnation, and he can't afford to provoke, absolutely. Don't think that his cultivation has only broken through the first level, and he has reached the perfection of the God King realm, but if you want to deal with him, you still need to deal with him the same way. I'm sorry, the exit door is shattered, I'll recast one right now, and send you away. The fourth palm raised his hands, and he was about to start recasting the passage gate. Seeing this, Chu Yan felt a little embarrassed. After all, these passage gates were all destroyed by themselves, and it was all done in one pot, and none of them were left. Senior, let me come, after all, it's all because of me. As Chu Yan said, he was about to use his means. He was so frightened that his face turned pale with the fourth palm, and he hurriedly stopped him. Don't be polite, just let me come, I'll come. Without a trace of delay or hesitation, after waiting to establish the gate, the fourth palm made that step-by-step farewell and sent Chu Yan into the passage gate. He let out a long breath when Chu Yan's figure disappeared through the door. It can be regarded as sending away this scourge. Huh. It seems. Standing there, the fourth palm envoy suddenly remembered something, lightly said in a daze. Those guys. And I hope you can get that thing, I hope you can get it. After saying this, the fourth palm flashed his body and disappeared on the spot. In the western regions of Daozun district, there are continuous mountains. Chu Yan's figure suddenly appeared from the void, and soon he felt the jade talisman on his body buzzing non-stop. He took out the jade talisman and saw that there were all kinds of spiritual messages. Chu Yan, what's going on in the city of death in the 4th district? Chu Yan, hurry back when you see the words. Chu Yan, you can't stop the meeting. When you get to the 1st district, look at me. Stinky boy, it's time to die, hurry up and answer. There was a long line of spiritual messages, all sent by the Lord Xuanhuan. At first, he called Chu Yan, and then he scolded the brat directly. Chu Yan, does the 4th district have great treasures and opportunities? Don't ignore me. It's good to not forget the old brother. It's all right, if you want to help, just call me, forget it, don't send me, I will come right away. These are all news from Heiyao Mozen. As soon as he knew that something big happened in the 4th district, he knew it had something to do with Chu Yan without guessing, so he contacted him immediately. Chu Yan, the forces of all parties have begun to unite again, and they want to attack you. As your best friend, I can't ignore it. Come to support now. Fatty Fanchin also sent news, and it seems that he has already set off. Call. After reading the spiritual message, Chu Yan was speechless and began to reply one by one. Stinky boy, I finally got the answer, and if it's half an hour later, the deity will be killed in the 4th district. Lord Xuanhuan returned almost in seconds. Don't talk too much, tell me what's going on in the city of rebirth first. Why did Dianmu fly to the 1st district? Is there something big going to happen in the 1st district? Chu Yan was taken aback. Dianmu flew to the 1st district. Wait, what is Dianmu? Before leaving the city of rebirth, Chu Yan didn't feel anything unusual about it. Why now there is another electric mother? What? You don't know electric mother? The lightning mother thunder god spear, like the eternal cliff, is one of the top 10 Dao weapons in ancient times. The 5th god, aren't you the descendant of the 5th god? You don't even know his troops. You can't be fake. Lord Xuanhuang's head was full of question marks. Originally, he wanted to ask Chu Yan about Mother of Lightning, but now that it was all right, Chu Yan asked him instead. Hearing Lord Xuanhuang's words, Chu Yan's eyes glowed at that time. God of War Spirit Soldiers. fly from the city of death to the first district. In other words, the vision that occurred in the first district was also caused by it. My lord, the change that happened in the first district should be caused by the city of past life. I will rush there now. However, ordinary people cannot obtain the treasures in the city of rebirth. It is best for us Baiyu Xuanhuan Lord to stand still. Chu Yan thought for a while, and sent a message back. After a long time, Lord Xuanhuang sent back a message saying, okay. If that's the case, I won't send anyone there, you boy. Be careful. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, he nodded in agreement, and sent a voice transmission to Heiyao Mozan and Fanchen Fatty, informing them not to go to the first district without their help. Let's go now. After Chu Yan made arrangements, he restrained himself and soared into the sky. On the other hand, after Chu Yan caused a big change in the fourth district, the birth of Xiangxing City, and the news of Chu Yan's disappearance, coupled with the birth of the spirit soldiers of the fifth gods, these news swept the entire Taoist city like thunder. Respect area. Such shocking news, probably the hottest news in the past 1,000 years, has attracted all the major forces and bigwigs, and they can't sit still at all. Whether the city of rebirth appears or not, the electric mother gun will be born and fly to the first district. This is by no means a coincidence, that Chu Yan should have gone to the first district too. Decree, everyone gathers in the first district immediately, no matter what means Chu Yan has this time, even if he employs a bunch of people, he must be suppressed by me. The first district, good. It's interesting, then let Mugudian take action and take him down. It is impossible for the forces of all parties to sit and wait, and they all began to arrange tensely. Even if the opportunity this time was due to Chu Yan's birth and was related to Chu Yan, even if they wanted to grab it, they would grab it and keep it for themselves. At this time, Qin Tian stood on a piece of water, his eyes opened, and the momentum of his whole body exploded. Chu Yan, it seems that we still can't escape our fate, and there will be a showdown between us. The first district is not bad. The road to supremacy, with me without you, let's fight. The moment the wind and thunderstorm blew up, Qin Tian's figure soared into the sky and headed towards the first area. Not only Qin Tian, but the peerless geniuses of all forces, Lu Qingyi, Mu Gujiang and others, all sensed something. Chi turned from the fourth district to the first district. Chu Yan has a Dao flower on his body, which can resist. Lu Qingyi thought for a long time, and finally announced Chu Yan's whole card to the world. This defeat, plus the previous confrontation between her and Chu Yan, all ended in defeat. Now she must create more trouble for Chu Wei, so that she may have a chance. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3436, District 1. The news of Lu Qingyi spread all over the world. Some of the strong people looked serious, but there were still many strong people with sneering faces. Daohua. So what? Even the top 10 heavenly treasures from Kunlun Mountain can withstand several rounds of attacks. That's right, isn't it just one person? How big a wave can it make? It's just one Dao treasure, even if it's a top Dao treasure, plus several times, one person can't deal with it, and 10 people can't deal with it. All kinds of voices were spreading, and most of the cultivators didn't care about Lu Qingyi's reminder. After all, at his level, he has seen too few strange treasures to form a concept. Isn't that Chu Yan, the God King Realm cultivation base? Although they are said to be peerless geniuses, there are so many peerless geniuses in God's domain continent, so what if they are the top 10 geniuses? On the other side, in the God's domain continent, in the Blood Sky Ancient Sect. Some time ago, a Taoist realm of the Blood Heaven Ancient Sect was exterminated by the Jiuxiao sect, and his body and soul were destroyed. This blow to the Blood Sky Ancient Sect was almost like half the sky collapsed, keeping the atmosphere and the entire force in a state of rigidity. Everyone kept their faces sullen, feeling that the surrounding space was extremely oppressive. But just today, a wild laughter suddenly broke the quiet and heavy atmosphere. God help me too, Qiao Guqing of Tianluan sect, Feng Shantian of Tianshan Digong are all in the first district, and Chu Yan has also gone, ha ha ha. Take this Feng Shantian, and Qiao Guqing, and then get Chu Yan's blood essence, it will be easy. At that time, my plan, ha ha ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the leader of the ancient blood heaven cult's breath surged like a tide. Congratulations to the leader. Congratulations to the leader. The old man beside him had a charming smile all over his face. Forget about that, I'll ask you. The leader turned to look at the old man and asked. Yunjin Xian. Ying, Li Shiho, how are they doing now? These three people are the three true heirs of the Shuatian ancient sect, especially Yunjin Xian, who is the #1 peerless Shuatian ancient sect and has a great reputation in the Daozun district. Hearing the words, the old man hurriedly replied, reporting to the leader, according to your order, the three of them are locked in the Blood Soul Cave, and now the spirit has been completely wiped out. Very good. The leader of the ancient Blood Sky sect nodded, his eyes were full of light. Training them for so long, it's time for them to pay back. Bring them here. After saying this, the old man hurriedly set off. In the empty hall, only the leader of the ancient Blood Heaven sect was sitting there alone, with a pair of cold eyes. He didn't know what he was thinking. But at this time, on the other side, the new power of the 13 Dao lineages, Zhu Tianzong. The fiery young man was sitting on the throne, holding the armrest of the throne with both hands, and his whole body sank there, giving people a sense of coercion. He doesn't understand. Isn't the eldest brother the same as him, who dislikes the reincarnation of Chu Yan the most? Why do you want to help him this time? What did the elder brother give Chu Yan? I will help in the future. These things made him more and more annoyed. It seemed that there was something beyond his thinking, and he couldn't judge at all, including the direction behind, and he couldn't see clearly at all. What should I do? The hot-haired youth was completely lost in thought, constantly thinking about. On the other side, the first domain of God's domain continent, somewhere in Daozun district. By the side of a lake, there are bones like a forest, scattered all over the lake shore, kneeling all over the ground, everyone is shaking. For thousands of years, Taboo Ridge has attracted the wrath of the Lord of Taboo. This is the first time. All the bone taboos were so frightened that they didn't even dare to lift their heads, and the whole audience was filled with the sound of trembling skeletons. Chu Yan went to the first district. That's fine, I don't need to lead him there again. The voice of the ancient taboo sounded, with obvious coldness. Hey Xiani, immediately take the other 4 sons to the first district and follow the previous plan. Hai Tanny, who was kneeling in the hall, quickly took orders. In addition, wait until Chu Yan arrives in the first district for 3 days, then release that thing, and let other peerless geniuses follow in. The ancient taboos continued to be arranged. This time, not only Chu Yan, but also those peerless geniuses, happened to catch them all. As for the possible storms, they all happened to be pushed on Chu Yan's head. Anyway, he had captured many peerless geniuses before, and all forces must have suspected him immediately. On the other side, Chu Yan had already flown for more than half a day and arrived at the entrance of the first area. I saw that there was a sea area in front of me, and the cities were suspended in the air, all of which were full of divine light, and countless cultivators came and went, entering and leaving the city, and it was extremely lively. The pupil of the unicorn. Chu Yan circulated his true energy, urging the pupil of the unicorn to look over. Among those cities, they are no different from ordinary cities. There are vendors on the streets, and most of them sell what practitioners need for cultivation. But these resources are almost all top-level or above the holy rank, and there are even many ancient things. After all, this first area is the top-ranked continent in the God's domain continent. The top powerhouses of the entire God's Domain continent gather here all year round. They don't look down on ordinary resources at all. For thousands of years, there have been many famous peerless geniuses and powerhouses who have entered the first district. Up to now, there is no news, and their lives and deaths are unknown. Because of this, before everyone enters the first district, they will purchase a large amount of various resources in case of need. There are god kings of all forces. Chu Yan glanced across the cities and made many discoveries. Suddenly, Chu Yan saw that in a city, the cultivators on the street gathered together, as if something happened. Chu Yan glanced over. On that street, there was actually a fighting arena with a stone tablet standing on it, guarded by disciples of Tianxian Earth Palace on both sides, and there was a familiar figure. It was Feng Tianxian. That blessed body is actually here. Although Chu Yan didn't know what they were doing, he didn't need to guess. What kind of new handicap was terror? Chu Yan. My name. Chu Yan glanced again, and found that there was a list engraved on the stone tablet, and his name was listed on it. Chu Yan, the fifth descendant of the ancient gods, will enter the first district immediately, come out within 10 days, the odds are 100, come out in 30 days, the odds are 10. Seeing this, the corners of Chu Yan's mouth twitched. The handicap opened by the Tianxian Digong this time turned out to be a bet that the talents of the big heavens will not come out, and there is still time to come out. Then someone else should have gone in. Let's see who they are. Chu Yan thought about it for a second, then looked up at the steel. Guling Xingzi, Rong Chengdo, one of the top 10 peerless, entered the first district for 2 months. The odds are. The saint son of the Dao-devouring clan, Mu Gudian, one of the top 10 peerless geniuses, entered the first district for 3 months. The odds are. With just a glance, Chu Yan saw 2 famous peerless geniuses, both of whom were among the top 10 peerless geniuses, and had already entered the first district. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yan continued to look at other names. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. #C3437 Aries. With this glance, Chu Yan found 2 more acquaintances. The number 1 peerless Tianluan sect, Xiao Guqing, entered the first district for 10 days. Ascending Immortal sect, Qin Tian, just entered. In addition to the peerless geniuses who have entered the first district from other forces, there are almost 30 or so in total. Sure enough, most of the peerless geniuses in God's Domain continent are almost all in this first area. Chu Yan looked at the list, his eyes flickered, and his aura continued to soar. With this list, Chu Yan has a complete understanding of the whereabouts of the peerless geniuses, and there is no need to check them one by one. In the next breath, Chu Yan erupted all over his body, turning into a streamer, rushing straight to the entrance of the first area. Someone. Haha, this momentum is definitely a peerless genius, another one. Look, it's. Damn, it's Chu Yan. Really? Chu Yan's aura instantly alarmed the cultivators in the city, and all of them looked up. What? Chu Yan entered the first district. The cultivators in all the cities immediately got the news, and all rushed to the entrance of the first district. Feng Tianxian, who was standing next to the steel with a look of lovelessness, almost bounced off the ground when he heard the word Chu Yan, turning into a sharp arrow and shooting towards the entrance of the first area. Hey guy, he's finally here. Chu Yan, die. Kill. Before Chu Yan rushed into the entrance, more than a dozen of the God King realm powerhouses shot at the same time. The powerful attack was like a tide, and there were many Dao treasures, and they all blasted at Chu Yan. Chu Yan's speed did not stagnate in the slightest, and with a wave of his hand, a bright sword chi slashed out. Boom! As the sword light passed, all attacks and Dao treasures were blown up, destroying everything along the way. At this time, Chu Yan had just broken through his cultivation base, and he had comprehended a drop of samsara essence blood, and his strength had more than doubled compared to before. Chu Yan, stop. If you don't want to leave, we. Feng Tianxian followed behind and roared loudly. After leaving for a long time, Feng Tianxuan's cultivation base has also improved a lot, and he has reached the peak of Tianzuan realm. Wait out and fight again. When Chu Yan saw Feng Tianxian, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he left without saying a word. At this time, whoever wants to fight against him, who is stronger than the body of natural disasters and the body of heaven, has nothing to do. Wait for you big-headed ghost, accept the move. When Feng Tianxian chased him close, he would stop there, so he immediately prepared to make a move. I was in the Pantheon Forbidden Land before, and now it has been a few months, and I finally caught Chu Yan. How could Feng Tianxian let it go easily? Okay, just one move. Chu Yan had no choice but to stop, and waved a sword chi. However, at this moment, the fire in his eyes shot up to the sky. Boom, boom. On the far side of the sky, a shocking thunder exploded, a terrifying divine light rushed into Jiuxiao, and billowing mighty waves swept across. All the cultivators in the city were shocked at the same time. This is the imposing coercion of the Nine Realms Supreme. The Dao-eating clan, Muyun Supreme. Muyun. The one who came out of the first district 10 days ago. No way. All the God King realms present at the scene recognized this supreme boss who had recently exploded in fame. Chu Yan, you are not qualified to enter the first district, die for me. Supreme Muyun roared violently, his magic robe flew up, and he pointed it out directly, and the mighty power of the Supreme surged, directly confining the entire void where Chu Yan was. As the Supreme Being, how terrifying is his Dao-eating body. When it works, it directly turns the whole world into a killing field, and the sky is red. Call out. With the shot, all kinds of sword lights came out, like a forest of blades, falling from the sky. The Forbidden World, coupled with this piece of blade forest, is almost a doomsday situation, and will even be twisted into flesh and blood. All the God Kings present had their scalps numb and their faces full of horror. Supreme combat power, how terrifying. Depend on. Seeing this scene, Feng Tianxuan's entire face turned green. His blessed body didn't show any effect at all. He just rushed into the edge of the forbidden area and fell into the range of the blade forest. Moreover, he happened to be in front of the blade, and the blade's attack route had to pass through him first before it would be cut on Chu Yan. In other words, he died before Chu Yan. Grandma, it's really wrong. Chu Yan, the disaster star, really restrained himself. Come. With a loud shout from behind, Chu Yan raised his hand and grabbed Feng Tianxian, pulling Feng Tianxian behind him, and at the same time operated the two methods of asking. The soul of the war god and the Taoist master erupted at the same time, breaking through the air. God of War Sky Sword Art. Without a trace of stagnation, almost at the moment when Feng Tianxian was being pulled, the long sword in Chu Yan's hand had already been cut out. Boom. 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 The sword energy was like a scorpion, sweeping across the sky, and the swords collided, blasting the sky in waves. The next moment, everyone could see that all the sword light and sword energy in the sky were smashed together. Chu Yan's combat power has reached such a level. All the God Kings present were shocked. Especially the dozen or so God Kings who attacked Chu Yan just now felt the cold air on the back of their necks. However, they soon saw that Supreme Muyun had retreated 10,000 steps away, holding a seal in his hand. The move just now was just a trial move. The fifth of the gods, that's all, let's end it. The face of Supreme Muyun was full of disdain, and with a wave of his hand, the seal rushed out. In an instant, an extremely huge beast figure appeared between the sky and the earth, roaring like a heavenly beast, and rushed towards Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian. Daojing Mountain Range, come out. Chu Yan seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and in an instant he summoned the Daojing Mountain Range, which stretched across the sky and the earth. Boom! The monstrous flames rushed out of the shadow of the beast, burning half of the sky into red, and completely devouring all the void in Chu Yan. What? This is dead. The God King and the large group of cultivators present were all dumbfounded. Although it is said that one move is almost enough for a Supreme to kill a God King, let alone Muyan Supreme has used 2 moves. But, this is Chu Yan, the 5th descendant of the ancient gods, so easy to die. At the moment when everyone was stunned, a faint voice sounded. 9 territories Supreme, that's all, goodbye. As soon as the voice sounded, 2 figures rushed out of the sea of flames and flew straight to the entrance of the first area. Seeing the 2 figures flying out, Supreme Muyan's face twitched. At such a close distance, I still made a sneak attack, and let the opponent escape unscathed. For the Supreme Being of the 9 domains, this is definitely a great shame and humiliation. In the cities below, all the cultivators were dead silent, but soon there was a roar, like a tsunami, completely boiling. After 100 breaths, the first district. Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian fell to the ground at the same time, and the monsters in the surrounding forests ran away in an instant. Immediately, the divine consciousness and the pupil of the unicorn turned and swept around. This sky and this earth, everything is normal. Chu Yan, what kind of mountain was that just now? Why did I feel the breath of the method of asking the 2 forces? Feng Tianxuan's face was dull, and he asked Chu Yan. At this moment, Chu Yan was stunned, while staring at Feng Tianxian, his consciousness was spinning like flying. How to explain this? Still stunned directly. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3438 males. The 2 looked at each other for 5 breaths, and when the atmosphere was extremely awkward, Chu Yan finally spoke. Not bad. I learned it secretly. This sentence made Feng Tianxian stunned at that time. Who is he? He is the young palace master of Tiangsuandi Palace. He is well informed and has never seen anything. Therefore, when he asked this question, he had already prepared more than a dozen statements to expose Chu Yan's lies. However, he never expected that Chu Yan would tell him directly. This caught him off guard, and he froze there. Is the relationship so good? If you tell me that, you won't be afraid that I'll sell you out. Feng Tianxian is a cultivator, but also a businessman, and he is even more shrewd than shrewd in this God's domain continent, where profit is the most important thing. But now, why can't he see anything on Chu Yan? How can he deal with it? And Chu Yan, who was on the other side, just looked at him like this, with a calm expression on his face. In the situation just now, if he didn't use the Dao boundary mountain range, he couldn't escape at all, and there was no way to expose him, but he knew Feng Tianxian well. Haha, amazing, you can get this, bull. After being stunned for 10 breaths, Feng Tianxian finally came to his senses, laughed and patted Chu Yan with a playful smile on his face. That expression is very much like the smile of Fatty Fanchen or Demon Lord Heiyao when he is about to put on a pair of pants. Chu Yan smiled lightly and didn't say much. In an instant, both of them could feel that the distance between each other seemed to be getting closer. Sky Profound Earth Palace asks the law, do you want it? Sell you. Feng Tianxian whispered, and at the same time poked Chu Yan with his fingers, and raised his hand to look around while speaking, as if he was about to trade contraband. This time, Chu Yan was stunned, the corner of his mouth twitched twice, and he looked at Feng Tianxian. You, a young palace master, actually used the method of asking questions from your own sect. Take it out and sell it. Is this really good? Forget it, no need. Chu Yan shook his head. Why do you keep staring at me? It's all right now, you have entered the first district, and I don't think you can get out. Chu Yan looked at Feng Tianxian and said. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Feng Tianxian didn't care at all, and just smiled and said. What are you afraid of? There are still a lot of people who enter the first district. Anyway, there is everything here, there is nothing lacking, and there are many people. Don't be afraid. Chu Yan is right when he thinks about it. After all, in the first area, one can enter and cannot exit, and one who has not made a breakthrough should not even think about leaving. As time goes by, there are more and more cultivators in the first district. As for whether there are any losses in it, it is difficult to judge. But if there is not much loss, the number of people will naturally be extremely large. Maybe it will become an independent small continent. Then let's separate here, I still have things to do. Chu Yan said, ready to leave as soon as he cupped his hands. Do not. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to leave, Feng Tianxian immediately stopped him. I'm the young palace master of Tianxian Digong, among other things, in this God's domain continent, I'm number 2 in terms of information, who dares to say number 1? So, we can join hands. Although my cultivation level is inferior to yours, I am a body blessed by heaven, and I may be able to help you, to be auspicious in death. Hearing this, Chu Yan stared at him immediately, and said for a long time. Why did you follow me? Tell me your purpose. Feng Tianxian smiled slightly and said, my body of natural blessing has reached the bottleneck. No matter what method I use, I can't break through it, so, I guess, according to the way of heaven and earth where yin and yang interact and restrain each other, only you, the body of natural disaster, is the opportunity for me to break through. Speaking of this, Feng Tianxian seemed to be completely excited, even he believed it himself, and continued to say with glowing eyes. Chu Yan, didn't you come here just to find that electric mother? Not bad. Chu Yan nodded. Hey, in the first area, there is a place called Tianjian Lake in the depths, which separates the first periphery from the depths. Before a certain time, no matter how powerful it is impossible to get by. So, let's go to Sanqiong City first to understand the situation. Also, the Sanqiong City is a treasure land. Every 10 years, a holy demon descends. Whoever can catch it will have a 50% chance of breaking through to the Supreme. While speaking, Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian had already set off. Feng Tianxian was leading the way and flew forward. The reason why Chu Yan decided to cooperate with Feng Tianxian was because he thought that the young palace master could really help a lot and save himself a lot of energy. Since he insists, it doesn't matter, let's cooperate. As time passed, somewhere outside, Qing Tian entered the first area alone, and the peerless geniuses and powerhouses of all major forces also arrived one after another, rushing directly into the first area. And in the western region of Daozun district, there is a beautiful woman sitting on a phoenix, flying towards the first district. Time flies, and it is 2 days in a blink of an eye. Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian have been on their way. Although they didn't encounter any danger, they also bumped into some cultivators who wanted to rob them. In the first district, as Feng Tianxian said to Chu Yan along the way, it is no different from the outside. If there is any difference, it is that there is an extreme shortage of resources. Of course, it does not refer to good Tainkatibo, but ordinary Tainkatibo is rare. In this way, weak cultivators cannot get supplies, and can only take risks and rob to obtain them. Sweeping all the way, it didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at Sanqiong City. Chu Yan stood on the cloud and looked forward. I saw that, not far ahead was a large plain, with no end in sight. The ground is full of spirit grass and fairy plants, and the strong wind sweeps it, undulating like waves, which is extremely spectacular. Chu Yan can see that each of these spirit grasses is connected with the heaven and the earth, and even all the fairy grasses on the entire Pingyuan are a whole. 1. In addition, at the end of the sky, there are still surging tides, but they are not surging outward like ordinary tides, but like swallowing tides, pulling everything into the abyss. Anyone who gets close to it will probably be dragged into it, annihilated or disappeared. This place is the most likely place for the holy demon to appear. According to my information, there have been several times when the holy demon fell, and they all ate those fairy grasses on this grassland. A few times, lucky cultivators hid in the fairy grass and jumped directly on the back of the holy demon. However, more and more people know now. Feng Tianxian explained some information from time to time to let Chu Yan know. After Chu Yan nodded, he didn't say anything more, and continued to fly forward. After a while, a mountain peak appeared in front of him. The entire mountain has lost its original appearance, it has been completely transformed into a mountain city, and cultivators continue to enter through the huge cave gate. This mountain is called Supreme Mountain. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list. Hashtag C3439 King Lantern. Jiuxiao has existed since the first district appeared, and now 1/3 of the cultivators gather here. Many forces have appeared here, and the strongest ones should be Tiansaming and Xiangsantang. Feng Tianxian told Chu Yandao the situation. Interesting. Chu Yan nodded slightly. Chu Yan, I advise you to wear a mask, or change your appearance, at least most people will not recognize it. Seeing the crowd in the mountain, Feng Tianxian frowned and said to Chu Yan. You also know that the Dao Devouring Clan, Forbidden Ridge, and Ancient Tomb are all looking for you now. There are probably a lot of their forces here, plus the people they have sent one after another. Well, I see. Chu Yan nodded. Go, and see the situation first. The two found a small cave entrance and entered Supreme Mountain City. Everything in this mountain city is almost the same as the ordinary city outside. As long as you don't look up at the sky, it is exactly the same as the outside. This supreme city is built in the mountains, of course there is no sky, only the mountainside. On the streets in the city, there are buildings and shops everywhere, and there are also vendors setting up stalls on the streets, which is very lively. Extreme Taoism, don't miss it if you pass by. Extreme skills. After practicing, break through the peerless world and become invincible. Holy medicine, eating life and death, flesh and bones, necessary for experience. The vendors are all working hard, among them are relatively good exercises, Taoism and elixir, but the effect of shouting at them may not be true. Chu Yan, come here, I have information. Not long after, Feng Tianxian came to his consciousness and called Chu Yan over. This is a skinny old man, sitting cross-legged in front of a small stall to practice, with a white cloth in front of him that says sell all kinds of news. Sensing someone approaching, the old man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chu Yan and the two of them. What do you two want to know? I basically know everything about the first district. Hearing this, Chu Yan thought for a while and asked, what happened after the Mother of Lightning came? Hearing Chu Yan's question, the skinny old man looked at Chu Yan for a long time before opening his mouth and saying, about this matter, hundreds of people have come to inquire, the price is the same, 2 holy medicines. Hearing this, Chu Yan turned his head to look at Feng Tianxian, his eyes flickered slightly. Feng Tianxian stared at Chu Yan, the corners of his eyes twitched twice, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to the skinny old man, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, his face was full of sorrow. Why? Questions you ask, make me pay. Chu Yan smiled lightly, and was accompanied by the young palace master, who is the richest and most powerful in the world. What is the name of joining forces if he doesn't take advantage of it? The Mother of Lightning appears in the depths, and outside the Tianjian Lake, only a trace of fairy light can be seen. With this gun as the center, within a radius of 10,000 miles, all places are completely annihilated and turned into a chaotic abyss. It is speculated that it can lead to another mysterious small world. After 5 days, the passage will be opened and you can enter it. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes immediately brightened. 5 days. Then you can enter. On the other side, at the entrance of the first district, there seemed to be more cultivators in dozens of cities all of a sudden, and all of them suddenly appeared in groups. Everyone has received the news. This may be Chu Yan, who just entered it. Cultivators from various forces attracted. Suddenly, above the end of the sky, a ray of immortal light soared into the sky and landed on the entrance of the first district. Look, what happened? Some cultivators felt it and exclaimed. An exclamation sounded, and more people turned their attention to the entrance of the first area. After 100 breaths of time passed, the celestial light suddenly disappeared, turning into an oil lamp with light smoke. It lasted only 10 breaths before disappearing. Isn't it the Heavenly King Lantern? Heavenly King Lantern, what is it? Have you ever heard of the 3-life fruit tree? This Heavenly King Lantern is said to be one of the 3 treasures. A single flame can make a person achieve great perfection. As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. The reputation of the 3 fruit trees has recently swept the entire God's domain continent. That battle of peerless geniuses added a powerful color to the 3 fruit tree, and it was even heard that there were peerless geniuses who made great progress in cultivation by relying on the 3 fruit. Now, this Heavenly King lamp is actually the same as the Sancheng fruit tree. Those who didn't grab the triple fruit last time, don't have a chance this time. So, within 100 breaths of time, the news of the Heavenly King lamp's appearance spread throughout the entire God's domain continent. Heavenly King lamp. Okay. Very good, I'm going to take a look at the first district. Chu Yan, Xiangxing City, Mother of Lightning, now add a Heavenly King Lantern, which is a bit interesting. It's all mine, send an order immediately and go to the first district. Countless powerhouses, as well as peerless geniuses, burst into shocking momentum, all rushing towards the first area. After knowing these things, Taboo Ridge was even more happy, laughing incessantly. The first district, Supreme City. After Chu Yan and Feng Tianxian discussed for a long time, they split up. Feng Tianxian went directly to the casino because he had the blessed body and because he was familiar with it. And Chu Wei began to search for various holy medicines and collected them with all his strength. There are all kinds of Taoism for sale on the entire street of peddlers. You can also take a closer look, maybe there is one suitable for you. All preparations that should be made must be made. This sword move. When Chu Yan saw a sword judging technique, his eyes lit up suddenly, and he asked the stall owner. Soon, half a day passed. Chu Yan found a total of 3 Taoism techniques on the street, one of which was fire-type Taoism and 2 techniques of swordsmanship. These 3 cheap books are pretty good. Relatively speaking, if they were outside, it might be difficult to find them for a month. It shows that in the first district, there are indeed many good things. At the same time, Chu Yan also inquired about a lot of news. Just like between the Tianshan League and the Xiangsantang, there are constant battles, occupying both sides of the east and west, and it is easy to break out into a big war. Some time ago, Rong Chengdo, the holy son of Guling, and Mu Gudian, the holy son of the Daoeting clan, fought a battle, and the outcome was undecided. 9 Regions Code. Chu Yan, who was walking, suddenly stopped. This is a black-haired old man, wearing a rag robe, but it gives me a sense of calmness. This body cultivation base is in the great perfection realm of the God King realm. Block out the sky and block out the sun, arbitrarily judge the world, use the law to be respected, and be free and easy. Chu Yan looked at the introduction, and suddenly understood something. The meaning of this code is that one can break through to the supreme realm of the 9 realms without the chance of heaven and earth. This fellow Taoist, what does this cheap book mean? Chu Yan asked. The black-haired old man opened his eyes, looked at Chu Yan, and said with a light smile. Literally. Want to know more, pay for it. Hearing this, Chu Yan shook his head directly and said, the meaning of this cheap book is too much against the sky. If there is no more information, it will be difficult for people to pay for it. Hearing this, the black-haired old man frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about Chu Yan's words. #C3440 fraud. After thinking about Chu Yan's words for a long time, the black-haired old man nodded slightly and said, What you said makes sense. But I can't prove it. However, the old man can tell that you have changed your appearance and walked a path against the sky, can't you? Hearing this, Chu Yan was shocked. This old man, who only had the great perfection cultivation base of the God King realm, and didn't use any means at all, could actually see his own situation. More importantly, he recognized his path to Taoism. Even if the supreme being of the 9 regions stood in front of Chu Yan, it would be impossible to see that his path to the Tao realm was different from that of other cultivators. So to say, this black-haired old man is actually a reclusive expert. Fellow Taoist, don't need to guess. My surname is Li, and I have a single name. I used to work in the Wuji sect. After I left the sect, I went to travel around the world. I have nothing to worry about. Li Jiang smiled. Xinyu continent is really extraordinary. Chu Yan's eyes brightened slightly. Since it is such a miraculous technique, why do you want to sell it? Hearing this, Li Jiang looked at Chu Yan and said, I owe someone a favor, and I just want to pay it back. Okay, let's make an offer. Chu Yan said. Regardless of whether this classic is true or not, let's get it first and then talk. If it's fake, it's okay to lose some money, but if it's true, or a method of asking questions, it's a big profit. Right now, all the major sects and sects attach great importance to the method of asking questions, and it is precisely because of this that the method of asking questions is extremely precious. At least, no one has ever seen someone sell the method of asking. 3 holy medicines. As soon as Li Jiang finished speaking, Chu Yan threw a jade bottle directly into the hands of the old man. Holding the jade bottle, the old man looked at Chu Yan with a slightly flickering gaze. Ha ha ha, that fool, spent 3 holy medicines to buy this old liar's cheating book. A strange sound sounded, full of sneering. Turning his head, Chu Yan saw a young man with a muddy face, leading a few cultivators, walking quickly. It's really sold. The vendors around who heard the voice also looked over in surprise. 3 holy medicines are worth a lot. Fellow Taoist, let me advise you, this old liar has been cheating here for hundreds of years, and no one has been fooled at all. Think about it, he is a God King level cultivator, and he is not a liar if he sells this kind of cultivation technique. I advise you, hurry up and get back the holy medicine, and go see other things. The young man looked at Chu Yan, his face was full of jokes, and he looked proud and watching the excitement. In his opinion, such fools are rare in the Supreme City. It must be a newcomer who has just arrived and has little experience to fall for this kind of trick. Not only did he think so, but the traders around him looked at Chu Yan with sneering expressions. Is it so easy to lie? If he had known that he had sold some good stuff to him in advance, the 3 holy medicines would have been his own. No, thanks. Chu Yan glanced at the young man, and replied calmly. What? Are you brainless, or are you saying you don't understand? The young man was stunned, with anger in his eyes. I kindly reminded him, but the young man in black didn't listen. Immediately, he walked directly to the black-haired old man, stretched out his hand, and said, Old liar. Hand over the 3 holy medicines to me. General Li didn't even look at him, he put away the white cloth on the ground, and walked away. "Well, you old liar, you still want to leave." The young man said so, but he was really angry that this old liar dared to ignore him. In the next breath, when the young man raised his hand, a beam of divine light blasted out, directly attacking General Li's back. In the Supreme City, hands are not allowed. However, the penalty of this rule is extremely light, just punish some resources, and nothing will happen. Therefore, in this Supreme City, people often fight, and the management of the Supreme City also harvests a lot of punishment resources. Sensing the attack coming from his body, Li Zhong's eyes burst into black light, and a large number of ghost howls sounded in the surrounding void. Boom! The imposing coercion rushed out like a thunder gang. The young man who had just shot suddenly trembled, his pupils dilated, and he was sluggish on the spot. "Old liar, you dare to use sorcery, you are looking for death. Brothers, do it for me." When the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan, who was standing on the side, suddenly had a cold light in his eyes. The moment Li Jiang made his move just now, Chu Yan could clearly feel that his cultivation base was extremely terrifying. But it seems that there is something like a seal in the body, which prevents him from displaying his true combat power. This fellow Taoist. With a flash, Chu Yan stood in front of the young man and said, "My deal with him is fair and voluntary. How can you say it's a lie? Besides, what right do you have to judge him?" At this moment, the cultivators present, the vendors around, including the young man, were all stunned on the spot. This young man in black robe actually speaks for the liar. "You are so stupid. I have been in this Supreme City for hundreds of years, and this is the first time I have seen it." The young man looked at Chu Yan as if he were looking at a corpse. It's not that he wants to attack Chu Yan, but that in the first district, the smart ones may not survive, and the stupid ones may die within a few days. Rights. Very good, let me tell you, I am Xie, the son of the 4th permanent member, get out of here right now, or else, huh? Chu Yan frowned slightly. It's another potential second generation, and in this first district, he can even meet him. Go away. Didn't you hear? Seeing that Chu Yan was not moving, the son of the 4th permanent member of the Tiansan League shouted again. Chu Yan didn't bother to talk nonsense with him at all, so he raised his hand and slapped it. Snapped. The slap was crisp and resounded through the entire commercial street. All the vendors and cultivators turned their heads to look over, their faces full of horror. This is the famous second generation of Shi, and he was beaten. How courageous is this man? You dare to hit me. Shi covered his face, his eyes were full of stars, but he glared at Chu Yan with anger, and wanted to make a move. But without waiting for him to raise his hand, Chu Yan kicked him on the stomach again like an afterimage, kicking him flying a dozen steps away. There was a scream, and the audience was dead silent. Several cultivators who followed Shi reacted and shot at the same time. The result was the same, he was kicked by Chu Yan one by one, rolling all over the street. One by one, the God King realm and the Small Chung realm, I can kick them to death, without even needing my true energy. Thanks. Li Jiang looked at Chu Yan, spoke slightly to Huang He, and turned to leave. Chu Yan didn't care, and walked towards the street under the gaze of countless eyes. At the same time, his spiritual sense also penetrated into the classics he just bought, and began to flip through them. Sure enough, Chu Yan's eyes sparkled as his consciousness swept over him. This 9 realms Taoism is really interesting. Daozun district, there is no Dao Tian, where is the chance? It's all false. The preface in this book aroused Chu Yan's interest, and he began to read it carefully. #C3441 Eucharist. After a long time, Chu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, withdrew his consciousness, and the light in his eyes hesitated. This Taoist method is actually not a martial art, but some cultivation experience and insights of General Li. There are dozens of districts in this Daozun district, and Li Jiang has stepped into each of them, but he has not comprehended any inheritance and competition for Dao treasures, but only comprehended the rules of the Dao for a period of time. And the last one to arrive was the first area. Here, he studied for nearly 100 years and came to the final conclusion. Any cultivator of the God King realm, even if he is not in the Daozun district, can also break through the 9 realms supreme realm, but it will be very difficult. The existence of Daozun district is a shortcut. As for chance, it doesn't exist at all. If you want to break through to the supreme realm, you can only rely on your own experience and accumulation. After reaching the bottleneck, you can do it all at once. This idea seems simple, and some people should have thought about it, even Chu Yan himself thought about it. But if you want to do it, it will be as difficult as climbing the sky. It is impossible for the cultivators in the continent of the gods to spend so much time comprehending each Daozun area like General Li, and comprehend the rules of the Dao calmly. Everyone has a soft spot for chance, and is even extremely sensitive. After a long time it has become a kind of subconsciousness, always desperately looking for opportunities, good opportunities, even opportunities to reach the sky in one step. This General Li has left all the Daozun districts, stayed in the first district for hundreds of years, and even sealed his own cultivation. This kind of cultivation method is really against the sky. Chu Yan pondered in his heart, and couldn't help but think that if that Li Jiang opened the seal in his body, he wondered if he could break through to the supreme realm in one fell swoop. However, Chu Yan knew very well that General Li's goal should be the 9 realms supreme. This world of martial arts is really wonderful, and there will probably be many cultivators like General Li. Chu Yan, let's go. When Feng Tianxian found Chu Yan, his face blushed, obviously he had made a lot of money. Good. Chu Yan nodded. My own secret technique to change my appearance and breath can only last for 1 day, and the time is almost up. Before going to the secret place pointed to by the 9 realms star map, don't expose it if you can. After the two left the Supreme City, they entered a mountain range in the Sanqiong area and began to arrange a hidden earthquake. 5 days later, when Tianjian Lake opens, there must be a large number of cultivators going, and it will not be too late for them to leave. Because of his special cultivation, Feng Tianxian had never done any kind of retreat, so he couldn't sit still at all, and kept talking endlessly. Chu Yan didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, and closed his mind directly, concentrating on cultivation. After Feng Tianxian walked around Chu Yan for a few hours, he found that the other party had already settled down, and immediately looked hopeless. Chu Yan, you have to listen to me. Hey! Wake up. Your practice is useless. You are a body of natural disasters. Just like this young master, you need to cultivate. Huh. Wait. After saying a few words, Feng Tianxian was startled suddenly, as if he had thought of something. I am a body of blessings, and Chu Yan is a body of natural disasters. If I practice by his side, what effect will it have? Thinking of this, Feng Tianxuan's eyes flashed instantly. He quickly sat cross-legged, and circulated his skills and true energy. In less than a short breath, a large amount of mysterious light emerged from his body. This kind of profound light, which is different from Dao light, has been seen by many cultivators, and they call it great luck. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, the speed of cultivation is more than 10 times slower. Feng Tianxian laughed wildly, opened his eyes, and stared at Chu Yan. His eyes were full of determination. How dare you lie to me that it's not a natural disaster body? Hearing this voice, Chu Yan opened his eyes speechlessly and looked at Feng Tianxian. It wasn't because of any natural disasters or the blessed body, but because the green lotus in his body suddenly trembled just now. Chu Yan, are you one of the top 10 celestial bodies in ancient times? Feng Tianxian asked in a low voice. What do you mean? Chu Yan's face remained normal. I have just practiced, and I have discovered that the Daoguang released from your body has completely suppressed my blessed body. Under the whole world, those who can achieve this level must at least be above the top 3 Dao devourers. Speaking of this, Feng Tianxian had an expression that I had seen through, full of complacency. Even if Chu Yan is not a natural disaster body, he will only be stronger. You guessed wrong, I am not a body of natural disasters, let alone a body of Dao devourer. Chu Yan shook his head. The reason for this, others don't know, of course he knows, it's because Lulian just suppressed his blessed body. After all, this green lotus belongs to the god of war, and the god of war was also a genius with the first Dao devouring body in ancient times. Huh? No. Impossible. Feng Tianxian stared at Chu Yan for a long time, watching the changes in his expression, and after confirming that Chu Yan was not lying to him, he suddenly had a bitter look on his face. Did I guess wrong? Seeing Feng Tianxian thinking hard, Chu Yan asked. Feng Tianxian, you don't know much about the Eucharist. Feng Tianxian was stunned for a moment, then raised his head to look at Chu Yan, but there was a gleam in his eyes, and said, Holy body, that is an invincible existence. According to ancient records, the holy body can be advanced and become an eternal physique. When it reaches that level, it is the true eternity of immortality. Hearing this, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment. Eternal. In this world, there really is eternity. Could it be that this green lotus of mine is named Henggu? The more Chu Yan thought about it, the more frightened he became. Otherwise, why would the angry young man keep staring at him and protect him openly? Forget it, don't worry about these. Chu Yan shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the young man with hot hair was an enemy, but now, he was not the opponent of the other party, at least before the Taoist realm, he could not fight it head-on. The two chatted for a while, and then practiced on their own. In fact, this time Chu Yan focused all his attention on the Mother of Lightning and the Abyss, which made him ignore one point. The green lotus in his body has been releasing a very weak breath, constantly blending into this world. Especially most of the breath, like a long river, connected above the head, this piece of sky, has an endless stream. 3 days later, Feng Tianxian received the news that the Heavenly King Lantern will soon appear in the first district. Chu Yan is not very interested in this Heavenly King Lantern, and he still has 3 fruits in his hand. Now it is mainly based on the guidance of the 9 realms star chart, and the other inheritances, Dao treasures, and heaven, material and earth treasures are ignored. Although this Heavenly King Lantern exists at the same level as the Sancheng fruit tree, in terms of Dao realm, Chu Yan broke through not long ago, and it will take longer to accumulate. When the accumulation is enough, take the triple fruit by yourself, the effect is the same. Huh. Suddenly, Chu Yan suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the sky. What's up? When Feng Tianxian heard the movement, he hurriedly asked. On the Sancheng plain, there is a mysterious void, and there is a change. High-speed text hand typing, unlimited upgrades, the strongest martial spirit chapter list.